Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate the Imposter Marine in StrawHat Pirates 1 IM. Chapter 1 Time Travel Apocalypse, Encounter with Garp. Hyun calendar year 1521. East Daxia Sea. The clear sea reflects the sky, making it as beautiful as water and sky. But on this beautiful sea, there was a listless and handsome young man lying on a dilapidated boat, sighing helplessly. Oh, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. The boy's name is Ike, and he is a time traveler. Since he is a time traveler, he naturally has a system, but Ike's system is more deceptive. According to common sense, the system starts to change the world after it is acquired, but Ike's system changes the world first, and then distributes the system according to the degree of changing the world. What a cheat! In this vast sea, how can I, a weakling who knows nothing, change the world? Do I rely on singing and dancing to rap and basketball? As soon as Ike finished speaking, a fish jumped onto the small broken boat where he was. Ike, who was already a little hungry, opened his mouth to eat fish when he saw it, regardless of whether it was raw or cooked or had parasites. Just as he killed the fish, an auction box appeared in front of him. Ding! You killed a fish and caused slight changes to the world. Do you want to enable the system? If so, you will get a black iron level system. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket weather. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Ike subconsciously poked his finger towards yes. But soon, the fingers stopped in midair. Damn! How rubbish is Kuragane's system? If there is a black iron system, there will probably be bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. For your own future, you must not get black iron. You must at least get gold or platinum, or even diamonds. One fish was quickly eaten by Ike, and then he began to think about how to change the world without any strength. Next, Ike started nodding and shaking his head on the boat. After thinking of a way, Ike quickly rejected it. Advertisement at the same time a few nautical miles away from Ike, on a warship with a dog-headed bow. A sailor holding a telescope spotted Ike's small boat in the distance. Lieutenant General Garp, there is a small boat directly in front of us, and there are people on board. Garp, who was sleeping standing up, heard the report from his men and immediately woke up from his nap. Then he ordered, let's move the ship over and take a look. Naturally, Ike also saw the dog-headed warship approaching. With this iconic dog-head and the tall old man wearing a cloak of justice standing at the bow of the ship, Ike recognized the identity of the person at first sight. It was none other than Marine Hero Garp. Seeing Marine Hero Garp, Ike suddenly had more plans in his mind. For example, if you join Marine under Garp's tutelage, then train yourself in Marine to become stronger, and finally catch some pirates that appeared in the original work, wouldn't this be equivalent to changing the original plot of the world? Just when Ike was thinking wildly, he had been pulled onto the Marine warship by a Marine. Boy, why are you drifting alone on the sea? Seeing that Ike was about the same age as his grandson, Garp asked curiously. After hearing Garp's question, Ike thought for a moment and weaved a miserable life experience in his heart. I was on a cruise ship with my family, looking at the sea view, eating hot pot, singing and dancing rap, and broadcasting live, and suddenly the pirates came. My whole family was killed, but I narrowly escaped death. After listening to Ike's explanation, Garp didn't say anything. After all, this is the current era of great pirates, even in the weakest East Daxia Sea. If I meet those pirates, I will help you take revenge. Garp patted Ike on the shoulder and said. Ike almost fell to the ground when Garp slapped him like this. Can first join Marine. I want to become stronger and take revenge myself. Just as Ike finished speaking, Bogart, who had been standing behind Garp, came behind Garp and said softly, Lieutenant General Garp, we are already here. Upon hearing this, Garp smiled and said to Ike, we'll talk about it when I get back. Then he flew towards the island not far away on the moonwalk. Ike was a little confused and didn't know what Garp was doing, but he didn't care too much. No matter how he got on Garp's ship, he must make good use of Garp. If Nami's hometown is still occupied by evil dragons, you can ask Garp to deal with a wave of evil dragons first. After all, the evil dragon is also a boss in the early stage. After being solved, it should be regarded as changing the direction of the world. Advertisement in addition, there are also early mini-bosses such as Buggy the Clown, Krieg the Pirate, etc. Naturally, all of this must be done when Luffy has not gone to sea. If he has gone to sea, these bosses will be his experience. Thinking of this, Ike asked Bogart, who was always expressionless, Mr. Marine, may I ask what year this year is in the maritime calendar? Huh? This year is 1521 in the Hainan calendar, Bogart replied. Hearing 1521, Ike was also stunned. He thought to himself, isn't this the year Luffy goes to sea? Suddenly, there was a sound of water waves. When Ike heard the sound, he looked around and saw a huge sea monster like a crocodile suddenly appeared. Under the sea monster was a small boat with a young man wearing a straw hat on the small boat. He was raising his fist and planning to punch the sea beast. At the same time, Vice Admiral Garp, who had left earlier, returned to the ship. Lieutenant General Garp, have you made a decision? Are you really not planning to keep Luffy now? Bogart asked, looking at Luffy who knocked the King of the Sea over with a punch in the distance. Ha ha ha. There is no way, even if I keep his people, I can't keep his heart. Let's let him freely ride on the sea. When Bogart heard this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he said to himself, "It is because of your indulgence that Mr. Long defected to Marine. Now even his grandson is going to become a pirate." At this time, Ike also reacted. Luffy just went to sea, and he did so in front of Garp. The most important thing is that Garp didn't stop him. But Ike could also see that although Garp seemed indifferent, he still felt a little uncomfortable about his grandson going to sea to become a pirate. Although I understand Luffy's character and know that Luffy will never become the kind of pirate who commits all kinds of crimes by burning, killing, looting, but the moment he hangs up the pirate flag, the grandfather and grandson are already on opposite sides. Ike looked at Luffy in the distance and had a bold idea in his mind. If Luffy doesn't want to be One Piece and becomes the Marine King, then the world will go. With the hint of this idea, it lingered in Ike's mind. Seeing that Luffy was about to leave after defeating the King of the Sea, Ike immediately shouted to Garp, "Mr. Marine, is that your grandson? If you don't want him to become a pirate, I have a way to try." Ike's words immediately made Garp, Bogart, and the surrounding Marines look at him. Seeing so many people looking at him, Ike scratched his cheek in embarrassment and suddenly lost the momentum he had just spoken. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. Chapter 2. Luffy gives up his dream of being a pirate. Late at night. The sea is very quiet at night, and the only light source is the moon and stars in the sky. "Hey, boy Ike, does the method you mentioned really work?" Mr. Garp, didn't I say before, give it a try, it won't be too much trouble if you give it a try." Hearing what Ike said, Garp pointed at the pirates who were captured alive and said, "You want me to capture so many pirates alive, and you think it's not troublesome?" At this moment, Bogart came over and said, "We have already negotiated with the islanders of Yami Island, and they are willing to cooperate with us." Seeing that Bogart was speechless, Ike immediately reminded, "Exercise." "Yes, exercise." Garp nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Just follow this boy's command. I'll catch Luffy." After saying that, Garp took advantage of the moonlight and flew towards a small boat in the distance on Moonwalk. That small boat was the one that Luffy was riding on. At this time, Luffy didn't know that his grandfather had rushed over, and he was still sleeping peacefully. Mid-air, Garp fell into deep thought while stepping on Moonwalk. Garp has two grandsons, Ace and Luffy, and both grandsons are inspired to become pirates. Ace is adopted, and his identity is relatively sensitive. When Ace went to sea, Garp was also nearby. The reason why he didn't stop him was because he knew Ace's identity was too sensitive and he still had hatred in his heart. As for Luffy, that kid is just stubborn, and he was poisoned by the red-haired free pirate's thoughts. As long as the red-haired poison can be cured, Garp will definitely bring Luffy into Marine. Even if Luffy is not a Marine, he will never be allowed to become a pirate. It is enough to have a son of the Revolutionary Army who causes trouble for him every day. Adding a grandson of a pirate will not make Sengoku nag him to death. That's right. For Garp, the so-called trouble is being nagged by his friends. Soon, Garp arrived on Luffy's boat. At this time, Luffy was still sleeping soundly. Seeing that his stubborn grandson dared to sleep alone on the sea, Garp went up and punched him awake with a loving iron fist. Luffy woke up clutching his head and soon lay down again when he saw Garp. It turned out to be a dream. I actually dreamed about Grandpa. Garp. Wake up. You be *********** D. Advertisement. Garp struck with two more iron fists of love, and Luffy's head turned into a candied Haas. Only then did Luffy realize that he was not dreaming, and that the grandfather in front of him was also his real grandfather. When he saw his grandfather, Luffy's first reaction was naturally to run, but in this vast sea, he was a devil fruit user, so where could he run? He could only be captured. Garp carried Luffy back to the ship. Although he was caught, Luffy was still struggling crazily, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. Ignoring the noisy Luffy, Garp looked at Bogart and asked, "How are the preparations?" Upon hearing this, Bogart glanced at Ike who was standing aside, and then replied, "Everything is ready." Just as Bogart finished speaking, bursts of killing cries and desperate cries came from the island not far away. Luffy immediately stopped making trouble after hearing this sound, and Garp also put him down after seeing this. Luffy turned around to look, and what he saw was fire, pirates, massacre, plunder. Seeing all this, Luffy stretched out his arms and wanted to fly over to save people, but was stopped by Garp. Garp did not speak, but gave the right to speak to Ike. "Hey, Grandpa, the villagers over there have been plundered, we have to go help quickly." "It's okay to go and help, but in what capacity do you want to go?" Ike's words immediately stunned Luffy. Seeing Luffy stunned, Ike continued to point to the fire not far away and said, "You see it, Luffy, these are the pirates you yearn for. They burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of evil." "No, they are not pirates," Luffy denied decisively. In Luffy's heart, pirates yearn for freedom and are definitely not the kind of bastards who only know how to burn, kill and loot. Haha. Ike smiled and said, "Since you said they are not pirates, then what are they?" Luffy didn't know how to answer Ike's question. Seeing this, Ike continued, "I know Luffy, you yearn for freedom, but can you only be free if you become a pirate?" Immediately, Ike winked at Garp. "You see, Lieutenant General Garp is very free." Garp didn't see Ike's eyes. He picked his nose and replied directly, "Don't mention freedom to me. The old boy from Warring States just called me and asked me to go back." Ike. Bogart. Garp's words left the two of them speechless. On the contrary, Luffy looked at Ike as if he were a fool and said, "Is this the freedom you were talking about?" Ike knew that Garp had no hope and could only rely on his own mouth evasion ability. Advertisement. While the few people here were talking, a large number of Marines had already landed on the island and began to capture the pirates who were burning, killing and looting wantonly. Of course, this so-called burning, killing and looting was completely a drill, and the acting skills of these pirates and islanders were really not good. If it weren't for the fact that it was dark now, the secret might have been exposed. Without going to see the situation on the island, Ike looked at Luffy and said with emotion and reason, "Luffy, if you want to have freedom, you don't have to fly a pirate flag. You can hang a merchant flag and go out to sea for adventure." In fact, Ike's persuasion is also well-founded. The Straw Hat Pirates in the original work just hung the pirate flag and did not do serious things. There are several countries saved by the Straw Hat Pirates alone, and there are countless islands. Are these things that pirates should do? They obviously did good things, but in the end they were wanted. It was completely unnecessary. In fact, as long as you change the pirate flag to another flag and have the relationship with Marine hero Garp, you won't be wanted at all, and you may even get bonuses. Luffy fell into deep thought about Ike's words. Then he took the straw hat in his hand, first looked at the burning village in the distance, and then looked at the straw hat in his hand. At this time, Luffy was confused. He felt that what the person in front of him said made some sense. But, I promised Shanks that he would definitely become One Piece. He couldn't be someone who broke his word. In the end, Luffy put the straw hat on his head and said, "No, I promised Shanks that I will definitely become One Piece." Seeing that Luffy was still so stubborn, Ike was also a little helpless. I said, "One Piece is just a title. As long as you go to sea and find One Piece, no matter you are a pirate, Marine or even an adventurer, everyone will recognize your achievements. Then you can complete the promises made with Shanks. Your agreement is just to find One Piece, right? It doesn't mean that you have to be a pirate." Ike's words immediately stunned Luffy again. At this moment, Garp, who had been silent until now, suddenly shouted, "Luffy, since you don't want to be a Marine and want freedom, then I'll give you a new career. How about a private Marine? You recruit all the Marines yourself, and I will take care of all the activities for you from behind." Hearing Garp's words, Ike was speechless for a while. Luffy would be crazy if he could agree to this. Wouldn't he have been running away for a long time without even looking at him? "Okay, I agree, but my goal is still One Piece. I want to become the Marine King." "Ike, what if I don't agree to be a Marine? Why are you going to be the Marine King?" Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed when he heard his grandson said he wanted to be the Marine King. Chapter 3. Trapped by Luffy. Turn on the Justice Marine System, the first lottery. Seeing Luffy and Garp chatting happily, Ike was also speechless. He is still waiting for the system light curtain to appear. Now that Luffy is going to be the Marine King, why should he get a platinum level system for himself? But after waiting for a long time, and even after Garp prepared a new boat for Luffy, the system light curtain never appeared. At this moment, Garp came up behind Ike and said, "From now on, Luffy will be left to you, Marine King's deputy Ike." After saying that, Garp handed over a letter of appointment with the seal of Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General and a dog-headed phone bug to Ike. When Ike saw the so-called private Marine appointment letter, he felt bad. This so-called private Marine appointment letter is completely handwritten, but fortunately it at least has the seal of Marine Headquarters, so it is probably valid. As for the phone bug, it is a phone bug that has a single line of contact with Garp. In this way, Ike somehow became Luffy's first crew member as a private Marine general. As for who is the private Marine's fleet admiral, of course it's Luffy, because he's the captain. Just after Ike stepped onto Luffy's boat, the system light curtain finally appeared again. Ding! You successfully joined the Straw Hat Pirates and changed the world's plot to a moderate extent. Whether to enable the system or not, if so, you will receive a gold level system. Close black lens bracket. After seeing, you have successfully joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Ike was also stunned, and then looked at Luffy in disbelief. I was actually played by this guy Luffy? His eyes returned to the dog-headed warship. Lieutenant General Garp, you should be able to tell, Luffy is playing you. When Garp heard this, he laughed ha ha ha. Of course I can see it, but it's interesting, isn't it? It's the first time I've seen Luffy perform so hard. Garp knew that Luffy was the worst at telling lies. When Luffy was talking to him just now, the corners of his mouth would curl outward from time to time, which was obviously a sign of guilty conscience. Advertisement, but it was also through this incident that Garp knew that Luffy was really determined to become a pirate. All we can do is see if the boy named Ike can convince Luffy on the sea. On the boat, Luffy was eating the food that had just arrived from his grandfather's warship. While eating, he looked at Ike, who was in a daze, and said, "Ike, don't you want to eat?" Ike stared at the system panel in front of him and said without looking back, "Eat it, I have no appetite." Ike really didn't have much of an appetite, so he had no choice but to accept the system. The main reason is that he can't accept it. Your sister, she has already boarded Luffy's ship, and she will definitely encounter all kinds of hardships next. Without a system to take care of it, she might be in trouble. I don't have the perverted physique of the One Piece natives. Like Usopp, his skull was smashed, and he was still alive and kicking even though he was wrapped in a bandage. Ike originally thought that the gold system shouldn't be too bad, but when he saw the name of the system, he felt bad. Ding! Congratulations on opening the most powerful marine system. As long as you change the world as a marine, capture pirates, save civilians, and other justice activities, you will receive points, which can be exchanged for unlimited draws. The draw pool is divided into bronze, silver, and gold. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The system is turned on and you will be given 3 random lottery opportunities. Close black lens bracket. After reading the introduction of his system, Ike was completely stunned. He failed to persuade Luffy to become a marine, and now he is on his ship. Damn. The system is still a marine system, and you must act as a marine to get rewards. How funny is this? Suddenly, Ike's hand accidentally touched his trouser pocket. There was an appointment letter with the seal of Marine Headquarters printed inside. In the appointment letter, Ike and Luffy were appointed as private marines, who could recruit and expand their subordinates independently. Appoint Luffy as the Private Marine Fleet Admiral, and Ike as the Private Marine Fleet Admiral. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, Ike suddenly had an idea. Advertisement, damn it. Isn't it just a marine identity? Although it's a private marine that Garp randomly pulled out, it's still a marine. As for Marine's missions and activities, most of what Luffy does on his adventures should be done by Marine. Such as defeating the Dragon Pirates, defeating the Creek Pirates, saving Alabasta after entering the Grand Line, saving the entire Sky Island and rescuing all the civilians on the Sky Island. It feels like basically apart from making a fuss on Justice Island, these things should be done by Marine who prides himself on being righteous. Thinking of this, Ike decided that if the identity system of his private marine really recognized him, then he would stay. If not, he would have no choice but to leave and join the real marine. Now that I have traveled to the world of pirates, I absolutely cannot remain unknown and become a salty fish. After thinking everything through, Ike decided to draw him in the 3 draws given by the system. With a thought, a lottery roulette wheel appeared in front of Ike. Looking at the lottery wheel that only he could see, Ike began to crazily pray to God and Buddha, hoping that he could win. After praying for a while, Ike turned the wheel. The roulette wheel spun faster and faster, and Ike whispered in his heart, "Stop." Immediately, the turntable slowed down and finally stopped in an area. Just when Ike wanted to know what he had drawn, the turntable started spinning rapidly again. So, this means we have to smoke 3 times in a row. Next, Ike stopped the turntable twice more. Final. The items obtained by Echo are: obtain, Sky's Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal, a gold level item. After use, you can use Sky's Dragon Slaying Magic. Note: the conditions for use of this item have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Obtain, TX Penguin's Cabin, silver level items. After using them, you will open a cozy cabin of your own. Note: if you want to live a more comfortable life, please keep recharging money. Obtain, Endless Candy Box, silver level item. After using it, you will get a candy box, which can pour out 1 candy with a 15-minute special effect each time. Note: the previous candy must be eaten, only then can the next one be poured out, otherwise it will take 3 hours of cooling time before the next one can be poured out. 2 silvers and 1 gold? You're pretty lucky. Not to mention anything else, just a magic crystal of dragon slaying magic can make Ike temporarily worry-free. After using the magic crystal of dragon slaying magic, you can not only inherit the corresponding dragon slaying magic, but also greatly improve your physical fitness. This is exactly what Ike needs now. Chapter 4 Cozy House. Just when Ike had just finished the lottery, the sky suddenly began to become covered with dark clouds, and the originally calm sea began to surge. The sudden change in the sky caught both Luffy and Ike a little unprepared. After all, it was their first time to go to sea and they had no sailing experience. At this moment, Ike suddenly discovered that a huge vortex appeared in the direction of the boat. Seeing this scene, Ike handed one of the oars to Luffy. "Quick, let's paddle back immediately." Luffy also knew that if he was caught in the whirlpool, he would definitely die, so he paddled with all his strength. But no matter how the two paddled, the boat was still pulled by the whirlpool and could not escape the scope of the whirlpool. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Ike directly threw the oar away, then took Luffy with one hand and swiped the other hand in the air. A space door appeared, and the two of them got into the space door. On the other side of the space door is naturally the cozy cabin of the Texas Penguin that Ike just drew. After entering the cabin, what comes into view is a 2-meter wide bed. In addition, there are desks, bookshelves, computers, air conditioners, water dispensers. Basic modern furniture and household appliances can be seen here. It's really not a cozy hut. The house is filled with pink, it's so cozy. Luffy looked at the cozy hut with a look of disbelief on his face, then looked at Ike and said, "So you are also a person with abilities?" Then, Luffy asked curiously, "Ike, are you really willing to be my partner instead of becoming a marine?" In Luffy's opinion, Ike has been persuading him to give up being a pirate and become a marine, probably because he himself wants to be a marine. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike shook his head and said, "Since we are on your ship, we are companions." Although Ike's words were very plain, Luffy was very satisfied when he heard them. Although Ike has been persuading him not to become a pirate, Luffy has no ill feelings toward Ike, but feels that he is a very interesting person. For Luffy, as long as he thinks you are an interesting person, he will invite you on board. No. To be precise, he doesn't care whether you are human or not, just whether it is interesting or not. Ike took off his wet clothes and threw them into the pink drying box, and then said to Luffy, "Luffy, take off your clothes and pants too, let them dry." "Oh." Luffy didn't hesitate and took off all his clothes. He looked at the cozy hut and smiled as he took off his clothes. But, this room is full of pink, it's just like Dayton's room. Ike. So, Ike, you also have a girl's heart, right? Well, that should be it. When I asked Dayton why he likes pink, she said he has a girlish heart. Advertisement, although I don't know what a girl's heart is, I always feel so powerful. Ike held his forehead and said, Luffy, I need to rest, please don't make any noise first. At this time, Ike didn't want to discuss the girl's heart problem with Luffy. He extracted the dragon-slaying magic crystal and planned to take advantage of this time to absorb the magic crystal. The absorption of magic crystal is very simple, just put it on your forehead and think about absorption in your mind. It can be said to be a very stupid operation. Within 10 minutes, Ike had completed the absorption. After successfully absorbing the magic crystal, Ike felt that his physical fitness had become much stronger. And if you want to activate dragon-slaying magic, you don't rely on the magic power stored in the body, but through your own physical strength. At this time, Ike is equivalent to taking a devil fruit with no side effects. Just when Ike realized his own changes, Luffy asked curiously, Ike, when can we leave here? Hearing this, Ike thought about it and said, at least wait until the storm outside stops. While talking, Ike opened a space door and began to check the situation of the sea outside. Finding that there were still rough waves and howling typhoons outside, Ike closed the door again. Let's take a nap first. After a nap, the weather outside will probably clear up. After saying that, Ike took the lead and lay down on the big bed to get ready to rest. But before taking a break, he took out the endless candy box and poured out a candy. Holding this pinky-sized candy, Ike looked at it carefully and found 2 words written on it, avoid water. So, eating this candy can help you avoid water, right? Judging from the size of the candy, you can probably hold it in your mouth for more than 10 minutes. In other words, you can swim in the water for 15 minutes with this candy in your mouth, but I wonder what will happen if a person with devil fruit abilities eats it. After putting the candies away, Ike planned to take a nap first. Since traveling through time, Ike has not had a good rest for more than 2 days. Before taking a break, I took a look at Luffy and found that the big-hearted Luffy was already lying on the floor and asleep. More than 10 hours later, the sea surface of the East Daxia Sea returned to calm. A space door suddenly appeared where Ike and Luffy disappeared. Then a head popped out, it was Ike. Well, it's okay outside, let's go out, advertisement. Hearing Ike's words, Luffy cheered and crossed the space gate directly. Hearing a plop, he fell directly into the sea. Ike, who was speechless, took out the waterproof candy he had poured out of the endless candy box and put it into the mouth of Luffy, who was struggling in the sea. Luffy, don't swallow this candy, it will have no effect if you swallow it. At this time, Luffy did not listen to Ike's words. He found that a transparent film suddenly appeared around him. With this film, he could swim in the water. Most importantly, he can also swim and breathe water. It's amazing. Seeing that Luffy was planning to take a deep sea dive, Ike immediately jumped into the sea to stop his stupid behavior. After telling Luffy that the effect of the waterproof candy was only 10 minutes, Luffy stopped. With the water avoiding sugar, Luffy's speed in the water was no different from that on land. Then he took Ike and ran all the way, trying to find an inhabited island or ship. 10 minutes later, just when the effect of the waterproof candy was about to disappear, the two finally saw the ship, and it was also a passenger ship. But before he could come and go, he saw a pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones flag also eyeing the passenger ship. The flag of this pirate ship is a skull with a red heart. Ike recognized this flag, it was Arita, the first pirate boss Luffy encountered. It looks like I can use Alita to test the recognition of my system for private marines. Thinking of this, Ike shouted to Luffy, Luffy, speed up, let's. Before he could finish his words, Luffy had already started splashing in the water. Ike knew that the waterproof candy should have failed. In the end, Ike could only lead Luffy to swim to the side of the passenger ship and climb up the rope ladder. As soon as they got on the passenger ship, Luffy started clamoring for something to eat. Ike reluctantly left Luffy alone to find food, and he began to carry out justice as a private marine. Just at this time, several pirates were threatening several wealthy businessmen on the cruise ship deck, asking them to hand over their gold and silver jewelry. Seeing this, Ike naturally rushed forward without hesitation. A stream of air gathered on his fist, which was the power of dragon-slaying magic in the sky. At this time, several pirates also noticed Ike. Chapter 5 The identity recognized by the system is Private Marine. Oh, there's actually a pretty boy here, tie him up and give him to the captain. The captain will definitely get a reward. While talking, 2 of the 4 pirates came to Ike with knives. Boy, just surrender and capture me, don't worry, our captain likes a novice like you very much. Before the roguish pirate could finish his words, Ike punched him in the chest. But before Ike's fist touched the pirate was already blown away by the airflow from his fist, and fell into the sea without any sign of rising for a long time. Seeing this scene, the 3 pirates behind immediately gave up on the other fat sheep and rushed towards Ike with their swords in hand. When Ike saw this, a smile appeared on his lips, and then a vortex of airflow visible to the naked eye appeared on his entire right arm. Just when several pirates rushed over, he waved his arm and the 3 pirates were knocked away. This is Tianlong's wing attack. Seeing the 4 vicious pirates being beaten away, several wealthy businessmen immediately took their wives and daughters and bowed to thank Ike. Don't be so polite, this is what our private marines should do. Private marine. Several wealthy businessmen looked at each other, all a little confused. Is there a marine branch named Private Marine in Donghai? Okay. You guys should quickly find a place to hide, and come out after I clean up these pirates. As soon as Ike finished speaking, the system prompt appeared. Defeat 4 pirates and the normal pirate justice value +4. Seeing this scene, Ike knew that his idea was correct. The private marine appointment letter that Garp casually gave him was useful. The system did recognize his identity as a marine. Ike is very happy, then there is no need to join marine. It's not that Ike doesn't want to join, but, with the marine system, he is destined to do things in the name of marine. But if you become a marine and get promoted to a certain level, you will face the dark and disgusting side of world government. With Ike's character growing up under a red flag, he might one day beat him up because he couldn't stand the cruel style of the celestial dragons and finally judge him as marine. If he judged marine by himself, then his own system would be, it's no use anymore. Therefore, the current situation of being a marine is the most perfect. No, not just me, but also Luffy, after all, his name is also on the appointment letter. Just when Ike had this idea, the system prompt popped up in front of him again, and the points were +6 again. At the same time, there was a vibration at the location of the cruise ship warehouse. What the hell? Will the enemies defeated by Luffy also gain points? Thinking of this, Ike immediately ran towards the warehouse. When Ike arrived at the warehouse, he saw a fat lady with heavy makeup glaring at Luffy and a small boy with pink hair. Luffy, who couldn't see the situation clearly, pointed at Arita, who was holding a mace, and asked Kobe, the pink-haired boy at the side, who is this rude Obasan? Advertisement. Hearing Luffy's name to Arita, Kobe and the surrounding Arita pirates opened their mouths. Then everyone became frightened. Just when the people around were preparing to help Luffy, Ike came over. I said, Luffy, you are too rude. Everyone followed the sound and saw the handsome Ike walking this way. Don't you see it? This is Obasan. This is an old woman? Luffy was also stunned when he heard Ike's words, and then bowed deeply in the face of Arita's uncontrollable angry expression. I'm sorry, old lady, I shouldn't have called you Obasan. Arita finally couldn't hold it any longer, and she roared at the pirates around her, kill them. While speaking, she raised the mace and smashed it down on Luffy's head. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates knew that Luffy would definitely be crushed by their captain's mace, so they directly targeted Ike. More than 20 pirates swarmed towards Ike, while Ike took a deep breath calmly. The dragons roar. When the pirates rushed behind him, Ike directly took everyone away with a burst of dragon breath. Other side. Luffy also shouted out the name of his move, Rubber Bazooka, and directly blasted Fat Arita away. At the same time, Ike also received news of an increase in points. Arita is not an ordinary pirate, but an elite pirate, so her points are increased by 10. Although Rita has a bounty of 5 million and is also a captain, she is really not strong enough on her own, so she doesn't get many points. In the Grand Line, even if you defeat the pirate captain who has no bounty, you will probably have more points than Alita. After the Alita pirates were defeated, marine ships also rushed over. When Luffy saw this, he grabbed Kirby and Ike and wanted to run away. Hey, why are we running? We are a righteous private marine. Ike said, shaking off Luffy's hand. I was a little confused after hearing Ike's words. Luffy wanted to be a man of one piece, but Luffy's crew members said that he was a private marine. What kind of combination is this? And what is a private marine? Ghost. We are pirates, so of course we have to run away when we see marine. I told you, we are certified people, there is no need to run away. While talking, Ike took out the appointment letter given by Garp. Just at this time, Marine's ship also approached, and many Marines jumped on the passenger ship. Advertisement soon. The tourists who were hiding ran out one after another, and after seeing Marine, they all slumped down on the deck with relief. At the same time, next to the Alita pirate ship, an orange-haired girl was transporting the newly stolen treasure to the boat, and soon she quietly sailed away from this place of trouble. At this time, a captain of the Marine branch also noticed Ike, Luffy, and Kirby. Are you 3 tourists too? No. We're pirates. My name is Luffy, and I want to be the man who becomes One Piece. Luffy said firmly to the Marine captain. The Marine captain heard Luffy's words and decisively drew the sword from his waist. At this time, Ike came to Captain Marine at an extremely fast speed and showed him the letter of appointment. Brother. We are one of our own, we are Private Marine, First and Private Marine Admiral Ike, and that is Private Marine Fleet Admiral. Captain Marine. Do you think I'm an idiot? Just when Captain Marine was complaining in his heart, he discovered that the seal on the appointment letter in Ike's hand was actually the seal of Marine headquarters. Ike not only took out the letter of appointment, but also took out a dog-headed phone bug. This phone bug was unique to Garp. Seeing this phone bug, the Marine captain immediately believed that the other party was indeed a so-called Private Marine. The official positions of this Private Marine are too outrageous, one is Fleet Admiral and the other is General. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. There is a huge gap in official positions between the Marines who return to the headquarters and the Marines who are distributed, let alone the Private Marines under the headquarters Marine. He is said to be a general, but he is probably a Major General at most, but the official position of a Major General is more powerful than his small captain of the East Daxia Sea Branch. Thinking of this, the Marine captain suddenly became respectful. Then he asked a little cautiously, then why did he say he wanted to become the sea? Brother, if you think about what he said carefully, you will understand. Ike said carefully. Captain Marine still didn't understand what Ike said. Seeing this, Ike had to remind him, what he just said is that he wants to become One Piece's man. With such a reminder, the Marine captain suddenly understood, and then looked at Luffy with an incredible look on his face. Also, who do you think this Luffy is? He is the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. Back then, Lieutenant General Garp fell in love with One Piece and killed each other, and his grandson was no exception, and he even awakened something extraordinary. Property. Captain Marine. Captain Marine is very nervous now. He was thinking, if I hear such a big secret, will I be silenced? Chapter 6 Departing from Shield's Town and meeting Zoro Roronoa for the first time. Not far away, Kebi saw Marine having a good chat with Ike and he was relieved. I mean, Luffy, what are Ike talking about with Captain Marine? Luffy picked his nose and said, I don't know. Luffy, who was picking his nose, suddenly opened his mouth and sneezed, but he didn't care and continued to pick his nose. At the same time, Garp, who was still in the windless zone, sneezed violently and said to himself, Sengoku is B************ G the table again. Just as Garp finished speaking, Sanguo's call came. Garp. You've had enough of wandering around outside, go back to headquarters quickly. Got it. Already on the way, Garp said, picking his nose. Also, did you steal the senbei behind my bookcase? Well, a Poseidon appeared in front of me, I hung up first. Other side. After arguing with the Marine captain, Ike took Luffy and Kirby and left here in a small boat. Marine even prepared fresh water and enough food for them. These Uncle Marines are really nice people, Luffy said with a smile. My identity as a private Marine is not useful enough, Ike said proudly, shrugging his shoulders. Luffy knew that Ike must have mentioned his grandfather, but thinking that Ike wanted to be a Marine on his pirate ship, then let's do it. It's good. In the future, I will have musicians, chefs, navigators on my ship, and adding a Marine will be more interesting. For the rest of the journey, Kobe was in charge of sailing, Luffy was in charge of eating, and Ike was sitting on the edge of the boat in a daze. To be precise, I'm looking at my system panel. After experiencing the battle with the Arita pirates, Ike's account gained more than 200 points, and he was able to conduct 2 silver draws. The reason why you get so many points is not because you destroyed enough pirate groups, but because you saved many people. Advertisement: the Alita pirates are not big, with all the pirates adding up to only 70 or 80 people. There is even one elite pirate named Arita. Most of these more than 200 points come from the saved passenger ship. Since it is a Justice Marine system, there will be points whether it is eliminating evil or supporting good. The more civilians you save, the more points you get. After struggling for a long time, Ike finally decided to keep the points first and wait until he has enough points to draw 10 consecutive silver draws. There is a guarantee for 10 consecutive draws of silver, and the guarantee is that a silver level item will be produced. If you draw it alone, you may get bronze rewards for many consecutive rounds. Ike doesn't think he is an absolute European emperor, so he doesn't have high hopes for just pulling out a miracle. The 3-man ship soon arrived at Shield's Town. Ike knows that here, Luffy will meet Roronoa Zoro. Of course, Luffy came to Shield's Town because he knew about Zoro's existence. Mr. Luffy, it's too messy for you to find that kind of person as your companion. Kirby also wanted to persuade Luffy not to think about recruiting a monster like being like Zoro as a partner. Luffy smiled indifferently and said, I haven't decided yet if he is a good person. It's because he is a bad guy that he was arrested by Marine. Hearing Kirby's words, Ike, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Those who are caught by Marine are not necessarily bad people, and those who are Marines are not necessarily good people. After listening to Ike's words, Kirby stopped talking. The brief encounter with Luffy made Kirby know that not all people who inspired to be pirates are bad people. Luffy is a good person, and of course, there is also Ike. Ike, who didn't know that he had been given the good guy card, came to Luffy and said, it's not so troublesome to find Santo Zoro, he should be at Marine's school grounds. Oh, really? Let's go to the school grounds immediately? Outside the Marine base campus, Luffy grabbed the wall and looked inside. In the center of the school grounds was a man tied to a cross. The man wore a green turban, a white t-shirt, an abdominal belt around his waist, and 3 earrings hanging from his left ear. This was none other than the future swordsman Roronoa Zoro of the StrawHat Pirates. Advertisement: look, it's this guy, the Beast. Luffy said with a big smile after seeing Zoro. Ike, who was also lying on the wall, naturally saw Zoro. At this time, Zoro was in a very embarrassed state, his body was dirty, and there were traces of whipping. It was obvious that he had been tortured. Luffy pointed at Zoro and said, let's let him go now. Hearing Luffy's words, Kirby immediately roared, don't be ridiculous, he is that Zoro. Just as Kirby finished speaking, a little girl climbed into the school grounds from the other side of the wall. After entering the school grounds, she trotted to Zoro and took out 2 rice balls. The arrogant Zoro naturally refuses to eat the little girl's food, mainly because he is afraid that eating the little girl's food will bring danger to the little girl and her family. In the end, Zoro could only try to scare the little girl away by roaring, but the little girl was not afraid of Zoro's scary expression at all, because she knew that the big brother in front of her was a good person. In fact, The reason why Zoro was tied here was because of this little girl. The little girl's family ran a restaurant, and one day Bellameb, the son of Colonel Monka, the top officer of the Marine base, was wandering around on the street with his dog. If the dog is not on a leash, something will definitely happen, but because of Bellameb's identity, even if his dog does bite someone, no one will say anything, and they will only dare to curse a few times in their hearts. Guzi broke into the restaurant owned by the little girl's house and almost hurt her. At that time, Zoro beat Guzi and Mabel Bell. Bellamibo knew that he was no match for Zoro, so he threatened the lives of the little girl and his mother. As long as Zoro can survive being tied up for a month, the matter will be over. He had just gone to sea not long ago and didn't know much about the so-called sinister nature of people's hearts, so he agreed directly. Because of this, Zoro was tied up. Just when the little girl was still trying to persuade Zoro to eat rice balls, the iron gate of the school grounds was opened, and then Amber Bell came in arrogantly with several Marines. Bellameber, wearing a sexy suit, with oily hair parted in the middle, always looked like he was in need of a beating. After seeing the little girl and the rice ball in her hand, Mabel showed a sinister smile. Zoro, it's wrong to bully a little girl like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Bellameb wanted to grab the rice ball and eat it himself. But before he could reach out his hand, a strong wind blew him away. Immediately, Ike and Luffy appeared behind the little girl. And it was Ike who just took action. Chapter 7 Menka, you're arrested. Zoro enters private sector Marine. After Bellameb was knocked away, before he could get up, he pointed at the sudden appearance of Ike and Luffy and shouted at several Marine soldiers, you losers, take them down for me. Several soldiers were forced to take the guns on their backs and pointed them at Ike and Luffy. Seeing this, Ike took out the letter of appointment from the private Marine without hesitation. Put down your guns. I am General Ike of the Private Marine Corps. I am here to investigate Colonel Menka's exploitation of civilians and his use of power for personal gain. Ike's words immediately stunned several Marine soldiers. Of course they know what the position of a general is, but what is a private Marine? However, thinking that the other party was here to investigate Colonel Menka, although the expressions of the several soldiers did not change, they were very happy inside. They have been exhausted physically and mentally by Colonel Menka. What they do every day is not to punish evil and promote good, but to help Menka's family oppress the common people. It made them feel a little sorry for the Marine uniforms they were wearing. Several Marine soldiers put down their guns without thinking about whether the private Marines were Marines. Other side. Luffy and Kirby already knew the details of why Zoro was tied here from the little girl. After listening to the little girl's story, Kabi's belief collapsed a little. His dream was to become a Marine general, but he didn't expect that the just Marine would do such a bad and indiscriminate thing. Instead, Luffy laughed after hearing what happened. Zoro, come be my companion and become a pirate with me. Zoro heard this and sneered, are I going to burn, kill, loot and become a scum with you? Stop dreaming. As a pirate hunter, Zoro naturally doesn't like pirates. At first, he only became a pirate hunter to earn bounties for food, but after working for a while, he discovered that pirates are really a group of lawless people, and killing them has no psychological burden on Zoro at all. At this moment, Ike, who had finished negotiating with several Marine soldiers and tied up Bellameb, came over. He walked up to Zoro, took out the private Marine appointment letter and said to Zoro, Zoro, as long as you sign this private Marine appointment letter, then you will be a member of our private Marine. Marine? Don't you mean pirates? Aren't you in the same group? Zoro asked curiously. Advertisement, of course. Before Luffy could say the word, pirate, Ike grabbed him and whispered in his ear, idiot. You didn't notice Zoro were you resistant to joining the pirates? Let him join us first as a private Marine? Oh, Ike, you are so smart. After praising Ike, Luffy pinched his waist and said, yes, it's private pirates. Ah, no, it's Marine. Zoro. Without looking at Luffy, Ike looked at Zoro and said, how about it? As long as you join us, your punishment will be over. After hearing what Ike said, Zoro did not answer but looked at the little girl who looked at him innocently. Seeing this, Ike also knew what Zoro was thinking, and he continued, don't worry. Now that we are here, we will handle Menka's matter. Hearing what Ike said, Zoro raised the corner of his mouth and said, it's not impossible to join you, but I also have my own ambitions. I want to become the world's best swordsman. If I can't fulfill my ambition because of you, I will kill you with my own hands. When Luffy heard this, he laughed and agreed. Ike said as he cut the ropes that bound Zoro with his wind blade. Ambition leads to motivation. Just as Zoro was released from his restraints, the gate to the school grounds was opened again, and then the base's top officer, Colonel Menka, walked in with dozens of Marine soldiers. Who dares to run wild on my territory? Menka has a huge iron jaw and a giant axe in one hand. It is also because of this characteristic that he is called Axeman Menka. Several soldiers who had surrendered to Ike suddenly trembled when they saw the axe hand Menka. For them, Monka is a nightmare that hangs over the entire town of Shields. At this time, Ike came over and faced Menka and took out his private Marine appointment letter again. When Menka saw the seal of Marine headquarters printed on the letter of appointment, he also trembled in his heart. He knows best what he did in Shieldstown. If he is caught, he will definitely be imprisoned for life. Thinking of this, a cruel look appeared in the eyes of Axeman Menka. Regardless of whether the boy who claims to be a private Marine in front of him is a real Marine, Monka will not let him leave Shieldstown alive today. Advertisement, HMPH, pretending to be a Marine senior executive, damn. As soon as he finished speaking, the Axeman Menka took 2 steps back, led the soldiers behind him out and said, shoot these people to death. Seeing this scene, Kebi and the little girl turned pale with fright. Zoro, Luffy and Ike looked at the Marine soldiers with their guns expressionless. Haha. Zoro smiled and said, your private Marine doesn't work either. Hearing this, Ike smiled awkwardly and said, well, no matter whether it works or not, this guy probably won't let us go, so let's just do it. At the same time, a group of Marine soldiers had fired, but Luffy blocked them all with his body and bounced all the projectiles back. It's useless. It's useless. As he spoke, Luffy cleared a large area of Marine soldiers with a rubber whip. Seeing this, Menka said solemnly, are you actually a devil fruit user? Everyone, give up using guns and let me chop them to death with knives. Naturally, Ike would not watch Luffy fight alone. He wrapped his hands around the violent airflow and rushed forward. Just to know, will the justice points be deducted for defeating Marine? Thinking of this, Ike randomly knocked a Marine away. After discovering that the justice value was not deducted, he let go. In just a few breaths, all the Marine soldiers in front of Monka were knocked down by Ike and Luffy, leaving only the helpless Monka and Beru, who was tied up and could only say, ooh, Mabel. Menka, you are under arrest, Ike said righteously. Arrest me? You are not qualified, I am a fool. Before he could say the word, card, Ike knocked him away with the roar of the Sky Dragon. When Menka was defeated, Ike also received a notification that the justice value had arrived. There are 2 points in total, one is the 10 justice points obtained after defeating Menka. The other was 1500 justice points that saved the entire town of Shields. Ike also didn't expect that just by defeating Menka, he would be able to obtain such a generous justice value. As expected, defeating the scum Marine is also an act of justice. Chapter 8 The first 10 consecutive silver draws in restaurants in Shieldstown. Echo, Luffy and Zoro are feasting. Zoro has been hungry for more than 10 days, and his appetite is naturally amazing, but even so, Zoro is still not as big as Luffy. All I can say is that Luffy's rubber fruit is too buggy, and there will be no problem if he eats it as much as he wants, and Luffy's own digestive ability is also amazingly strong. Just after the 3 of them had finished drinking and eating, a group of Marines walked into the restaurant. The leader of the Marine captain saluted Ike and said, Your Excellency, the private Marine general, don't know how to deal with Colonel Menka. Hearing this question, the citizens of Shields Town present also set their sights on Ike. For the people who have been oppressed all year round, directly executing Menka, the culprit, is naturally the best result, but this is not a choice they can make. Ike thought for a moment and took out Garp's phone bug. Garp, who was at the Marine headquarters, took out his exclusive phone bug from his pocket after hearing a series of puff, puff, puff sounds. After the phone worm picked up the phone worm turned into a handsome face with sharp edges. Who? Garp asked while eating senbei. Master Garp, I am Ike. Oh, Ike, did something happen to you and Luffy? Garp asked curiously. It's not a big deal. Immediately, Ike informed Garp about Shieldstown. Garp was also angry when he heard that there was such a bad Marine in Shieldstown. Detain him first, and I will return to Donghai in the next 2 days to personally escort him to the Marine headquarters. Yeah, got it. After saying that, Ike hung up the phone, then looked at the Marine soldiers and said, Don't worry. Someone will handle it in the next few days. Just now. The person who just spoke couldn't be that Marine hero Lieutenant General Garp, right? The leader, Captain Marine, asked with an incredulous look on his face. Advertisement, yes, it's him. Other side. After hanging up the phone, Garp showed a smile. From Ike's words, Garp could tell that Luffy did not dislike the so-called private Marine. In this case, as long as he operated the Marine well, even if Luffy was flying the pirate flag, it could be regarded as private. Marine logo. Who says Marine can't carry the skull and crossbones flag? They're privately owned Marine. As long as Luffy doesn't take the initiative to go against the world government and doesn't cause big trouble, Garp can help him. Suddenly, Garp started to smile triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I'm really smart to come up with a private Marine. Looking back to Shieldstown, after settling the matter with Monka, Echo, Luffy and Zoro embarked on their journey again. As for Kirby, he still stayed at the Marine base in Shieldstown as in the original work. The only difference may be that he was not beaten by Luffy because he wanted to break off the relationship with Luffy and the others. And, before leaving, Luffy held a grand banquet in Shieldstown. The original story was that because Luffy was a pirate, the Marine in Shieldstown couldn't let them stay for a long time, but it's different now. Now Luffy and the others have saved the entire private Marine in Shieldstown. It's natural to have a party or something, not a problem. Above the sea, Zoro was lying on the boat bored and taking a nap, holding his Wadao Yijimoji. Luffy was eating the food that Marine and the little girl's mother had prepared for him. As for Ike, he opened the system panel again. After saving the civilians in Shieldstown, he gained another 1,500 points, which was enough for him to draw 10 consecutive silver draws. Seeing that he had a balance of more than 1,700 points, Ike thought about it for a while and then decided to try a wave of 10 consecutive silver draws. In fact, Ike's original plan was to save 10,000 points to use for 10 consecutive gold draws. But, human nature is like this. Once you have money, you want to try Oyibo. Just do it as he thought. Ike opened the silver level lottery wheel and started 10 draws in a row. Advertisement. Obtain. Sea bicycle, bronze level item, a bicycle that can be ridden on the sea. Acquired. Wooden sword Toyako, bronze level item. Toyako wooden sword is a weapon from Jin, the protagonist of the Gintama world, and he purchased it from TV shopping. Obtain. Incredible wine gourd, bronze level item, pour any liquid into the gourd and what comes out will be wine. Obtained. Zanpakuto shallow fight, silver level item. The initial form of the Zanpakuto in Shinigami's hand can evolve into a real Zanpakuto. Note. The conditions for use of this item have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Obtain. Telekinesis practice manual, silver level item. You can learn the telekinesis ability in Full-Time Hunter. Note. The conditions for use of this item have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Obtain 3 portions of delicious barbecue, bronze level item. This is a very delicious barbecue. Note. Be careful that it is so delicious that it bites your tongue. Open black lens bracket get, super waterproof watch. Close black lens bracket bronze level items. Watches with super waterproof capabilities. Get an exclusive fashion opportunity, bronze level items. You can change the appearance of the clothes according to your own ideas. Get. A box of Very Coke, bronze level item, very delicious Coke. Obtain. Boxing technique flowing water rock breaking fist, silver level item. A powerful punching technique from the world of One Punch Man, which can be trained to break mountains and crack rocks. 10 draws completed. Through this lottery, Ike also roughly understood the general differences in the items obtained from bronze, silver, and gold. The things drawn at the bronze level are basically daily necessities or food. In short, they will not have any effect on increasing strength. Silver level items are all auxiliary or items that can become stronger, but becoming stronger requires your own development and training. Gold level items are relatively simple and crude. As long as you draw them, they will be a piece of strength. You can use them directly after drawing them, and you can directly enhance your own strength. Just like the Dragon Slayer magic crystal. After figuring out the lottery mechanism, Ike took out the 3 silver level items he drew this time. The training manual for the shallow attack and yen ability and the training manual for the Liu Suiyin shattering fist appeared directly in his hands. Luffy, who was eating, saw 2 books and a knife suddenly appeared in Ike's hand. He stopped stuffing the food and looked over curiously. Ike, where did the knife in your hand come from? As he spoke, Luffy took the Asaru in his hand and started playing with it. Zoro, who was dozing, opened his eyes when he heard, knife. The first thing he saw was the sword in Luffy's hand. Chapter 9. Recognize Zoro as master. Luffy wakes up. The scabbard and handle of the shallow cut sword are pure black, which can be said to be the completely opposite color to the word Wado in Zoro's hand. Zoro felt the difference between Qian Da and immediately said to Luffy, Luffy, bring me the knife and see. Luffy wasn't very interested in swords. He still liked cool things like shields or armor, so he threw the sword directly to Zoro. Zoro took the shallow blow and immediately felt a connection between his mind and his heart. And what Zoro didn't notice was that just as he picked up the shallow hammer, the word Hedao on the side lit up, and then a ray of light penetrated into the shallow hammer. It's really a good knife. I think it is also one of the 21 skills of a sharp knife, Zoro said with admiration after pulling out a shallow strike. Hearing Zoro's words, Ike smiled and said, Zoro, you'd better put it down. Be careful because it won't be able to pull it out. Zoro is not someone who takes away someone's love. He put the knife back into its sheath and immediately placed it in front of Ike. Ike didn't say anything. He must keep his first shallow strike for himself. The game of shallow fighting should require cultivation and communication, so that shallow fighting can evolve into a Zanpakuto. I don't know when I will be able to get another shallow strike, so I'd better keep this one for myself. I can also practice my sword skills by the way. Just after Ike's hand touched Qian Da, he frowned suddenly, thinking that he actually felt resistance from Qian Da. Huh? You actually resisted me? Could it be that this Qian Da already has a mind of his own? Thinking of this, Ike looked at Zoro in disbelief. Zoro and Luffy had both touched this knife before, but when Luffy handed the knife to Zoro, the knife should be fine. In other words, this knife actually recognized its owner so quickly. Oh my god, what is going on? Qian Da recognizes its master, which means, it is already a Zanpakuto without a name. Thinking of this, Ike glanced at Zoro helplessly and said to himself, this guy is really lucky. Thinking of this, Ike said to Zoro, Zoro, this knife belongs to you, it has chosen you. Zoro was still a little confused after hearing what Ike said. Huh? What do you mean it chose me? Could it be that this is a demon sword? Zoro also knows something about the demon sword. The demon sword will choose its own master. If it is not used by the person it chooses, it will gradually become crazy and bloodthirsty. Haha. Ike smiled and said, just think of it as a demon sword. Advertisement. Hearing this, Zoro revealed a smile and secretly said, a demon sword? I want to give it a try. Immediately, Zoro picked up Qian Da without hesitation. Picking up the sword again, Zoro felt a sense of empathy in his heart, as if this sword should have belonged to him. Ignoring Zoro who was playing with shallow punches, Ike focused all his attention on the training manual of Flowing Water Breaking Rock Fist. The Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist is a boxing technique that is both offensive and defensive. The move is as its name suggests. After it is performed, this move will topple over the opponent like clouds and flowing water, causing the opponent to be defeated without any resistance. The defense can even prevent water from pouring in. Moreover, there is no upper limit to the flowing water rock shattering fist. The stronger the user's physique, the greater the power of the flowing water rock shattering fist. While Ike was immersed in the flowing rock breaking fist, he didn't notice that Luffy had taken the telekinesis training manual from him and started reading it himself. I don't know how long it took, but Ike finally read the entire book, Lu Shui Sha Sha Fist. Moreover, he also combined the flowing water rock breaking fist with his own heavenly dragon slaying magic in his mind, so the power can definitely be doubled. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the sea surface of the boat where the three people were riding. Ike looked up and saw that the surface of Luffy's body, with his eyes closed, was constantly releasing white steam. What the hell? Luffy has developed second gear now. Just when Ike was surprised, he saw the telekinesis training manual placed next to Luffy. Could it be that Luffy is practicing Nen? Then isn't this white mist life energy? Ike, who has watched Hunter, knows that if a large amount of vitality energy is lost, his lifespan will be shortened or he will die directly. Just when Ike was about to warn Luffy, he saw that the life energy on the surface of Luffy's body began to gradually gather, forming an invisible energy film on the surface of his body. At the same time, Luffy also opened his eyes. Woohoo! I succeeded. My body suddenly became so comfortable, Luffy said with a smile as he jumped. Ike himself also read the telekinesis training manual just now. In Ike's view, if you don't meditate for a few days and nights, let alone practice trance, it would be good if you can master the sense of chi and feel the existence of chi in your body. Advertisement. But what about Luffy? He just looked at the training manual and directly awakened Yen by exploring. Giving Luffy a genius title is definitely not too much. Is this what is called great wisdom and foolishness? Zoro discovered Luffy's abnormality and focused on him. At this time, Zoro could feel a sense of danger from Luffy, something he had never felt before. But when he took a shallow hit with his hand, this sense of danger faded. So hungry. Because of the loss of a small amount of life energy, Luffy began to eat crazily, and soon all the food on the ship was eaten. But even so, Luffy still shouted that he was hungry. At this moment, Luffy discovered a big bird in the sky. Seeing the meat, he stretched out his arms without hesitation to catch the bird, but who could have imagined that the bird was so big that not only did Luffy fail to catch it, but he was hung up in the air with his head on his head. It was also held tightly in the bird's beak. Ike. Zoro. This idiot. Zoro cursed and started paddling frantically. He knew that Luffy was a devil fruit user and would definitely die if he fell into the sea alone. Zoro and Ike paddled like crazy, but no matter how hard they paddled, the boat couldn't pick up much speed and couldn't catch up with the giant bird flying in the sky. Seeing this, Ike asked Zoro to hold on to the hull, while he came to the stern and took a deep breath. The roar of the sky dragon. As soon as the dragon's breath went down, the whole ship flew up as if it had eaten a magical cookie. Just as the boat rushed out, Ike's system panel reminded him that he had 3 more points of justice. This made Ike a little confused and didn't know what happened. As everyone knows, just as the boat flew out, a small boat with the logo of the Buggy Pirates was shattered into pieces by the impact, and the 3 pirates on the boat also sank into the sea unluckily. Chapter 10. Meeting Nami in Orangetown. Nami, who had short orange hair, ran wildly on the streets of Orangetown, with several pirates chasing her behind him. Nami is being hunted because she stole the great root chart that Buggy stole from Monka. Thief! Look, where are you going? Although Nami was not slow, she was still blocked by several pirates. Just when she didn't know how to escape, Luffy fell from the sky and brought up bursts of smoke. Seeing such a good opportunity and the candidate to dump the blame, Nami was also happy in her heart. Just when he was about to fool a few pirates into saying that the man who suddenly appeared was his boss, another burst of wind came. This time, it wasn't a person, but a ship with 2 people heading towards this man. The location comes flying. The direction of landing happened to be where a few pirates gathered. With a boom sound, the ship Ike and Zoro were riding exploded, and the pirates affected fell to the ground. Another amount of justice has arrived. Ike, you are so messy. Zoro stood up with his sore legs and said, aren't you okay? If you fail at this little thing, how can you still be the number 1 in the world? At this moment, Luffy ran over and shouted excitedly, Ike, Zoro, what are you playing? It feels so exciting. You must take me to play next time. Okay. Ike waved his hand and then turned his attention to Nami. After seeing Nami, Ike rolled his eyes, pointed at her and shouted, which thief are you? You. Please give back the 20 million belly you stole from me. Nami. Nami really wants to say who are you? Nami has indeed stolen a lot of people's money, but she has never seen this handsome young man in front of her. The most important thing is, she has never stolen 20 million in one go. Hey, don't be slanderous. When did I ever steal so much money? Nami said angrily. HMPH, I'm not talking about 20 million in cash, but 20 million worth of gems. Having said this, Ike directly took out his ID, which was the letter of appointment from the private marine and said, Nami, the thief, you have been arrested by me. Nami looked carefully at the private marine appointment letter and was shocked to see it. Advertisement: 1 private marine fleet admiral and 2 private marine generals. Seeing these 3 positions, everyone in Nami went numb. As for who is the other private marine general besides Ike, Of course it's Zoro. Before letting Zoro board the ship, Ike asked him to sign the private marine appointment letter. Now Zoro has become a workman who made Ike stronger. As long as the pirates defeated by Zoro do an act of justice, they will bring justice points to Ike. After being stunned, Nami smiled awkwardly and said, "You got the wrong person, I'm not a thief." As soon as he finished speaking, Nami turned around and ran away. Nami's adoptive mother Belmere was once a marine soldier. Although she was a female soldier, she knew a lot about many things inside the marine. Marine Fleet Admiral and Marine Admiral are extremely powerful beings. And Nami doesn't have the slightest fondness for marine either. If the first one she hates is pirates, then the second one is definitely marine. If it weren't for the evil dragon's collusion with marine, the evil dragon wouldn't have been working in Cocoa West Village, Nami's hometown, for so many years. Seeing Nami about to leave, Ike smiled and then said to Luffy beside him, "This little girl is a very powerful navigator." Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard about the powerful navigator, and he immediately chased after Nami. But before he took 2 steps, Luffy fell to the ground. So hungry, Ike, do you have anything to eat?" Seeing Luffy slumped on the ground, Ike was speechless, and then took out some food from the cozy hut and handed it to Luffy. After Luffy had eaten and drank enough, he was full of energy again. Luffy, who had just stood up, looked around and laughed. "Where is it? Where is it? Where is my navigator?" "She ran away a long time ago." Luffy was not discouraged when Ike said that the navigator had escaped. He. I have a feeling we will meet again." Other side. After leaving the streets of Orange Town, Nami took out the nautical chart for the Grand Line. Looking at this nautical chart that was of no use to her, Nami gritted her teeth in frustration. Finally, she decided to give up the nautical chart and find a way to make a fortune in the Buggy Pirates. Advertisement. The most important thing now is to earn enough 100 million to redeem Kokoja Village from the hands of the Dragon Pirates. After figuring everything out, Nami came to the Buggy Pirates alone and handed over the navigation map to express his surrender. The reason was that he broke up with his 3 original partners. The 3 partners she calls are naturally Luffy, Zoro and Ike. Nami's plan was to bring the Buggy Pirates into conflict with the 3 guys who called themselves Marines, while she quietly found the Buggy Pirates' treasure house and stole all the treasures. The plan was perfect, and just as she thought, Buggy did believe her words and sent his capable subordinate Mochi to capture the 3 of Luffy. "Navigator, where are you?" As Luffy walked on the street, he would shout something from time to time. Seeing Luffy's weird brain circuitry, Zoro looked at Ike speechlessly and asked, "Does he often do this?" Ike shrugged and said, "Just get used to it." Just then, a huge lion appeared, with a man wearing a ridiculous hood sitting on the lion's head. That was none other than Mochi and his lion companion Leaky. Shouting to that straw hat boy, "Are you Nami's former partner?" Mochi looked at Luffy and asked coldly, "Nami? Oh, yes, she is our navigator. I am still looking for her. Do you know where she is?" Seeing that the other party admitted it, Mochi didn't want to continue communicating with the other party, so he directly ordered his pet Leaky to attack Luffy. The huge claws swatted towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy dodged nimbly, and then shot the Mochi off the lion's head with a rubber pistol. Mochi fell just in front of Ike and Zoro. While Luffy was playing with the lion, Ike came to Mochi and squatted down, putting one hand on his head and trying to take off his hood. "It hurts." "What are you doing? You be asterisk 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 D. Huh, isn't this a hood?" "A hole. This is my hair, it's just that my hair is thicker." Ike. "Oh, got it." After there was no doubt about the headgear, Ike knocked Mochi unconscious with a straight punch. Other side. Luffy, who was tired of playing, also used a spinning windmill to knock Shili G into a coma, losing his ability to fight. Chapter 11. Battle against the Buggy Pirates. After dealing with Mochi, the 3 of Ike naturally chose to break into the Buggy Pirates base camp directly. After all, the navigators of their own group were still in their hands. After arriving at the Buggy Pirates base camp, the 3 of them were already targeted by the muzzle of an artillery piece. In the eyes of all the Buggy Pirates, as long as the fuse is lit now, the 3 ignorant guys below can be blasted into slag. "Nami, since you have joined our Buggy Pirates, this certificate of nomination is handed over to you. You can send your former partners on the road with your own hands." After saying this, Buggy motioned to his pirates to hand over the torch to Nami and let Nami light the fuse herself. The surrounding pirates also began to cheer, and kept shouting, "Fire the guns." Nami looked at the 3 of Ike and was very conflicted in her heart. Although she hated pirates and marines, it was really hard for her to let him kill people with her own hands. But if he didn't fire, he would definitely die miserably. At this moment, Luffy, who was not far away, looked at Nami with a smile and said, "It seems you don't have the consciousness to challenge the pirates." Hearing Luffy's words, Nami became angry. "Does your so-called enlightenment mean killing people?" "No." Luffy shook his head, and then said something very skillful, "It's the consciousness of risking his own life." Luffy's words stunned Nami. At this moment, an impatient little pirate saw that Nami was still reluctant to take action, so he grabbed the torch from her hand and said, "A newcomer is a newcomer, and it takes a while to light a fire." After saying this, the pirate put the torch close to the cannon fuse. Seeing that the flame was about to touch the fuse, Nami subconsciously took out her 3-section stick and knocked the pirate unconscious. Realizing that Zai couldn't bear to stop him subconsciously, Nami also knew that something was wrong, and immediately bowed and apologized to Buggy. Buggy was very angry, he hated people cheating him the most. So Nami, you want to be my enemy? You should stop fooling people. With a roar, Buggy ordered his men to kill Nami. Luffy, who was not far away, would naturally not let his navigator get hurt. When Nami knocked out the pirate who wanted to set him on fire, Luffy knew that she must be his partner and his navigator. Luffy rushed forward to block Nami, and used a rubber whip to knock the oncoming pirate away. Advertisement seeing this, Ike and Zoro also rushed forward. Zoro did not use 3 knives this time, but only took out the shallow strike he had just obtained from Ike. Zoro wanted to use the Ito style to get a good feel for the new sword. Even if they are just one sword style, these pirate minions are no match for Zoro. Zoro basically uses one sword at a time. At this moment, a man riding a unicycle and holding a long knife appeared. This was Kabaji, the second in command of the Buggy Pirates. Kabaji's swordsmanship is completely integrated with his own juggling skills, so it looks a bit nondescript. Facing this kind of swordsman who was not a swordsman, Zoro had no intention of fighting with him. He clenched his hands and struck lightly, and then his speed suddenly increased, and he was behind Kabaji in an instant. Kabaji was still planning to release his top, but at this time he discovered that there was a blood mark on his chest that was deep enough to show the bone. One sword style, ghost slaying. Only then did Kabaji hear the name of the move shouted by Zoro, and then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. In this way, the only leader of the Buggy Pirates is Captain Buggy. Originally, Buggy thought of a sneak attack when he saw his subordinate Kabaji fighting Zoro. But who would have thought that Kabaji would be chopped down by Zoro after just one encounter? Buggy was very angry, not only because his men were cut down one by one, but also because the straw hat on Luffy's head reminded him of the man he had always hated in his heart, the red-haired Shanks. Many years ago, Shanks and Buggy were trainee pirates in the One Piece Roger Pirates. At that time, I got a devil fruit while fighting other pirates, but almost no one on Roger's pirate ship would eat the devil fruit. However, thinking that devil fruits could be sold for 100 million belly, the clever Buggy planned to fake them and then sell them on the black market with the devil fruits. The plan went well, but just when Buggy was admiring the devil fruit in his hand and the treasure map he had secretly hidden before, Shanks suddenly appeared and was so frightened that he stuffed the whole devil fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. At the same time, the treasure map in his other hand also fell into the sea. It was also because of this incident that Buggy engraved Shanks' name in his heart and mind. Advertisement looking at the straw hat on Luffy's head, Buggy narrowed his eyes, and then shot out his right hand to sneak attack Luffy. Just when his hand was still a few meters away from Luffy, Ike appeared and stepped on Buggy's hand. Carrying out a sneak attack, isn't this too embarrassing for the former members of the Roger Pirates? Hearing Ike's words, Buggy was also shocked. He thought to himself, how did he know this? For Buggy, although he was very proud of his identity as a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, he did not dare to tell anyone about it. If anyone found out, he would definitely be targeted by Marine. In the East Daxia Sea, the happy days will no longer exist. Thinking of this, Buggy looked at Ike with murderous intent in his eyes, and then activated his ability to split the fruit, and flew out with the other hand holding a dagger, aiming directly at Ike's throat. Seeing this, Ike dodged calmly, and then used Liu Suiyan's shattering fist to hit the hand he was stepping on. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connect to the heart. Ike's punch directly made Buggy doubt his life. Other parts of his body also began to twitch in pain, and he even lost control of his ability to split the fruit. After this punch, Ike also confirmed one thing, that is, Buggy is not a big boss who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger as analyzed by many netizens. He is really weak. Ike lifted his foot and let go of Buggy's hand. After Buggy's hand returned to his body, Buggy blew into it like crazy, hoping to relieve the pain in this way. After feeling that the pain in his arm was gone, Buggy was about to say something harsh to Ike when he heard a rubber, bazooka. Then he felt a pain in his abdomen and flew out. Luffy, you can actually carry out sneak attacks, Ike said with a smile. No, Luffy shook his head and said, I think he seems to be ready, so he took action. Luffy's current combat effectiveness is much stronger than in the original work, mainly because he has initially mastered Nen, and he also has enhanced Nen abilities. As for why you know that Luffy is an enhanced type, of course, it is a conclusion reached through character analysis. All in all, people in the enhancement department have very simple minds. To put it bluntly, they are inferior. This fits Luffy's character very well. Chapter 12 The banquet will be held wherever you go. The battle is over. Except for Captain Buggy, all members of the Buggy Pirates were tied up with ropes by Ike, and then they used a phone bug to contact Marine in Shields Town to come here to take over. Ike won't be like Luffy, who will just leave after the fight. Pirates are pirates. If you don't deal with them after the fight, they may come back to this orange town to take revenge on the citizens here. The only regret may be that Buggy was not arrested together. Just as Ike was tying up the pirates, an old man wearing homemade armor came here with a group of townspeople. Everyone was a little confused when they saw that the Buggy Pirates station was in a mess and all the members of the Buggy Pirates were tied up. Who are you? Did you do these? The mayor asked curiously. Oh, we're the sea. Seeing that Luffy was about to admit that he was a pirate again, Ike decisively covered his mouth, and then said, we are a private marine dedicated to serving the people. I heard before that there are pirates here who are causing trouble. We are here to deal with these pirates. After saying this, Ike also took out the letter of appointment from the privately owned marine. When they heard that the other party was Marine and that he had produced his ID, the townspeople immediately cheered. The townspeople of Orangetown were also exploited by the Buggy Pirates. Not only was they exploited, Buggy would also fire a few Buggy shells from time to time to destroy the town. Now that they know that the Buggy Pirates have been eliminated, everyone feels like Buggy is hanging over their heads. The shells seemed to have disappeared, and I felt very happy. The excited townspeople started the banquet by lighting a bonfire at the Buggy Pirates station. It has to be said that in the world of One Piece, neither marine pirates nor civilians have any resistance to activities such as banquets. Seeing that there was a party, Luffy also had a good time. Last time in Shields Town, Luffy had a lot of fun. In Luffy's opinion, this is the free life that a pirate should have, and he would hold banquets wherever he goes. As everyone knows, if it weren't for Ike's status as a private marine, he would even be expelled, let alone holding a banquet. I want to be a man who is One Piece. Maybe the party was too exciting, so Luffy shouted out his catchphrase. It was also these words that immediately silenced the noisy banquet. Ike knew something was not going well and immediately shouted. Advertisement, that's right, Luffy is going to be One Piece, man. Luffy didn't find anything strange about Ike's strange sentences, he just wanted to be a One Piece man, so there was nothing wrong with him. Instead, the townspeople immediately understood the meaning of Ike's words, and then looked at Luffy with strange eyes. Zoro, who was drinking on the side, spit out a mouthful of wine when he heard Ike's words, and then began to hold his stomach and laugh wildly. Seeing this, Nami pointed at Zoro and shouted loudly, "This Zoro is going to become the world's best swordsman, man." Zoro. In this way, a cheerful banquet ended, and Luffy and his team embarked on a new journey. Just like leaving Shields Town, the townspeople of Orangetown also prepared a lot of food for Luffy. Luffy was also generous. He directly said that all the money Buggy had collected in Orangetown was returned to the townspeople. Luffy has no idea about money. In his opinion, the money should be returned to the townspeople. On the contrary, Nami was indignant at Luffy's behavior. After all, it was a treasure worth millions. This time when Orangetown defeated the Buggy Pirates, Ike thought he would get more justice points than Shields Town, but he didn't expect that he only got 1,000 points. Including the justice points brought by defeating the Pirates and Buggy, the total adds up to more than 1,100 points. But it's enough for 10 consecutive draws of silver. But Ike doesn't plan to draw the lottery now. He wants to save it and finally have a wave of 10 golden draws. On the boat, Ike took out the things he had drawn in the previous lottery. First of all, the sea bicycle. As the name suggests, a sea bicycle is a bicycle that can be ridden on the sea. There are floating boards on both sides of the bicycle, and the rear wheel of the bicycle becomes a propeller. As long as you step on the pedal, you can drive the propeller to spin. As for the speed, it's not fast, it's just a gadget for leisure and entertainment. Ike tried riding a bicycle and felt that it felt quite good to ride a bicycle with the sea breeze. No wonder Marine General Aokiji likes to ride a bicycle on the sea. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up after seeing the sea bike. It's so handsome. The bike. Advertisement. Seeing this, Ike handed the bicycle to Luffy and he took out the next item. They are Makuto Toyako and a sake gourd. Hanging lake toy around his waist, Ike focused all his attention on the wine gourd. The function of this wine gourd is that as long as liquid is poured into it, it can turn into wine. Thinking of this, Ike poured some seawater into it, then shook the wine gourd. After opening it again, a stream of water floated out of the wine gourd. Rich wine aroma. Zoro's nose suddenly twitched while he was dozing, and then he opened his eyes and looked in Ike's direction. I saw Ike take a sip of the wine in the wine gourd. Because Ike didn't drink, he spit it out after just one taste, because the alcohol content was a bit high. It was estimated to be at least 40 degrees. At this moment, Zoro's big face came close to him and he sniffed the wine gourd's mouth with his nose. Great wine. Did you conjure it up too? Yes, Ike nodded and handed the wine gourd to Zoro. Before taking out the things, Ike had already told a few people that he had the ability to conjure some magical things out of thin air. What's the use of a wine gourd? Why don't you produce gold? Nami said while looking at the navigation chart. Gold. There may be a chance, but it's not impossible to make a fortune from this wine gourd. Hearing the word, get rich, Nami immediately turned his head and asked curiously, is this wine gourd valuable? Nami had already thought about it. She would follow this ship for the time being and leave secretly when she found the opportunity. She would not become a pirate. This wine gourd can make unlimited delicious drinks. As he spoke, Ike snatched the wine gourd from Zoro's mouth and poured all the wine into the sea. Hey, why did you pour it? You might as well let me drink it. Ike smiled and did not reply to Zoro's words. Instead, he showed the empty wine gourd. Finally, he poured a gourd of seawater into the wine gourd, closed the lid and shook it. After opening the lid again, the seawater in the gourd directly turns into wine. With this gourd, this sea can be turned into wine. Do you think we can make money with this? Ike said with a smile. Both Nami and Zoro were shocked by the function of this wine gourd. Nami, who quickly came to his senses, already had the idea of getting the wine gourd. Zoro took the wine gourd and drank a sip of wine, and his expression became excited. If this happens, there will be endless wine to drink in the future. Chapter 13. Meeting Usopp for the first time. Next, Ike took out 3 more delicious barbecues, a waterproof watch and a box of Coke. Just after Ike took out the things, Zoro, who had been playing with the wine gourd, suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Ike, do you feel like you are missing something? After hearing Zoro's words, both Ike and Nami started thinking, and finally shouted, where is Luffy? That's right. Ike has come up with so many interesting things, and it stands to reason that Luffy will definitely be interested in them. The three of them looked towards the sea, but they didn't see a single figure. Where did that idiot captain go? Zoro complained, holding his forehead. There. At this moment, Nami, who was looking around with a telescope, pointed to the distance and said, Luffy seems to have landed on that island. Zoro heard this and grabbed the telescope. When he saw that Luffy was indeed fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ike, next time you conjure something like a vehicle, don't let Luffy do it alone. Hearing Zoro's words, Ike also nodded secretly. He felt that Zoro was right. Not only could Luffy not be allowed to touch it alone, but Zoro, a road idiot, could not be allowed to touch it alone. Knowing that Luffy was fine, Zoro turned his attention to the box of Coke. Zoro has tested the function of the wine gourd before. As long as different liquids are poured into the wine gourd, the taste of the wine produced will be different. Is this for drinking? Zoro asked, pointing to the very Coke. Yeah. Ike nodded and then took out a bottle of Coke and handed it to Zoro. Zoro took a sip first and thought it tasted good, then poured it into the wine gourd. After a little shaking, what was poured out from the wine gourd turned into cola-flavored sparkling wine, which was very magical. Putting the waterproof watch on his hand, Ike picked up a piece of barbecue and started eating it. After the 3 pieces of barbecue were eaten by Ike, Zoro and Nami, the boat finally drifted to the edge of the island. At this time, Luffy was chatting with a man with a long nose. Next to them were 3 children with strange hairstyles. They looked like they were having a great time chatting. Ike knew that this long nose should be Usopp's next partner. Usopp is also a magical being in the Straw Hat Pirates. As the saying goes, Zoro is with the wind, Luffy is with the wind, and Usopp is in desperate situation. This famous saying is definitely not true. Usopp indeed has an irreplaceable position in the entire journey. Advertisement. I saw my partner coming. Luffy immediately introduced to Usopp. Usopp, let me introduce to you. These are my companions, Navigator Nami, Swordsman Zoro and Marine Echo. Usopp was confused. He understands both this Navigator and Swordsman. What the hell is a Marine? Through the conversation just now, Usopp already knew that Luffy was a pirate and also knew his father Jesus, so Usopp was particularly kind to Luffy. As if he saw Usopp's thoughts, Luffy smiled and patted Ike on the shoulder and said, he is a private Marine, not a regular Marine. Hey, it's not just me who is a private Marine, but you and Zoro too. After saying this, Ike glanced at Nami. Nami turned her head away when she saw this, indicating that she didn't want to speak. Previously, Ike also invited Nami to sign the letter of appointment for the privately owned Marine, but Nami simply refused. Nami doesn't want to have anything to do with Luffy and his gang. She will definitely leave if she finds the opportunity, and she will definitely not sign a letter of appointment for a private Marine. Oh, so, this little Ike is actually a pirate who dreams of becoming a Marine? Usopp found the key point directly. This also made Luffy laugh out loud, ha ha ha. Yes, he does dream of being a Marine. Ike. Seeing Luffy smiling so brightly, Ike directly sent him flying with the roar of the Sky Dragon. However, Ike's blow was too strong, so it didn't hurt Luffy, it just knocked him into a tree. When Luffy got up from the ground, he immediately became angry. Ike. You. How could you do this? Seeing that Luffy was a little angry, Zoro and Nami were a little confused. After all, when they were on the ship, several people beat Luffy. Luffy basically laughed it off, never cared, and didn't do anything. Captain Rack. Just when the two of them were curious, they heard Luffy continue to shout, You. Why is there such a delicious smell of barbecue in your mouth? Are you eating barbecue behind my back? Zoro. Nami. Advertisement, I'll go. This guy's nose is really sharp. Ike thought to himself. Seeing that the 3 of them were silent, Luffy knew that Ike and the others had indeed stolen some barbecue while he was away, and Luffy could tell from the taste that it was very delicious barbecue. Oh, we did eat it, and you had a share in it. Who told you to run away, so I ate it for you. Ike said with a smile. If you sneak away again next time, we might even sneak in some delicious food. After hearing Ike's words, Zoro and Nami also nodded. Usopp on the side was dumbfounded. Is this really the captain of a pirate ship? Why doesn't he have any airs that a captain should have? Usopp thought of this and suddenly looked towards the horizon and found that it was getting late. He also asked Kaya to tell a story. You guys, if you want to eat, there's a restaurant in the town. If you mention my name, Usopp, you can eat for free. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp took the 3 imps and ran towards the end of the path, which was Kaya's manor villa. Oh, all you can eat for free? After hearing that it was free and all you can eat, Luffy immediately forgot about Ike and the other 3 stealing food and started running towards the town. Just when he ran out a few steps, he suddenly thought of what Ike said before, and he slowed down again, planning to follow a few companions. Ike also smiled when he saw this, and then walked towards the town with a few others. On the way, Nami, Zoro, Ike and Luffy were discussing the issue of the pirate ship. After all, a few people certainly cannot rely on a small boat to enter the Grand Line. I think there is a very wealthy family on this island. We can go and ask if we can buy a boat. Ike pointed to the top of the mountain and said. After hearing what Ike said, Nami and Zoro nodded. However, Nami still raised a very critical issue. Even if there is a sailboat, we don't have the money to buy it. Do we have to rob it? When Nami said, rob, disgust suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ike shook his head and said, of course we don't rely on robbery. We can catch the pirates and send them to Marine in exchange for the bounty. I guess after 1 or 2 trips, the money for a ship will come out. Although there are not many pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and the most powerful pirates are only 1 or 2 million, there are still quite a lot of them. If you catch a few million level pirates, you will get enough money for the ship. Nami was relieved to learn that Ike was not trying to steal. Chapter 14 Baidu Kaluo's Conspiracy? Huh? Doesn't Usopp's name mean you can eat all you want for free? In a restaurant in Silab Village, Luffy pointed to a pile of empty plates and asked in disbelief. Huh? You said Usopp. You were deceived by him. How could he eat all you can for free? Even if it's a discount, it's impossible. It's almost like breaking a bone. The shop owner said speechlessly. So, you want to take advantage of Usopp's name to get free food? The store owner's words left Luffy speechless, and in the end he could only look to Ike, Nami and Zoro for help. Zoro, who had no money, could only hold his wine gourd and say nothing, while Ike smiled and said that he had no money. Nami. I can only rely on you. Luffy also knew that both Ike and Zoro were poor, so he could only look to the richer Nami for help. Seeing this, Nami sighed helplessly and said, I can help you pay the bill, but my interest rate is very high. Luffy immediately laughed when he heard that Nami agreed to help him pay the bill. As for the interest that Nami said later, he didn't listen at all. In the end, Nami paid Luffy. After eating and drinking, the 4 of them walked towards Kaya's manor. Halfway there, Luffy, who was looking around, noticed a strange man. He was wearing a blue top hat, a weird beard on his chin, and a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses. He looked very funny. The reason why he is strange is not only because of his appearance, but also because he always moonwalks backwards. Is that person so strange? Ike followed Luffy's gaze and saw Django's figure. Seeing him, Ike smiled and said, it seems like our ship doesn't have to go around looking for bounty criminals so much. After hearing what Ike said, Zoro also looked at Zangao and said, are you saying that this person is a prisoner with a reward on his head? Yes. Ike nodded and said, the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Master Hypnosis, has a bounty of 9 million. Advertisement, 9 million shouldn't be enough. Even a small sailboat needs at least 30 million to start. Nami frowned and said, haha. Of course it's not about his bounty, it's about the people behind him. Ike did not continue to explain anything and walked directly towards Zangao. Zangao heard footsteps from the side and looked over immediately. Zangao, the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates, you have been arrested. As he spoke, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and said. Zangao frowned immediately after hearing this. Luffy, Zoro and Nami have long been used to Ike's habit of handing out letters of appointment to the privately owned Marine Corps. Marine. Zangao was not afraid when facing Ike and the others. Instead, his eyes under the sunglasses flashed with murderous intent. The Black Cat Pirates had killed many Marines, but they were just 4 Marines who didn't even look like they had all their hair. He didn't take it seriously at all. Zoro felt the killing intent and immediately put his hand on the handle of the knife. It seems that you are not going to be arrested by us. As he spoke, Ike withdrew the letter of appointment from the private marine, and then assumed a posture of flowing water and rock-breaking fists, with his hands still wrapped around the air current of the Sky Dragon's magic. Zangao, on the other hand, didn't do any ink. Without saying a word, he threw the boomerang in his hand straight at Ike's throat. This boomerang is Zango's weapon. Its effect is that it can fly back on its own after being thrown out. Many people were fooled by his move, thinking that they had escaped the boomerang, but they didn't know that this thing can still fly back. Unfortunately, he met Ike. Ike had no intention of dodging. He raised his right hand and swiped lightly, and a wind blade slashed out and split the boomerang in half. Just when Zangao was surprised, Ikechu stepped forward and continued to punch out water-breaking rock fists. After just a few punches, the guy lost consciousness. With Ike's current strength, pirates with over 100 million levels are basically no match for him. After defeating Django, Ike asked Zoro to pick up the lying corpse, and they continued walking towards the manor. As soon as they arrived at the manor, Ike and the others saw Usopp punching a very elegant-looking man in the face and knocking him down. Seeing this, Ike also knew what had just happened. Usopp has been secretly coming to tell stories to Kaya, the mistress of this manor, to make her happy, but her housekeeper Crocodile has been preventing Kaya from contacting Usopp. Advertisement just now, Crocodile said in front of Kaya that Usopp's father was a dirty pirate, and that Usopp's body had the dirty blood of pirates. Upon hearing these words, Usopp became angry and punched Crocodile in the face. Just when Crocodile stood up and wanted to continue taunting Usopp, his eyes happened to catch sight of Django, who was obviously unconscious while being carried by Zoro. Seeing Zangao, Crocodile's eyes also narrowed. He is worthy of being the member of the Black Cat Pirates. He has a very strong endurance, he can only run away after being beaten. At this moment, Ike's voice sounded. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ike's words, and Crocodile, who was standing in the field, had murderous intent in his eyes. Crocodile is Captain Crow, who has a reward of 16 million. A few years ago, Crow was tired of the life of being a pirate, so he asked his deputy Zangao to hypnosis a marine soldier Monka, and asked Monka to return to the Marine branch with a fake Crow. In this way, the famous Captain Crow was captured by a little-known sailor, which also turned Menka into the current Colonel Menka. In order to have a peaceful life, Crow used a trick to enter Kaya's house and became a housekeeper. By the way, he killed Kaya's parents, leaving only Kaya as a fool. And his ultimate goal is to kill Kaya and then inherit the huge assets of Kaya's family. Even though Kaya only lives in Zailuabu village, and this small village, Kaya's family's business is spread all over the East Daxia Sea, or Crow won't bother to keep an eye on her family. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, but his identity was exposed by a strange boy, Crow was naturally extremely angry. Huh? Ike, who are you talking about, Crow? Could it be this old man with glasses? Luffy said, pointing at Crow. After hearing what Luffy said, Ike smiled and said, Luffy, your intuition is really sensitive. After everyone heard this, they all turned their attention to Crow in the field. Even Kaya looked curiously at the butler Crocodile, who had been with her for several years. Seeing this, Crow immediately put away his anger, then pushed up his glasses and said, my plan is about to be completed, and I really don't want my hands to be stained with blood again. Chapter 15 Baidu Kluo. Captain Crow's words immediately made Luffy and Zoro vigilant. Ike smiled and said, are you angry with shame? No, you guys won't make me angry? As soon as he finished speaking, Crow stepped on the ground with his feet continuously, and his whole person disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Zoro and Luffy were both a little confused. They didn't know that this guy was ready to fight, so why did he suddenly run away? Just when everyone was confused, Crow appeared again. Crow appeared again, showing his fighting stance. At this time, Crow was wearing gloves with long blades on his fingers. Okay, you can go die. Kaya, who was sitting by the window upstairs, looked at Crocodile with an expression of disbelief. In her impression, Crocodile was a serious brother who cared about her deeply, but the current Crocodile. No, to be precise, it was Crow, with that murderous look on his face, which made her a little overwhelmed. After all, they are family members who are very important to me. Crow will not pay attention to Kaya's thoughts at all. The only thing he wants to do now is to kill everyone at the scene, and then use Zango's ability to disguise the place as a robber and kill people. He has done enough drama. Seeing Crow rushing over, Zoro pulled out his sword, and Luffy subconsciously released his telekinesis ability to wrap around his body. Zoro, Luffy, just protect the others, leave this thing to me. Ike said something to the two people behind him, and then faced Crow's attack. Crow is also a well-known pirate in the East Daxia Sea, not only because of his scheming, but also because he is definitely strong enough. The silent step he pioneered has a similar effect to the Marine 6-stage middle shave. The only difference from shaving may be that Crow himself is not strong enough to exert the full power of this technique. As long as he uses all his strength, he will be unable to control the speed of his sudden rampage and will fall into a state of randomly killing people with a knife. This state is called the spoon. However, Crow did not use the spoon at this time. In his opinion, it was not necessary. Advertisement. Crow slashed at Ike with his finger blade, trying to take him away with one move. Seeing this, Ike leaned down to dodge. Just when Crow was about to slash towards Ike, he saw the airflow from Ike's hands hitting Crow's knees. Most of Crow's combat power lies in his speed. As long as he loses his legs, he is basically useless. HMPH, Crow snorted coldly, and took 2 steps back to avoid Ike's attack. However, his own hands did not stop attacking, and the 10-finger blade continued to attack Ike's body. But at this moment, a messy wind suddenly appeared on the surface of Ike's body and deflected Crow's 10-finger blades. At the same time, there was a sound of bone breaking in his knees. The severe pain caused Crow to fall backwards. At this time, Crow's legs had been interrupted, and it was impossible to stand up again. How did you hit me? Crow endured the pain in his knees and asked through gritted teeth. Only then did Crow notice that Ike didn't know when a wooden sword appeared in his hand, and it was Lake Toya. Because Ike was wearing ordinary shorts and short sleeves, having a wooden knife stuck in his waist was a little out of place, so he put it directly into the cozy hut and took it out when needed. The wooden knife. How could the wooden knife break my legs? Hearing Crow's words, Ike wrapped the wind around Lake Toya, and then smashed it hard. A stone half a meter in diameter was smashed into pieces. Seeing the wind wrapped around the wooden sword, Crow knew that the opponent was probably the legendary Devil Fruit user. Only then did Crow realize that it was not an illusion that his 10-finger blades were bounced away by the airflow before, it was true. Just after Crow was knocked down, Kaya came to the yard with the help of her servant Mei Li. Seeing Crow, whose knees were still bleeding, Kaya's eyes turned red. Seeing Kaya, Crow showed a wry smile and said, Kaya, I'm sorry I deceived you, but I couldn't help myself. In the future, you must take your medicine on time, and if possible, don't come into contact with children of pirates like Usopp. As a pirate, I know best what the nature of a pirate is. I can't take care of you anymore, just take care of yourself. Crow's words immediately made Kaya shed tears, and then she said to Ike and Luffy, guys, can Crocodile be left to my disposal? Hearing Kaya's words, Crow, who was lying on the ground, felt happy. He knew that with Kaya's kind character, as long as he said something that touched her, he would definitely protect himself. When his former crew members arrive, he, Captain Crow, can still make a comeback and kill all the insiders present. Hearing Kaya's words, Ike was speechless. Advertisement. Kaya should be completely silly and sweet, she is so easy to fool. Miss Kaya, your kindness is in the wrong place. Ike pointed at Crow and said, if I guessed correctly, he should have contacted his former crew members. It is estimated that a large number of pirates will break into Silop village before long to burn, kill and loot. Ike's words immediately made Kaya pale. Crow, on the other hand, was mentally scolding Zangao for being a loser. In his opinion, the reason why Ike knew so much about his plan was because Zangao revealed it. In the end, Kaya handed over Crow to Ike, a private marine. Crow knew that he was completely useless and didn't want to resist anymore. The next day, through interrogating Django, Ike already knew which entrance the Black Cat Pirates would invade, so he brought Luffy, Zoro and Usopp to stop them early. Usopp, you actually dared to stop the pirates with us, I'm really impressed by you. Zoro smiled while drinking wine and looking at Usopp whose legs were shaking. Hee. Usopp smiled awkwardly and said, I am the great Captain Usopp. How could I be afraid of the mere Black Cat Pirates? After finishing speaking, Usopp looked back. At this time, his sweetheart Kaya was standing in the woods behind, looking at him with worry. Time passed minute by minute. A huge pirate ship finally appeared in everyone's sight. Here we come. As he spoke, Zoro hung the gourd on his waist and pulled out 3 knives and said to Ike behind him, Ike, you have dealt with Crow, and the rest of the pirates will be handed over to you. Give it to me. Well, I leave it to you. Zoro and Luffy are both members of the Private Marine Corps, and whoever performs an act of justice will gain justice points. Just as Ike finished speaking, shouts of killing came from not far away. Zoro and Luffy also rushed down. What followed was a one-sided crushing battle. The pirate minions of the Black Cat Pirates were no match for Zoro and Luffy, and they were all knocked to the ground in a short while. Naturally, Usopp didn't do nothing during this period. He also used the traps laid out in advance and the slingshot in his hand to defeat several enemies. Chapter 16 The Sword God and the Sword Master of the Black Cat Pirates were completely eliminated, and Ike used a phone bug to contact Marine in Shields Town and asked them to take over the Black Cat Pirates. The Marine in Shields Town was a little confused when he learned that another group of pirates had been caught. All he could say was that it was indeed a private marine. The efficiency of catching pirates was too high. And every time there is a pirate group with a level of tens of millions, the Shieldstown Marine feels that if the private marine General Ike is wandering around outside, their Shieldstown Marine branch may be upgraded. If the branch is upgraded, their life will be easier, promotions, salary increases, etc. will be no problem. Last time it was the Buggy Pirates. Although Buggy ran away, his men could still gain a lot of achievements. This time, Baji Crow worth 16 million was caught. At this time, they also knew that Menka's previous achievements were completely fake and were completely used by Baji Kella. Alright. These pirates will probably be taken over in 2 days. After settling all the funeral matters, Ike and his party also planned to leave. Of course. They also got the ship, which is the Golden Merly in the original work. Kaya bowed deeply to Ike and the others and thanked them. Thank you so much for helping me and the islanders. You're welcome, you also gave us a very nice boat. Ike glanced at the Golden Merly and said with a smile. Just as Ike finished speaking, a burst of screams came from halfway up the mountain. Immediately, everyone saw Usopp rolling down the hillside with a huge package on his back, and he was about to hit the Golden Mary soon. Seeing this, Luffy and Zoro decisively kicked Usopp in the face to help him stop. In this way, Usopp became the 5th member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Golden Melee left the island where Zailuobu village is located and headed to the next stop. After defeating the Black Cat Pirates and saving Silop village, Ike once again gained a lot of justice. Obtained 30 justice points by defeating Baji Crow. So far, Baji Crow has the highest single target justice value, which is 15 points higher than Buggy. The reason for this is not because of the difference in bounty and strength between the two, but the degree of evil they committed. Advertisement: the extent of Buggy's evil deeds is really not worth mentioning compared to Crow. When Crow was the leader of the Black Cat Pirates, he was a murderous existence, and even Marine was not spared. Buggy will never take the initiative to provoke Marine, let alone massacre civilians for no reason. At most, he will destroy people's houses and collect protection fees. This is the reason for the gap in the justice value between the two. In fact, it is similar to the evaluation of bounties. A higher bounty does not necessarily mean a strong person, or he may be an evil person who has done many evil things. As for killing the entire pirate group, Ike gained more than 100 justice points, saved Silop village and Kaya, and gained 1,000 justice points. In this way, Ike received another 10 consecutive silver draws of justice. However, Ike still did not choose to draw a lottery, but continued to save and wait for 10 consecutive gold draws. Above the sea, the Golden Merly is still moving forward leisurely. One day ago, several people set foot on a rare beast island full of strange animals, and saw an uncle who was fused with a box. After just taking a short rest on the beast island, the few of them set off again. On the deck, Ike was practicing the flowing water rock fist, and Zoro was maintaining his 3 swords. Nami was studying the telekinesis learning manual that Ike took out. Nami wanted to become stronger, so Ike lent her a training manual to read. Maybe it was because Nami's training qualifications were indeed not as good as Luffy's. She had meditated for many days and still didn't feel the slightest bit of energy. This made her feel uncomfortable. She wants to give up. Finally, it's Usopp and Luffy. The two of them were playing with the cannons on the Golden Melee. The two of them used the rocks in the distance as targets. Luffy fired several times but didn't even hit the edge of the rocks. But when Usopp fired, it was a blast. Just when the two were excited, a man with a long knife climbed onto the Mary and roared, "Get out of here, pirates!" Zoro, who was maintaining the props, was stunned when he heard the voice and said to himself, "Why does this voice sound familiar?" Luffy ran over as soon as he heard it. When the man saw Luffy, he raised his knife and struck him. "You are the ones who want to kill my partner? What are you talking about?" Luffy dodged the attack, but the attack damaged the Golden Merly. Advertisement seeing that the ship he had just acquired was slashed, Luffy was very angry, and immediately took action against the man who was looking for trouble. At this moment, Zoro, Ike and others also gathered around. Seeing Zoro, the man immediately got up and said in a surprised tone, "Brother Zoro. Why are you on this pirate ship? Hey, isn't this Johnny? Why isn't Joseph with you?" Hearing Zoro's words, Johnny remembered that his good partner was still waiting for him, and then, Johnny carried Joseph, who had only one outlet and not much air intake, onto the Mary. Joseph started vomiting blood a few days ago, and the old wounds on his body have opened again. Originally, I took Joseph to rest on a reef not far away, but the pirate ship suddenly fired at the reef. Joseph, who was already seriously injured, now even more so. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny started to cry. After listening to Johnny's words, Luffy and Usopp both opened their mouths. They knew that it was because of them testing the cannon that Zoro's friend was seriously injured. Knowing it was their fault, Luffy and Usopp bowed and apologized to Johnny and Joseph at the same time. At this moment, Ike came over, took a quick look, and said directly, "He is suffering from sepsis. Just give him some fresh fruits. Luffy, Usopp, go to the warehouse and get some oranges to feed him." After hearing what Ike said, the two immediately rushed into the warehouse and took out a lot of oranges. At first, the two of them squeezed the orange juice carefully, but later they simply stuffed the whole orange into Joseph's mouth, hoping that he would recover quickly. Sigh. It seems that there should be a professional chef on the ship, or we may also encounter this situation. Various diseases caused by unbalanced nutrition will appear on the ship for a long time. With a chef, if so, there is no need to worry about this. After hearing what Ike said, Nami and Zoro also agreed deeply. Only Luffy continued to stuff oranges into Joseph's mouth. Joseph is worthy of being called the God of Swords. He only recovered from near death after being fed a few oranges. The so-called Sword God is the title given to Joseph by the Hymes. As for Johnny, he is the Sword Master. After the two introduced themselves again, Joseph vomited blood and fell to the ground again. Seeing that his good friend had recovered, Johnny also began to talk familiarly with other people. "If you're looking for a chef, I have a good place to go." "Where?" Luffy asked excitedly. "That's Restaurant Barati. Chapter 17. Are you just called Iron Fist?" Somewhere in the East Daxia Sea, a huge round ship with a fish head bow was floating on the sea. There are countless sailboats docked next to this ship, all of which are moored by guests who come to dine here. This is the most famous sea restaurant in the East Daxia Sea, Barati. And this is where Ike and Luffy are aiming. This is the Restaurant Barati. Johnny pointed at the sea restaurant not far away and said with a smile. "The food here is very delicious. It's absolutely no problem to hire a chef here." Hearing Johnny's words, Luffy's mouth almost watered. At this moment, a medium-sized warship came slowly and gradually approached the Golden Melly. Just when everyone looked wary, a man stood on the deck of the marine warship. "A pirate flag I've never seen before." After murmuring, Fenbuddy shouted to Ike, "I am Captain Iron Fist Finbuddy of the Marine Corps. The pirates across the way, please tell me your name." Seeing that the other party asked him to state his name so solemnly, Luffy immediately stood up and said, "My name is Luffy, and I want to." But before Luffy could finish his sentence, Ike covered his mouth. Throwing Luffy aside, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and said, "I am General Ike of the Private Marine Corps. I wonder what this Captain Funbuddy does." "Private Marine? Do you think I'm blind? Are there any Marines that fly the skull and crossbones flag?" As he spoke, Funbuddy waved his hand, and several Marine soldiers immediately aimed their cannons at the Golden Mary. Seeing that Funbuddy was about to take action, Ike pointed to the seal on the appointment letter and said, "Look, this is the seal of Marine Headquarters, and it was printed by Lieutenant General Garp of Marine Headquarters himself. If you want to take action against us, be prepared. Be mentally prepared." After hearing what Ike said, Fenbuddy immediately stopped his men. Fenbuddy's own abilities are not strong, and he was promoted to Captain Marine solely because of the name, Iron Fist, and his desire for stability. So after hearing what Ike said, he immediately gave up the attack. "HMPH, it doesn't matter whether it's a private marine or a pirate, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys go." After finishing speaking, Fenbuddy hugged the beauty in the red dress beside him, waved his hand and said, "Get out of here before I change my mind." The beauty in the red dress saw Fenbuddy looking so majestic and unrestrained, and immediately kissed him on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Luffy is still angry with Zoro. "Ike, can I beat him?" Advertisement Luffy said as smoke came out of his nostrils. Ike doesn't have a good impression of guys like Fenbuddy who have no strength, no courage, and most importantly, love to show off. "Okay, but I'll let you do it later and you can do it again." Hearing what Ike said, Luffy smiled and started gearing up. After giving instructions to Luffy, Ike shouted to Finbuddy's back, "Hey, you call yourself Iron Fist, does Lieutenant General Garp know?" I only know one Iron Fist in the entire Marine, and that is Marine Hero Iron Fist Garp. You even dare to pretend to be a Marine hero. I think you are really cowardly. After listening to Ike's words, Fenbuddy didn't react at all. The group of Marines under him started talking first. I think this young man is right. Captain Finbowdy is indeed a bit shameless. Yes, I have wanted to ask the captain to change his name before. I wonder if Lieutenant General Garp knows about this matter. Will it implicate us? I don't know, but I heard that the generals in this headquarters are very scary beings. Hearing this, Fenbuddy finally couldn't help it anymore and turned back to Ike and shouted, "A-hole, it's none of your business what my name is." Of course it's none of my business. My private Marine appointment letter was issued by Lieutenant General Garp. Your current behavior is destroying Iron Fist Garp's reputation. Fenbuddy was very angry. The reason why he was called Iron Fist was because he had an Iron Finger Tiger Glove on his hand, which was not the same as Iron Fist Garp. It can't be said that it didn't matter. After all, the name Iron Fist was indeed useful and could intimidate. There are many pirates living there, but who said that only Lieutenant General Garp of Marine Headquarters can use the name Iron Fist? Thinking of this, Fenbuddy calmed down from his anger, and then he smiled provocatively and said, What's wrong with me using the Iron Fist name? Do you have the guts to hit me? Do you have the guts to go find Garp? Lieutenant General, sue me. Fenbuddy believes that people like Lieutenant General Garp, who have everything to do all day long, don't care about such trivial matters as names. As for hitting myself, haha. There are dozens of Marines behind me. If they really dare to take action, it's not necessarily who will suffer. Hearing what Fenbuddy said, Ike also laughed. I have never seen such a request. As he spoke, Ike patted Luffy on the shoulder and said, "It's your turn, beat him hard, and try to hit him in the face. And Zoro, go help Luffy stop those Marine minions." The two men responded and jumped onto the deck of the warship. Fenbuddy was also stunned when he saw this. Are you crazy? You really dare to be an enemy of Marine? Advertisement. As soon as Fenbuddy finished speaking, Luffy's fist hit him in the face. Ike didn't pay attention to how badly Fenbuddy was beaten. He directly took out the phone bug and contacted Garp. Hello. What's going on with Mr. Ike? That Mr. Garp, we met a group of people who used your name to cheat. The most important thing is that the B********** D who calls himself Iron Fist actually used your name to pick up girls. You are so angry about this. This incident has shown us that if it were spread by others, it might be like the hero Iron Fist eating young grass for the old and disrespecting the old cow, and the hero Garp who is very old. Garp. Listening to Ike's words, Garp was speechless for a while. When Luffy saw that his grandfather's name was being trampled on, he couldn't bear it and beat the man. Is there any problem? Garp was also stunned when he heard Ike's words. He didn't believe that Luffy would get into a fight over something like this. Garp even suspected that Luffy didn't even know what his name was. But soon, Garp also knew the purpose of Ike's call. He was probably looking for his help to smooth things over. Okay, tell me, who did you beat up? Garp said directly. Gate of opening. Oh, he's a captain of the Marine branch, calling himself Iron Fist Fenbuddy. Garp. I'm just a captain from the Donghai branch. I'll just fight. There's no need to call me to inform me. Oh, aren't first afraid the Marine will misunderstand it. Also, our private Marine flag has been drawn up. It is a skeleton with a straw hat. Do you think? Can you help us operate it too? Garp. Garp patted his forehead and said, I know, but you have to make sure that Luffy doesn't cause any big trouble. For example, I can deal with Marine distribution, officers from the headquarters, or even generals, but I can't handle it. You should understand. Ike knew that the World Noble Draconians should be what Garp was talking about. Garp also knows his grandson's character very well. If World Noble offends Luffy, he will really dare to punch him. The implication of what Garp said to Ike was that it's okay to cause trouble, and it's okay to beat up Marine, but try not to provoke World Noble. If he really provoked the Celestial Dragons, Garp would have a hard time keeping Luffy. Although Luffy would not be executed, he would at least lose his identity or freedom. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Garp picked his nose and said impatiently. Wait. Ike glanced at the restaurant not far away, then touched his empty pocket without a penny, and finally said, Mr. Garp, the phone is connected. You can follow me no matter what. Let's talk about that fake Iron Fist. Chapter 18. Sanji appears. Just like that, while chatting with Garp, Ike jumped onto the opposite warship. At this time, Funbuddy had been beaten into a pig's head. As for his Marines, they didn't dare to move without Zoro. You are openly hostile to Marine. I want to report it to Marine headquarters. None of you can escape. All of you will be investigated. Before Funbuddy could finish speaking, Ike came over and handed the phone bug to him. This Captain Iron Fist, the Lieutenant General Iron Fist across from me wants to talk to you. Hearing Ike's words, Funbuddy was also stunned, and then the phone bug sent to him came out with a somewhat familiar voice. Oh, your nickname is also Iron Fist. What coincidence. Funbuddy had heard this voice before. It was a year ago when Lieutenant General Garp went to inspect their branch. Walking around blindly. The voice he was lucky enough to hear was none other than Marine hero Iron Fist Garp. Are you Lieutenant General Garp? I'm sorry that I used your name. I will change it right away. From now on, my name will be Cotton Fist Funbuddy. Oh, that's not necessary. After all, the name Iron Fist is not unique to me, but please let these private marines go. They're also my direct marines after all. After hearing what Garp said, how dare Fenbuddy refuse? Don't worry, Lieutenant General Garp. I was just joking with them before. I didn't do anything to them at all. Fenbuddy, who was wearing a pig's head, said such words, which made the beauty in the red dress who was picked up by Fenbuddy laugh. Just when Fenbuddy was complimenting Garp, Luffy put his arm around Ike's shoulders and said, Ike, why did you contact my grandpa again? I felt a little hairy when I heard his voice. I always felt like he was coming back to catch me. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike shrugged and threatened, Hey, why do you think your grandpa hasn't come to arrest you yet? It's not because I used my identity as a private marine to fool you through. If I and your grandpa suddenly lost contact, he will definitely come to arrest you personally, and then you will really have no freedom. Ike's words immediately made Luffy give up the idea of throwing away the phone bug. Seeing this, Ike smiled and continued to ask, One more thing, let me ask you a crucial question, do you have money? Luffy didn't think twice and replied directly, No money. Advertisement, that's it, we don't have any money, but this marine does, because of your grandfather's relationship, we can live here for free. After listening to Ike's explanation, Luffy suddenly tapped his hands and said, I see, then let's go eat. At this moment, Fenbuddy carefully returned the phone bug to Ike. Captain Fenbuddy, you also know that you will feel hungry after strenuous exercise. Barati is just opposite, let's go to eat together. Hearing this, Fenbuddy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, No problem. Whatever the private marines want to eat today, I'll cover it all. After hearing this, Luffy stepped forward and patted Fenbuddy on the shoulder, smiling and saying, You are still a pretty good guy. Zoro also took back the knife, came to Fenbuddy and patted his shoulder and said, Thank you. Fenbuddy. At this time, Fenbuddy was on the verge of tears. Although he didn't know who these so-called private marines were, he could tell from Garp's tone that these guys definitely had a close relationship with Lieutenant General Garp. What Fenbuddy is most afraid of now is that Lieutenant General Garp will use his Iron Fist title to make trouble for him, the captain of the branch, if he is unhappy. So, he must take good care of these uncles in front of him. Fenbuddy glanced at the beauty in the red dress who was finally invited today, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Miss Emina, do you mind if the meal for two becomes a meal for multiple people? Emina, the beauty in the red dress, smiled and said, I don't care. Entering Barati, the person who greeted everyone happened to be Sanji, who was wearing a black suit, had blonde hair and circled eyebrows. When Sanji saw the two beauties Nami and Emina, he immediately turned into a little whirlwind licking dog and helped the two ladies pull out their chairs in an extremely gentlemanly manner. Zoro, who was drinking, curled his lips in displeasure when he saw this scene. For some reason, Zoro felt very unhappy when he saw this guy at first sight. After serving Nami and Emina, Sanji looked at Ike and the others expressionlessly. Advertisement, order what you want to eat. Hey, your service attitude is too different, Usopp stood up and shouted. Instead, Luffy sat there and started laughing, ha ha ha, feeling that this waiter was really interesting. Waiter, are you the chef? Luffy asked with a smile. Sanji glanced at Luffy and replied calmly, yes. Then why do you work as a waiter? Is it because the cooking tastes bad? Luffy asked again. This question made a tic-tac-toe appear on Sanji's forehead. The food I cook is the most delicious, and hurry up and order what you want to eat. Oh, in that case, come and be a chef on my ship. My pirate team lacks an interesting chef like you. It was so strange for Luffy to invite people. On the contrary, Fenbuddy, who had been silent and acting like an ostrich, became a little uneasy after hearing Luffy's words. Pirates? Isn't it a private marine? Seeing this, Ike quickly came to Fenbuddy and whispered, As you know, we are a private marine directly under Lieutenant General Garp. Naturally, we can't go around saying that we are a private marine when we go out to do missions. Our identity as a pirate is just for to deceive people. Oh. Fenbuddy also had a look of surprise on his face, feeling that this was very reasonable. If Zoro, Nami, Luffy and others hear Ike's words, they will definitely sneer, because whether Ike faces pirates, marines or civilians, the first step is to take out his private marine letter of appointment to prove his identity. Actually, Ike doesn't want to do that. He's afraid that if he doesn't do it, the system will no longer determine that his private marine is a marine. If this identity is gone, the system will be paralyzed. So, wherever I go, Ike must report his identity and registration number first. Maybe in the end, we will really have to form a private marine. Chapter 19 Ajin, who has countless identities, appears. HMPH, Sanji, how about you become a pirate with them? Hearing this voice, everyone turned around and saw Chef Zeppu wearing a tall chef's hat, a beard tied into two pigtails, and a prosthetic leg standing behind Sanji. Seeing Luffy looking over, Zeppu said expressionlessly, Just take away this troublesome brat who causes me trouble every day. This store doesn't need him anymore. Hearing Zeppu's words, Luffy smiled and patted Sanji on the shoulder and said, Look, this old man agreed that you should come with me. Come become a pirate with me. Sanji shook off Luffy's hand, gritted his teeth and growled at Zeppu, Smelly old man, I won't leave here. After saying that, Sanji returned to the kitchen with the menu. Zeppu took a deep look at Luffy and the others and left. Seeing this, Luffy scratched his head in confusion and said, Then the old man agreed, why does Curly Eyebrow not agree? Ike naturally knows about Luffy's problem. Zeppu was once a pirate, and Sanji was a trainee cook on a merchant ship. The two have nothing in common. The only thing they have in common is that they have the same dream, All Blue. All Blue is a mysterious sea area with all the marine ingredients from all over the world. It is the dream place of all sea chefs. Naturally, as long as they have the same dream, they will not be bound. What really created the bond was that Sanji fell into the sea and Zeppu sacrificed his life to save him, and even lost a leg in the end. The nickname of the pirate Zepp is Red-Footed Zepp. You can imagine what a foot means to him. The two were living on a deserted island. Zeppu gave Sanji the only food he had, but he just sat there and held on for a long time. It is precisely because of this that Sanji chooses to stay with Zeppu. Even if there is a chance to touch his dream, he has to choose to give up. He wants to repay Zeppu for his life-saving grace. Seeing Luffy's confused look, Ike told the story of Sanji and Zepp. After listening to Sanji's story, Luffy put a hand on his straw hat and said with a smile, "Sanji? He is the chef on our ship." On the contrary, Usopp was a little curious after listening to the story told by Ike. "Ike, how do you know that chef's past story? And it's so detailed, as if you've seen it with your own eyes." After hearing Usopp's question, others also looked at Ike. Regarding this question, Ike just said, "I have super intelligence ability," and dismissed it. Advertisement. While Ike and the others were chatting, Sanji finally brought out delicious food one after another. Naturally, during this period, Luffy once again made a crazy invitation to Sanji, and Sanji said that even if he died and jumped from here, he would not join the pirate group and leave Barati. Regarding Sanji's words, Ike said two words in his heart: "It smells so good." Everyone was satisfied with this meal except Fenbuddy. I have to say that Barati's food is really delicious. Fenbuddy, on the other hand, could only hold his empty wallet and cry secretly. Fenbuddy also didn't expect that just Luffy's food intake would make his small wallet slimmer. Not to mention adding Zoro, Ike, Usopp, and the Swordmaster. Just when Fenbuddy was thinking about how to make extra money next, a marine covered in blood suddenly burst into the restaurant. Finn. Captain Fenbuddy, no, it's bad, Krieg's men who were captured before have escaped. Upon hearing this, Fenbuddy immediately slapped the table and stood up. How is this possible? When we caught him 3 days ago, wasn't he almost starving to death? He hasn't been given anything to eat these days, so how could he still have the strength to escape? Just as Fenbuddy finished speaking, a gun barrel was aimed at the marine soldier's head. Ike knew that the almighty Ajin should be here. The reason why he is called the omnipotent Ajin is because as long as the character does not show his face, he can be said to be Ajin. Before Akin could shoot, Ike knocked the marine soldier to the ground with a wave of his wind-turned whip. It was also at this time that gunfire rang out. Then Ajin walked into the restaurant with a still-smoking musket. Akin lowered his head and glanced at the frightened marine soldier. He did not choose to continue shooting, but slowly walked into the restaurant and sat on a chair. "Hurry! Everything is ready. Let's serve." At this time, Ajin's expression was very terrifying, and he looked like an extremely vicious existence. Seeing this, Usopp hid behind Zoro and said to Fenbuddy, who was also a little scared, "I said Iron Fist Fenbuddy, aren't you Captain Marine? Hurry up and capture him." When Fenbuddy heard this, he quickly denied it. Advertisement. "Hey, don't slander me. What an Iron Fist. What an Iron Fist. My name is Cotton Fist Fenbuddy. Remember, Cotton Fist." "Okay, any punch is good, but you should go over and take down that pirate," Usopp said again. Instead, Johnny took out the wanted poster he carried with him and began to rummage around, and soon found one. He is the Krieg Pirates, the Ghostman Jin with a bounty of 12 million berries. Fenbuddy naturally knew Akin's information. In fact, if he hadn't seen Akin starving to death at that time, he would not have sent people to arrest him, because the pirate with a bounty of 12 million was not him at all. Can be dealt with. He, the distribution captain, is a pure parallel importer. I'll go out and call someone, please wait." After saying this, Fenbuddy looked like he was leaving the restaurant and wanted to go to the warship to call someone. Akin will definitely be arrested, but Fenbuddy will never put himself in danger. Just when Fenbuddy was about to leave, the chef from the sea restaurant came to Akin and asked him if he had any money. When Agent pointed his gun at the chef named Patty beat him up and even smashed the chair Akin was sitting on. The other chefs and restaurant guests around him cheered when they saw this scene. Only Sanji returned to the kitchen alone and silently made a portion of fried rice. After Patty beat Agent wildly, he threw him on the deck of the back door. Fenbuddy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also planned to go back to the warship code and then capture the dying Ajin. This Ajin is his hope for further promotion, and now is when he is at his weakest, so he must not be allowed to run away like this. But before he could walk out, Ike grabbed his shoulder. "Don't be so impatient, there will be big fish taking the bait soon." After hearing this, Fenbuddy was a little confused, but he still sat back in his chair. The big fish that Ike is talking about is naturally Krieg, the captain of the Krieg Pirates. Krieg is a despicable villain who does all kinds of evil. If he is defeated and caught, he will definitely gain a lot of justice. After pulling Fenbuddy back to his seat, Ike discovered that Luffy was missing. At this time, Luffy was on the deck at the back door of the restaurant, looking at Jin who was crying and eating fried rice. This scene also let Luffy know that Sanji is really a very good guy, and he became more determined to get Sanji on board. Chapter 20. The decision is yours. Fenbuddy. After Luffy returned to the restaurant, he told his other friends what he had just seen. You said that Curly Eyebrow made a fried rice for that ghost man Ah-Jin? Fenbuddy had an incredible look on his face. It was already difficult to catch Ah-Jin, and it would be even more difficult to catch Ah-Jin if he was full. At this time, Fenbuddy looked at Ike again with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Seeing this, Ike smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? There are big fish behind you." "Are you talking about Krieg?" Fenbuddy asked with a frightened expression. "That's right. If you catch Krieg, it won't be appropriate for him to get promoted or make a fortune." Ike's words directly petrified Fenbuddy. What kind of existence is Krieg? He is the overlord of the East Daxia Sea. The East Daxia Sea Marines sent out troops to encircle and suppress him many times but failed to capture him, and his fleet became larger and larger. Just when Fenbuddy wanted to leave this dangerous place immediately, the door of Barati's restaurant was opened from the outside again. Two people came in this time. One was Ah-Jin, whom he had seen before, and the other was the pirate Admiral Krieg, who was wearing a coat and golden armor lining. At this time, Krieg looked extremely weak, not as domineering as rumored, and he was swaying when he walked, feeling like he would fall down if pushed. "Hug. Sorry." Krieg, who was supported by Ah-Jin, said weakly, "I haven't eaten for a long time. Please give me some water and food." As soon as he finished speaking, Krieg fell limply to the ground. At the same time, people around him also began to discuss Krieg's affairs. Is this the pirate Admiral Krieg? He looks so embarrassed. I heard they just escaped from the Great Line, the pirate graveyard. Really, no wonder, after experiencing the baptism of the Grand Line, I guess I have no intention of continuing to be a pirate in the future. Huh? Is this guy back from the Grand Line? Luffy is very interested in matters related to the Grand Line. Humph. They just escaped. They entered the Grand Line without the determination to die. They're just small characters. It was Zoro who spoke. Zoro is such a person. Since he has set a goal, he will have no regrets if he really dies on the way to achieve the goal, but it is absolutely impossible for him to turn back, so he looks down on Krieg a little. While everyone was talking about it, Sanji came out with a bowl of fried rice and placed it in front of Krieg. Krieg smelled the aroma of the food and immediately wanted to reach out to take it, but Ike snatched it away in advance. Advertisement Ah-Jin on the side was very angry when he saw this. "Boy, what are you doing? This is the food Mr. Sanji gave to the captain." Sanji also frowned and looked at Ike. Ike smiled and said, "You always have to pay for meals. I think Mr. Krieg is wearing good gold armor, it should be quite valuable." "Hey, this is the food I cooked," Sanji said unhappily. "Huh, I know, but you are the chef on our ship, and I am the deputy captain, so I can naturally do business with your meals." Sanji. "That's right, Sanji is our ship's cook." Luffy also smiled and agreed. "Hole, who is going to be the cook on your ship?" Ike ignored Sanji and left Sanji to Luffy while he looked at Krieg lying on the ground. However, Ike knew that Krieg would not recognize anyone when he was full. In order to avoid trouble, Ike still had to prepare in advance. If Krieg didn't have the golden armor on his body, he would be no different from an ordinary pirate with brute strength. As for why not kill Krieg now, of course it was to leave a good impression on Sanji. Sanji and Jeppu are the kind of people who can't help a hungry person without helping them. If he really beat up Krieg, who was so hungry that he fainted, it would definitely leave a bad impression on Sanji, so it was better to prepare in advance and let Sanji see the true face of this guy. After all, don't offend the chef if you offend anyone, especially a chef who can make super delicious food. Regarding Ike's request to take off his golden armor, Krieg only thought about it for a moment before agreeing. He used his last strength to look at the entire restaurant and found that the biggest threat to him was probably the Iron Fist Fenbuddy. After spending so many years in the East Daxia Sea, he has naturally heard of Iron Fist. As long as the sea area where Iron Fist is located, he will not provoke him, because all the pirates touched by Iron Fist have been destroyed, especially near the Kingdom of Goa, which is completely a restricted area for pirates. As long as you step into the waters of Goa Kingdom, you will basically be GG if you encounter Iron Fist. However, Krieg felt that the Iron Fist in front of him was not as strong as he thought. As long as he was full, he should be able to handle it. After thinking about everything, Krieg asked Ah-Jin to help him take off all the gold armor. Krieg's golden armor is all made of real gold, and there is also a pair of diamond gloves. These are very valuable, and it is definitely not a problem to sell them for millions of belly. After putting all the golden armor into his cozy cabin, Ike handed the fried rice in his hand to Krieg. Advertisement. After Krieg took the fried rice, he didn't use a spoon and just grabbed it with his hands and put it into his mouth. Within 5 minutes, Krieg devoured all the fried rice. People in the pirate world are very strong, just like Joseph before, but after eating a little bit, Krieg regained all his strength, and murderous intent burst out in his eyes. "Thank you so much for your hospitality." Krieg lowered his head and thanked Sanji. Just when Sanji was about to light a cigarette, Krieg kicked him in the chest, sending Sanji flying several meters away. Seeing this scene, Luffy frowned. It turns out this guy is really a despicable person. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike nodded and said, "Yeah, or do you think why he couldn't stay on the Grand Line for a long time? It's because he is too despicable and has a bad character. You might disturb people's rest wherever you go, and then you'll be chopped down." Oh, so despicable people can't enter the Grand Line? This was also the first time Luffy heard this statement. Ike nodded solemnly and said, "That's right, so don't imitate him." The conversation between Ike and Luffy was not too quiet, so Krieg could hear it clearly. He was very angry. He didn't expect that he would be judged by two brats, especially the B********************* D who took off his golden armor. Krieg pointed at Ike and said, "Boy, give my equipment back." Hearing this, Ike pretended to be horrified and hid behind Fenbuddy. Fenbuddy thought that these private marines would choose to deal with Krieg, but who would have thought that this B*********** D who wanted to fish would be hiding behind him. Fenbuddy looked at Luffy, who was a little at a loss. Luffy had beaten him so hard that he was unable to fight back. He must be a strong man. But before he could speak, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Swordmaster and others stood behind him. The meaning is obvious, Captain Marine, it's time for you to perform. At this time, Krieg and the surrounding chefs and restaurant guests also focused on Fenbuddy. This forced Fenbuddy to step forward. He adjusted his collar a little and then said in a stern voice, "Krieg, I am Captain Fenbuddy of the Marine Branch. If you want to do anything wrong, you have to ask my fist first if I agree." Fenbuddy's words immediately ignited the audience. "Lord Fenbuddy, capture this despicable pirate quickly." "That's right. Master Fenbuddy is so handsome." Chapter 21 Fenbuddy vs. Krieg. My name is Fenbuddy. I was originally just an ordinary Marine. I finally became a captain of the Marine Branch by constantly giving gifts and seducing my boss's daughter. But now, I'm facing the biggest dilemma since first became a Marine, which is to challenge the pirate Admiral Krieg with a bounty of 17 million belly. My name is Krieg. I was originally the leader of a large pirate group with 50 pirate ships. Unfortunately, I was unlucky. As soon as I entered the Grand Waterway, 49 ships were overturned by some inexplicable guy, pirate ship. I was about to starve to death when I met a mentally retarded cook who gave me a bowl of rice. Originally, I wanted to bring some food back to my men and then rob the restaurant on the sea. But I met a man with the nickname Iron Fist, and now I have to challenge him to a duel. I'm a little panicked without the golden armor. Fenbuddy and Krieg looked at each other, and the onlookers around them became more and more nervous. Funbuddy, come on, beat him. Nami, who doesn't take things too seriously, raised his fist to cheer for Fenbuddy. Luffy also cheered, beat this despicable guy. Just when Fenbuddy was extremely nervous, Ike stepped forward and handed him a candy. Eat a candy. Sugar can relieve tension. Hearing what Ike said, Fenbuddy nodded, and then ate the candy handed over by Ike. But what he didn't notice was that there were 3 words written on the candy: no pain. After eating the candy, I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Fenbuddy felt less nervous inside. Looking at the people cheering for him, Fenbuddy finally chose to stand up. Seeing this, Krieg showed a despicable smile and said, "Ajin, I leave this guy to you." Ajin nodded after hearing this. Ajin did not dare to disobey his own captain's orders. But before Ajin could stand up, Sanji stood in front of him. Advertisement, Ajin, your opponent is me, Mr. Sanji. When he saw Sanji, Akin was speechless and didn't know what to say. He felt very sorry for Sanji. After all, Sanji gave him food and saved his life, but Akin came here with Krieg, and most importantly, attacked his benefactor Sanji. Seeing Ajin being stopped, Krieg twisted his neck and had no choice but to take action himself. Krieg took advantage of Fenbuddy not paying attention, strode up to Fenbuddy, and then kicked him out. This kick was so powerful that it directly kicked Fenbuddy away and smashed 2 tables. Fenbuddy thought he would be knocked out directly by this kick, but what he didn't expect was that Krieg's kick didn't hurt at all. It doesn't hurt. Am I overestimating Krieg? Thinking of this, Fenbuddy stood up, and his expression suddenly became extremely cold. HMPH, Pirate Admiral Krieg, is this all you have? It seems I overestimate you. Seeing Fenbuddy like this, Ike wanted to complain. Brother, can't you wipe the blood off your mouth before you show off? You're really affecting your personality. Krieg also didn't expect that his full force kick with the nature of a sneak attack did not cause much damage to Iron Fist. As expected of Iron Fist, Fenbuddy, who felt that the opponent was not very strong, took the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Krieg also put up a posture, and the next battle between the two was a passionate hand-to-hand fight with one punch and the other. Krieg is full of power, but Fenbuddy does not dodge at all. While Krieg beats him with a punch, Fenbuddy can also give Krieg a punch with his fist with his finger. After a while, both Fenbuddy and Krieg had a lot of bruises on their faces. The people around him felt excited when they saw this fist-to-fist fight. Especially Luffy. At this time, Luffy was already standing on the table and started to cheer Fenbuddy. However, this bloody battle only lasted less than 10 minutes and ended, and it was Fenbuddy who fell in the end. Advertisement Fenbuddy was very confused as to why he didn't feel anything in his body, but his body didn't have the strength to stand up anymore. Seeing Fenbuddy lying on the ground with a bruised nose and face, Krieg naturally would not miss this opportunity. He raised his big foot and planned to hit Fenbuddy directly with a headshot. At this critical moment, Luffy took action decisively, hitting Krieg's stomach with a rubber rocket launcher that had no armor at all. Krieg rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Fenbuddy also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was almost scared to death when Krieg raised his feet just now. Although Fenbuddy lost the bloody battle, he still received many respectful looks from those present. After all, Fenbuddy was facing the pirate Admiral Krieg, who had a bounty of 17 million belly. Not being able to win is not a shame, The real shame should be the deserters who dare not face it. Fenbuddy reluctantly sat up, and when he saw the people around him looking at him with admiration and reverence, he felt very happy in his heart. It was also his first time to experience being looked at with admiration by so many people. Just when Fenbuddy was feeling happy, a pain that made his soul tremble came from all parts of his body, making his breathing stagnate. Fenbuddy wanted to scream, but he had to grit his teeth to maintain his image. The painful areas were all areas where he had resisted Krieg's attack before. This also let Fenbuddy know that it was not that Krieg was weak before, but that he had no pain. Thinking of this, Fenbuddy looked at Ike. The change in his body was probably due to the candy given by Ike. Just as Fenbuddy was holding back the pain all over his body, a group of Marine soldiers came over and looked at Fenbuddy with admiration and envy. Then the Marine Lieutenant Junior grade standing at the front saluted, trying to impress Fenbuddy. D helped him up from the ground. They also saw the previous battle between Fenbuddy and Krieg. They thought that their parent was a sultry man who only flirted with girls every day and showed off his coolness under the guise of an iron fist, but they didn't expect that he also had such a manly side. In the end, Fenbuddy endured the pain all over his body and was helped out by several Marines. Just when these Marine soldiers were about to take the unconscious Krieg away, Agent got rid of Sanji, knocked Marine to the ground with several moves, and then tried to escape while carrying Krieg. Ike didn't stop him when he saw this, but Akin was stunned when he rushed out with Krieg on his shoulders. Why? We have all fled back to the East Daxia Sea, and this man still refuses to let us go. There was a single-person boat on the sea in front of Ajin. There was a man sitting on the boat. The man was wearing a black and red coat, carrying a cross on his chest, and carrying a long knife like a cross on his back. This is none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Jorikal Mihawk, also known as Hawkeye. Chapter 22 The reason why Hawkeye pursues the Krieg pirates. In the Barati restaurant, everyone heard Akin's somewhat desperate voice. Looking along the window, people in the restaurant also saw the expressionless Hawkeye sitting on the boat. This is the East Daxia Sea, and naturally few people know what kind of existence Eagle Eye is. There were only two people present who knew Hawkeye's identity. One was the red-footed Zepp who had been in the Grand Line, and the other was Zoro, who only went to sea with Hawkeye as his goal. Zoro's expression suddenly became extremely excited when he saw Hawkeye. Finally let me see you. When Ike saw Zoro's expression, he knew that this guy was definitely going to challenge Hawkeye. In fact, Ike wanted to stop Zoro from committing suicide. But Zoro is not the kind of person who gives up when faced with difficulties. He may have known at the first sight that he was no match for Hawkeye. But even if he knows, he still has to choose to challenge. He wants to see how big the gap between himself and the world's #1 is. In the original book, Hawkeye did not kill Zoro, but now that Ike is a butterfly flapping its wings, it is not certain whether Zoro will survive. Therefore, just in case, Ike must be prepared. Other side. Ajin looked at Hawkeye with a horrified look on his face and said, Why on earth are you staring at us? Our pirate group didn't provoke you, right? Hawkeye made a helpless expression and said, There is no special reason, just because you disturbed my rest. Just as Hawkeye finished speaking, Krieg, who had just been knocked unconscious by Luffy, opened his eyes in a daze. The first time he opened his eyes he saw Hawkeye. Maybe because he was a little confused, after seeing Hawkeye, Krieg immediately pointed at Hawkeye and shouted, Didn't I just see you shitting? Are you chasing me like this? After Krieg finished speaking, the scene became very quiet for a while. Hawkeye, who was originally expressionless, instantly became murderous. Immediately, he pulled out the black sword from behind, and a flash of sword light flashed, and Krieg's head branched out from his body. Even Akin, who was supporting Krieg, was killed directly. Only then did Krieg realize that he had said the wrong thing. Fenbuddy, who had just returned to his warship, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Krieg was beheaded, so he would be able to take the credit secretly. In the restaurant, Ike naturally heard Krieg's words. He first looked at Hawkeye, then at the boat at Hawkeye's feet, and then suddenly realized. Advertisement. Maybe it was because Eagle Eye was accidentally seen by Krieg while defecating in the open on his ship, and then Eagle Eye chased him all the way to the East Daxia Sea. Although Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman, he still has to poop. His small boat doesn't even have a cover, so it's normal for him to poop. Ike suspected that Hawkeye might be paddling at night with his black knife while no one was watching, but that's not necessarily the case. This also explains why Hawkeye, the majestic 7 warlords of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman, hunted down a pirate in the East Daxia Sea with a bounty of only 17 million. I just don't want anyone to find out about my embarrassment. I don't know, because how many unlucky people have accidentally seen Hawkeye rowing a boat and pooping? Other side. Hawkeye glanced coldly at the Barati restaurant and the marine warship not far away. At this time, he was considering whether to kill everyone here. Just as Hawkeye was deep in thought, Zoro walked out of the restaurant. The greatest swordsman in the world, I want to challenge you. Hawkeye looked at Zoro and said, If you challenge me now, you will definitely die, are you sure? My purpose in going to sea is to become the world's best swordsman. As he spoke, Zoro took the turban off his arm and put it on his head. Ike, who was still in the restaurant, saw that Zoro had already challenged the angry Hawkeye, and he was a little anxious. It looks like we're going to speed up the process. Luffy Usopp, open their mouths, I'm going to speed up. When Luffy and the two heard this, they immediately opened the mouths of Johnny and Joseph, while Ike held the candy box and kept pouring candies out. Every time he poured out one, Ike would take a look at the abilities it could bestow. Becoming mute, avoid water, super spicy, clairvoyance. The candies that gave them abilities were eaten by Johnny and Joseph. Although they couldn't be hurt, the candies also had some weird effects. For example, it is super spicy, super smelly, makes the body smell bad, aphrodisiac. Advertisement. Ike doesn't want to do this, but the mechanism of the candy box is that if you want to infinitely refresh the effect of the candies, you have to eat the previous candy. Just after Hawkeye accepted Zoro's challenge and stepped onto the Barati deck, Ike finally drew the candy that could save his life. The candy says, Resurrection. If you die within 15 minutes after eating it, you can be resurrected once in full health. Zoro's battle with Hawkeye will definitely be defeated in seconds, and the battle will never drag on for 15 minutes, so this candy couldn't be more suitable. Seeing Hawkeye pull out the knife he was carrying, he said in a casual tone, I don't have any smaller knife, so I'll just use this knife to play with you. Hawkeye's words naturally made Zoro feel humiliated. Just when he was about to take action, Ike's voice came and stopped him. Zoro, eat this and fight again. After saying that, Ike threw the resurrection candy to Zoro. Zoro, on his side, held the biting Wado Ichimonji in his hand, opened his mouth and swallowed the candy. Zoro didn't ask what Ike gave him to eat. After eating the candy, he rushed towards Hawkeye again. 3 sword style. Ghost slaying. Zoro was one of his signature skills when he came on stage, but he was easily blocked by Hawkeye. Moreover, he still used the knife in his hand to hold the focus of the 3 knives at the same time. Such a nonsense scene shocked Zoro. He continued to wave 3 knives in disbelief, but no matter how he attacked, Hawkeye could easily resolve it with the knife in his hand. This also made Zoro know how big the gap between himself and the world is. At this moment, Hawkeye yawned out of boredom and then said, I'm tired of playing. After saying that, Hawkeye no longer gave Zoro a chance to attack. He easily waved the knife in his hand and struck Zoro with a nearly 2-meter-long flying slash. The goal was to cut Zoro in half. Everyone watching the battle held their breath when they saw this scene. They know. Roronoa, the pirate hunter of the East Daxia Sea, Zoro, is about to die here. When Luffy saw that his crew was in danger, he wanted to rush out, but was held down by Ike. Luffy, calm down, I took out insurance, Zoro will be fine. As for the sword god and the swordmaster who should most come forward to look at Hawkeye, they turned into 2 fish and chased Nami. Just when Zoro challenged Hawkeye, Nami took advantage of this opportunity and drove the golden melee away from here alone. Ike had long noticed Nami's little move, but he didn't stop him. After all, he and others were going to take out the dragon pirates sooner or later, so it didn't matter if Nami went over to take a look first. The most important thing now was Zoro's safety. Chapter 23 Zanpakuto. Kuina. On the deck, Zoro watched a flying slash coming towards him. He wanted to avoid it, but only then did he realize that he couldn't move at all, let alone avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as the slash hit him. At this moment, the light strike he held in his right hand suddenly emitted a gleam of light, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared, blocking Zoro. It's really embarrassing, Zoro. The figure stretched out a hand to block the flying slash, then turned back to look at Zoro with a smile. Zoro looked at this familiar figure with a look of disbelief on his face. Are you Kuina? So am I really going to die? I'm sorry, Kuina, I didn't fulfill my agreement with you. Kuina. Idiot, Kuina scolded, Zoro, you shouldn't be the kind of person who gives up easily. If you don't want to lose so easily, then accept my power. While speaking, Kuina turned into a stream of light and re-entered the shallow fight. Say my name and let's become number 1 in the world together. Although Zoro saw Kuina, to outsiders, it was Zoro's knife that suddenly floated up and blocked Hawkeye's attack. Eagle Eye was also a little shocked when he saw this scene. Is there a spiritual knife? Being recognized by a spiritual sword looks like it's not easy. At this time, Hawkeye became somewhat interested in Zoro, and the original embarrassment due to being exposed by Krieg was somewhat downplayed. At the entrance of the restaurant, Luffy suddenly became excited when he saw Zoro's knife actively helping to block the attack. Zoro, he's fine. While talking, Luffy patted Ike on the shoulder and asked, is this the backup move you were talking about? It's so awesome. Ike wanted to say, my second plan is to let Hawkeye hack Zoro to death and then resurrect him. However, Ike didn't expect that the shallow striker would recognize Zoro so quickly, and even help Zoro withstand the fatal blow. I just don't know if Zoro has communicated with the Zanpakuto, or has he already known the name of the Zanpakuto and allowed Asaru to truly become a Zanpakuto? While Ike was deep in thought, Zoro picked up the squid floating in the air again. Advertisement, Kuina. Let's fight together. Just as Zoro finished speaking, the shallow light bloomed again. The originally black Zanpakuto instantly transformed into a white-handled and black-sheathed Zanpakuto. Because of the soul of Kuina, the name of this Zanpakuto is also called Kuina. It seems that you are a little different from before. While speaking, Hawkeye put away the knife and took out the black knife behind him. Boy, tell me your name, Hawkeye said solemnly. When Zoro saw Hawkeye finally pulling out his weapon, he also put on his strongest move and said, Roronoa Zoro. I will remember it, the long-lost strong man. I will use this most powerful black knife in the world to bury you in the sea. After hearing what Hawkeye said, Zoro still said expressionlessly, then I'm really grateful. Let's go. Kuina, the secret of the three-tongue style, the 3,000 worlds. As he spoke, Zoro began to spin the two knives in his hands. At the same time, Hawkeye rushed over with a black knife in his hand. The fight between the two lasted only for a moment, with blades intersecting, Zoro and Hawkeye standing back to back. There was a slash mark on the brim of Hawkeye's hat, while Zoro's chest was slashed, and the ordinary tachi in his left hand was shattered to pieces. Kuina, the world, is really big. While talking, Zoro put Kuina and Wado Yimon back into the scabbard, and finally spread his arms to signal Hawkeye that he could take action. Since Zoro stood up to challenge the strongest in the world, he was prepared to die. Seeing Zoro's movements, Hawkeye was stunned for a moment. Then I heard Zoro laugh and say, "The wound on the back is a swordsman's shame." Zoro's words made Hawkeye even more interested. Amazing boy. Hawkeye praised and then swung his knife. Blood immediately spurted out from the wounds on Zoro's chest and abdomen. An average person would definitely die from such an injury. When Luffy saw this scene, he roared with splitting eyes and rushed towards Hawkeye. Ike jumped into the sea and fished out Zoro, who had fallen into the sea due to inertia. Seeing that Luffy was also desperate to fight Hawkeye, Ike quickly said, "Luffy, wait, Zoro is still alive." When the eagle saw Zoro being fished out of the sea, his eyes suddenly became sharper. Advertisement: it's too early for you to die. My name is Mihawk, see yourself clearly, understand the world, and become stronger. No matter how long it takes, I will be waiting for you in the strongest position. Surpass the sword in my hand, surpass me, Luo Luo Noa Zoro. Hawkeye's words prove that he has recognized Zoro's existence. At this moment, Ike discovered something was wrong, that is, there was no response from Zoro at all. According to the plot, he should be holding a knife and saying something like, "I will never lose again." Usopp brought the first aid kit, and when Usopp and Ike checked on Zoro's condition, everyone was in bad condition. Zoro is now completely dying and unconscious. This makes Hawkeye, who has made a long series of passionate remarks, a little embarrassed. After all, from Hawkeye's point of view, it is very easy to kill him or not with his own micromanagement. Zoro will never lose consciousness, or seriously injured and killed. What everyone didn't know was that Zoro did not actually lose consciousness, but his soul entered the space of the Zanpakuto. Kuina. Still lost. Inside the Zanpakuto, Zoro has transformed into the person he was when he was a child, while Kuina is still the person she was before her death. Defeated, I remember you haven't beaten me yet, Kuina said with a smile. Kuina's words immediately made Zoro blush. I said I will surpass you sooner or later. Having said this, Zoro's expression froze and he smiled bitterly and said, "Forgot, there is no chance anymore." Kuina, what state are you in right now? The state. Kuina looked at her hands and said, I don't know, I've been here since you got that knife. Is it really a shallow fight? It looks like I'm going to ask Ike about it. Just as Zoro finished speaking, there was a pulling force that wanted to expel him from this world of Zanpakuto. At the same time, a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms and a face like Shira appeared behind Kuina. Seeing this, Kuina casually pulled out the knife stuck on the ground and started fighting with it. Zoro, who had been sucked into the air, was a little anxious when he saw this scene. He wanted to go down and help Kuina, but his body was completely out of control. I'm awake. I'm indeed awake. Ike, how did you do it? I didn't expect that killing people can also save people. Chapter 24 Stab Zoro to death. Ike. Zoro. His heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. Usopp said anxiously while bandaging Zoro's wounds. Damn. How could this happen? Ike was also a little anxious. In the original book, Hawkeye slashed Zoro in the same way, but nothing happened. At this moment, Hawkeye and Luffy also came to Zoro and took a look. When Luffy found out that Zoro was really about to die, he once again wanted to fight Hawkeye to avenge Zoro. Wait. Ike stopped Luffy again, and then raised his hand to look at the time. I found that the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye only lasted about 10 minutes. If we really kill Zoro now, we should be able to save him. Zoro had eaten a candy that had a resurrection effect. As long as you die within 15 minutes, you can be resurrected with full health. But if it takes more than 15 minutes, it's useless. Thinking of this, Ike took Zoro's Wado Ichimonji and wanted to give Zoro another knife and kill him directly. Seeing this scene, Luffy immediately became anxious. Hey, Ike, what are you doing? Hawkeye, on the other hand, was meditating the whole time. He was thinking, is it because his control has weakened? No way. I just shaved with a black knife this morning, but there was no problem at all. Or, Zoro's vitality is too weak, other side. Ike also explained to Luffy about the resurrection candy. After learning the effect of resurrection candy, Luffy no longer stopped him. Ike raised the knife again, and then stabbed Zoro in the heart without hesitation. His heart was penetrated, and Zoro's vitality immediately began to dissipate. Within 10 seconds, Zoro passed away. When Zoro completely lost his life, the wounds on his body began to heal slowly, and his heart gradually resumed beating. Usopp, who had been paying attention to Zoro's pulse, suddenly became excited when he felt Zoro's heartbeat. Then, Zoro's eyelids began to twitch. I'm awake. I'm indeed awake. Usopp shouted excitedly. Advertisement, Ike, you are so awesome, this is bringing the dead back to life. I didn't expect that killing people can also save people. Hearing the noise around him, Zoro finally opened his eyes. Kuina. There's danger. While speaking, Zoro looked at Ike. Ike. What happened to the knife you gave me? I saw Kuina, and I entered the world of the knife. There was also a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Now Kuina is in danger. Tell me how to do it again. Enter that world. Zoro's words immediately stunned Ike. Of course Ike knew what the knife he gave Zoro was, but it belonged to Kuina and the 3-headed monster. For a moment, Ike was really confused. Seeing that Ike was a little confused, Zoro told him about Kuina's appearance just now and his entry into the Zanpakuto world. After listening to Zoro's story, Hawkeye, who had been silent for the whole time, also looked surprised. He knew that Zoro's sword had a spirit, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Hawkeye has seen a lot of spiritual swords, and the most classic one is probably the demon sword. A sword with a soul will choose its own owner, but I have never heard of a sword with a soul, and it can also come out to chat with the sword holder. Thinking of this, Hawkeye thought of his own Black Blade Knight. What would it be like if Black Blade Knight also had a soul? After Zoro's narration, Ike was also a little confused. After all, he was not a Shinigami, so he only knew a little about Zanpakuto. Zoro, I don't know what's going on with you. But I think Kuina won't be in danger. If she is, the knife in your hand will probably be useless. If you want to know what's going on, you still need to do some research yourself. Unable to get the answer from Ike, Zoro didn't ask any more questions and instead looked at Hawkeye. At the same time, Hawkeye also looked at Zoro. Originally, Hawkeye planned to make another passionate speech while Zoro was awake, but after thinking about it carefully, so many people here just heard it, so it would be a bit embarrassing if he said it again. In the end, Hawkeye just said, "Don't let your sword down," and left here in his coffin-like boat. Zoro recovered, Krieg gave the head, and this battle was completely over. The only embarrassing thing was that Echo did not gain justice points in this battle. Advertisement. There is no other reason. The Krieg pirates were destroyed by Hawkeye, and Krieg was also killed by Hawkeye. He was almost the whole story. The biggest beneficiary of the entire battle was Captain Cotton Fist Fenbuddy. Agent was captured by him, Krieg's head was taken away by him in exchange for merit, and the pirates of Krieg's pirate group who were still alive and had become soft-footed shrimps were also captured by him. The most important thing is that Fenbuddy also gained great reputation in this battle. It can be said that fame and profit are both harvested. Sanji. Get on my boat. After the battle, Luffy stalked Sanji again. And Sanji still said, I will never leave Barati. Now that Luffy has identified Sanji, he will definitely not give up, so he uses the tactics of stalking. Ike found Zeppu and hoped that Zeppu could help find a solution. Zeppu also knew what Sanji was thinking. He didn't want to drag Sanji down to fulfill his dream, so he naturally agreed happily. Next, Zeppu and a group of Barati's chefs began to act together, saying that the food cooked by Sanji was unpalatable and brought trouble to the restaurant every day. Barati would be better off without Sanji. These words naturally angered Sanji. After getting angry, Sanji overheard the true thoughts of Zeppu and the chefs. In fact, they didn't want him and Barati to drag Sanji down. Going out to sea to find all blue was what Sanji should do, and that was Sanji's real dream. After learning everything, Sanji also decided to join Luffy's pirate group and become the chef on the ship. That's it. Sanji successfully joined the group. Just as Sanji made his decision, 2 strange-looking fish jumped onto the deck. This is also the first time that the chefs have seen someone so brave that they dared to jump into the fish in the sea restaurant. Naturally, several chefs caught 2 big fish. Boss Luffy, Boss Ike, Boss Zoro, Boss Usopp. Help. At this time, the 2 fish screamed. Everyone looked around after hearing the sound, and Ike was also stunned when they saw the 2 fish. Huh? Johnny, Joseph, why haven't you changed back yet? Ike was confused. It had been an hour or 2 since they ate the candy, but they still hadn't changed back. But it's normal if you think about it carefully. After all, they ate dozens of pills at once, and maybe the effects can be superimposed, but they don't know when they will change back. After learning that these 2 talking fish were friends of Ike and the others, Patty and the other chefs let them go. Chapter 25. Is it reasonable for the Straw Hat Pirates to ride on a marine warship? It was learned from Johnny and Joseph that Nami drove the Golden Mary alone into the realm of the dragon. Luffy, who had just left the sea, naturally didn't know what the dragon realm was, but Sanji, Zoro and the others did. Evil dragon. It should have the highest bounty in the entire East Daxia Sea. Zoro said, rubbing his chin. So, why would Ms. Nami go to the territory of a vicious pirate? Sanji has a very deep impression on Nami. To be precise, he has a very deep impression on any beautiful woman. No matter what, we have to find Nami. Our Golden Merly is still with her. Usopp was a little angry. In his opinion, Nami was already a partner, so why did he leave alone, and also took away his most important Golden Mary? Luffy smiled and said, of course we have to find her back, she is our navigator. Just like that, the Straw Hat Pirates set off again. But what's a little embarrassing is that, there is currently no ship that can carry them. Ike, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Johnny, Joseph, a total of 7 people. The purchasing boat provided by Barati can only seat 4 to 6 people at most. Although Johnny and Joseph are still in the shape of fish and can swim in the sea, there is no guarantee that they will turn back into humans midway. Knowing that the boat was not big enough, Luffy immediately raised his hand and said, I can ride a bicycle. Ike and Zoro decisively rejected Luffy's proposal. At this moment, Ike saw the two marine warships still moored next to Barati. I've thought of a way, we can go there on a warship. After hearing what Ike said, Sanji looked confused. Hey, we're pirates, right? Haha. Ike smiled and said, we are not only pirates, but also, private marines. After saying this, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and motioned for Sanji, who had just joined the group, to sign it. As long as you sign, Sanji will also be a member of the private marine. As for Sanji's position, like Ike and Zoro, he is a marine general. When Usopp saw that Sanji was also a general, he immediately said unhappily, Ike, why am I a lieutenant general? Oh, aren't you a sniper? Snipers are all lieutenant generals? Advertisement. Ike replied casually, oh, that's it. Although Sanji was still a little confused about what the private marine was, he still followed Ike and the others onto the marine's warship. On board the marine warship, Fenbuddy has just completed treatment. It has to be said that the human physiques in the pirate world are relatively strong. Even if Fenbuddy is just a sidekick, he can still recover in a short time after being beaten so wildly. Fenbuddy also trembled when he saw Ike. After his post-war review, he guessed that the reason why he felt no pain when fighting Krieg was probably because he ate the candy given by Ike. Although, he did get a lot of benefits from this battle, but the pain really hurt. The person taking care of him next to Fenbuddy was the beauty in the red dress named Emina. Judging from the way the two get along, it is obvious that Fenbuddy has successfully attracted Emina. The soldiers on the warship didn't have any objections to Ike and the others jumping onto the marine warship. The story of privately owned marines has been spread among these low-level marines. Especially the marine soldiers from Shieldstown spread the word about the private marine into the light of marine. Along the way, the private marine captured the evil-doing marine Captain Monka the Axeman, defeated the Buggy pirates entrenched in Orangetown, and completely annihilated the Black Cat pirates. These achievements can definitely promote an ordinary marine soldier to a major in the marine branch, or even higher. Therefore, many marine soldiers showed admiration and respect for several private marines in Ike. Soon, Fenbuddy, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed over by Emina. Haha. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm seriously injured and can't entertain you properly now. Although he knew that Ike had tricked him, Fenbuddy still chose to greet him with a smile. Not only because the other party has a relationship with Lieutenant General Garp, but also because he has indeed gained a lot of benefits from this beating incident. It is estimated that after returning, he will be promoted and raised in salary soon. Ike smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The first reason we came here is to see Captain Finbooty's physical condition, and secondly, we want to borrow your warship to go somewhere. Oh, it's just a warship, right? No problem. Fenbuddy decisively agreed. Advertisement. Before that, Fenbuddy asked his subordinates to notify the nearby marine branch to send marine warships to take over the Krieg pirates. Anyway, the credit has been taken and the funeral arrangements can be left to others. Knowing that Ike wants to borrow a warship, he can use this excuse to leave here so that he can do a lot less work. Everyone obeys orders. Currently, I will hand over the command of this marine warship to a few private marines. Upon hearing Fenbuddy's order, all the soldiers responded at the same time. Just a few miles after marines set out, Johnny and Joseph turned back into humans. Seeing this scene, Luffy and Usopp looked envious. I really want to become a fish too, yeah, it will be fun. Ike hit Luffy on the head and said, don't be stupid, you are a devil fruit user. While several people were talking, Fenbuddy asked curiously, I wonder where you are going specifically. Hearing Fenbuddy's question, Ike decisively answered, Dragon Realm. People in Fenbuddy were dumbfounded when they heard, Dragon Realm. The evil dragon domain is currently considered a marine restricted area. No one can enter except for the greedy mouse colonel. As long as other marine warships enter, they will be scuttled by the fishmen on the island. Don't even think about surviving. Fenbuddy also knew that the mouse must have a secret PY deal with the dragon. Why are you going to such a dangerous dragon realm? Fenbuddy asked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Our partner is in the dragon realm, and we are going to bring her back. Luffy didn't care at all about Fenbuddy saying that the dragon realm was dangerous. All he cared about was Nami. Fenbuddy thought for a moment, and then told Ike and others about the general situation of the evil dragon domain. The dragon territory of the East Daxia Sea is a territory that even the pirate marine will not enter, and the fishmen in it are not something that humans can deal with. I think your companion can enter the evil dragon realm. Either she is a person in the evil dragon realm, or she may have encountered something unexpected after entering. In Fenbuddy's view, all the ordinary people in Kokoja village in the evil dragon's domain should have been killed. In fact, Fenbuddy had never seen a fishman before. He just relied on his imagination to guess that fishmen were extremely cruel. This is indeed the case. The evil dragon and his men were quite cruel, but they did not massacre all the people in Kokoja village. The reason is also very simple, because the evil dragon wants to experience the feeling of enslaving humans. Chapter 26 Departure to the Dragon Realm. After persuading him to no avail, Fenbuddy could only follow Ike and the others in fear. Originally, Fenbuddy wanted to take a few people to leave first in a small boat, and leave the warship to Ike and the others. But, thinking of the glorious image he had just established, Fenbuddy gave up again. I, Funbuddy, will become the light of the East Daxia Sea Marine. After shouting in his heart, Funbuddy decisively went back to his room and prepared a white flag. If the ship was really scuttled by that group of vicious fishmen, he might still be able to survive by raising the white flag. On board the marine warship, Luffy and Usopp were wandering around, wanting to see what the inside of a marine warship looked like. When marine soldiers at work see Luffy or Usopp, they will take the initiative to salute to show respect. This makes Usopp feel very happy. After all, who would be so respectful to Marine when he is a pirate? It would be nice if he doesn't give a big DK. Luffy, is it really okay for us to pretend to be Marine like this? Usopp asked Luffy in a low voice. Huh? Who said we are fake? We are a real private Marine. The letter of appointment in Ike's hand is also real. In fact, Luffy was quite uncomfortable with his identity as a private Marine at first. But, after this period of travel, he discovered that sometimes the identity of a private Marine is really useful. There is no need to fight when you meet Marine, he will also entertain you with delicious food and drinks. As soon as he thought of this, Luffy and Usopp walked to the dining hall of the marine warship. Smelling the aroma of the cafeteria, Luffy's stomach suddenly rumbled. On the ship deck, Ike is trying to practice telekinesis. But he held the Nyan ability training manual and read it for a long time, but he still didn't master it. It's hard to imagine that Luffy got started after just watching it for a few hours. At that time, Ike thought that it was not difficult to practice telekinesis, so he spent most of his energy cultivating the flowing rock-breaking fist that could be combined with the dragon-slaying magic in the sky and quickly increase his combat power. But now it seems that it's not that practicing Nen ability is easy, it's just that Luffy is too evil. But this is normal, after all, Luffy is the son of destiny. Advertisement: the time from going to sea to the war on top was less than a year. In less than a year, Luffy went through various battles and developed first gear, second gear and third gear. After about a year of training, Rayleigh mastered the three-color domineering force. Then I sailed for another month, completed Katakuri's small class on seeing and hearing, and several large classes from Kaido-sensei, learned how to use Conqueror's entanglement with armed Sakura, and successfully awakened Luffy's Fruit Nika form, the final upgrade to the new Four Emperors. There are many strong pirates among pirates, but there is absolutely no one who can become as strong as Luffy so quickly. Thinking of this, Ike took another deep look at Zoro and said to himself, Zoro should be one of them. Don't think too much, since he has the system by his side anyway. He picks up the mindfulness training manual again, and Ike continues to try meditation. Other side. Zoro sat cross-legged on the deck with his eyes closed, Kuina placed on his knees. He was meditating, hoping that he could enter the world of Zanpakuto again and see Kuina again. But, at this time, Zoro couldn't find the feeling of being connected to the sword, as if Kuina was offline. While everyone was doing their own thing, a sailor hurriedly came to Ike and said, Mr. Ike is not well. Huh? Could it be that the fishmen are here? Ike asked with a frown. No. Sailor swallowed and said, it's Mr. Luffy. What happened to Luffy? Hearing that Luffy had a problem, Zoro and Sanji both looked over. He ate all the food we stored, Ike. Ike was speechless after hearing the sailor's report. Isn't it just some food? Ike said it in an understatement. It's not easy to get food in the vast sea. Fish can be caught casually. There are many great shipping routes with abnormal weather conditions. Even in the Grand Line, there are many strong men who dare to jump into the sea to catch fish. The marine soldier was also speechless when he saw Ike's understatement. Advertisement: just when Ike wanted to reassure the Marines not to panic, there was a sound of waves, and then a strange-looking Murloc jumped onto the marine warship. Where are you Marines? Don't you know this is the realm of evil dragons? The fishman said arrogantly as soon as he jumped onto the warship. The sailors on the watchtower saw the fishman jumping on the boat and immediately sounded the alarm. The alarm sounded, and all the sailors took up their weapons and came to the deck. Even Funbuddy, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed out. Seeing such a big movement, the arrogant fishman knew that these Marines were definitely not friendly forces. Just when the fishman wanted to jump back into the sea, Ike grabbed his neck. The fishman's neck was very thick, and his skin was slippery, so he was able to break free just by exerting force. Knowing that he could not jump back into the sea, the fishman planned to summon his companions to scuttle the warship. How could Ike let him get his wish? His fist was entangled in the airflow and shattered his jaw, making him unable to open his mouth to speak. Zoro, there should be fishmen down there. After saying this, Ike used a wind dragon's protection and cast it on Zoro. Zoro felt a soft airflow around his body. He knew that this was Ike's method. In fact, even if Ike didn't protect him, he planned to jump directly into the sea to fight the fishmen. If he couldn't even deal with a few little Murlocs from the East Daxia Sea, how could he stand in front of that man again? Zoro decisively jumped into the sea, intending to clean up all the fishmen at the bottom of the boat. The surrounding sailors and Funbuddy were all shocked when they saw this. Fighting fishmen in the sea is definitely an act of seeking death. Seeing this, Sanji said to Ike, I'll go down and help too. After hearing Sanji's words, Ike pointed to the sea. Sanji looked where Ike pointed, and saw a bunch of blood flowers blooming in the sea, and then the corpses of fishmen floated up. Ike looked carefully and found that there were no cadres of the dragon pirates among these dead fishmen. In fact, the reason why Ike added a buff to Zoro was to make it easier for Zoro to deal with the leaders of the dragon pirates. After all, Cadres are not on the same level as ordinary fishmen. In the original work, Sanji was tortured by fishman cadres under the sea, and he finally fought back when he returned to the shore. With the protection of Tianlong, Zoro can not only breathe in the sea, but also move as freely as on land without much resistance from seawater. Some are like the effect of water avoiding sugar, but the buff time depends on Ike. Chapter 27 Landing in Kokoja Village. Zoro quickly killed all the 20 or so fishmen at the bottom of the boat. At this time, Luffy and Usopp walked out of the cabin with their big bellies. "Is there an enemy attack?" Luffy said, shaking his shoulders. Ike pointed at the more than 20 fishman corpses floating on the sea and said, "The enemy has been annihilated. Oh, forget it." The Marines and Fenbuddy on the deck were all shocked when they saw the fishman corpse floating on the sea. Pirate Hunter Zoro, so strong. Yeah, those are fishmen, and Mr. Zoro can actually kill them underwater. With Mr. Zoro and the others, we may be able to take down the entire dragon pirates this time. After seeing Zoro's strength, many Marine soldiers began to imagine the scene where their branch of Marine captured all the strongest dragon pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Even Fenbuddy had such fantasies. If he really captures all the dragon pirates this time when he comes to the dragon realm, and if he does a little bit more to give gifts, he can definitely become the colonel of the Marine branch. Thinking of this, Fenbuddy couldn't help but swallow. What no one noticed was that there was a huge figure swimming towards the warship on the seabed at this time. After dealing with the patrolling Murlocs outside the evil dragon's territory, there was nothing much to say about the next journey, directly arriving at the island where Kokoja village is located. There are several fishmen on the edge of the island looking at this side, but they have no intention of taking action. There is no other reason. In their opinion, Marines cannot break through the outer patrol defense line. Being able to come in means that these Marines are their own. The warship quickly approached. As soon as they reached the shore of the pier, Zoro and Sanji jumped off the warship and killed all the fishmen on the island. Just when Marine, Ike, and Luffy were about to land on the island, a medium-sized wave suddenly appeared behind the warship. When everyone looked back, they saw a huge sea beast with a bull's head staring at the people on the deck of the warship. This sea beast is the pet of the dragon pirates, Mu. Mu's size is not that big in the Grand Line, but if it were in the East Daxia Sea, it would definitely be the #1 beast under the King of the Offshore. Advertisement: the King of the Offshore was also captured by Garp from the Grand Line for his 2 grandsons. The purpose is to prevent his grandson from going to sea until he has the strength to defeat the King of the Sea, which is a kind of protection for his 2 grandsons. Mu is also wise. He knows that the killed fishmen are his companions. If his companions are killed, he will naturally take revenge. After Mu surfaced, he directly hit the warship with his body without saying a word, hoping to sink the warship directly. But how could Ike and Luffy let it succeed? Luffy stretched out his arms to grab Mu's 2 horns, and then used the elasticity to hit Mu's head with his whole body like a cannonball. This blow directly knocked Mu backwards. At the same time, Ike also took action. A magic circle appeared in his right hand, and then he made an uppercut. Tenryu's Namikaze. This punch directly caused a tornado comparable to the size of Mu, which rolled up Mu's huge body and flew far away. When it fell into the sea again, it had lost consciousness. "Ike, why did you knock it away? I want to catch it and ask Sanji to make sea beast meat for me." Hearing Luffy's words, Ike was also a little helpless. Originally, Ike's plan was to kill Mu directly. As the dragon's pet, he probably did a lot of bad things in Kokoja village. We can know from the original work that Mu destroyed many village houses and was called the monster of the Grand Line by the islanders of Kokoja village. When mentioning Mu, every villager hates it. I guess if you kill it, you will get some justice value. But, although dragon slaying magic is very powerful, everything requires strong enough physical fitness. So the blow just now did not directly kill Mu. As for how to improve physical fitness, then you have to rely on Liu Shui rock breaking fist. The basic chapter of flowing water shattering rock fist is body training. After taking care of Mu, Ike and Luffy also got off the ship. Originally, Fenbuddy wanted to stay on the warship, but after careful consideration, after Luffy and the others got off the warship, the most dangerous place might be the warship, so he also got off the warship. After everyone logged in, they walked directly towards the Dragon Paradise, where the dragon pirates were based. As for Nami, there is no need to look for it at all. As long as the dragon pirates are eliminated, the shackles that imprison Nami's mind and body will be cut off. Advertisement: after all, Nami is already a companion of the StrawHat Pirates. As for Marine, who also got off the warship, they were directly allowed to enter Kokoja village to protect Nami. By the way, they could appease the civilians and change Marine's image in the hearts of the villagers in Kokoja village. After all, they can't just do nothing. Just when Ike and the others had just left the port, a warship that was several times larger than Fenbuddy's warship sailed towards this direction. Standing on the deck of the warship was Colonel Mouse, who was colluding with the evil dragon. Ha ha ha. This deal is so sweet. As long as you take away the 100 million Baileys from the orange orchard, I can get 50 million. The mouse was very happy at this time. Although he had been cooperating with the dragon, this was the first time that he could make a net profit of 50 million without doing anything. The 100 million belly that the mouse mentioned was naturally the 100 million belly that Nami had accumulated. When the evil dragon discovered Nami's ability to draw navigation charts, he forced her to join the Dragon Pirates and promised her that as long as Nami could come up with 100 million belly, she could buy back her Kokoja village. At first, the evil dragon did not think that Nami could come up with 100 million. But today, a few years later, Nami actually collected 100 million, which surprised the dragon. However, the evil dragon said that I keep my promise. As long as you give me 100 million, I will hand over Kokoja village to you. But, if someone else gets the 100 million first, don't blame him. Therefore, the evil dragon contacted Colonel Mouse and said that as long as he poached Nami's 100 million, he could share half of it with the mouse. Just after the mouse's warship entered the evil dragon's territory, he became a little confused. Huh? Why are there no patrolling fishmen today? Although he was very confused, the mouse didn't think much and arrived at the port in a familiar way. As soon as they arrived at the port, the mouse saw a warship. Seeing this warship, the mouse suddenly frowned. Could it be that the evil dragon found someone else to make this deal? Mouse never thought that there was actually a marine attacking the Dragon Pirates, because in his opinion, no one in the entire East Daxia Sea could take down the Dragon Pirates. Not only because of the power of the Dragon Pirates, but also because this pirate group has such a deep background that even the major generals of the headquarters have to give face to it. No. It looks like I have to speed up. If someone gets there first, my 50 million will be gone. With a murmur, the mouse ordered his men to speed up. If the treasure is really taken away, he, the rat, will take it back. Chapter 28 Confrontation. The Dragon Paradise is where the Dragon Pirates are stationed. Most of the fishmen of the Dragon Pirates are active here, and the person sitting in the main seat is the leader of the Dragon Pirates, Dragon. The evil dragon is tall, has blue skin, a jagged nose, and a sun-shaped tattoo on his chest. Just now, Nami left the Dragon Paradise, and the purpose of her coming here was to inform the dragon that he had collected 100 million, hoping that the dragon would keep his promise. The evil dragon said, "We fishmen have the heaviest promise. As long as Nami gives out 100 million, Kokoja village will return it to her." After hearing the dragon's promise again, Nami went back to dig for money. Evil dragon boss, do you really want to let Nami and Kokoja village go? The fishman named Kruby asked in a serious tone. He. The evil dragon smiled and said, "Then she must be able to afford 100 million. I've asked the mice to dig up Nami's treasure. Nami won't be able to get a penny out by then." Upon hearing the evil dragon's despicable words, all the fishmen present laughed. Nami is a treasure. How could I let her go? Just as the evil dragon finished speaking, the door of the evil dragon paradise was punched open. The people who came were none other than Luffy and his group, and it was Luffy who had just taken action. The evil dragon narrowed his eyes, turned to look at Luffy and the others and said, "Humans, what are you doing here?" Just when Luffy wanted to say, "We are here to find Nami," Ike took out his private marine appointment letter again and said, "We are private marines, and we are here to arrest you, the Dragon Pirates." Ike's words immediately silenced the scene, and then bursts of laughter came from the Dragon Pirates. Ha ha ha. Are these guys here to arrest us? Are they idiots? Sure enough. Human beings are not only weak physically, but also mentally weak. Listening to the Murloc's ridicule, Ike put away the letter of appointment and said, "Don't let it sit in the air, just do it." After hearing Ike's words, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji rushed out at the same time, while Usopp ate a candy and started to pull the slingshot. Facing several humans, the evil dragon and his cadres had no intention of taking action. Naturally, those minions would not let their king take action so quickly. In their opinion, they were just a few humans and had no qualifications at all. Advertisement. After Zalbachi in the back saw all his companions rushing out, he started calling his pet Moo Moo. But after calling for a while, I didn't see Moo Moo. Huh? Did Moo Moo go out to look for food? While talking, Xiao Ba looked at the evil dragon and said, "Boss. Moo Moo shouldn't be nearby, don't be angry." At this time, the evil dragon's eyes were a little red, which was a sign of anger. Zalba thought it was because Moo Moo didn't come over. Just when he wanted to plead for Moo Moo, he heard Kroby say, "Zalba, it's time for us to take action." The long-mouthed Murloc named Ju also said, "It seems like these humans are not simple." When Hachi heard the words of his two companions, he immediately turned around and saw that his compatriots were already lying on the ground, but not one of Ike, Zoro, Luffy, Sanji and the others were injured. The MVP who eliminated the minions was not a few main players, but Usopp who always stood behind holding a slingshot. Before the battle, Usopp ate the candy given by Ike. The effect of the candy was that the attack had a burning effect. Usopp's next attack, even if he just throws ordinary stones, can set fishmen on fire. And at such a close distance, Usopp can hit the target with perfect accuracy with a slingshot. In addition, fishmen are most afraid of fire, and they will basically go offline as soon as they are hit by Usopp. There were only 4 or 5 Murlocs left that had not yet fallen, and they were already thinking of retreating. At this moment, Kroby stood in front of the minions and said, "Get back. They're not something you can deal with." At the same time, Ju and Zalba holding 6 swords also stood up. HMPH. The main force has finally appeared, Zoro sneered. The previous battle wasn't even a warm-up. Sanji looked at Zalba and lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Fresh octopus is first boiled in salt water and then sliced, and then seasoned with olive oil and chili powder. It is most suitable for wine and food." Luffy, on the other hand, simply ignored the three leaders of the dragon pirates and walked towards the dragon. Seeing this, Kruby and Hachi wanted to block Luffy, but were blocked by Sanji and Zoro before they even got close to Luffy. Ike also stood in front of the fishman Jew, making him unable to stop Luffy. Usopp, on the other hand, continued to use his slingshot to attack the fishmen who had not yet fallen. Luffy came to the evil dragon, and the evil dragon looked at Luffy with a sneer. Advertisement, Evil Dragon. Ike said that if he wants Nami to return to the ship, he must defeat you. Oh, really? Then how are you going to defeat me? The evil dragon asked teasingly, with fists, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy turned sideways and punched the dragon on the cheek, sending the dragon flying away. Luffy's punch also heralded the beginning of the battle. Kruby vs Sanji. Zoro vs Shahachi. Ike vs Chirp. At the same time, the evil dragon also climbed up from the ruins of the wall he knocked down. The evil dragon is very arrogant. He has been in the Grand Line and knows how terrifying the strong people among humans are, but there is no such strong person in the East Daxia Sea, so he looks down on Luffy. Luffy's fists he had no intention of evading. After this punch, the evil dragon knew that the boy in front of him should not be underestimated. Just when the evil dragon was about to use his true skills to kill the Straw Hat boy in front of him. Ike, Zoro and Sanji have finished fighting. The battle between the three of them was very fast, and it could basically be said to be an instant kill. Zoro's strength itself is stronger than that of Shahachi. The reason why the fight in the original work was so hard was entirely because he was injured. And even though he was seriously injured, Zoro still chopped Zalba down to the ground with one big move. The same is true for Sanji. The victory was quite easy. There was no scene where Luffy fell into the bottom of the sea. Sanji didn't have to jump into the sea to check on Luffy, and then was tortured by Kruby in the sea. This time, Sanji went all out and gave Kruby a whole fish meal and took him away. Ike's final victory was even less suspenseful. Ju is positioned as a shooter. He can spit out high-pressure water cannons, but if he is approached, he will become very passive. Just like playing LoL, no matter how well equipped you are as a shooter ADC, if you are approached by an assassin or warrior, without flashing or moving, you will definitely die. When the evil dragon saw that all three of his cadres were knocked to the ground, his bloodshot eyes became even more violent. Luffy didn't care how angry the dragon was. He raised his fist and charged towards the dragon without saying a word. P.S. Thank you to new and old readers for your company. I think the book is good to read. I hope to give it a 5-star review and click on it to remind me to update it. Chapter 29 Luffy vs Dragon. Humans, stop pushing your limits. As he spoke, the evil dragon opened its mouth wide and bit Luffy's neck. Luffy dodged nimbly, and then kicked the dragon on the chin. At this time, Luffy's power is much stronger than in the original work because he has awakened his telekinesis ability. This kick shattered the evil dragon's steel teeth and also kicked him away. The dragon crashed into the house and made a roaring sound. Although the force of this kick is strong, it is not enough to directly KO the evil dragon. When the evil dragon walked out of the ruins again, not only had its steel teeth recovered, but it also had a huge serrated sword in its hand. Usopp, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, suddenly felt weak in his legs when he saw such a large serrated sword. Well, why don't we go up and help Luffy? Usopp asked. After hearing Usopp's words, Sanji lit a chimney. Soldiers versus generals. Our battle is over. The next step is the victory or defeat of the generals and generals. Ike also nodded and smiled. Have some confidence in Luffy, he can win. After hearing what Ike said, Usopp stopped talking. Zoro, on the other hand, took out a wine gourd and drank while watching Luffy's battle with the dragon. The evil dragon took out his weapon, and Luffy was indeed a little passive at first. But that was only temporary. After a little adapting to the dragon's attack rhythm, Luffy started to counterattack. Luffy focused all his energy on his fists and feet to increase his attack power. Just as the evil dragon slashed out again, Luffy clasped his hands together to catch the serrated sword. Then he exerted force with both arms and broke the serrated sword with a click sound. Seeing this scene, the evil dragon also looked incredulous. The serrated sword in his hand can be made of extremely high-quality fine iron, and it is definitely not a junk weapon that can be easily broken. Just when the dragon was surprised, Luffy moved again. Luffy stretched his arms back and then pushed out suddenly. Rubber rocket launcher. This rubber rocket launcher hit the dragon's abdomen, causing him to crash into the building of the Dragon Paradise again. Luffy had already seen the powerful defensive power of the evil dragon, so after knocking it away, he chased after it directly. Advertisement: the evil dragon that was knocked away climbed up from the ground with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and planned to walk out again. But at this moment, Luffy rushed up to the dragon and shouted, "Rubber machine gun." His rubber fists struck various parts of the dragon's body like countless afterimages. The sound of broken bones came from all over the dragon's body, and blood continued to spit out from the dragon's mouth as if it was free. Soon, the entire Dragon Paradise began to collapse due to Luffy's violent attacks. By the time Luffy stopped his fist, the dragon had completely lost consciousness. The entire Dragon Paradise buildings also collapsed one after another. The dark clouds in the originally dark sky gradually dispersed, and the long-lost sunshine shone on the entire Dragon Paradise. Huh? Who won? Usopp asked doubtfully. of course Luffy wins. As he spoke, Ike ran forward and dug out Luffy, who was basically uninjured, from the rubble. At the same time, in Kokoja village, Marine, led by Finbuddy, was going door to door, explaining the purpose of his and others' visit. People in Kokoja village do not trust Marine. They all know that Marine is colluding with the dragon pirates. But after Finbuddy's constant persuasion, they finally believe that Marine came here to destroy the dragon pirates this time. And there are strong men from the private Marine fighting against the dragon pirates. Nami naturally noticed the movement here. He was surprised. He didn't expect Luffy and the others to actually catch up here. You fools, why are you chasing after me? Nami covered her head helplessly. She truly regarded the Straw Hat Pirates as partners. She didn't want her fellow Straw Hat Pirates to be killed by the dragon. Thinking of this, she picked up the weapon and rushed out of the house, planning to find the evil dragon. Just as she rushed out of the door, she ran into Colonel Mouse, who had just arrived. Colonel Mouse naturally saw Finbuddy and his men, but he didn't care at all. Finbuddy is just a captain, and his sailors are pitifully few compared to Colonel Mouse. As for Finbuddy saying that someone can defeat the dragon pirates, it's even more nonsense. He ignored Finbuddy at all and walked straight towards Nami's orange grove, aiming directly at the 100 million belly in the orange grove. Nami tried to stop him, but was forced to retreat by a group of sailors with guns drawn. Advertisement. When Nami saw these sailors walking directly towards the orange grove with shovels, she knew it must be the evil dragon's trick. Just when Nami was about to give her all, Finbuddy, who was in a wheelchair, also came with someone. Not only Finbuddy but also his navy soldiers. There are also a group of villagers from Kokoja village behind them. This huge crowd immediately surrounded the mouse who was planning to dig up the treasure. The mouse's expression changed greatly when he saw this. You unscrupulous people want to rebel? After hearing Colonel Mouse's words, Jien walked out of the crowd with a windmill on his head and scars all over his body. Nami carries the hope of our entire village, and we all see her pain. I will never allow you to bully Nami again. After hearing Jien's words, the villagers behind him also raised their hoes, shovels and other farm tools and echoed. That's right. Our Nami will never let you bully her again. Kokoja village is not only Nami's, it's also ours. Nami, I've suffered so much for you these years. Nami, you have done enough for us. Hearing what the villagers said, Nami shed tears of confusion. The mouse, on the other hand, was even more panicked. Just when he was about to give the order to fire, the sword god and the sword master took action. Not only Johnny but also Joseph, even Finbuddy who was sitting in a wheelchair stood up. In fact, after landing, Ike used the healing power in the sky magic to heal his injuries. Finbuddy is very good, but that is also for strong men like Echo Luffy and Zoro. Facing ordinary sailors, he is still very brave, or he cannot convince the crowd. After Finbuddy stood up, he suddenly rushed towards Colonel Mouse, and punched the mouse in the face with a fist with an iron glove. After beating the rat, Finbuddy stepped on the rat and said to the rat's soldiers, everyone put down their weapons, or I will turn this rat into a dead rat. His boss was under control, and the sailors under Mouse also put down their weapons one after another. Those who had not yet put down their weapons were chopped down to the ground by the sword master. Haha. Colonel Mouse, with your skills you can become a colonel. It seems like you don't need too many gifts, right? You are a captain. If you dare to do the following, you are finished. I will report you and kick you out of Marine. Finbuddy smiled coldly and said, I think you don't know who you are facing. In Finbuddy's view, a Marine officer like Mouse, who relied on gifts and various nepotisms to rise to the top, would definitely be scared to death when he knew that Lieutenant General Garp was behind the private Marine. But Finbuddy completely forgot that he also relied on gifts, all kinds of flattery and nepotism to get to the top. Chapter 30. Nami signs. The mouse and his Marine were taken down, and Nami was relieved. Then she looked at the Kokoja villagers holding various farm tools. Through the words of the villagers, Nami knew that everyone in Kokoja village knew why he joined the dragon pirates and everything he had to bear. After wiping away her tears, Nami decided to go find the dragon. Seeing this, the villagers also took up arms one after another and decided to resist the rule of the evil dragon together. They don't want a little girl like Nami to continue to bear such a heavy responsibility. Nami wanted to stop it, but everyone in the village looked determined, and she knew she couldn't stop it. At first, the villagers were suppressing their emotions, waiting for Nami to complete the 100 million task. But, through the incident with Colonel Mouse, they knew that the evil dragon had been deceiving Nami from the beginning to the end, and he had no intention of letting anyone go. This emotional outburst made them desperate. Seeing the leaving figures of many villagers, Nami knelt down weakly on the ground. His hand touched the dragon pirate's tattoo on his shoulder, his eyes filled with hatred. Evil dragon. Evil dragon. While gritting his teeth and growling the dragon's name, Nami stabbed the tattoo on his shoulder crazily with a knife. At this moment, Finbuddy, who had successfully controlled Colonel Rat and the others, came behind Nami and stopped Nami from continuing to harm himself. Your name is Nami, right? There's no need for you to do this. You can try to trust your partners and believe that they can defeat the dragon. Don't forget, they came here to fight against the powerful dragon pirates because of you. Finbuddy said it beautifully. In fact, he also said this to himself. Finbuddy has always relied on his own hypnosis and deceived himself into believing in the strength of the private Marine, so he did not do such a shameless thing as sneaking away. After hearing Fenbuddy's words, Nami stopped harming herself. Seeing this, Fenbuddy asked the medical soldier to bandage Nami. After the bandaging was completed, Nami rushed to the Dragon Paradise as fast as possible. Advertisement. But when they were still some distance away from the Dragon Paradise, they saw a villager from Kokoja village flying towards here holding the broken pirate flag of the Dragon Pirates. Behind him, there were many people crying with joy, the villagers. As they ran, they shouted, "The Dragon Pirates have been defeated." When Nami heard that the Dragon Pirates had been defeated, the faces of Luffy, Ike, Zoro, and Usopp suddenly appeared in Nami's mind. Thinking of this, Nami's feet became a little faster. When she ran to the Dragon Paradise, what she saw was the dragon domain that had become ruins, and Luffy who was thrown into the air by many villagers cheering. Ike saw Nami, walked over with a smile and said, "Have you, the navigator who ran away from home, decided to return to our big family?" After saying this, Ike once again took out the private marine appointment letter and a pen and handed them to Nami. Nami did not make any excuses this time and directly took the letter of appointment and signed his name on it. This seems to be an unspoken rule. Only those who sign the private marine appointment letter can truly join the Straw Hat Pirates. And Nami's agreement to sign means that she will officially join the Straw Hat Pirates. When Nami signed, others also noticed her arrival. The first one to rush over was Sanji. After Sanji rushed over, he immediately knelt down on one knee and kissed his hands as a gentleman. "Dear Miss Nami, I am your flower knight Sanji." Nami was also stunned when she saw Sanji. Then Ike explained, "Sanji is the chef of our group. You can just ask him for whatever you want to eat in the future." Sanji nodded and said, "That's right. Miss Nami, tell me what you want to eat in the future. It's my honor to cook for a beautiful lady like you." Seeing Sanji acting like this, Zoro hugged his shoulders and mocked lightly, "Huh? You're a B***ch licking cook. Huh? What are you, a green algae head, talking about?" "I'm talking about your dog licking cook. HMPH, it's an honor for me to be Miss Nami's licking dog. What do you know, a green algae head?" Luffy ignored the quarrel between Zoro and Sanji. As the saying goes, the more quarrels there are, the better the relationship will be. He walked directly to Nami and said with a smile, "Ike told me that as long as you defeat the Dragon Pirates, you can come back." Before Luffy could finish his words, Nami hugged Luffy. Advertisement, "Thank you Luffy. The Dragon Pirates were completely defeated." Kokoja village and other entities on the island were caught up in the carnival. Each village took out all the food and started a several-day banquet to celebrate. As for the Dragon Pirates, the surviving fishmen were all escorted back to the Marine Branch by Fenbuddy. Fenbuddy still chose to fish and have a banquet with Luffy and the others. The only thing that made Fenbuddy depressed was that the rat escaped in the end. After the mouse learned that the evil dragon had been defeated, he tried his best to escape back to his warship. Although Mouse is not very strong, he is quite good at escaping. As soon as he returned to his base, he reported the Straw Hat Pirates' affairs directly to the Marine headquarters. He also stated that the Straw Hat Pirates are a more vicious pirate group than the Dragon Haizawa in the East Daxia Sea, and their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, must be wanted. In addition, Captain Fenbuddy of the Marine East Daxia Sea branch has an ulterior PY deal with the pirate Monkey D. Luffy, and he applied to have all of Fenbuddy's positions revoked. In the Marine headquarters, Luffy's wanted order was basically agreed without much discussion. After all, Luffy was flying the Skull Pirate flag, and he was just a small pirate from the East Daxia Sea. There was no need to notify the authorities if he was wanted. The banquet in Kokoja village lasted for several days and finally came to an end. After the banquet, Ike also began to summarize the justice value he had obtained this time. The island where Kokoja village is located is not small in the entire East Daxia Sea. After all, there are several large villages on it. The size of this island is at least 4 times larger than that of Silab village, so the justice points gained from saving the island residents are naturally quite high. 1,000 justice points were obtained when saving Zailuobu village. Saving the island where Kokoja village is located will directly gain 5,000 points of justice. The reason why there are so many is, firstly, because this island is relatively large and has many villages, and secondly, the people on this island have been exploited by the Dragon Pirates for too long. Compared to these 6,000 justice points, defeating the evil dragon is a small feat. The justice points gained from defeating the dragon this time were more than 100, and together with all the fishmen in the Dragon Pirates, they also had more than 1,000 justice points. I have to say that a powerful and cruel dragon like a dragon is really worth a lot of money. Chapter 31 Wanted in front of a tomb on the top of a hill in Kokoja village. Aegean was holding a bottle of wine and pouring himself a glass of wine. "Belmir, the evil dragon has finally been defeated. Haha. Nami looks so much like you. Back then you just ran to become a marine without telling anyone. But it seems that the private company she joined is called Marine. Do you think it's weird for Marine to be wearing the skull and crossbones flag?" Jien kept talking about the grave of Nami's adoptive mother Belmir. Just when Taken was about to pour the remaining half bottle of wine in front of the grave, Luffy and Ike came over. "Uncle Windmill, are you looking for us?" Pouring the wine in the bottle in front of the tombstone, Jien said without looking back, "Nami wants to go with you. I can't stop you, but if you make Nami lose her smile, I will definitely kill you." "Oh, that's not possible." Luffy pressed his nose and said calmly. Feeling that Luffy's tone was very nonchalant, Ken turned around and yelled, be more serious. You be D. Seeing Ken so excited, Luffy was also stunned. Taking a look at Luffy's appearance, Ken also touched his forehead. After a few days of getting along at the banquet, Ken already knew Luffy's temperament. Then he looked at Ike and said, Ike, you are the deputy captain of this ship. Nami, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, she is our partner. Ike's answer still satisfied Aegean, but his tone changed and he asked curiously. But, I still have a question, what exactly is a privately owned marine? Private marine. A marine that serves the people. Ike's answer was concise and clear, and Jien quickly understood it. When Ike explained the private marine, Luffy didn't say anything, he just took 2 pieces of flesh and bone and kept chewing them. Ike has told Luffy before that if you invite Nami, don't do it in the name of a pirate. After all, Nami's hometown has been devastated by dragons for so long. If you invite Nami in the name of a pirate, even if Nami agrees, the villagers of Kokoja village may not agree. Advertisement. It was precisely because of this that Luffy remained silent. Time comes the next day. Today is also the day for the Straw Hat Pirates to set off. At the port, Funbooty's sailors were helping to move supplies, while the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were leisurely waiting for Nami's arrival by the ship. After the sailors finished transporting all the supplies, Nami's figure also appeared at the port. As soon as they arrived at the port, Nami shouted, "Set the ship quickly." After hearing Nami's words, several people were a little confused, but they still obeyed and pulled up the anchor and lowered the sail to prepare to set sail. Nami, on the other hand, was running wildly, planning to have a different farewell ceremony. Nami is very fast, although many people try to stop her, hoping that Nami can stay in Kokoja village for a few more days. But Nami swerved left and right, giving the villagers no chance to catch her. In just 10 seconds, she rushed to the edge of the port, and then jumped suddenly, planning to jump directly to the edge of the deck of the Golden Melee. But what is a little embarrassing is that the wind may have been a bit strong today, and the ship was accelerated as soon as the sail was lowered, so Nami was not able to successfully jump on the Golden Melee. Ah! With an exclamation, Nami fell into the sea. Just when she was about to fall into the sea, a small tornado picked her up and sent her to the deck. It was Ike who took action. Nami patted her chest with lingering fear, then lifted up her clothes, and colorful wallets fell out of her clothes. The villagers on the shore were relieved to see that Nami did not fall into the sea. However, when they saw the wallet dropped from Nami's clothes, they were stunned for a moment, and then started to check the wallets they were carrying, and found that many people's wallets had been stolen. What followed was a burst of laughter and farewells. After leaving Kokoja village, the Straw Hat Pirates began their leisurely travel again. I have to say that sailing on the sea is actually quite boring, and there are not many things that can be done. Ike looked at his justice value of more than 8,000 points and felt a little itchy in his heart. How about a wave of 10 consecutive silver draws? Advertisement, no. I can collect another 2,000 justice points to perform 10 golden draws. Ike is very entangled now. He really wants to draw a lottery, especially before entering the Grand Line. He must definitely improve his strength again. And the best way to improve your strength is to draw a lottery. Thinking of this, Ike came to the observation tower. He planned to take the initiative to look for traces of pirates. Maybe he could collect the remaining justice points by killing a few more groups of pirates. Just when Ike was looking for pirates with a telescope, Nami's exclamation came from the deck. Ike looked down and saw Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji gathered together to look at a reward notice. Ike jumped down from the observation deck with some curiosity, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the reward notice. Huh, Luffy. Why is there a bounty on his head? And it's still 30 million? After hearing Ike's words, everyone looked at him. Yeah, isn't it a private marine? Why is there a bounty on it? Nami asked with a frown. In fact, Nami really likes the atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates. They say they are pirates, but what they do is more marine than marine. The biggest advantage of joining the Straw Hat Pirates is freedom, and the second is not being afraid of being wanted. After all, Ike has a private marine letter of appointment stamped by Marine Headquarters. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ike scratched his head. As a last resort, he had to take out the Buggy phone again and planned to call Lieutenant General Garp to ask about the situation. After all, Lieutenant General Garp is also considered the superior of the private marine. In Marine Headquarters, Garp was drinking tea and chatting with his old friends Sengoku and he in the lounge. Garp wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to chat to tell Sengoku about the private marine and to confirm Luffy's identity. Just as Garp and Sengoku were fighting for the last piece of senbei, the phone bug in Garp's arms suddenly made a puff, puff, puff sound. Huh? Who was calling me at this time? While talking, Garp took out the phone bug, and Sengoku also took advantage of this moment to grab the last piece of senbei. Although Sengoku is usually very serious, he is actually a complete joker at heart, but his funny side is only shown in front of his 2 old friends Garp and he. When he retires as Marine Fleet Admiral, his funny side will be completely released. Chapter 32 Garp. My marine warship flies the skull and crossbones flag. Hello, Lieutenant General Garp. Garp knew who it was when he heard the voice. Ike. Who did you beat up again? I'm not beating anyone up, I just want to ask why Luffy is wanted. When Garp heard that his grandson was wanted, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Warring States. Warring States naturally heard it. He shrugged and said that he didn't know. After all, such things were done by people below. Especially for the wanted orders in the 4 seas, the 4 seas in the southeast, northwest and southeast basically decide who should be wanted and who should not be wanted. Then, the headquarters will be notified of the wanted object's information and any violations of laws and disciplines it has committed, and the headquarters will be responsible for printing the wanted order and sending it to all parts of the world. Before Sengoku could get the latest wanted order, he had already taken out Luffy's wanted order from the freshly released wanted order. Seeing that his grandson was indeed wanted, Garp became even more curious. "What did you do before?" Garp asked. After hearing Garp's question, Ike told him about the evil dragon that had ruled Kokoja village for many years, and how he had collaborated with Colonel Mouse to exploit the people. After hearing what happened, Sengwo stood up first before Garp could say anything. Since he knew that there was a scumbag marine officer who was smearing Marine's image, as a marine fleet admiral, he naturally couldn't just sit idly by and ignore it. Naturally, he would not listen to Ike's words. He first looked at the report written by Colonel Mouse. The report said that Luffy was a vicious pirate and extremely powerful, and that he did not take Marine seriously. It also said that Captain Funbuddy of the East Daxia Sea Marine branch was in cahoots with the Straw Hat Pirates. In short, it is all kinds of slander and all kinds of dirty water. After reading this report, Sengoku immediately called the Lieutenant General of the Marine branch stationed in the East Daxia Sea and asked him to investigate the Kokoja village, Colonel Mouse, Captain Funbuddy. Just after Warring States finished his instructions, Garp also walked into his office. "Garp, tell me, what happened to your grandson?" "Ah, my grandson. Because he admires me as a marine hero, he aspires to become the king of marine. But I saw that he was still young, so I let him go on his own adventure on the sea first, and gave him a private marine identity." Warring States period. Regarding Garp's explanation, Sangwo was speechless, and then he slapped the table angrily and said, "Advertisement. A whole Garp, your marine has a skull and crossbones flag?" Seeing Sengoku's angry look, Garp laughed a few times, then pointed at a dog-headed marine warship in the harbor outside the window and said, "Yes. My marine is flying the skull and crossbones flag." Warring States looked in the direction of Garp's finger, and his nose almost became angry. Garp's warship actually hung the skull and crossbones flag, but the skull and crossbones flag was a dog-headed skull. "Ha ha ha. Our marine is the one who flies the skull and crossbones flag. B************* D Garp. You. Sengoku pointed at Garp and really didn't know what to say. "Don't be angry." While talking, Garp took out a piece of paper and started doodling on it. The content of Garp's graffiti is exactly the skull and crossbones flag wearing a straw hat. Look, this is not just a skull and crossbones flag. In fact, there is a mystery hidden in it. Seeing that Garp's tone suddenly became serious, Sengoku frowned, then stepped forward and began to observe the somewhat abstract straw hat and skull pirate flag. After looking at it for a long time, Warring States didn't find any clues in it, and then he asked curiously, "There's nothing wrong with this flag except that it's ugly." Alas. Garp pointed to the straw hat painted in the logo as if he didn't understand what art was during the Warring States period, and explained, "Did you know that there is actually a sword in this straw hat, and the blade of the sword pierced the skull?" Actually, this flag is completely an anti-pirate flag. Warring States period. Sengoku thought there would be some good reason for Garp to suddenly become serious, but he didn't expect. D Garp. Are you kidding me? At the same time. At Crescent Harbor at the Marine headquarters, many people saw Garp's warship hoisted the dog-headed skull and crossbones flag. Of course, he didn't take off the Marine flag either. Many Marines stopped to watch when they saw this strange Marine warship. "Huh? This is Vice Admiral Garp's warship, right? Why is it still flying the pirate flag?" "Idiot. Do you think Vice Admiral Garp will become a pirate? Even if he becomes a pirate, will he park his ship in front of the Marine headquarters?" "I think. Lieutenant General Garp, this is a brand new way to capture pirates. Hang up the skull and crossbones flag to make the pirates relax their vigilance, then get closer, and finally sink the pirate ship with a big iron ball." Advertisement. Many Marine generals nodded when they heard someone's idea. Well, this is indeed a good way. Although it is a bit despicable, but, to eliminate pirates, no matter how despicable the method is. Yeah, I'm going to hang a skull and crossbones flag on my warship later to try the effect. Naturally, Sengoku, who was in the office, didn't know about the discussion among Marine generals. If he knew about it, he would definitely be even more angry. Maybe in a few days, the port of the Marine headquarters will be filled with Marine warships flying the skull and crossbones flag. There is nothing he can do against Garp. After all, the Marine regulations do not say that Marine warships cannot fly the skull and crossbones flag, and Garp is still making excuses, saying that this flag is actually an anti-piracy flag. Well, Warring States sighed and said, "I won't care about your grandson Luffy. Once the investigation results come out, if your grandson did nothing wrong, I will have his bounty removed. But one thing you have to remember. If Luffy really does something he shouldn't do, I will never condone it." Hearing this, Garp burst into laughter and said, "Don't worry, Sengoku. I understand my grandson. If he really does something he shouldn't do, I will let him experience what an iron fist full of love means." His eyes returned to the Straw Hat Pirates. "Don't worry, it's probably Marine's mistake. In my opinion, it's the guy named Colonel Mouse who is causing trouble." Nami gritted her teeth when she heard Colonel Mouse's name. So, my reward order will be gone soon, right? Luffy said weakly. Hey, Luffy, do you really want to be rewarded? Nami hit Luffy on the head with a bang and roared. Luffy, who was hammered, immediately denied it. At this moment, Zoro said helplessly, actually, even if Marine withdraws the bounty, we will probably still have a lot of trouble. Marine has withdrawn Luffy's bounty, so he can only stop issuing new bounties. In the eyes of bounty hunters who don't understand the information, Luffy is still a 30 million fat sheep. Oh, really? Luffy didn't care at all that he was being targeted by bounty hunters. Instead, he wanted to eat. Chapter 33. In the name of the people, the matter of Luffy being wanted was ignored by the Straw Hat Pirates. On the contrary, in other places, there was quite a commotion about Luffy being wanted. The ones who were most shocked were the Marine branch in Shieldstown, which had good relations with the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Marine branch where Funbuddy was located. After all, they all know that Luffy and others are very good people, and they are also officially certified private Marines. Logically speaking, they should not be wanted. After learning the news, the two branches contacted the Lieutenant General of the Donghai Marine headquarters and reported everything they knew about the private Marine and Luffy. Lieutenant General Donghai Marine happened to be going to Kokoja village to investigate, and by the way, he arrested Funbuddy and asked about the situation. After receiving the report from Shields Town, he knew that he might have been deceived by the Mouse Colonel. Monkey D. Luffy should not be wanted at all, but as the Star of Hope of Tokai Marine, although I don't know why it is a private Marine. But even if it is a private Marine, it is still their Donghai Marine. That's it. The branch Lieutenant General's investigation speed is faster. He needs to give Luffy proof and then cancel the wanted order. At the same time, an unknown island somewhere along the Grand Line. The one-armed Shanks held Luffy's bounty list and smiled and said, Luffy, are you finally here? You're embarking on your own path as a pirate. Ace, who had just decided to leave the Whitebeard Pirates to hunt for Blackbeard, also saw the wanted poster for his brother Luffy, so he decided to go see his brother whom he had not seen for 2 years. One day later, the investigation into the Kokoja Village Dragon Pirates incident is finally over. The Lieutenant General of the East Daxia Sea Branch who was originally going to capture Funbuddy was changed to capture Colonel Mouse, and Funbuddy was successfully promoted to replace the position of Colonel Mouse and became the Colonel of the Marine Branch. Naturally, the investigation report on the East Daxia Sea was also sent to the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Warring States was relieved after knowing that Garp's grandson had not done anything illegal. As for Luffy's use of the skull and crossbones flag, he no longer intends to pursue it further. The main thing is that Marine's internal regulations do not say that Marine cannot fly the skull and crossbones flag. The most important thing is that many Marine ships have recently hung the skull and crossbones flag. But these skull and crossbones flags have also been designed. Advertisement: the most common one is a flag with a long sword pierced through a skull. Most of those flying these flags are Eagle Marines. It was also because of this incident that Sengoku called Garp to the office again and had a chat. Garp's identity is too special. He is the hero of the Marines and has a great influence on other Marines. Whatever he does, other Marines will surely imitate him. The Marine flag hanging this time is the best example. However, no matter how Garp was criticized, he always responded with an indifferent attitude. In the end, he even returned to the East Daxia Sea directly on a warship. It is still dozens of nautical miles away from Rog Town. There were screams from a pirate ship flying the pirate flag. The reason for this is that Ike is on board to deliver justice. This is already the third pirate ship that Ike has attacked. Ever since he arrived near Rog Town, Ike began to let the Golden Mary wander around. Many pirates who want to enter the Grand Line will rest in Rog Town, so this is also the place where pirates are most likely to encounter. Naturally, Ike would not give up such a good place. This is a lot of justice. However, the justice points earned by directly solving each pirate group are really not too much. On average, each pirate ship can earn at most 300 to 500 justice points, which is good. This is also thanks to the fact that this is the entrance to the Grand Line, and generally only pirate groups with some strength choose to come here. If it were a rookie pirate group, let alone a ship with a justice value of 300 to 500, it would be good to have a justice value of more than 100. Zoro, who had just killed the pirates with Ike and headed back in a small boat, asked curiously, so what we are doing is really what Marine should do? Of course, we are a righteous private Marine. Zoro doesn't care about camps and the like. The main reason why he came with Ike is because it can increase combat experience. But, after taking down the 3 ships, Zoro discovered that these pirates were basically weaklings, and few of them could take on his demon-slaying move. After returning to the Golden Melly, Ike said that he would no longer continue to hunt pirates, mainly because the efficiency was too low. It would be more convenient to go directly to Rog Town and then block the port in Rog Town. Advertisement: just over 1,000 points of justice points are needed to achieve 10 golden draws. No matter what, 10 consecutive draws must be completed before entering the Grand Route. After learning that Ike would no longer accumulate merit, under the command of Nami, the Golden Mary sailed to the town where it started and ended, Rog Town. The reason why Rog Town is called the town of beginning and ending is because One Piece was born on this island and was also executed on this island. When they were still a few nautical miles away from Rog Town, everyone had already seen the general outline of Rog Town. This town is really big. There should be a market selling fresh ingredients. Sanji expressed that he wanted to go to the food market to take a look. Luffy is also eager to try. I'm going to see it with my own eyes, to see the execution platform of One Piece. Zoro looked at the 2 knives on his waist and thought to himself, I should also buy a new knife here. Now Zoro has 2 swords in his hands, Kuina and Wado Ichimonji. When he fought Zalba in the Dragon Realm before, he always used the double sword style. Hearing Zoro say he wanted to buy a knife, Nami immediately came over and said, do you have money to buy a knife? Do you need me to lend you some? My interest is very reasonable. Zoro refused to borrow money. Previously, Ike and Ike swept away 3 pirate ships, which did not improve our strength, but we did collect a lot of money. Buying a nice knife is definitely more than enough. Ike ignored the comments of his companions. At this time, his eyes were all focused on the several pirate ships docked at the port of Rog Town. If I remember correctly, the current boss of Logia Town is Colonel Smoker, who ate the Logia smoke fruit. As a user with Logia ability, Smoker can be called invincible in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line without hockey. So since Smoker took over Rogue Town, there have been very few pirates who can get out of here. Knowing this, Ike planned to strike first and deal with the pirates who came to Rogue Town to stock up on supplies even though they knew Smoker was here. Luffy, I'm going ashore first. After saying these words, Ike took the lead and rushed to the port of Rogue Town, fearing that Smoker would come to snatch his head. Every time Ike's feet step on the sea, it will bring up a wave of water and a hurricane. The wind allows Ike to fly on the sea, and the speed is not slow. Seeing Ike stepping on a whirlwind and rushing straight towards the pirate ship at the port, Usopp couldn't help but curiously asked, does Ike have a deep grudge against pirates? Every time he sees a pirate, he rushes towards him. Luffy smiled and said, didn't I tell you before? Ike's dream is to be a marine. Chapter 34 Clearing the port, Smoker and Luffy meet for the first time. Rogue Town Port. There are 4 pirate ships anchored here at this time. Many pirates are carrying supplies to their pirate ships. Seeing their anxious looks, Ike knew that they should also know that this town had Smoker, the great waterway gatekeeper. However, even though they knew it was very dangerous here, they still chose to supply materials in Rog Town, which was really a bit retarded. Ike jumped to the roof of the tower in the port, and soon saw many sneaky people holding phone bugs staring at several groups of pirates in the port. Seeing this, Ike guessed that these should be marine spies, just reporting to the superiors on the pirate situation in the port. Move quickly, the White Hunter will be here soon. Captain, since you are so afraid of the White Hunter Smoker, why did you come to Rogue Town? Hearing what his subordinates said, the leader of the gangster pirate group slapped him in the face and said, "A-hole, as a pirate in the East Daxia Sea who is going to the Grand Route, of course I have to start from Rog Town. This is where it starts and ends, town." All the pirates. Many pirates are speechless about their boss's brain circuit. Not only this captain, but also the captains of other pirate groups. This is like a student preparing for the college entrance examination, knowing that worshipping God is useless, but still chooses to pray 3 times and 9 times to pray that he can get good grades. It's just that their sense of ritual may result in their own wealth and life. Ike also heard the conversation between the pirates and their captain. I didn't expect these pirates to have quite a sense of ritual. Just when Ike was about to jump down and deal with these pirates, he suddenly thought of the fashion he had drawn in the lottery before. Thinking of this, Ike took out the homemade fashion that he had drawn. After extraction, it will be a pure white t-shirt. Just put it on and imagine what fashion looks like. It's just that this dress can only change its appearance once. If you accidentally get distracted while imagining it, it will probably be useless. It would be too embarrassing if I suddenly thought of JK, maid uniform, stockings, etc. Naturally, Ike believed that it was absolutely impossible for him to lose his mind. Advertisement. Ike put on this large t-shirt without hesitation, and then began to think about what the 4th Hokage God robe would look like. Soon, in Ike's imagination, the t-shirt turned into the same style of the 4th Hokage God robe that was worn outside. It's just that what's written on the back of this royal robe is not 4th Hokage, but in the name of the people. As for why it was in the name of the people, it was mainly because Ike was indeed a little distracted. Marine's cloak says justice, but they do not enforce justice for the people, but for the world government. So Ike thought that his private marine was definitely the kind of company that would execute justice for the working people, that is, the people, in the name of the people. Then I thought of the name of the people, then I thought of Secretary de Kong, I thought of Secretary de Kong, and then I thought of Hu Liangbing. When I think of Hu Liangbing, I think of Zhao Dahan, and when I think of Zhao Dahan, I think of fried noodles. When I think of fried noodles, Zhao Dahan eating fried mask almost appears on the royal robe. At this time, Ike just came back to his senses, but luckily, in the end, Ike came back to his senses, and at the last moment, he changed Zhao Dahan who was eating fried noodles into, in the name of the people. After putting on the God royal robe, Ike's overall personality instantly improved by several levels. After finishing changing his clothes, Ike jumped down from the tower. At the same time, Smoker also received a report from his subordinates and was rushing to the port. He bumped into a little girl on the way and made his pants eat the ice cream in the girl's hand. Ike's sudden fall from the sky caused many pirates armed with weapons to focus on him. Before the pirates could ask Ike's identity, Ike pointed to the captain of the nearest pirate ship and said, "I am General Ike of the Private Marine Marine. You have been surrounded, so let's capture him without mercy." Ike, I remember the white hunter's name is Smoker. One of the pirate captains frowned and said, the captain doesn't seem to be a white hunter. Legend has it that a white hunter has white hair and holds at least 2 cigars in his mouth. And we don't seem to be surrounded. Oh, so this kid is playing tricks on us. After muttering something, the expression of the pirate whose head was worth 7 million suddenly turned ferocious, pointing at Ike and shouting, kill him. Upon hearing their captain's order, a large group of pirates rushed towards Ike with their swords drawn. As soon as Ike stretched out his hand, Lake Toya appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then he wrapped the airflow around Lake Toya and rushed out. Every time Lake Toya is swung, several pirate minions will be blown away, and then smashed to the ground or a nearby wall, where they will not know whether they are alive or dead. Advertisement with Ike's current ability, he is definitely at the level of the early pirates of the Grand Line, and is simply not comparable to these young pirates who have never even entered the Grand Line. The captain of the pirate group also noticed that Ike's strength was not something he could compete with, so he approached the captains of the other 3 ships. Because the other 3 pirate groups also heard what Ike said before, the other 3 pirate groups didn't have any objections to dealing with this powerful enemy together. Seeing that the minions of the other 3 pirate groups were also attacking, Ike took a deep breath and then spit out a full power, dragon roar. The roar of the sky dragon, which was several meters in diameter, was simply a powerful weapon for clearing the area, and it cleared out most of the pirates in the blink of an eye. The justice value is also constantly recorded. Damn, this guy is too strong, let's go together. The captains of the 4 pirate groups couldn't sit still. They knew that Ike could not be solved by the human sea tactics. In Ike's opinion, the 4 million level pirates are no different from minions. Echo took care of everything with just 1 strike from Tianlong. The speed of the 4 people rushing over was very slow, but the speed of flying back was super fast. After the 4 people collapsed the 4 houses at the port, there was nothing more. They are not evil dragons. They have such physical fitness that they can withstand beatings. It is estimated that there is no good place in their bodies after Ike's attack. Several Marines monitoring the port saw everything and were a little shocked by Ike's strength. It was also the first time that they saw that someone other than Colonel Smoker could defeat the pirate group so easily. At the same time, at the entrance of the port, Smoker led a group of sailors towards the port, and happened to meet Luffy, who was lost because he was looking for the execution platform. When Luffy saw a group of Marines, he walked up to them very familiarly and asked, how can I get to the execution platform? This town is really big. I don't know why I walked to Port Road. Smoker looked at Luffy quietly and asked, why are you looking for the execution platform? Luffy showed a smile and said, I want to see where One Piece died. Luffy's words stunned Smoker for a moment. Smoker had witnessed the execution of One Piece with his own eyes. The way One Piece calmly faced the execution and the smile he gave him left a deep impression on him. The Straw Hat Boy in front of him just now gave Smoker the illusion that the Straw Hat Boy in front of him was the same kind of person as One Piece Gold D. Roger. It would be a big problem if he became a pirate. Chapter 35 Preparing for the Second Brush of Buggy. Luffy saw Smoker suddenly stunned and said helplessly, you don't know either? Then forget it? Just when Luffy was about to leave, Smoker spoke again. If you go in the direction of the smoke, you can see the execution platform. Luffy thanked him, just said thank you, and ran in the direction of the smoke without hesitation. After Luffy left, Smoker shook his head slightly and said to himself, just a kid, how could he remind me of One Piece? Ignoring Luffy, Smoker continued walking towards the port. Before I even got to the port where the pirate ship was parked, I saw the mess here. What is going on? Smoker asked with a frown. At this moment, a Marine soldier in plain clothes came to Smoker and saluted. Report to Colonel Smoker, there was a young man who claimed to be a private Marine and defeated all the pirates here. Private Marine? Smoker also heard of Private Marine for the first time. In Smoker's opinion, it should be Marine colleagues who can take the initiative to deal with the pirates in the port. Just when Smoker ordered all the pirates lying in the port to be tied up, a Marine soldier handed Smoker a new reward order. Colonel Smoker, the boy who just asked for directions is the new bounty criminal Monkey D. Luffy, worth 30 million. He is currently the pirate with the highest bounty in the entire East Daxia Sea. Smoker's pupils shrank when he heard that the Straw Hat Boy was actually a pirate. I'll leave this to you, I'll catch that Straw Hat Boy. After giving instructions, Smoker ran towards the execution platform. At the same time, on the sea, a ship flying the pirate flag of the Buggy Pirates had just arrived at another port in Rog Town. The pirates on this ship are the Buggy Pirates who were defeated by Luffy and Ike before, and Arita, who has already eaten the slippery fruit. Previously, although Marine captured all the crew members of the Buggy Pirates, Buggy was not captured together because he was blown away. In the end, Buggy single-handedly rescued his crew from the Marine branch. In fact, this is normal operation in the East Daxia Sea. After all, the East Daxia Sea branch is composed of some ordinary Marine soldiers, and although Buggy is a bad guy, he is still someone who has been in the Grand Line New World, and he is also a devil fruit user. Advertisement: it was easy to rescue a few pirates from the Marine branch in Shields Town. After rescuing his companions, Buggy plans to take revenge. He knew that Luffy wanted to enter the Grand Line, and since he wanted to enter the Grand Line, he would definitely come to Rog Town. They happened to meet Arita on the way, who also wanted to find Luffy and Ike. The two coincidentally took a boat to Rog Town together. Buggy, will Straw Hat and the others really come to Rogue Town? Arita, who had turned into a slender beauty, asked while looking at the ships moored in the port. Haha. I believe that the Straw Hat Boy will definitely come here before entering the Grand Line. Buggy is still very confident in his intuition. Just when the two of them led their men into Rog Town, Ike happened to arrive at the port. Rog Town has a total of 3 ports. The port that Ike cleaned up before was considered the largest port. Because Ike was cleaning up pirates there, Nami and the others parked the ship at another small port that was closer. And Buggy and the others are in the 3rd port. The first thing Ike saw when he arrived here was Buggy's pirate ship. Huh? It's the Buggy Pirates? Weren't they captured? But soon, Ike figured out what was going on. Although the crew members of the Buggy Pirates were captured, Buggy was not captured. It is still very simple to rescue the crew members. Ike came to Buggy's pirate ship and found that there was almost no one inside, leaving only 2 or 3 pirates guarding the ship. After eliminating these pirates in 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2, Ike took out Buggy's special Buggy cannonball and ignited it, which blew up Buggy's ship. Ike plans to launch a second wave of Buggy pirates, and if his guess is correct, there will probably be Rita. Boom. A violent explosion sounded in port number 3, which made Smoker, who was planning to go to the execution platform to find Luffy, stunned for a moment. What happened over there? Smoker asked the sailor behind him. Advertisement, I don't know. Such a violent explosion is probably caused by pirates. Yeah. Smoker nodded and walked towards the location of the explosion. Although Smoker hates and arrests pirates whenever he sees them, if he has to choose between catching pirates and protecting civilians, he will choose to protect civilians without hesitation. The explosion there was so violent that it might affect civilians, so Smoker planned to go to port number 3 to check it out first. When Smoker arrived at port number 3, he saw a bombed ship sinking, with several pirates tied to the edge of the port. Just at this time, the sailor behind Smoker noticed Ike's leaving figure. In the name of the people, Colonel Smoker, this seems to be done by the young man who calls himself a private marine. After saying this, the marine pointed at Ike who had walked away. Hey, boy over there, wait a minute, Smoker called out to Ike. Ike turned around with some confusion and saw Smoker walking towards him with 2 cigars in his mouth. Hey, are you Marine? Smoker asked. Ike nodded, then took out the private marine appointment letter and handed it over. I am General Ike of the Private Marine. Smoker's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard General Marine. There is no other reason. Smoker was originally a Major General. After all, he possesses the extremely rare and powerful Logia fruit ability. The reason why he was demoted and sent to Donghai was because he contradicted his superiors and disobeyed military orders. When he heard that the boy in front of him called himself General Marine, his expression naturally became a little strange. This was the first time he saw someone conferring the title of Marine General on him. The most important thing was, this so-called letter of appointment was genuine, and it really had the seal of the Marine headquarters on it. Although I don't know which Marine headquarters general was so bored that he created a private Marine, but, since he calls himself a Marine and is still fighting pirates, he can be considered half of his own. Smoker returned the letter of appointment to Ike and asked, did you blow up that pirate ship just now? Yes. Ike nodded and said, they are the Buggy Pirates with a bounty of 15 million, I plan to catch them now. Smoker nodded when he heard this and said, let's go together, it just so happens that I also want to catch a troublesome little pirate. Chapter 36 He actually left Rogue Town. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were all wandering around. After many inquiries, Luffy finally got lost again. Zoro found a weapons store, bought his 3rd sword, 3rd generation Kidetsu, and met Dashiki who looked very similar to Kuina. Perhaps because he had seen Kuina in the form of a sword spirit before, Zoro did not crush her glasses in excitement when he saw Dashiki, who was very similar to Kuina. But even so, Tashi still entangled Zoro, for no other reason than the Wado Ichimonji and Kuina on Zoro's waist. In fact, Tashi is more curious about Kuina than Hedao Yuen. Because with her knowledge, she has never heard of Kuina, which is comparable to the Supreme Sharp Sword. But when it comes to quality, Kuina is definitely a top performer, and its ranking is definitely not low. Dasky is also a little curious about Zoro who can hang 2 famous swords. What do you do? Zoro thought for a moment and replied, I'm a private marine. Marine? Private marine? Is that a branch of marine? Dasky asked curiously. Dasky was relieved to learn that the other party was a marine. In her opinion, if such a famous knife fell into the hands of lawless people, she might cry. Even if the knife didn't cry, she, a knife fanatic, would. Private marine is the marine that fights for people's rights. Hearing Zoro's explanation to the private marine, Dasky suddenly fell silent. Although Dasky is young, he also worked at the marine headquarters. He also has his own understanding of what kind of organization marine is. Marine definitely has its own meaning of existence. Without marine, the sea would become very chaotic, but there are also some chaos that originate from marine, or to be precise, world government. Thinking of this, Dasky also knows what the private marine is. He is probably a righteous person who does not want to be limited by the world government. Private marine. That's great. Just don't forget to take the right path. If you become a pirate, I will risk my life to take back the famous sword in your hand. Zoro smiled and said, it will depend on your strength then. At the same time, Sanji also participated in East Daxia Sea Chef competition. Originally he didn't want to participate, but because the final prize of this chef competition was an elephant tuna from South Blue Waters. For this fish, Sanji must win the championship, because this fish has an unusual meaning for his dream. Sanji's dream is to find all blue. The legend of the Blue Sea is that it has all the sea ingredients in the 4 oceans. In the town of Rog in the East Daxia Sea, you can catch South Blue elephant tuna. Doesn't it feel like a blue ocean? Advertisement. Sanji plans to use this elephant tuna as the starting point of his dream, so he is bound to get it. The cooking competition is said to be a cooking competition in the entire East Daxia Sea, but in fact most of the chefs are from Rog Town. With Sanji's level, he passed 5 levels and defeated 6, and won the cooking competition championship without much effort, and won the elephant tuna. Just when Sanji, Usopp and the others wanted to take a stroll, Nami asked everyone to return to the ship early. Because she felt the change in the weather, it was estimated that there would be a storm soon. Just when a few people were planning to return to the Golden Melee first, there was quite a commotion in the distance. There are pirates fighting over there on the execution platform. Really? Let's go and see the excitement together. It's better not to go, it seems quite dangerous. After hearing the conversation between several passers-by, the first thing the 3 of them thought of was Luffy. Nami, Usopp, you guys go back to the ship first, I'll go find Luffy and the others. Hearing that Luffy might be in trouble, Sanji handed the elephant tuna to the 2 of them and ran towards the commotion. In the execution platform square, Luffy stood on the execution platform, and below were Buggy, Urita, and the pirates they brought with them. After Buggy met Luffy, he began to tell about his sad journey after Orangetown and how he rescued his friends from Marine. Luffy was a little confused when he saw Buggy. What is your name? Porky? Boogie? Basie, also called Nose? Oh, I remembered, your name is Jiba? Seeing that Luffy had forgotten his name, Buggy became even more angry. What the hell? Stop pretending to be stupid, lousy is Buggy, he is Buggy. The melon eaters around who were looking at human brains immediately became commotion when they heard Buggy's name. Ah, he's Buggy, run, it's the Buggy Pirates. Inform Marine quickly. At this time, Luffy was also stunned. Oh, it's you, Buggy. Advertisement. Just as Luffy finished speaking, Kabaki from the Buggy Pirates fell from the sky and cuffed Luffy's hands and head. Straw Hat Boy, don't you want to see the execution platform? Today I will let you experience an execution. After saying that, Buggy the Clown climbed onto the execution platform with a knife. Seeing that there was a lot of fun to be seen, the melon eaters who had already left stopped one after another. Just as Buggy climbed onto the execution platform, many Marines were already hiding in the darkness around him. These Marines were all arranged by Smoker in advance. Ike and Smoker are also hidden in this. Seeing that Luffy was about to be executed, Ike naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Although I know that Luffy's father, Drago, may be nearby and Luffy will be saved this time, but I can't guarantee that it will cause a butterfly effect due to his own fault. If Drago doesn't come, then Luffy will it really hung up. Seeing Ike about to rush over, Smoker grabbed his wrist. What are you going to do? Huh, of course it's to save people, Ike said matter-of-factly. Are you talking about saving that Straw Hat Boy? He is my captain, and he is also the Marine Fleet Admiral of the Private Marine. Of course he must be rescued. As soon as he finished speaking, Ike shook off Smoker's hand and rushed towards the execution platform. Private Marine, Fleet Admiral. Smoker also looked confused. Damn, this guy turns out to be a pirate too. At the same time, Sanji and Zoro also came to the execution platform, and they were a little anxious when they saw that Luffy was about to be executed. However, they could not rescue Luffy immediately because of the obstruction of the Buggy Pirates. Buggy, on the other hand, had already raised his machete, preparing to chop off Luffy's head with one swing to avenge his shame. Luffy struggled a few times and found that he couldn't move at all. He smiled and shouted below, Ike, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp. I'm sorry, I'm going to die. Smoker, who was not far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. Straw Hat. He smiled, just when the long knife in Buggy's hand fell, a roar of the heavenly dragon came from midair. Ike released the Tianlong roar in reverse, and his whole body hit Buggy like an arrow from a string. At the same time, the sky changed suddenly, and a sudden lightning strike hit the execution platform, electrocuting Ike and Buggy who collided with each other, and the entire execution platform collapsed due to this strange lightning strike. Chapter 37 Dolog appears. Zzzz. A burst of electricity passed through his body, and Ike could smell the burnt smell on his own body. Fortunately, his physique has improved recently, and he was not seriously injured after being struck by lightning. Instead, the collapsed execution platform hit him, making Ike feel like his whole body was falling apart. Buggy on the side was also scorched black by the electricity, and he couldn't recover for a while. On the contrary, Luffy was not only fine with it, but he was also holding his waist and laughing. I'm so lucky to have saved my life. After saying that, Luffy pulled Ike up. Thank you, Ike, thank you. Hey, can you please stop thanking me after saying how lucky you are? Ike yelled at Luffy in displeasure. Then he caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure out of the corner of his eye. This man was wearing a green cloak that could cover most of his face. He was standing on the roof of a building opposite the execution platform and looking over here. Ike knew that this should be Luffy's father, Monkey D. Drag. Ike regretted a little. If he had known better, he would have looked around to look for Dorag, or he would not have received a wave of electrotherapy for no reason. At the same time that Ike and Luffy fell from the execution platform, the marine soldiers who had been ambushing around them rushed out one after another. The leader, Smoker, immediately came to Ike and Luffy. Seeing Smoker, Luffy said hello to him. "Hey, aren't you the uncle who showed me the way? Although the way you pointed out is not very correct, I still want to thank you." Smoker. Ignoring Luffy, because Luffy was destined to be caught by him, he focused his attention on Ike. "So, you are also a pirate, right?" Ike waved his hand and said, "We are not pirates. This is all a misunderstanding. We are a private marine." After hearing Ike's words, Smoker took out Luffy's wanted poster and continued, "Is this also a misunderstanding?" "Of course." Ike nodded and explained, "This is the wrong marine wanted." "You really think I'm an idiot? Also, was it a misunderstanding that the Straw Hat Boy just said he wanted to become One Piece?" Ike. "Well, actually what he said is that to become a man in One Piece, you must pay attention to the key points." Advertisement. Smoker. "Yes, I want to be a One Piece man." Luffy also nodded seriously. Smoker put away the wanted poster, and then took out the 10 hands carried on his back. He didn't plan to follow these two little pirates anymore, so he might as well just take it. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'll know as soon as I catch you." Hearing this, Luffy stroked his hat and said, "I still want to enter the Grand Line. I can't be caught by you here." There was originally something to talk about, but because of Luffy's words, he suddenly had to take action. "Haha. The rules here are that if you want to enter the Grand Line, you must defeat me first." Smoker looked around and found that many pirates from the Buggy Pirates had been captured, and the two main criminals, Buggy and Alita, had already escaped from the encirclement with several people. But looking at the direction Buggy and the others were escaping from, Smoker knew they couldn't escape Rogue Town because their ship had been blown up by Ike. Luffy heard that he had to defeat the Smoke Man in front of him in order to enter the Grand Line, and he gave up the idea of escape. At present, Luffy still doesn't know how difficult and powerful the so-called Logia fruit users are. In his opinion, he can defeat the Smoke Man in front of him. At this moment, Sanji and Zoro also broke through the siege of the pirates and marines and came behind Luffy and Ike. "Ike, Zoro, Sanji, you go first. I'll hold this smoking man back." Hearing Luffy's words, Ike wanted to say that you were no match for him, but when he thought that this kid's father was watching nearby, he gave up. Zoro and Sanji didn't want to leave Luffy, but they were pulled by Echo. "Let's go. Luffy will be fine." Seeing that the vice captain had spoken, the two had no choice but to leave. But just a few hundred meters away, there was another roadblock in front of us, and it was also a tigress. The person who came was none other than Smoker's deputy, Dasky. Just as Dasky stopped in front of the three of them, it began to rain lightly, and judging from this situation, the rain would get heavier and heavier. "Zoro Roronoa, I didn't expect you to lie to me." The rain on Dasky's face looked like tears, and coupled with her pretending to be resolute and biting her lip, it was as if Zoro had done something bad to her and was not responsible. "A whole green algae head, what did you do to this beautiful lady?" After hearing what Dashi said, the one who had the biggest reaction was Sanji. Sanji's knight knew never to allow a beautiful woman to cry in front of him. Zoro also heard that something was wrong with Dasky's words. The most important thing was that he felt Kuina trembling slightly in his waist. He knows that Kuina is a sword with a soul, and the soul is Kuina herself. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Zoro looked at Dasky and said quickly, "Hey, woman, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Tashi looked at Zoro with firm eyes, then pulled out Shigur's hand and pointed at Zoro and said, "Wado Ichiman and Kuina, I want to take it back." Seeing that the other party had drawn his sword, Zoro's expression became serious. "Ike, Sanji, you go first, I will follow you soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro also drew his sword and prepared to fight. "A whole Zoro, if you treat this beautiful Miss Marine." Before Sanji could finish what he said, Ike covered his mouth and dragged him away. At this time Zoro also experienced a different Shira field. Zoro has gained a lot of CP along the way. Dasky, Perona, Hiyori. This is just heterosexual CP. In addition, there is also the biggest homosexual CP, Sanji. So, Kuina has quite a few love rivals. His eyes returned to Luffy. Luffy used all his rubber moves, but no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't hit Smoker. After each attack, the area where Smoker was attacked will turn into smoke, which makes Luffy very depressed. Useless Straw Hat Boy, the world is big, but the only place that can accommodate you is prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker launched a counterattack, stabbing Luffy in the stomach with 10 hands without hesitation, sending him flying out. Due to the sea stone at the tip of the 10 hands, this blow caused a lot of damage to Luffy. Luffy stood up again holding his aching stomach. Smoker didn't expect that his full blow just now could not make this little boy lose his fighting ability. Just when Smoker was about to use a suppressing technique for his next attack, Luffy rushed towards him again. Rubber. Pistol. A hit from the most ordinary rubber pistol, Smoker didn't even bother to dodge, he walked towards Luffy's attack. He planned to completely suppress Luffy with the 10 hands with sea stone in them, and then handcuff him with sea stone handcuffs. Just when his fist was less than 1 meter away from Smoker, his heart suddenly tightened, and his instinct told him to avoid the punch. But when he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The punch hit Smoker firmly in the stomach, knocking him back several steps. How is this possible? Has this kid mastered domineering? Thinking of this, Smoker looked at Luffy's fist, but saw nothing. Chapter 38. Each has their own goals, heading towards Upside Down Mountain. Luffy didn't use Haki, but Nianchi. Nianchi and Bachi have different names and different usages, but they are indeed different approaches to the same goal. To awaken Nianchi, you need a strong enough body and spirit. Similarly, to awaken Haki, you also need strong enough physical fitness and mental strength. Both abilities belong to the development of one's own potential, so naturally those who can seize the Logia fruit ability can do so. Moreover, the ability of reading energy and domineering energy are also similar. The color of entanglement in the mind ability is similar to that of the weapon. The circle is similar to the color of seeing and hearing. Kamui pressed hair is similar to Conqueror's. The most important thing is that the way to use Liu Ying is similar to the Nian ability. At this time, Luffy simply mastered entangling, which is to wrap his mind energy around the surface of his body, which can increase his attack power and defense power. However, Luffy himself is a rubber man and doesn't care about blunt force blows at all, and if the opponent uses sharp weapons, Matanga's little defense is of little use. Therefore, when fighting, Luffy rarely uses Nian. To be precise, he always forgets to use it. But today, he knew that Nian can capture people with abilities that cannot be captured like Smoker. Not only were Smoker and Luffy shocked that they could attack Logia fruit users, but even Drago, who was always looking at this side, was a little shocked. Drago can be sure that Luffy was definitely not using his Haki just now, because he was always watching the battle between the two with a look of knowledge. At this moment, Drago's far-reaching vision revealed that Luffy's companions had already boarded the ship. Thinking of this, he stopped looking and jumped directly behind Smoker, putting a hand on Smoker's shoulder. Originally, Smoker wanted to continue fighting Luffy, but with Drago holding his body down like this, he was completely unable to move. Smoker tilted his neck and looked at the person behind him. When he saw who was controlling him, his pupils shrank. The world government has always wanted your head, Dorag. Hearing Smoker's words, Dorag grinned and said, "The world is waiting for our answer." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange wind started blowing. Luffy saw Drago, and just as he was about to ask who you were, he felt a strong wind coming and blew him away. Luffy in midair saw Zoro, who had just defeated Tashigi. Advertisement, Zoro. After shouting, Luffy stretched out his arm and grabbed Zoro's calf. Zoro still wants to resist. After all, every time Luffy pulls him away like this, nothing good will happen. But the wind got stronger and stronger, and Luffy's strength was also huge. He was dragged directly into the sky by Luffy. Due to inertia, Luffy just let go at this moment. Just like that, Zoro flew towards the port at an extremely fast speed. He flew all the way to a tower in the port, and hit his head against the tower with a bang. Ike saw Zoro immediately. When he walked over, he saw Zoro with his mouth wide open and muttering, "Idiot Luffy, I will chop you to death sooner or later." Seeing this scene, Ike could guess what was going on. Carrying Zoro on his shoulders, Ike used the healing magic in the sky magic to heal Zoro's wounded heart, and jumped onto the golden Merly. Just at this time, Luffy also ran over. After everyone arrived, Ike pulled up the anchor, Sanji lowered the sail, and Usopp controlled the rudder. When the sails were lowered, the golden Melee flew out of the waters of Rog Town with the help of the strange strong wind. Dolog looked at the golden Mary that was gradually sailing away, spread his arms, and said like an oath, "Go. If this is the path you choose." Smoker knew that he was not the opponent of the man recognized by the world government as the most dangerous man. He did not try to continue provoking, but shouted in confusion, "Why would you help that man, Dorag?" After hearing Smoker's words, Drago did not reveal his relationship with Luffy, but said in a very pretentious manner, "What reason can stop a man from setting sail?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dorag's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Seeing Drago leaving, Smoker said calmly to his subordinates, "Prepare the warship and chase the Straw Hat Boy. I want to go to the Grand Line." After hearing Smoker's words, several Marine soldiers looked shocked. "But, Colonel Smoker, Rog Town is under your jurisdiction. How will you explain to the headquarters if you leave?" Smoker heard this and said coldly, "Just say, don't try to order me around." In this way, Smoker also left Rog Town despite the storm. Less than an hour after Smoker left, the Marine branch in Rogue Town received a notice from the Marine headquarters, canceling Monkey D. Luffy's wanted order. Close black lens bracket. Other side. Not long after the Golden Melee sailed out of the waters of Rog Town, everyone saw a tall lighthouse in the distance. Advertisement: that lighthouse is used to guide ships into the entrance to Upside Down Mountain. Seeing this tower, Ike and the others knew that they and others were about to enter the Grand Line, and they couldn't help but get a little excited. At this moment, Sanji took out a wooden barrel and said with a smile, "We are about to enter the Grand Line, so let's hold a sea entry ceremony at the entrance." After saying this, Sanji was the first to put his feet on the edge of the barrel. "I'm here to find all blue. Second Zoro. We are here to become the world's greatest swordsman." After saying that, Zoro put Kuina's scabbard on the barrel. "The third one is Nami. I'm here to create a complete map of the world." The fourth, Usopp. Usopp seemed a little nervous. In his opinion, he was the only ordinary person among all the crew members. But he still stated his goal, are to become brave sea warriors. Seeing this, Ike also put his feet on the barrel and said with a smile, I am here to carry out real justice and change this twisted world. Finally, everyone looked at Luffy. Luffy also stroked his straw hat and then put his feet on the barrel. I want to become One Piece. And become the Marine King. I want to be the freest man on the sea. While speaking, Luffy glanced at Ike. We are not only a pirate group but also a private marine. Originally, Luffy's goal was One Piece. But after this period of experience, he found that there was nothing wrong with King Marine. On the contrary, he was more free and could even hold banquets on marine warships. Moreover, the dream of his important partner Ike is to become a marine, which Luffy has never forgotten. If Luffy knew what Ike was thinking, he would definitely say, sorry, I didn't say I wanted to be a marine, it's just because the system is a justice marine system. After everyone stated their goals, everyone headed towards the lighthouse on the Golden Mary. Chapter 39 The first 10 gold draws in a row, more than an hour later. The storm finally stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed one after another. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has entered their daily routine again. Huh? We can obviously see the lighthouse, why haven't we arrived yet? Usopp said while holding up his binoculars and looking in the direction of the lighthouse. This shows that the guidance lighthouse is quite large, but at our speed, we can reach Upside Down Mountain in a few hours. Just as Nami finished speaking, Usopp pointed to a sea area not far away and said, look over there, why are there so many birds? Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Usopp and indeed saw many seabirds hovering there. There must be a big fish there. As he spoke, Sanji looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, let's see if we can catch a big fish. When he heard about the fish, Luffy immediately became interested. Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed the birds where they were hovering. Caught. Luffy immediately retracted his arm when he felt that he had caught something. But when the arm was retracted, it was a little crooked. Seeing this, Sanji and Usopp immediately hid in a hurry. Just as Sanji and the two ducked away, there were only two, bang, shoo, sounds, and Zoro, who was sleeping beside the boat, was knocked down. When Luffy saw this, he knew that he was in trouble, and he quickly made an insincere apology regardless of whether Zoro heard it or not. Sorry, Zoro. Ike ignored the commotion on the deck because he was performing a ceremony in the cabin. As for what kind of ceremony it is, of course it is the ceremony before the lottery. Ike has collected 10,000 points, and he plans to have a wave of 10 golden draws. Ike first washed his hands, then changed his clothes, lit the incense he bought in Rog Town, and finally sat down cross-legged to start the lottery. After making all preparations, Ike began to draw the gold 10 consecutive draws. Advertisement: the lottery wheel started spinning at Ike's prayer. Soon, item information appeared in his mind. Obtain. Marrow Cleansing Pill. Gold level item. It comes from the world of cultivating immortals. After use, it can wash the essence and cut the marrow to improve your own cultivation qualifications. Obtain. Sharingan. Silver level item. From the Hokage Ninja world, after use, you can get a Magatama Sharingan that can be upgraded, up to the Eternal Mangekyo. Obtain. Monkey Talisman. Gold level item. From the world of Jackie Chan's adventures, it can turn the target into the animal the holder wants to turn into, and at the same time, it can also change back to its original form. Obtain. Bamboo Dragonfly. Obtain. Brutal Suit Set, silver level item. It comes from a certain science fiction world. After wearing it, it increases the wearer's strength, speed and defense. Obtain. Gotha Duck. Silver level item. From the world of Pokemon, get a Pokeball with a Gotha Duck. The Gotha Duck can evolve into a Gotha Duck. Obtain. Spiritual Bow. Gold level item. From the Shinigami world, the spiritual bow is the weapon of the Quincy in the Shinigami world. When used, it can automatically generate spiritual light arrows. If you use physical arrows, the power of the arrows can be increased. Note. Already based on the system of the One Piece world has modified the usage conditions of this item, changing the usage conditions from spiritual power to physical strength. Obtain. Tegu 10,000 Miles of Flight. A gold level item from the world of Zon Crimson Eyes. After use, it can fly at super high speeds, shoot out feathers to attack, and can rebound any flying props including cannonballs. Obtain. Shrinking Flashlight. A silver level item from the Doraemon world. You can freely shrink it after use, and you can also change the smaller people or objects back to their original appearance. Obtain. Gourmet Tree Sapling. Silver level item, from Prisoner of Gourmet. As the name suggests, it is a magical plant that can grow all kinds of food. The draw is complete. There are 4 gold level items in 10 draws. They are, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Monkey Talisman, Spiritual Bow, and Flying Thousands of Miles. These 4 gold level items, like the Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, can also directly increase combat power. Needless to say, after taking the Marrow Cleansing Pill, Ike's own physique will definitely increase dramatically, and most importantly, his qualifications will be improved. Ike is not greedy, as long as he can enhance his qualifications to be similar to Luffy's. The Monkey Talisman, a bug level item, can directly turn enemies into animals. However, in Ike's view, the Monkey Talisman is not very useful when facing 2 strong enemies. After all, seeing, hearing, color, and domineering is not a vegetarian. It is quite simple to avoid the changing light of the Monkey Talisman. The reason why the Monkey Talisman is gold level is probably because this item is too powerful. Compared to the Monkey Charm, Ike hopes to get the cow charm or the rabbit charm. Advertisement: the spiritual bow increases destructive power, but is actually not very suitable for Ike's fighting style. Compared to the spiritual bow, I really like flying 10,000 miles Ike. The ability to fly is extremely rare in the pirate world. The most important thing is that he is so handsome. Flying 10,000 miles is so damn handsome. Ike directly extracted 4 gold level props. They are a round golden elixir, an octagonal stone with a monkey pattern, a cross bracelet, and a pair of wings. Ike first put the monkey charm into the cozy cabin, and then put the bracelet on his hand. Just when Ike touched the Tegu Banley flying turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Ike's body. At the same time, there was a pair of wings tattooed on Ike's back. Now Ike can summon 10,000 miles flying with just a thought. Ike did not eat the marrow cleansing pill immediately, but was checking to see which other silver level items could be used now. Immediately, Ike extracted Sharingan. After Sharingan appeared, it floated in front of Ike. It was a pair of ominous eyes. When Ike's hand touched it, these eyes penetrated into Ike's eyes. Ike subconsciously covered his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had turned into a blood-red Sharingan with a Magatama. After turning on Sharingan, Ike felt that he could see things more clearly. He could even see the legs of mosquitoes flying by clearly. Sharingan is also a good ability. It just needs to be upgraded. If you can directly obtain the Eternal Mangekyo, that would be awesome. If it is really the Eternal Mangekyo, it is probably not a silver level item but a gold level item. Just like a shallow attack, if it is not a shallow attack, but a complete Zanpakuto, it will not be a silver level item but a gold level item. Ike did not continue to extract other drawn items. These successfully drawn items will remain in a state of being placed as long as they are not extracted. Ike plans to eat the marrow cleansing pill now. But before that, I still need to inform Luffy and the others. After all, I don't know how long it will take to cleanse the marrow with this marrow cleansing pill. When Ike came to the deck, he found that there was no one on the deck, and then he went to the kitchen and dining room. Chapter 40. The Money-Sucking TX Hut, in progress of cleansing and marrow removal. As soon as Ike walked in, he saw a little girl who heard Luffy say that he was a pirate and fainted from fright. Seeing this little girl, Ike knew that he had reached the Millennium Dragon Branch. Hey, what were you doing in the cabin just now, Ike? Nami looked at the unconscious little girl and found that she had just fainted. She looked back at Ike and asked curiously. I am summoning magical items. After hearing Ike's words, Luffy and Zoro all looked at Ike. Currently, the only people who know that Ike can summon magical items are Luffy, Zoro and Nami. Zoro knew that his Kuina was summoned by Echo through item summoning. When Luffy heard Ike summoning items again, he came to Ike with excitement and asked, Ike, have you come up with something interesting again? Show it to me. What does item summoning mean? Usopp asked curiously. Hearing Usopp's words, Nami explained, at this time, one of Ike's abilities is that he can summon some magical items every time. For example, the sea bicycle placed in the warehouse, Zoro's wine gourd and knife were all summoned by Ike. Oh, by the way, there is also a training manual for telekinesis that can be practiced. Hearing that Ike still had such abilities, Sanji and Usopp also looked at Ike expectantly. We'll talk about this later. I have some things that I need to retreat for a while. I'm not sure when it will end. After saying that, Ike came to the wall and pressed one hand on the wall. While Ike pressed his hand on the wall, a pink wooden door with a penguin pattern appeared on the empty wooden wall. This is the entrance to the cozy hut. There are 2 ways to enter the cozy cabin. One is to use Ike as a medium and directly open the space door to enter. However, one drawback is that you have to exit where you entered. If you enter while sailing, when you come out again, you won't know where the ship has drifted. The second way is to directly summon the physical portal, just like now. After Ike entered the cozy hut, Luffy, Nami, Sanji and the others also walked in. I didn't expect you, Ike, to still have a girl's heart. Sanji teased after seeing the pink hue of the cozy cabin. Ike. Advertisement. I feel pretty good. Nami looked around the cabin and found that not only was it fully furnished with all kinds of furniture, but it also had bathrooms, a study room, a tea room, and other rooms. Ike was also a little unhappy with the pink tone, and then he opened the control panel of the cozy house and started to recharge. A lot of money was seized when fighting pirates before, and now the money is stored in the warehouse of Wenshin Hut. Directly recharging the money into the system, Ike began to rearrange the cozy cabin. The first thing is to change everything that is pink to blue or white. After changing the basic color scheme, Ike planned to add a few more rooms to the cozy cabin. Because looking at Nami's current appearance, he probably wants to live here. But when he added a room, it seemed to prompt, insufficient balance. What the hell? What's wrong with the insufficient balance? I just recharged at least 10 million belly. Although I knew that this TX Penguin cozy house would be a waste of money, I didn't expect it to be so wasteful. More than 10 million Baileys turned out to be just a change of color. Ike, this bathroom is nice. I want to take a bath here later, okay? At this moment, Nami opened the bathroom door, looked at the luxurious configuration in the bathroom, and said with some anticipation. Oh, yes. It's no problem to live here. When he heard that he lived here, Nami shook his head and said, forget it, I am a navigator on the ship. If I live here, I cannot pay attention to the ship and the sky at all times. The fact is just as Nami said, she is the only navigator on the ship. Without her watching, the ship might have drifted nowhere. If Zoro were to be a navigator, Ike guessed, he would be able to reach Ravdru directly without the need for 4 coordinates and historical text. After everyone finished visiting, they returned to the Golden Merly. And Ike also chose to take medicine and go into seclusion. After Ike took the marrow cleansing pill, he sat on the ground and waited for the medicine to take effect. The protagonists in many cultivation novels would fall asleep for several days and nights after taking the marrow cleansing pill. Ike was not sure what his situation would be like, so he had to prepare in advance. After the elixir entered his abdomen, a warm current flowed throughout his body. Soon, Ike began to sweat, and soon his clothes were wet with sweat stains. In just over an hour, this warm feeling all over my body disappeared. Advertisement Ike knew that his purification of essence and marrow was over, because he could feel an unprecedented sense of power. When Ike opened his eyes, the 1 Magatama in his eyes turned into 3 Magatama, and the clarity of his vision improved a lot again. Just when Ike stood up and wanted to test his current strength, the sticky feeling all over his body made him stagnate. Only then did he realize that his body was covered in a layer of black-red mucus. FK. That's so disgusting. Cursing secretly, Ike walked into the bathroom and started washing up. This washing not only washes away the impurities on the surface of the body, but also washes away all the hair on the surface of the body. Now Ike has become a bald head. Ike looked at his bald image in the mirror and was speechless. How come this washing of the essence and marrow has removed all the hair? Is this what you call me getting stronger even though I've become bald? But unlike Mr. Saitama, Ike's hair roots are still there, and his hair can grow back as long as he waits for a while. Gulu gulu. After taking a shower, Ike's stomach gurgled. Holding his somewhat shriveled stomach, Ike planned to go out to find some food. Walking out of the cozy cabin, Ike came to the kitchen of the Golden Merly. It was already late at night, and Ike guessed that although it felt like more than an hour had passed, in fact, half a day had passed. Ike looked around, then walked to the refrigerator, intending to find some food. There are 2 other people who have the same idea as Ike. One is the little girl who was rescued before, and the other is Luffy who came to steal some food. Just when Ike was walking towards the refrigerator, he heard a creaking sound, and Ike, who felt something bad, fell to the ground, holding on to the giant mouse trap with both hands to prevent him from falling. The movement here quickly attracted Sanji, the other person in charge of the kitchen. Turning on the light, what came into view was Luffy who was tightly clamped by the mousetrap, Ike who was leaning up and holding the mousetrap with both arms, and the little girl who looked confused. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise, please comment, and please urge me to update. One more thing, helping the protagonist group improve their strength also needs to be done step by step. If you give something, you will get it. Only when the protagonist group is strong, Ike, will get more justice points. These 2 were written a little too quickly. 2IM Chapter 41 Departing from Battleship Island. Ike, Luffy, what are you doing? Sanji asked after lighting a cigarette. I exercising. Ike laughed and did 2 presses with a giant mousetrap. Luffy, who had been struggling, echoed, that's right. I'm also exercising. Eat on the sly, don't look for excuses. While talking, Sanji released Luffy, and Ike was able to break free from the mousetrap. Then Sanji looked at the little girl who was pale with fright and said, are you hungry too? The little girl didn't speak, just shook her head desperately. She was really frightened just now. If such a big mousetrap was caught on her body, she would probably be cut in half. Just as the little girl shook her head, her stomach growled, which made her blush. When Luffy heard this sound, he forgot about the embarrassment of being caught in a mousetrap and started to slap his legs and laugh. Ha ha ha. You are just hungry. Ike also slumped down on the chair and said, Sanji, help me cook more meat, I'm starving to death. Sanji heard this, nodded, and then started cooking. Within 10 minutes, a feast of meat-based meals was prepared by Sanji. Luffy and Ike began to fight for food without ceremony. Seeing this scene, Sanji was a little curious. Ike, why have you become a big eater? And where did your hair go? At this time, Sanji began to observe the changes in Ike. At this time, not only was Ike's hair gone, his body was also much stronger than before, and even the muscles on his arms looked very distinct. In addition, Ike's height also increased by a few centimeters. Before, Ike was only about 1.75 meters tall, but now Ike is at least 1.8 meters tall. This, we'll talk about it after. Woo woo woo, we'll talk about it later. I'll finish eating first. Ike responded while stuffing meat into his mouth, noticing that Luffy was eating faster, and Ike also speeded up. Sanji looked at the little girl who still refused to move her chopsticks and said, if you don't eat, the food will be eaten by them both. The little girl still looked a little reluctant when she heard this. Advertisement. While Luffy was eating, he glanced at Ike out of the corner of his eye and almost spit out the food in his mouth when he saw Ike's bald head. However, in order not to waste the food, he still swallowed it forcefully. After taking a sip of water, Luffy saw that the little girl didn't touch the food in front of her. Whether intentionally or not, he put down the water glass and reached out to pick up the plate in front of the little girl. He smiled and said, since you don't want to eat, then give it to me. Seeing this, the little girl immediately started to protect the food. Who said I don't want to eat? After saying this, the little girl picked up the plate and took a few bites. The taste of the food immediately made her smile. This is delicious. At this moment, Nami, Usopp, and Zoro, who had been eavesdropping outside, also walked in. Nami came to the little girl and asked with a smile, "You know we are pirates, so you are scared, right?" Nami's words made the little girl smile awkwardly. Haha. That's right. In this era, hearing about pirates will give you the same reaction. But don't worry, we are not some vicious pirates. Hearing what Nami said, although he was still a little wary, he was much more relaxed than before. At this moment, Ike, who had already eaten, stood up and said, "Say your name and where you live and we will take you home." Ike knows that this little girl is called Abc and lives on Battleship Island, and there is also a 1,000-year dragon hidden on Battleship Island who is about to die of old age. In order to obtain the so-called 1,000-year dragon bone, Marine captured Abis and wanted to know the whereabouts of the 1,000-year dragon. It is said that the bones of the 1,000-year dragon can make the elixir of immortality. Ike thinks it is nonsense, but some people in Marine really believe it. Ike's strength has increased, so he wants to enter the Grand Line as soon as possible, but he has no interest in this kind of branch plot. Ike's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw Ike's bald head, Usopp, Luffy and Zoro couldn't help laughing. Usopp covered his mouth and pointed at Ike's head and asked, peeved, "Ike, why did you become bald? Is this the result of your retreat?" Zoro also said with a smile. Luffy didn't speak, but he kept laughing. He was about to forget about Ike's bald head, but he was infected by Usopp's laughter and started laughing again. "Hey, are you so slow to respond? I've been sitting here all the time." "Ike, maybe your bald head was too bright and dazzling, so we didn't pay attention," Usopp explained with a smile. Usopp's words immediately made Luffy's laughter grow even louder. Advertisement Ike saw this and punched Luffy on the head. The reason why I don't hit Usopp is because now Ike can't control his power 100%. It would be embarrassing if he accidentally smashed Usopp to death. But if you hammer Luffy, there is no risk. Luffy was knocked to the ground by Ike's punch. Seeing this, Zoro immediately put away his smile. From the punch Ike just made, he found that Ike's power was much stronger than before. After punching Luffy, Ike raised his fist and looked at Usopp. Usopp saw this and immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Seeing these people playing around, the little girl felt that these people were not bad people, so she told her name. "My name is Abc, and I live on Battleship Island. Please send me home." After hearing this, Nami immediately took out the map and quickly found the location of Battleship Island. "Left rudder, go east, let's go to Battleship Island." After planning the route, Nami said to the others. Soon, everyone became busy, controlling the sails, and steering the helm. After working for a while, it was daybreak. "Ike, hurry, take out the magical items you summoned before." When the Golden Mary sailed normally, Luffy approached Ike expectantly. Luffy hopes that Ike will come up with something new like a sea bike. After all, the time spent on the ship is a bit too boring. After hearing Luffy's words, others also looked over expectantly. Seeing this, Ike had no choice but to take out the things that he had no use for or that he had planned to give away. They are 5 bamboo dragonflies, an elf ball, a suit including leather shoes, an ordinary flashlight and a potted plant. While taking out things, Ike began to introduce the functions of these things. After listening to the functions of these magical items, Luffy directly picked up a bamboo dragonfly and put it on his head. Then he flew up with a thought. Just when he was about to fly away from the Golden Merly, he was caught. Nami stopped. At this time, Ike also realized that no means of transportation could allow Luffy to play alone, otherwise he would definitely cause a lot of trouble and even get lost. Seeing that no one would let him play with bamboo dragonflies, Luffy turned his attention to the Pokeball again. He picked up the elf ball and pressed the button on it, directly releasing the sleeping duck inside. Chapter 42 Reserve food up to duck and food tree. Kodakia opened his eyes in confusion. After seeing the unfamiliar environment, he covered his head with his short arms, as if he had a headache. Seeing such a fat duck, Luffy naturally thought of eating it immediately. It was also the first time for Sanji to see such a big and plump duck, and he couldn't help but murmured, "Such a fat duck. Roasted on the outside and tender on the inside, sliced and sprinkled with special sauce, it should taste delicious." Hearing Sanji's words, Luffy's mouth almost watered. "Come on, Sanji, let's bake it." As if feeling the malice, Kodakia covered his head and ran away in a hurry. Echo was also a little speechless. Echo could accept whatever Pokemon he drew, but this Kodak was really something he couldn't accept. The Gotha duck is powerful, but before it evolves into the Gotha duck, its combat effectiveness can be said to be unstable at all. Just when Ike wanted to step forward to stop Luffy from catching the duck, Luffy had already stretched out his arm and caught the duck. After being caught, Kodak let out a croaking scream, and then his eyes suddenly emitted a strange blue light, and Luffy found that his body could not move. Ike knew that at this moment Kodak felt the power of danger released. "Luffy, the duck is not for food. It will also be our partner in the future, although it is not very useful." Hearing Ike's words, Zoro pointed speechlessly at the duck that could easily control Luffy and said, "You say this is not very useful?" "Strong ability, but difficult to control," Ike explained. At this moment, Nami stepped forward and hugged Kodak. Although the Kodak duck looks a bit silly, it is still very cute and adorable. Nami fell in love with it the first time she saw it. The duck felt like it was being hugged and wanted to resist, but when Nami's hand touched its head, the duck immediately stopped moving. Miss Nami is so kind. Seeing this, Sanji began to circle around Nami, and his eyes became heart-shaped. After Luffy learned that the Kodak couldn't be eaten and was still a companion, he gave up immediately. There is actually a set of clothes here. Luffy picked up the brutal suit, but only looked at it twice before throwing it aside, hitting Sanji's body. Seeing this, Ike said to Sanji, "You are the only one wearing a suit on the boat, so I will give you this suit." Sanji heard this and didn't refuse. Advertisement. Through Ike's explanation just now, Sanji knew that this suit can increase strength and agility, and it is indeed very suitable for him. In the end, only the food tree and the shrinking flashlight are left. Luffy took the flashlight and shined it at Usopp beside him. Usopp's figure shrank directly. Oh, this is fun. Luffy immediately found something interesting and irradiated Usopp several times in succession, and Usopp became the size of a fingernail. Ike took the flashlight over and turned on the enlargement button to change Usopp back. Luffy has already thought of a very cool operation, that is, to make himself smaller. Wouldn't it mean that he can eat meat directly and enjoy it? Thinking of this, Luffy shouted to Sanji, who was studying the food tree, "Sanji, make me a piece of meat, I want the kind with bones." "Wait a minute." Sanji replied to Luffy, then looked at Ike and asked, "Can this tree really grow delicious food? What kind of delicious food can it grow specifically?" Hearing Sanji's question, Ike replied, "It depends on how you cultivate it. To cultivate a food tree, you need to fertilize it, and the fertilizer you apply is some of the food you make. What food do you bury in the soil? It will grow whatever food it can." Ike's explanation is exactly how the food tree is used. The food tree comes from the prisoner of food, naturally. In the world of the prisoner of food, the cultivation of the food tree is not that troublesome. After all, it is a world full of food, and no one knows how much food is buried in the soil. But this food tree produced by the system needs to be planted and cultivated by yourself. After listening to Ike's explanation, Sanji had his own ideas about this food tree. For example, if you fertilize it with some spices, it will grow spices. If you fertilize with food, food will grow. In this way, there is no need to worry about lack of food on the sea. As for letting the food tree grow food directly, Sanji won't do that. Sanji is a chef. In his opinion, the most important ingredient in the dishes he makes is heart. Sanji hopes that the food his companions eat is food cooked by himself, rather than produced like an assembly line. Naturally, if conditions permit, if Sanji is really starving to death, Sanji will not think about the origin of food. The first priority is to fill his stomach. After moving the food tree to the place where the orange trees were planted in Melee, Sanji took out some commonly used spices and accessories and fertilized it for the first time. After setting up the food tree, he went to cook meat for Luffy. When the meat was placed in front of Luffy, Luffy said to Ike, "Ike, make me smaller." Advertisement. After hearing Luffy's words, Ike immediately knew what he wanted to do. "I said, Luffy, it's useless to do this. The shrinking light can only reduce your size and weight. Although you will eat very well, it will basically mean that you haven't eaten anything after you transform, because you eat it. The food doesn't get bigger." Luffy said he couldn't understand Ike's explanation. Seeing this, Ike could only let Luffy experience it for himself. Ike directly shrunk everyone present, including Alabasta, leaving only herself on the deck. After becoming smaller, Luffy Usopp started eating meat crazily. "It feels so good," Luffy shouted as he lay on the meat and kept eating. Others are enjoying being smaller. Ike can really come up with a lot of magical props. Zoro also ate a piece of meat, then took a sip of wine and said, "With this lamp, we can store more things on the ship." This is not possible. Regarding Zoro's proposal, Usopp directly rejected it. Didn't Ike say that shrinking and other things are time sensitive? If the time limit is reached, the Mary will be hurt. At the same time, just as everyone was experiencing the shrinking journey, a warship had already caught up with the Golden Melee. This warship is the team chasing Alabasta. The leader is a major, and there is also a mercenary Eric on the ship. When the major saw the Golden Mary, he originally had no intention of pursuing it. To him, it was just a little pirate. The most important thing now was to catch the little girl Alabasta. "It's just a small pirate group, let's let it go for now." Just as the major finished speaking, Eric stepped forward, took out Luffy's bounty list and said, "This is not a small pirate group. Your Majesty, Major. A head worth 30 million can make waves in the East Daxia Sea." After seeing the 30 million reward list, the major frowned and said, "Headquarters has informed me that this 30 million reward has been invalidated." Eric was also surprised when he heard this. It was also the first time he heard that besides 7 warlords of the sea, there were also bounty lists being invalidated. But even so, we still have to stop them. There is only one ship nearby, and the little girl might be caught by the people on this ship. When the major heard this, he felt that it made sense. Just at this time, Ike used 1,000 miles of flying to fly to the warship. Chapter 43 Millennium Dragon. When the marine soldiers saw Ike falling from the sky, they raised their guns and pointed them at him. Seeing this, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and handed it over and said, "One of my own. I am General Ike of the Private Marine. The major took the letter of appointment and saw the seal of Marine's headquarters on it. He knew that it should be true, and, allowing Marine to remove the reward order showed that the background of this ship was not shallow, and it was better not to provoke it. The major first made a gesture to put down his gun to his surrounding men, and then returned the appointment letter to Akado. Mr. Private Marine, have you ever seen a little girl?
Hearing this, Ike shook his head decisively and said, I haven't seen it before. We still have a mission assigned by Lieutenant General Garp, so I won't say more. Upon hearing this, the major saluted and sent Ike flying back to the Golden Mary. Seeing that the major let him go like this, Eric said in a somewhat unhappy tone, Hey. Major, don't you even do a search. How are you going to explain to Admiral Nelson? Although Eric is a mercenary, in this mission, he actually hopes to get the 1,000-year dragon bone the most. After all, who doesn't want to live forever? If he wanted to get clues about the Millennium Dragon Bone, Abyss was the key. Eric didn't want to let go of this clue. His intuition told him that Abyss was definitely on that pirate ship. The major shook his head and said nothing. In fact, even if Abyss was really on that ship, he would not dare to search it. How could the background of withdrawing the 30 million bounty be simple? Go back and report this matter to Admiral Nelson first. I will take the initiative to accept the punishment.
After saying that, the major ordered his men to set sail and go back. After Ike returned to the Golden Mary, he used the shrinking flashlight to change everyone back to their original size. The smaller Luffy's belly became bloated due to eating a lot of meat, but when he returned to his original size, his belly also changed back. This made Luffy suddenly feel an indescribable feeling of emptiness. Seeing Luffy's slumped face, Ike smiled and said, You can feel it, after you become smaller, you can only experience the pleasure of eating, but it won't make you full.
Luffy was a little disappointed when he heard this, but, it's nice to experience the pleasure of eating meat. There was a warship chasing over just now, and it seemed that it was here to hunt down Abyss. Ike recounted what had just happened. After everyone heard this, they all turned their attention to Abyss. Seeing this, Abyss quickly explained, I don't know what Marine is going to do if he catches me. I did escape from Marine before. Seeing Abyss like this, everyone knew that she must be hiding something. But since they had agreed to send her home, no one said anything else. They couldn't just throw her off the boat because of her concealment. This is not the style of the Straw Hats. The style of the Straw Hats is that thieves can cause trouble, they are never afraid of trouble, they just like to cause trouble. Advertisement. Just when Abyss was a little embarrassed, Nami pointed to an island in the distance that looked like a warship and said, We are here, Warship Island. After hearing Nami's words, everyone came to the deck and saw the appearance of Battleship Island, which indeed looked like a huge warship. As soon as the Golden Melee approached the shore, it saw a group of villagers waiting nervously with weapons in their hands. Luffy laughed when he saw this and said, A lot of people are greeting us. Idiot. Nami rolled her eyes at Luffy and said, It seems like they are here to deal with us. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Ike first asked Abyss to get off the boat and explain to the villagers. Knowing that the Straw Hat Pirates were good pirates, many villagers also put down their weapons. In this way, everyone, led by Abyss, arrived at her grandfather's house. The old man said that he would use exclusive steamed buns to thank everyone in the Straw Hats for sending Abyss home. Of course, Luffy was also very interested in the old man's exclusive steamed buns, so he led everyone to wait and listen to the old man telling stories. At the same time, the Major and Eric returned to the main ship and informed Admiral Nelson of what had happened previously. Admiral Nelson was built like a mountain of meat and held a small folding fan in his hand. After listening to the report of his major, his small eyes narrowed. If you can't handle this, what else can you do? If you know that the other party has a background, then you won't pretend that you don't know and arrest the little girl on the boat first. Upon hearing this, the major immediately lowered his head and did not dare to speak anymore. Seeing this, Admiral Nelson waved his hand and said, All troops obey the order and set off for Battleship Island. Nelson's idea is very simple. Since the little girl is from Battleship Island, other people on Battleship Island should also have clues about the 1,000-year dragon. As for what to do if you meet the Straw Hats, what else can you do? If you are in the way, of course you will kill him directly. Do you need an explanation for killing a 30 million pirate? As for canceling the wanted order, just say you don't know. In this way, under the order of Admiral Nelson, dozens of mighty warships sailed towards the Warship Island. Other side. Except for Ike who was practicing boxing outside, the rest of the Straw Hats were basically made drowsy by the old man's story. Just when Ike was concentrating on practicing boxing, he saw Abyss sneaking into the kitchen, putting the steamed buns into a bag, and running towards the mountains of Battleship Island with the bag on her shoulders. Advertisement. Before Ike could catch up, Luffy opened his nostrils and followed the scent of the buns. It was obvious that he was sleepwalking. Just like that, Luffy smelled the aroma of the buns, Ike followed Luffy, and behind Ike was Nami. Several people came to a cave on the Battleship Island mountain together. A 1,000-year-old dragon that is about to die of old age is lying in this cave. When Abyss saw Luffy, Echo and Nami chasing after her, she subconsciously wanted to protect the Millennium Dragon. Luffy stepped forward and didn't look at the 1,000-year dragon. Instead, he opened the bag containing the buns and started eating like crazy. At this time, Luffy still hadn't woken up. Seeing Luffy actually eating the buns she prepared for Lord Long, Abyss' face turned red with anger. Luffy, that's what I gave to Master Long. Abisa's voice immediately woke up Luffy, who was still sleepwalking. After Luffy ate the bun in his mouth and in his hand, he asked in confusion, "Where am I?" At this time, Luffy noticed that there was a huge creature in front of him. "Wow, what is this? So amazing." As he spoke, Luffy rushed forward and stroked him while saying excitedly, "This is actually alive, so amazing." Abis kept pulling Luffy, but Luffy didn't move at all. Luffy looked into Master Long's eyes and asked, "How awesome. Where did you come from?" After hearing Luffy's words, Millennium Dragon raised his eyelids and looked at him with somewhat lifeless eyes. It was at this glance that Luffy felt the sadness in the Millennium Dragon's heart. "I see, you want to go back to your hometown." Abis didn't expect that Luffy could also hear Master Long's thoughts. Luffy said that he just felt it, and actually couldn't hear Master Long's heart. Ike knew that this was Luffy's talent, the talent to listen to all things. I said, "Is this really a dragon? I feel like it's more like a bird." Ike stepped forward, looked at Master Long carefully, and then said, "Master Long is a dragon. He is a 1,000-year-old dragon." Abis said with certainty, and then told Marine the real reason for arresting her. 1,000-year-old dragon bone. Elixir of immortality. Nami was also a little surprised, and thought to himself, this old and shabby old dragon can make the elixir of life. Wouldn't that be very valuable? At this moment, the poke ball in Nami's pocket flashed with white light, and the Kodak appeared out of nowhere and began to steal the spotlight and presence. Chapter 44 4 Millennium Dragons vs Marine Fleet. After learning about Master Long's situation, Luffy planned to take Master Long away from here to find his hometown. Ike knows that Battleship Island is actually the hometown of Master Long. It is also the place where the Millennium Dragon returns to its nest and where the Millennium Dragon hatches the new Millennium Dragon. It's just that this Dragon Master is a 1,000-year-old dragon who has been lost for thousands of years, and he is too old and confused to remember this place of return. In fact, the 1,000-year-old dragon will also choose to return to its nest when it dies. The reason why Lord Long is entrenched here is because he knows that this is the place where he will return to his roots. This is the instinct of animals. Just when Ike was about to tell this, Usopp hurriedly rushed into the cave. Luffy, Ike, Nami, is not good. Seeing Luffy and the other three, Usopp leaned on his knees and panted while saying, "Marine. Marine has surrounded the warship island." After taking a moment to catch his breath, Usopp opened his eyes. Seeing the huge dragon lord, Usopp's eyes widened. "I'm going to. Here, what is this?" Ignoring the surprised Usopp, Ike frowned and said, "It looks like we are in trouble." Ike didn't expect that even though he revealed his identity and said he was Garp's subordinate, he still failed to calm Marine. But it's right to think about it carefully, after all, it is the temptation of immortality. Moreover, Marine is not the only one who wishes to live forever, but also those bastards from the celestial dragons. As long as he offers the elixir of life to the celestial dragons, that fat Admiral Nelson will probably be promoted and make a fortune. Ike, what should we do? Nami asked, looking at Ike. Nami knows that although she and others are pirates, they are also private marines. If they really take action against marines, the identities of private marines will be at stake. Ike also fell into deep thought after hearing this. When he caught sight of Lord Long, he immediately thought of a good idea. "Luffy, go and call Sanji and Zoro back. I have an idea." Luffy trusted Ike very much and rushed out of the cave to find Zoro and Sanji without asking what he could do. 10 minutes later, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered at the cave. Ike first told Mr. Long's situation and said that he would not hand him over. Advertisement. After learning Ike's thoughts, Zoro pushed Hidao Yuan out with his thumb and said, "So we still want to fight?" Ike nodded and said, "We do want to fight, but, not as our identities, but, as the Millennium Dragon." Other side. The Marine fleet led by Admiral Nelson directly surrounded the entire Battleship Island. They also captured several villagers from Battleship Island and forced them to find out the whereabouts of Abis. Haha. That little girl actually returned to Battleship Island. That couldn't be better. After hearing what Admiral Nelson said, one of his colonels asked in confusion, "Admiral Nelson, what about the Straw Hats and the gang?" What else can we do? If they stop us, just take action and kill them." Having said this, Admiral Nelson looked at the sparse civilians on the warship island with a fierce light in his eyes and said, "If these ordinary people prevent us from obtaining the keel, I will still kill them." Nelson's men did not expect that he would be so crazy, and they were a little more afraid of this mountain of meat. "By the way, where did Eric go?" After hearing Nelson's question, Colonel Marine replied, "He seems to have gone to Battleship Island first." Just as the Marine colonel finished speaking, a burst of beast roars came from the depths of the warship island. Along with the beast's roar, 4 huge creatures flew out from the depths of Battleship Island. They have dragon-like heads and bird-like feathers on their bodies. Although they are more like birds, Admiral Nelson recognized them at the first sight. They were exactly the 1,000-year-old dragons he had been searching for. "Those are 1,000-year-old dragons. Quickly, shoot them down with cannons." Nelson shouted in a very excited tone. After hearing Nelson's order, many Marines set up their cannons and started firing cannonballs at several 1,000-year dragons. Bang bang bang. Bursts of gunfire rang out, but they were easily dodged by several 1,000-year dragons. One of the 1,000-year-old dragons kicked a warship with its claws. The huge body of the 1,000-year-old dragon immediately kicked a warship into pieces. Since Admiral Nelson's marine fleet is connected by iron chains, the kick of the Millennium Dragon not only destroyed a warship, but also sank the warships on both sides into the sea. At the same time, the other 3,000-year dragons also moved. One of the Millennium Dragon's claws suddenly grew longer, and then it swept across, destroying 3 warships in an instant. There was also a 1,000-year-old dragon holding a huge piece of wood in its mouth. It spread wings and the piece of wood in its mouth formed a 3-sword flow ghost slash, which took away 3 more warships in one wave. The last one grabbed a huge stone with its claws and used it to sink a warship. Advertisement. In less than 10 minutes, Admiral Nelson lost most of his fleet, which also made him feel like he was having a myocardial infarction. Admiral, our losses have been too great, we should retreat. Yes, if we continue, we will be completely annihilated. These 1,000-year-old dragons are not something we can provoke. ... After hearing the persuasion from his subordinates, Nelson was very reluctant. After all, this was the elixir of immortality that he had dreamed of. At the same time, several 1,000-year-old dragons in midair also communicated with each other. 1,000-year dragon Luffy. I turned into a 1,000-year dragon, it's so fun. Zoro Millennium Dragon. I didn't expect Ike to have such a method. Sanji Millennium Dragon. But this is indeed a good idea. Usopp Millennium Dragon. Ha ha ha, let's try Captain Usopp's stone attack again. Sanji Millennium Dragon. It's already like this, why don't they retreat? Zoro Millennium Dragon. It looks like we have to destroy that main ship. Luffy Millennium Dragon. I'll come. The Marines below naturally couldn't understand the exchanges between several 1,000-year dragons. They could only see several 1,000-year dragons making roars, which made them more and more nervous, fearing that they would become the prey of the 1,000-year dragons. A goal. At this time, many Marine soldiers have boarded the warship island, because it is too unsafe on the warship. While Admiral Nelson was still debating whether to retreat, Luffy's Millennium Dragon had already flown towards his main ship. Seeing this, Nelson quickly ordered his men, quick, let me attack with the main gun. But just when the Marine soldiers were not adjusting the muzzle, Luffy Millennium Dragon was already standing on the deck of the main ship. It has to be said that the size of the main ship is more than double that of other warships, and the deck can completely stand up to the ground and fly the Millennium Dragon. Seeing that the 1,000-year dragon in front of him did not attack immediately, Nelson broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and said, it's all a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. I will withdraw my troops immediately. Luffy didn't listen to Nelson's words. At this time, he was thinking about what moves to use to sink the warship. After thinking for a while, Luffy stretched his neck. With the size of a 1,000-year-old dragon, if the neck is stretched instantly, the length will reach the sky. After pulling his neck to its longest length, Luffy's neck snapped back instantly, and his head hit the deck of the warship. Just hearing a boom, the main ship was instantly shattered. Chapter 45. It's time. In the cave of Battleship Island. Ike put away the monkey charm. The plan Ike mentioned before was to turn Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Usopp into Millennium Dragons, and then fight back as Millennium Dragons. After all, Nelson's goal is to kill the 1,000-year dragon and obtain the keel. It is reasonable for the 1,000-year dragon to fight back. This has nothing to do with the Straw Hats, a private marine group. At this time, only Ike, Nami, Abyss and Kodaduck were left in the cave, covering their heads and walking back and forth. Can they beat Marine? Abyss asked worriedly. Hearing Abyss's words, Nami smiled and said, don't worry. They are very strong. Abyss turned back and glanced at Lord Long. Only then did he realize that ever since he heard the roar of the Millennium Dragon transformed by Luffy and others, Lord Long's eyes had become brighter and brighter, as if he had remembered something. Ike knew that this should be Master Long's return to the light. After it calls its companions for a while, it will be the time for its death. Similarly, the size of Battleship Island will also increase, becoming the place where the 1,000-year dragon returns home. Just when Ike was about to fly out to check how the battle was going with Luffy and the others, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. This man was wearing tiny sunglasses, a crisp suit, a purple airplane head, and he looked very cool with one hand in his pocket. The person who came was none other than Eric, the mercenary hired by Marine. Similarly, he is also a user with the sickle fruit ability, and his fingers can produce wind blades. I didn't expect that in addition to the 1,000-year-old dragon outside, there is an old dragon here. Seeing Eric, Nami took out her 3-section stick and stood in front of Abyss. Eric glanced at Ike and Nami, and said coldly, it's really an eyesore. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric pointed his sword at the two of them and slashed at them. Then 2 wind blades flew towards Eric and Nami. When Ike saw this scene, he also pointed his sword and blocked it with the same 2 wind blades. Haha, my name is Ike, your name is Eric, you use wind, and I use wind. Don't you think you should disappear? Ike said coldly. Advertisement. Seeing Ike's methods, Eric knew that the boy in front of him might be a strong enemy, so he immediately took out the hand from his pocket and planned to fight seriously. Ike smiled, just in time to try his other golden item, the spiritual bow, on him. Ike stretched out his right hand, revealing the cross bracelet on his wrist. Then with a thought, a blue-white spiritual bow appeared in his hand. Eric had a bad feeling when he saw this. He planned to strike first and slashed continuously with both hands, and then countless wind blades flew towards Ike. Let me chop it into pieces. Seeing this, Ike calmly pulled the spiritual bow. At the same time, drink, wind barriers. Wind dispersion. When the words fell, all the wind blades released by Eric dissipated. In wind barriers, Ike can control any form of wind, and the wind blade that Eric cuts can be said to be defeated by Ike. Seeing this scene, Eric became even more panicked. Not only because the wind blade failed, but also because the special effects on Echo were too dazzling. The continuously gathering blue arrows made Eric's legs weak. Just after Ike felt that nearly 10% of his physical strength had been drained away, his left hand released the bowstring, and then a blue arrow flew towards Eric. Such a terrifying attack shocked Eric. At this moment, he remembered running under the sunset that day, which was his lost youth. If God gives me another chance, I will never look for some 1,000-year-old dragon bones. Isn't it better to live in the present? After recalling his youth, Eric fainted. Ike's arrow did not hit him, but shaved off his plain head. It's not that Ike relented, but he really didn't see *M. Am I not suitable to be an archer? Just as Ike was sighing, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Ike looked along the entrance of the cave and saw that part of the top of another mountain on Warship Island had been flattened. This was caused by the attack of the spiritual bow. Hell, this spiritual bow is pretty powerful. It looks like I'm going to have a good practice with bows and arrows. Just when Ike was about to give Eric a last hit, there were gasps from behind. Advertisement. Ike looked back and saw Master Long standing up. Not only that, he also planned to walk out of the cave. Abis, on the other hand, kept persuading. Abis is a whisperer fruit user. She knows that Long Yi's health is very poor and he might die if he just goes out like this. Long Yi took a deep look at Abis and said, "The time has come." "It's time." "What time?" Abis asked doubtfully. Lord Long did not answer, but spread his wings and flew into the air. Luffy and the other four, who had successfully repelled the warship, were a little curious when they saw Master Long flying out. At this moment, Master Long looked up to the sky and roared. Time is up. Time is up. Because of their transformation into the 1,000-year dragon, Luffy and the four of them can understand what Master Long is shouting. Usopp's Millennium Dragon. What is this dragon's name? When is the time? Luffy's Millennium Dragon stared at the old dragon who was about to expire in midair and said, "His time is almost up." Just as Luffy finished speaking, a group of Millennium Dragons flew in from a distance. After these 1,000-year dragons appeared, they began to hover in the midair of the entire Warship Island, and Master Long was at the center of these hovering 1,000-year dragons. Just when no one knew what these 1,000-year dragons were doing, the Warship Island below suddenly began to shake. Immediately, an island several times larger than Battleship Island emerged from the sea. Battleship Island only occupies a small part of this island. All the warships surrounding the island were stranded because of the sudden floating island, and the Marines on it were also panicked. Not only the Marine warship, but also the Golden Merly also ran aground on the shoal. When the island appeared, Lord Long fell from the air as if he had completed his mission. Seeing this, Abis said with tears in her eyes, It turns out that Lord Long has always been in his hometown. Nami also suddenly said, "So, the dragon's lair is indeed here." The name of the Millennium Dragon is not derived from their lifespan, but because they return to this island every 1,000 years. Millennium Dragons have the instinct to migrate, and the large-scale appearance now is not accidental, but inevitable, because this lost island only floats up once every 1,000 years. Abis didn't listen to Nami's words. At this time, all his eyes were on Mr. Long, who was lying motionless on the ground. Chapter 46 Departure to Upside Down Mountain. Master Long. Master Long. Seeing that Master Long was motionless, Abis ran directly down the mountain. When she got to Mr. Long's side, she found that Mr. Long was already dead. Looking at Master Long's motionless body, Abis cried and said, "Master Long, didn't you say that you would get better as long as you return to your hometown? Why did you lie to me?" Quote. Just then, Luffy and Zoro flew over. Seeing Abis crying, Luffy said to her, "Master Long is a 1,000-year-old dragon who has lost his way. He has been lonely for 1,000 years. But in his last days, he met his friend Abis. He said that the year he lived with Abis was his happiest day in 1,000 years." Others couldn't understand what Luffy said, but Abis, who had the whisper fruit, heard it clearly. Abis looked at Master Long and murmured, "Master Long, I am also very happy to meet you as my friend." As she talked, Abis started crying again. After all, it was a friend who had been together for more than a year who died, and it was not something that Luffy could resolve with just a few words. At this moment, a slight breaking sound was heard not far away. Hearing this sound, Abis turned her head and saw a fossil-like dragon egg shattering, and then a newborn Millennium Dragon broke out of its shell. When Abis saw this young 1,000-year-old dragon, it was as if she was seeing the reincarnation of Lord Dragon. Seeing the birth of the little 1,000-year-old dragon, Abis seemed to have grown up several years in an instant. She no longer cried, but was happy for Master Long who could return home and the newly born little 1,000-year-old dragon. He wiped away his tears and came to Luffy, thanking him and saying, "Luffy, thank you very much for your help." "You're welcome." At this moment, Usopp's Thousand-Year Dragon and Sanji's Thousand-Year Dragon, who were going to put the Golden Merly back into the sea, also came to Luffy's side. Ike also flew over with Nami. Ike smiled and took out the monkey charm to change them back to their original appearance. "How does it feel to become a 1,000-year-old dragon?" Hearing Ike's words, Luffy said excitedly, "It's so interesting. Can it be different next time?" Advertisement. Zoro, on the other hand, took out the wine gourd and took a sip and said, "It's a very interesting experience, but I still like the feeling of fighting by myself. Usopp's idea is much simpler. Ike, next time you fight, you must turn me into a powerful monster." Sanji carefully came to Ike and said, "Ike, do me a favor. Next time there is a beautiful woman, please turn me into a cute dog or cat. Please. I want to experience the rough ocean." As soon as he finished speaking, blood started to flow from Sanji's nose. Although Sanji's voice was not loud, it was still heard by Nami. Nami punched Sanji away with a bloody nose. Zoro also commented with 3 words, "Sexy Kappa." Marine headquarters. What? Most of the Marine fleet under a Commodore in the East Daxia Sea suffered casualties. How did he get around in the East Daxia Sea? Sengoku yelled angrily at the phone bug B************* G on the table. Logically speaking, in the East Daxia Sea, the Commodore with the Marine fleet group is basically invincible, and no pirates can solve it. Suddenly, Sengoku thought of a person, Garp's grandson Luffy. If there is anyone who can make such a big noise in the East Daxia Sea, that kid is probably the only one. Hey, could it be Straw Hat Luffy who did this? Sengoku asked with some anxiety. Well, Lord Fleet Admiral, this matter has nothing to do with the private Marines, and they have also rescued many Marine soldiers who fell into the water and were injured. Sengoku was relieved to hear that it was not Luffy. Then what exactly happened? It's because of the Millennium Dragon. Commodore Nelson wanted to capture the Millennium Dragon, which angered the Millennium Dragon group, and then several Millennium Dragons went out and destroyed nearly half of the Marine fleet. A-hole. What is that idiot Brigadier General thinking? Sengoku became even more angry when he heard that he had provoked a group of wild beasts and damaged Marines' combat power. As for the Millennium Dragon bones being able to produce elixirs of immortality or something, that's pure fart. The people in the world government were looking everywhere for natural treasures such as increasing lifespan and becoming immortal. Naturally, they found many thousand-year dragon bones and even hunted many of them. Facts have proved that these were just rumors. Gather Nelson's men back together for me. As for that idiot Nelson, I will let Garp bring him back to headquarters for trial. Advertisement. After saying that, Sengguo hung up the phone, and then called Garp to inform him of what happened in the East Daxia Sea. And also praised Luffy. After all, Luffy and the others also saved the lives of many Marine soldiers. Little did they know, it was Luffy and the others who defeated the Marine warship. His eyes returned to Battleship Island. After solving the Thousand-Year Dragon incident, the Straw Hats had a real meal of steamed buns made by Grandpa Abis before boarding the Golden Melee and continuing their voyage. The next step is to enter the Grand Line. According to Nami's instructions, everyone steered the Golden Melee towards the Red Earth continent. After arriving at the Red Earth continent, everyone was shocked by the 10,000-meter high Red Earth continent in front of them. Nami, how do we cross the Red Earth continent? This is too high. Usopp looked up and found that he could not see the top of the Red Continent with his own eyesight. To be precise, because the Red Continent was too high, he could only see the clouds. Although Nami heard that the Red Earth Continent was very tall, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. But as a navigator, she naturally had to lead the crew across the Red Earth Continent. As early as when she was in Rog Town, she had already started collecting intelligence about crossing the Red Earth Continent. Don't worry, our ship can cross the Red Earth Continent. As he spoke, Nami pointed to an inconspicuous crack in the Red Earth Continent. That's right. For the entire Red Earth Continent, the crack is indeed inconspicuous, but it is enough to pass a large sailing ship. Zoro and Sanji were operating the rudder, and the others looked in the direction of Nami's finger, and saw that the seawater in the crack was flowing upstream, which was very magical. With the current going upstream, the boat can really climb mountains. Everyone, we must control the ship to enter the portal. If it hits the red soil continent on both sides, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. After hearing Nami's words, everyone became extremely serious. It is very difficult to operate the rudder in turbulent water, especially in the face of such strange rising currents. One mistake could result in a shipwreck and loss of life. Chapter 47 Entering the Grand Line, are being swallowed by a whale. Right rudder. Right rudder. Luffy, who was standing in front, was giving crazy orders. Zoro and Sanji, who were controlling the rudder, broke the rudder hard. The turbulent water seemed to be playing a tug-of-war game with the two of them, not allowing Zoro and Sanji to complete the steering wheel. In a fit of anger, Zoro used force and broke the rudder of the ship. Seeing that the rudder of the ship was broken off, everyone looked horrified. Ike looked forward and saw that the Golden Merly was about to collide with the Red Earth continent. He immediately started flying thousands of miles behind him, flew to the side of the Golden Merly, and began to push hard. Seeing this scene, Luffy was not slow to react. He wrapped one hand around the mast of the Golden Mary and the other hand around the pillar at the entrance to the upside-down mountain. He used the same force to straighten the Mary. Come over. With both captains and captains working together, the Golden Merly entered the upside-down mountain dangerously. When the Golden Merly entered the upside-down mountain, its speed suddenly soared, and the entire ship felt like it was on a roller coaster. Regardless of the strong wind caused by his speed, Luffy still chose to sit on the head of the Golden Mary. Nami stood on the second deck and hugged the duck tightly. This made the duck feel a little difficult to breathe, but it did not dare to flutter because it knew that if Nami let go, it might fall out and be buried in the current. The Golden Merly kept flying for several minutes before breaking through the clouds, and everyone finally saw the scenery of the summit of the Red Earth continent. Just when everyone thought that this difficulty was about to end, they saw a pirate ship rushing to the top at full speed in another rising current. There are 4 such rising currents in total, and the connected sea areas are East Daxia Sea, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue. After the 4 seas converge at the top, they will all take the only descending current to enter the Great Line. If the 2 boats continue, it can be said that they will definitely collide with each other. If they collide, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. What a coincidence, there are ships from other sea areas riding on the upwelling currents. Nami said, covering her head and feeling a little at a loss. In this way, it's like being infected by the Kodak duck. Ike narrowed his eyes, then took out the bamboo dragonfly, handed it to Luffy and said, Luffy, let's deal with that pirate ship together. Advertisement. Similarly, the pirate ship also saw the Golden Melee, and the captain of this pirate ship also chose to kill the other ship. It's just that they don't have the means to control the air, so they can only choose to take out their cannons and attack with cannons. But before they could fire, Ike and Luffy were already over the ship. Luffy stretched one foot toward the sky, and then struck the pirate ship with a rubber tomahawk. This blow directly shattered the pirate ship. This is not over yet. Ike knows that even if the wreckage of these pirate ships continues to ride the rising sea current to the top, it will still bring danger to the Golden Melee. So he took a deep breath, and a roar of the sky dragon blew all the pirate ship wreckage away. Just like that, this sudden crisis was successfully resolved by Ike and Luffy. By the time Ike and Luffy returned to the ship, the Golden Melee had just dashed out of the updraft. Next is the still exciting descending current. When the ship descended into the middle of the Red Earth continent, Ike held the shrinking flashlight in his hand. He knew he would face a whale named Laboon blocking his way next, so he had to prepare in advance. Just when Ike took out the shrinking flashlight, everyone saw a black wall in front of them, which was Laboon with his head erect. It's going to be really difficult for us to enter the Grand Line. Seeing this scene, Zoro couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I don't have time for you to sigh, hurry up and think of a solution. Usopp shouted in horror. Stop shouting. Sanji patted Usopp's shoulder and pointed at Ike and Luffy who were standing at the front. Usopp was also stunned for a moment when he saw the shrinking flashlight in Ike's hand. I see, use the shrinking flashlight to shrink the wall in front of you. Wait, can the Red Earth continent be reduced if it is so big? Usopp asked in disbelief. Advertisement. Although I don't know if the Red Earth continent can shrink, but this whale blocking the road should be able to. The members of the Straw Hats above had already seen what the object blocking the road was. It was a huge whale. After seeing the full view of Laboon, Ike, who was standing in front, turned on the shrinking flashlight. When the light shines on Laboon, Laboon's figure begins to gradually become smaller, and smaller again, until it becomes a circle smaller than the Golden Mermaid, and then stops. Laboon was also a little confused at this time. Laboon is a very emotional and very intelligent whale. His head is covered with dense scars, which are caused by G his head against the Red Earth continent all the time. The reason for this is that it once had a group of pirate companions who promised it to come back to pick it up after circumnavigating the Grand Line. But decades later, those pirates did not fulfill their promise. He did not want to believe that he had been deceived by his companions, nor did he want to believe that his companions were dead, so he crashed into the Red Earth continent desperately. After the Golden Melee successfully entered the Grand Line, Ike activated the shrinking flashlight again and transformed Laboon back. After going through untold hardships, the Straw Hats finally successfully entered the Grand Line. At this moment, Laboon came back to his senses and turned to look at the Golden Merly. He opened his big mouth and swallowed the Golden Merly regardless. Ike didn't expect that he would avoid the scene of colliding with Laboon and Luffy attacking Laboon's eyes, but Laboon still swallowed the Mary. The swallowed Golden Melee did not suffer a shipwreck, but instead arrived in a new sea area. There are blue skies, turquoise ocean, and a small island here. I thought we were swallowed by a whale. It turns out it was all an illusion. Usopp said as he wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. After hearing Usopp's words, Ike pointed to the sky. Usopp, take a closer look at the clouds and seagulls in the sky. Those are just paintings, not real. After hearing what Ike said, everyone else looked up and found that just as Ike said, the clouds and seagulls in the sky were all paintings. Just when everyone was confused, a huge king squid suddenly appeared and wanted to sink the Golden Merly. Seeing this scene, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were ready to take action. But before the three of them could take action, there were 3 bangs and bangs from the isolated island, and then 3 harpoons pierced the giant squid. Everyone looked towards the island and saw an old man with a flower-like headdress tied on his head walking out of the house on the island. Chapter 48 Crocus. The old man looked very serious, with a chilling air. This made several members of the Straw Hats look nervous, fearing that the old man would suddenly get violent and hurt someone. At this extremely serious moment, the old man suddenly sat on the recliner, then picked up the newspaper at hand and read it, paying no attention to the plans of the Straw Hat members. Seeing such a serious atmosphere, the old man just glared at himself and the others without saying a word, and he lay on the recliner and read the newspaper as if nothing had happened. The grumpy Sanji immediately roared, "Hey! I said, why don't you say something?" Hearing this, the old man raised his head and looked at the golden merly, his eyes still showing a bit of ferocity. Seeing this, Zoro subconsciously pushed the knife out of the sheath, with the intention of taking action at any time. Instinct told Zoro that the old man in front of him was dangerous. The timid Usopp couldn't hold himself any longer. He pointed at the old man and shouted, "Come here if you want to fight. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Usopp's words, his eyes widened again, which made Ike think that the old man was about to release Conqueror's Haki. But, this old man might actually have Conquerors. At least, this old man's strength is definitely not weak. It should be said that he is very strong, because he is the ship's Dr. Crocus of One Piece Gall D. Roger. After hearing Usopp's words, Crocus's expression remained unchanged. Stop it. Someone will die. His tone and expression immediately made Usopp weak. Even Sanji had drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Like Zoro, he could also feel the dangerous aura from Crocus. Who do you think will die? Crocus replied without hesitation, of course it's me. Sanji. Zoro. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Luffy, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter. Uncle, you are so interesting. Crocus looked at Luffy, or to be precise, at Luffy's straw hat. Just when he was about to say, this straw hat is indeed suitable for a strong man, Laboon suddenly began to hit the red soil crazily. Due to the behavior of Laboon the whale, his body began to turn upside down. Nami wanted to ask what happened, but Crocus had already jumped into the gastric juice and swam towards a gate. Hey, this should be the whale's belly, right? Why is there an iron gate? Usopp asked in disbelief. Advertisement. Not only that, but the paintings in the sky and the old man are also very weird. Having said this, Nami also breathed a sigh of relief and continued, but, since there is a gate, it means we can get out of the whale's stomach. Ha ha ha, that's good, I thought we were going to be pulled out by this whale. Luffy smiled heartlessly. While everyone was talking, the old man disappeared and the whale stabilized, but two strangers flew out from the small door above the gate and fell into the gastric juice. Seeing this, the Straw Hat crew did not stand by and directly fished the two people aboard the Golden Merly. After the two of them regained their breath, they also discovered that they had been rescued by pirates. So you are still here. Villains. I told you, as long as I am still breathing, I will not let you hurt Laboon even a hair. Everyone on the Golden Melly looked at Crocus. Hearing Crocus's words, Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine, who are known as villains, started laughing. Oh, ho, 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 and then they both picked up rocket launchers. Even if you say so, it's impossible for us to go back. It is our mission to kill this whale, and you cannot interfere with our whaling today. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they pointed the muzzle of the rocket launcher at the whale's stomach wall. K-da, K-da. Just when the two were about to fire, the Kodak ran out of the elf ball again and started to steal the show. Naturally, Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine didn't care about the sudden appearance of the duck. Their purpose was just for Laboon. Ike on the side was holding a camera and pointed it at Mr. Wednesday, who was Princess Vivi, and murmured, "Can duck, add two funny combinations, how can it feel familiar?" Oh, by the way, if Ducky was replaced by Meow, wouldn't it be Team Rocket? As for where Ike's camera came from, of course, he drew it temporarily. Ike was quite lucky. He only drew the camera twice in a row. How could we not record this moment of Princess Vivi's dark history without a camera? But Princess Vivi is also very tired. In order to lurk in Baroque Walker, she pretends to be funny and hangs out with Mr. Nine every day. But as long as he leaves Baroque Walker, he will turn back into the princess who is calm, intelligent and loves her people like a son, so this dark history is very precious. ... At the same time, Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine fired at the same time, intending to make a hole in Laboon's stomach. Crocus, who was standing on the high platform, saw this scene and jumped up without hesitation, using his body to block the shells. Advertisement. Boom. With two sounds, Crocus fell into the gastric juice. Oh ho 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 ho. Mr. Wednesday laughed again when he saw this and said, "Pointless resistance. If you can withstand the first round of bombardment, can you withstand the second round? Ho ha ha ha. Ho ha ha ha. This whale will soon be food for our town." Keta. Keta. The duck held its head and looked at the two laughing men and women, a little confused. It always felt that this scene was familiar. Will they be electrocuted by Pikachu next? Seeing that the two of them were stubborn, Kuroka's also stared at him. He is a doctor. Although he has extraordinary strength, He rarely does anything to people, but if his bottom line is really touched, he will also absolutely no mercy. Just when he was about to take action, Luffy had already taken action in advance. Luffy easily knocked out Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine, and then said with a strange expression, I don't know why, I just want to beat them up. ... Under the leadership of Crocus, the Golden Melly finally left the whale Laboon's body through the giant door on its stomach wall. Arrive at Twin Heads. Crocus thanked Luffy and told the story of Laboon. Laboon is a whale with human emotions. Naturally, its story also moved everyone in the Straw Hats. After listening to Laboon's story, Luffy looked back at Laboon who had calmed down due to the sedative. Then he walked towards the Golden Merly without saying a word. When Ike saw this, he knew that these idiots were trying to help Laboon by breaking off the mast and making a rubber flower arrangement. Wait, Luffy. When Luffy heard this, he immediately stopped. Hey, I know what you are going to do, but you won't hurt the Golden Merly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ike waved his hand, and a miniature version of the Statue of Liberty appeared in front of Luffy. This is also the bronze level reward that Ike drew. Ike also doesn't understand why he drew the Statue of Liberty. And it's not the original version. Originally, he planned to play it with Ying Chunhai. But now it can be used by Luffy to provoke Laboon. To prevent Laboon from continuing to crash into the Red Continent, Luffy's idea is simple, that is, a promise. Since the previous Lumba Pirates gave Laboon a promise, Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates can also give Laboon a new one. Commitment. And Luffy can guarantee that his promise is not a lie. He will definitely circle the Grand Route and eventually return here. Chapter 49 Departure to Whiskey Mountain. Luffy looked at the Statue of Liberty, then at the mast of the Golden Merly, and finally he picked up the Statue of Liberty and rushed towards Laboon. At this time, Laboon had a wound on his head that was bleeding. Seeing this, Luffy inserted the Statue of Liberty upside down into the wound without hesitation. Rubber, flower arrangement. When the raised right hand of the Statue of Liberty was inserted into Laboon's wound, Laboon immediately started to cry in pain, and then roared in anger. Finally, Laboon's whole whale jumped out of the sea and hit Luffy with a headlong blow, killing Luffy standing on his head. ... Everyone in the Straw Hats and Crocus looked confused and shocked when they saw this scene. Boy, especially Crocus, when he saw Luffy being hit by Laboon, his eyes were splitting. It's okay. Nami comforted Crocus, Luffy won't die even if he gets crushed. ... Luffy was indeed not killed by the head hammer, but he still looked a little embarrassed. After all, they are island whales. Luffy's fight with Laboon is almost like fighting with an island. Luffy's rubber fist hit Laboon's body, but it was basically useless, so he could only choose to hit the eyes and the wounds on Laboon's head. It was also because of Luffy's behavior that Laboon became increasingly angry. In this way, this person and the whale fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Naturally, Luffy was always at a disadvantage. ... Usopp saw Luffy's operation and was a little confused and said, what on earth is Luffy doing? Hearing Usopp's question, Ike smiled and said, he wants to help this whale. Help it. Ike's answer made the Straw Hats even more confused. At this moment, the battle between Laboon and Luffy also ended with Luffy being sent flying against the wall again. Just when Laboon was about to continue rushing towards Luffy, Luffy smiled and shouted to Laboon, a draw. Advertisement. Laboon naturally understands human language, so he looked at Luffy with some confusion. Then I heard Luffy continue to say, I'm strong. Right. You want to beat me, right? We haven't decided the winner yet, so we have to continue fighting. Although your companions are dead, I will always be your opponent. We must fight again to determine the winner. We will come back to you after we have circled the Grand Line for a week. Upon hearing this, Laboon's eyes suddenly became moist. These words were so familiar, reminding him of the last words spoken by his friends in the Lumba Pirates. We will come back to pick you up after we have circumnavigated the Grand Line. Laboon. The companions on the Golden Mary heard what Luffy said and knew what he was thinking. When Crocus saw this scene, he also showed a happy smile. Now he can be sure that Luffy is the person who inherited Roger's will, and the person Roger is waiting for. ... Just when Luffy wanted to paint Laboon's head with the Straw Hat Pirates logo to prevent Laboon from continuing to crash into the Red Earth continent, he was stopped by Ike. Idiot. If you just paint it without treating its wounds, aren't you afraid that it will be poisoned? After saying this, Ike shook his arms, and flying thousands of miles appeared behind him. Then he flew to Laboon's head and began to use sky healing magic to repair the wounds on Laboon's head. While repairing it, Ike said softly, you don't have to be so cruel to yourself, Brook is still alive. After Laboon heard the name, Brook, his originally calm body suddenly started to tremble. Don't get excited. As he spoke, Ike used sky magic that could soothe the soul to calm Laboon down. At this time, the wound on Laboon's head was almost repaired. After returning to the ground, Ike shouted to Laboon, Brook is still alive, but he is now stuck somewhere on the Grand Line and cannot leave, but I can promise you that I will help you bring Brook back. Crocus was also surprised by Ike's words. Boy, what did you say? You said Brook with the afro is still alive. Crocus felt incredible. After all, he followed Roger's ship around the Grand Line and finally determined that all the Lombard pirates were killed. I can't say I'm alive, but I'm not dead either. Advertisement. Ike shook his head and explained. Brook is a user with the ability of the underworld fruit, and the ability of the underworld fruit is that he can be reborn once after death. After everyone in the Lumba Pirates died, Brook was reborn, but he became a human being who can moving talking skull. Now he is still floating in the Devil's Triangle and unable to get out. After listening to Ike's explanation, Nami asked curiously, Ike, how do you know so clearly? If I'm not mistaken, the Lombard Pirates seem to have happened 50 years ago. Quote. Ike shrugged and said, I just know. After Crocus heard Ike say that Brook was a user with the underworld fruit ability, he believed that Brook was still alive. The most excited person present was Laboon. Knowing that Brook is still alive and has now made new friends, Laboon, who is very simple-minded, begins to roll over in the sea, just like when he listened to the Lombard Pirates sailing and singing together. Final. In order to prevent Laboon from crashing into the Red Continent, Luffy left the Straw Hat Pirates logo on its head. Although the painting was very ugly, Laboon was very excited. The arrival of Luffy and Ike gave Laboon a reason to continue waiting. Kuroka's was also very pleased to see this scene. After solving the problem of Laboon, Nami decided to stay at the Twin Capes for a while. She wanted to consult Mr. Crocus about the Grand Line. Although Nami is indeed a sailing genius, the sailing knowledge she has learned is all for ordinary sea areas. The sea environment of the Grand Line is different from ordinary sea areas. Just when Nami was about to speak, she discovered something terrible. That is, the compass doesn't work well, and it's spinning in crazy circles, and I can't tell the difference between north, south, east and west. Seeing Nami's look, Crocus knew that these young people in front of him had not done their homework before entering the Grand Line. Immediately, Crocus began to explain the navigation rules of the Grand Line to a few people. In the Grand Line, because each island has a lot of mineral resources, the magnetic field is very chaotic. If you want to sail here, then, you need a navigation tool called a record pointer. Every time the recording pointer reaches an island, it can record the magnetic force of the island and then point to the next island. Chapter 50 Weird Weather on the Grand Line. While Crocus was explaining, Sanji also served the dishes he carefully cooked, and the ingredients were the elephant tuna he won in Rog Town. At this time, Nami had no interest in food. All her thoughts were on the so-called record pointer. Sigh. If I had known better, I would have gone to Rog Town to find out more information about the Grand Line. At this moment, Ike stepped forward and took out 2 record pointers and handed them to Nami and said, these are the record pointers. Huh, Ike, where did your record pointer come from? Ike smiled and said, one fell off the previous Mr. 9, and the other one I bought in Rog Town. Hearing that Ike had bought the record pointer in Rogue Town early, Nami immediately hugged him and said, you are indeed a reliable vice captain. After saying this, Nami glanced at Luffy. At this time, Luffy had already eaten all the elephant tuna. It's not like the captain, who only eats every day. Luffy thought Nami was praising him, and smiled silly at Nami. After letting go of Ike, Nami held the 2 record hands and smiled, this way we can continue sailing. Just when Nami was about to put away the record pointer, a bang sounded from the side, and then Luffy's figure flew towards Nami at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Ike quickly stretched out his hand to pull Nami away, and then kept the record pointer in her hand. The reason why Luffy flew over just now was because Sanji saw that all the elephant tuna he cooked was eaten by Luffy. Nami didn't even get a bite, so she kicked Luffy away in anger. Fortunately, the record pointer was not damaged, but Nami still released his Nami-colored haki and knocked Luffy and Sanji away. After obtaining the record pointer, the Straw Hats set off again. Mr. 9 and Mr. Wednesday, who could not go home without the record pointer, naturally chose to follow the boat. Nami, Usopp and others naturally disagreed. After all, these two were bad guys trying to kill Laboon. But Luffy said it didn't matter. As for Ike, he naturally agreed. After all, he knew Mr. Wednesday's true identity. Saving the entire Alabasta, the value of justice is absolutely incredible. On the following voyage, the entire Straw Hats became busy. The climate of the Grand Line is very strange. Nami's navigation knowledge in the East Daxia Sea cannot be said to be useless at all, but it is of limited use. She had seen it in the East Daxia Sea, where it rained, snowed, and lost its direction due to currents for no apparent reason. Advertisement. Nami, the waves are getting bigger. Nami, it's foggy. After personally feeling the changes in the sky along the Grand Line, Nami once again held his head with both hands and entered reachable duck mode. At this moment, Kodak ran out of the elf ball in the small pocket on her waist again. Although it was a headache for the celestial phenomena of the Grand Line, Nami still tried his best to direct everyone to control the Golden Melly and leave this sea area as soon as possible. Nami, an iceberg suddenly appeared in front. Usopp suddenly pointed at an iceberg ahead of him that was several times larger than the Golden Merly and shouted. Naturally, Nami also saw the iceberg. She immediately ran to the rudder of the ship and controlled the rudder with Sanji to avoid the iceberg. Just like on Upside Down Mountain, the strange current below made it difficult to control the boat's helm. Seeing this, Ike quickly stepped forward and took out the shrinking flashlight again and shined it on the iceberg in front of him, making it smaller than the Mary and avoiding the impact of the iceberg. After solving the problem of the iceberg, the Golden Melly encountered a strong typhoon again. Facing the strong wind, Ike used wind barriers to wipe out all the wind blowing towards the golden melee. With Ike's wind barriers, everyone had some time to breathe. Sanji took advantage of this time to make some energy replenishing rice balls and distribute them to everyone. A few hours later, the originally overcast sky became clear. Nami knew that the golden merle had broken through the sea area with weird weather. Although it was not a lot of work, Nami collapsed on the ground tiredly. At this moment, Zoro, who had been sleeping on the deck, finally woke up. After stretching, Zoro looked at the people slumped on the deck and said, "Hey, even if the weather is nice, are you too lazy?" While speaking, Zoro looked at Nami. "I said, the ship is still on its original route, right? Don't get lost, it will cause everyone a headache if it gets lost." The expressions of Nami, Usopp, and Sanji all turned gloomy at the same time. Zoro, who had no idea what had happened before, approached Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine and began to interrogate them about their origins. In the end, Nami couldn't bear it any longer and unleashed her domineering force. Nami hit Zoro on the head with her fist. At this time, Nami's body was full of Nami-colored domineering energy, and there was even mental energy all over her body. Seeing this scene, Ike also looked shocked. "What the hell, are you awakening now?" Advertisement. Nami did not notice her own changes, but glared at Zoro and said, "Thank you for sleeping so leisurely until now. No matter how I call you, you are fast asleep, and now you are still making sarcastic remarks." Zoro was still a little unconvinced and planned to resist, but the Straw Hat's combat power would be reduced by 99.999% when faced with Nami's haki. Seeing that Zoro was still resisting, Nami punched him on the head several more times, causing several big bumps on his head. As expected of Nami, "You are so domineering. Awesome." Ike couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The next voyage will be much smoother. The Golden Mary soon arrived at Whiskey Peak according to the direction pointed by the record pointer. This is the town where Mr. Nine and Mr. Wednesday are located, and it is also a bounty hunter's lair owned by Baroque Works. After the two saw Whiskey Peak, they jumped into the sea and swam towards Whiskey Peak without hesitation. The Straw Hats naturally chose to enter the Whiskey Mountain Peak, for no other reason than that they needed to record the magnetism here before they could go to the next island. As soon as they entered Whiskey Mountain, they saw a group of townspeople welcoming the pirates. "Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our town. Welcome pirate heroes to Whiskey Peak. Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Mountain. Long live the heroes of the sea." Looking at this group of townspeople welcoming the pirates, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp were all surprised. But the surprise was followed by excitement. They didn't expect that the first stop they entered into the Grand Route would be to encounter a town that welcomed pirates. All they could say was, it was truly a great route. Ike looked at this scene expressionlessly. He knew that all the townspeople here were bounty hunters, including children, old people, and even women holding babies. "It feels like a MLM den here." Seeing this, Zoro fell into deep thought. Luffy laughed loudly. This scene of welcoming the pirates made him feel very happy, because if he was not mistaken, there would be a big meal waiting for him next. Chapter 51 The Hospitable Town. Hey, don't get too excited. If I guess correctly, this should be the bounty hunter's lair. Just when Sanji was blowing kisses to the beauties and Usopp was doing various poses, Ike's words suddenly stunned them both. "Ike, are you thinking too much? There are so many people in this town, how can they all be bounty hunters?" Usopp said as he looked at the townspeople on both sides of the river who were smiling brightly. Sanji also echoed, "That's right. Where can a beautiful woman become a bounty hunter?" After saying this, Sanji smiled like a nymphomaniac and waved again to the beauties who were ogling him. Ike didn't want to explain anything, but looked at Nami. Nami actually discovered something was wrong. Although there were many pirates in the Grand Line, how could there be a town that welcomed pirates? After all, good pirates like the Straw Hats are rare among the entire pirate community. Seeing Ike looking at her, Nami nodded, and then released Nami's haki again, punching the stunned Sanji and Usopp with two fists. "No matter what, we'd better listen to Ike and be careful." Haha. Zoro pushed out the third-generation ghost on his waist and sneered, "These bounty hunters really know how to play." They actually got into people's mentality at the entrance of the Grand Line, just in time to try out the new third-generation ghost. Thorough. At this time, Zoro had already remembered what the organization code-named Mr. was. It was Baroque Works who had gone to the East Daxia Sea to invite him to join. Finally, the Straw Hats got off the boat and arrived at their town surrounded by many townspeople, bounty hunters. What follows is just like the original work, a banquet, eating and drinking, nothing less. Ike didn't stop him, nor did he think about destroying this group of bounty hunters now. After all, today's voyage is very tiring, so it would be nice to let them relax. Moreover, Ike also used magic to test the food and found that except for some anesthetics in the wine, there was no poison in the food. Sanji held a dozen beautiful girls in his arms alone. Luffy ate like crazy and exhausted several chefs. Usopp kept bragging to the group of townspeople who admired the heroes of the sea. It's like saving a country, meeting a huge goldfish like an island, leading your friends to the marine base camp, and fighting God in the sky. Although these bounty hunters listened with disdain to Usopp's bragging, they still looked at him with admiration, with the purpose of making him drink a few more sips of wine to get him drunk. Advertisement. Although these people looked down upon him, Ike knew that all of Usopp's boasts came true later on. Damn it. Is Usopp the legendary prophet? ... After the operations of the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak, everyone in the Straw Hats was finally drunk. Just as they were discussing how to divide the spoils and divide Luffy's reward of 30 million at the door of the tavern, Zoro's voice rang. Can you let them have a good sleep? Everyone is very tired from today's voyage. Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the roof and saw Zoro holding a long knife and looking at them with a sneer. Before the bounty hunter below could speak, several more figures came to the roof. They are Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Ike, and Luffy, who actually fell asleep because he ate so much. Zoro turned around and said with a smile, "Sexy cook, I thought you were really asleep." A whole green algae head, Ike told me to be careful here, how could I fall asleep? The bounty hunters below heard the conversation between the two and knew that their plan failed this time. Not only did it fail, but it also cost a lot of food and drinks, so it ended up going to my grandma's house. Mr. 8, a curly-haired man who was also the leader of Whiskey Peak, shouted to the surrounding bounty hunters, "There are just a few of them, come together and take them down." Seeing this, Zoro said to his companions behind him, "Leave them to me, just watch them." No one had any objections to Zoro's words. Ike took out Lake Toya, and at the same time also opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He planned to copy Zoro's swordsmanship. After all, with Lake Toya here, it would be unreasonable for him not to master some swordsmanship. Moreover, in the battle at Whiskey Mountain, Zoro did not use his signature 3-sword style, so it was a good time to copy it. As for why not just copy the 3-knife style? Of course it's because Ike can't learn the ability to bite something and still speak so clearly. Not talking or calling out the names of skills during battle is really a bit of a loss. Advertisement. Just like that, the battle between Zoro 1 vs the entire town begins. Zoro did not pull out Wado Ikimonji and Kuina. He wanted to test the sword this time and try the 3rd-generation ghost sword obtained from Rogue Town. Zoro was like this, running away and playing hide and seek while killing people. After a while, the whole town was filled with people. On the roof, Ike took out his camera again. While using Sharingan to copy Zoro's swordsmanship, he was filming the dark history of Princess Vivi. At this time, Princess Weiwei was standing on her duck Mount Karu, twisting her body while releasing perfume that can anesthetize nerves. By the time Zoro discovered there was something wrong with the perfume, it was already too late. Seeing Zoro kneeling on the ground, Princess Vivi mounted Karu and planned to attack. I don't know if Princess Vivi couldn't bear to attack, or if Karu was real. Karu rushed over with Princess Vivi, directly from the roof fell down. This wave of operations also left Zoro speechless for a while. At the same time, in Marine headquarters, Warring States Fleet Admiral looked at a piece of information and fell into deep thought. Alabasta's rebellion. It's really troublesome. At this moment, Garp walked into Sengoku's office carelessly. Warring States, what do you want me to do? Seeing Garp, Sengoku handed him the information in his hand and said, "See for yourself." Garp did not accept the file, but said directly, "Just tell me directly. This thing gives me a headache." Warring States. Warring States wanted to angrily complain about Garp's irresponsible attitude, but thinking that Garp had such a temper, he could only take a deep breath and tell the purpose of calling Garp here. Chapter 52 Asking for help from Alabasta, Warring States decision, Private Marine dispatched. A few days ago, the Warring States received a request for help from King Cobra of Alabasta, and the reason for asking for help was that a revolutionary army rebellion had occurred in their country. Originally, Sengoku planned to send troops directly to resolve the rebellion, but Cobra refused. The reason was, the revolutionary army was all civilians in their country, and he did not want bloodshed to occur. Sengoku knew that Cobra was a good king, but he would be a little confused if Cobra didn't let Marine directly enter Alabasta. Because there is a troublesome existence in Alabasta, that is Shichibukai Crocodile. As a Shichibukai appointed by the world government, Marine has no control over Crocodile unless he commits an unforgivable crime. Such as human trafficking, ordinary plundering of merchant ships, and even confrontation with Marine, Shichibukai can do it as long as it does not touch the bottom line of the world government. This is what makes Marine, who has a righteous mind like Sengoku, very unhappy. Shichibukai's system is a complete insult to the entire Marine. Even if they are unwilling to do so, Marine can only be silent and unable to explain the pain. The reason is that Marine is also an organization under the world government, and it relies on the world government for military expenses and other matters. After communicating with Cobra, Warring States also learned the true purpose of Cobra's help. He doesn't want Marine to help suppress the rebellion. To be precise, as long as the people under his rule can live well, even if he, the king, is forced to step down. But he also knew that there should be someone behind this revolution. The purpose of Cobra's search for Sengoku was to ask Marine to help find the mastermind behind the scenes. When he heard about the Revolutionary Army, Warring States naturally thought of Garp's son Delog, who was the biggest leader of the Revolutionary Army. That's why he brought Garp over. After all, Dorag was his son. After listening to Sengoku's explanation, Garp also fell into deep thought. After pondering, Garp frowned and said, I know Cobra, he is a good king, and Alabasta is prosperous under his governance. Although Delog is making a revolution, the countries he revolutionized are basically countries where the people are in dire straits because of the world government's wealth. I believe that Alabasta's revolution has absolutely nothing to do with Delog. Although he is in Marine, Garp still knows his son very well. It turns out that Bendo Rag was also a Marine, and was a backup to the Marine general. It was precisely because he saw the dark side of world government world noble that he chose to quit Marine, change the world, and create the Revolutionary Army. So, he would never interfere in a harmonious country like Alabasta. Instead of saying that Dorag is causing trouble, it's better to say that Crocodile is doing it. Warring States nodded. He also watched Delog grow up and knew Doleg's character very well. I also believe that this matter has nothing to do with Dorag, but, if we want to enter Alabasta to investigate, we must find a valid reason. Advertisement. And my purpose is not to investigate the Revolutionary Army, but Crocodile. I guess the man behind the Alabasta rebellion is probably Crocodile. Sengoku knew that pirates were pirates, especially pure pirates like Crocodile or Doflamingo. As long as they had the pot, they would definitely be blamed. I'm talking about Warring States. Since you also said that this matter has nothing to do with Delog, then you should directly send someone to investigate Crocodile. I have no problem with entering Alabasta in the name of investigating Dorag. In this way, Garp directly sold his son's reputation. Warring States smiled and shook his head and said, I suddenly thought of a better way. Then let the private marine enter Alabasta to investigate. Immediately, Warring States revealed his next plan. There is coincidence and inevitability in the plan. That is, the Straw Hats entered Alabasta, and then Smoker behind them entered Alabasta in the name of capturing Luffy. In this way, Luffy helps to muddy the water in Alabasta, and then let Smoker, who is reliable in doing things, conduct an investigation. After hearing Sengoku's plan, Garp just thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Then he took out his phone and started to contact Ike. At the same time, in the town of Whiskey Peak. Almost all the bounty hunters here were killed by Zoro. Only Mr. Wednesday still has his duck uncut. This is not Zoro's pity for her, but Sanji's taking action. Sanji's chivalry will never let a beautiful woman be chopped off in front of him. Zoro also understands the temperament of Sanji, a nymphomaniac cook, and has no intention of arguing with him. Just when Zoro took out the wine gourd and was about to take a sip, a man and a woman walked towards this side. The visitors are none other than Baroque Walker's senior agents, Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine. When Valentine's Day saw these low-level bounty hunters lying on the ground one by one, not knowing whether they were alive or dead, she didn't show the slightest pity. Instead, she kept mocking them. Ha 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 ha, what a waste. You can't even defeat a pirate swordsman. Hearing this harsh sound, Mr. 8, that is, Ikaram, had a look of reluctance on his face. Advertisement. Are you here to see our jokes? Ha ha. Mr. 5 with the explosive head said with a disdainful expression, we are not that boring. The boss assigned us a task. The goal is to kill the people who know his secret. Mr. Valentine looked at Princess Vivi and continued, after our investigation, it is really incredible that the boss wanted us to kill someone to identify him. Isn't that right? The whereabouts of Princess Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, are still unknown. When Ikaram heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and then he stood up despite the stab wounds on his body, and fired at the two people in front of him. Princess Vivi, go quickly. I'll stop them. After a burst of gunfire, smoke and dust rose everywhere. As we all know, as long as there is smoke, there will be no harm. After Mr. 5 easily withstood the bombardment, he dug out a piece of booger and flicked it out, directly knocking Ikaram to the ground. Mr. 5 is a user with the ability to explode fruits. The ability of this fruit can be said to be very powerful, but I don't know why, this guy can only use boogers. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hats was still watching the show on the roof. I said, does this booger man and that woman treat us like nothing? Just as Usopp finished speaking, a black figure rushed out, that was Sanji. Sanji saw that the beautiful Lady Vivi was in danger, and he rushed out decisively. But after rushing out, he was troubled again, because Mr. Valentine was also a beautiful woman, and he couldn't do it at all. As a last resort, Sanji had no choice but to change his target midway and kicked Mr. 5 in the face. At the same time, Ike also took action. Holding Toya Lake in his hand, he came to Mr. Valentine's side with extremely fast movement, and whipped her away with a wooden sword. Why does Ike's action just now look familiar to me? Nami said curiously. Usopp also nodded and said, it does look familiar. After saying this, both of them looked at Zoro who was drinking. What Ike just used was indeed my sword move. When did he learn it? Zoro said in surprise. As soon as Ike whipped Mr. Valentine away, the mini phone bug in his pocket rang. Advertisement Chapter 53 The mission assigned by the Warring States. Private Marine dispatched. Because he had to answer the phone, Ike did not put the phone bug into the cozy cabin. Hearing the sound of the phone bug, puff, 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 Ike held Lake Toya in one hand and took the phone bug out of his pocket with the other hand. Hello, Ike. After the bug answered the phone, Garp's familiar loud voice came. Lieutenant General Garp, what do you want from me? Before Garp could finish speaking, the phone bug was snatched away by Sengoku. Boy Ike, First and Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I have a mission here that requires your private marines to perform. Ike didn't expect that his irregular army would also receive a mission. Okay, just tell me, as long as it doesn't go against the just purpose of our straw hats, we can help. Warring States. Warring States felt very unhappy about what Ike said. Are we Marine going against the purpose of justice? But thinking of this, Sengoku also thought of World Noble Tenryujin, World Government, Shichibukai. Thinking of these, Sengoku could only sigh in his heart, why he is not a free private marine. Sengoku feels that the private marine created by Garp is really good. If there is something that is suppressed by the world government, it can be handed over to the private marine, and then the regular marine will wipe the mess. This is good. If there are any more marine officers who are dissatisfied with the world government's judgment of marine, they can be sent directly to the private marine. Just when Ike answered the phone, Mr. Valentine, who had been whipped away by Ike, stood up again, then lowered his weight and floated into the air, intending to crush Ike to death with a wave of heavy pressure. But Ike didn't care at all about Mr. Valentine's behavior. Instead, it was Vivi who looked at Ike and the phone bug in his hand with a shocked expression. What did I hear? This pirate is talking to Marine Hero Garp and Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is the relationship between pirates and Marine so close now? No wonder no one cares about Crocodile's troubles in Alabasta. This is simply a collusion between officials and gangsters. Advertisement. At this time, Wei Wei's mind was completely blank, and he didn't even hear the subsequent conversation between Ike and Warring States. As for Mr. Valentine, when she smashed it down, Ike just turned sideways and dodged it. Mr. Valentine's Day is basically no threat to Ike now. Boy Ike, what's going on over there? Warring States asked curiously when he heard the noise coming from the other side of the phone. Nothing. Tell me, what mission do you want us to do? I want you to go to Alabasta to investigate the cause of Alabasta's rebellion and who is behind it. Remember, the so-called investigation must have sufficient evidence. Finally, Warring States also added a sentence. This sentence can be said to be very important. Without sufficient evidence, it is impossible to capture Crocodile with the title of Shichibukai. At this time, the Warring States had placed the mastermind on Crocodile's head. After hearing the mission mentioned by Sengoku, Ike inadvertently glanced at the dull Princess Vivi, and then said, "Don't worry. We can complete this mission. Princess Vivi of Alabasta is with us now." Vivi, who was in a daze, suddenly came to her senses when she heard her name. You mean Nefertari Vivi, the only daughter of King Alabasta. Hurry, give her the phone bug. Warring States was also happy to hear that Vivi was next to Ike. With Vivi here, as long as the person behind the Alabasta rebellion is successfully investigated, even if something happens to Cobra, Vivi can come to Marine's rescue as the Nefertari royal family. When Vivi answered the phone, she asked cautiously, "Are you really Mr. Sengoku, Marine Fleet Admiral?" "Yes, I am Sengoku." Then why did you cooperate with the pirates?" Vivi's question stunned Sengoku, and then he quickly thought that the pirates she was talking about were the Straw Hats. Don't get me wrong, although Luffy and Ike fly the pirate flag, they are Marines, private Marines. Vivi. Advertisement. Vivi felt that there was something wrong with these words coming from the mouth of a serious Marine Fleet Admiral. Sengoku also felt something was wrong, and by the way, he glanced at Garp who was eating his senbei. Damn it, isn't it what Garp said before? But now that the matter has come to this, Sengoku has to admit that the Straw Hats are a private marine with the skull and crossbones flag. Vivi, leave your safety to the Straw Hats. I have asked them to investigate the person behind the Alabasta rebellion. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, although I have no evidence, I can confirm that the culprit behind the Alabasta rebellion is Shichibukai Crocodile. His purpose should be to seize our Alabasta as a hero. Please also ask Warring States Fleet Admiral to send troops immediately to arrest Crocodile. At this time, Vivi's expression was very serious. There is no longer Mr. Wednesday's funny look, nor the panic of being discovered before. Now all she can think about is her own country and her own citizens. Princess Vivi, we must have enough evidence before we send troops. You also know how cunning pirates are. If we send troops rashly, not only will Crocodile fail to capture it, but it may also be self-defeating. Now Crocodile considers himself a hero in Alabasta. Quote. Hearing what Warring States said, Princess Vivi also knew that she should not rush this matter. In the end, after the negotiation between the two, Vivi followed the Straw Hats to investigate Crocodile's criminal evidence. By the way, Sengoku also informed Ike about Smoker's fake pursuit of the Straw Hats. After hanging up the phone, Vivi and Ike looked at each other. Vivi smiled, stretched out a hand and said, "I'll leave it to you, Vice Captain Ike." Haha. Ike reached out and shook Vivi gently and said, "It's not me, it's us. Don't worry, our straw hats are very reliable." Just as Ike finished speaking, there was a sound of houses collapsing not far away. The two turned around and saw Luffy and Zoro confronting each other. Seeing this scene, Ike smiled awkwardly and said, "It's common sense to exercise when you're full." Vivi wanted to say, "I know you need to eat enough and exercise, but as for drawing the knife. As for the sword being deadly, is the punch lethal?" Ike also didn't expect that Luffy and Zoro would still fight. Just when Ike wanted to step forward to stop him, Nami took the lead in releasing his Nami-colored haki, sending the two of them flying away. Chapter 54 Sending the Princess Home. Huh, Zoro, so you didn't kill them because the food they cooked was unpalatable. After listening to his friend's explanations, Luffy also knew that he had misunderstood Zoro. Hey, Ike said it before, this is the lair of bounty hunters, which means everyone here is the enemy. Didn't you listen? Sanji took out the flower that Ike gave and lit it. After taking a sip, he asked speechlessly. Oh, did Ike say that? Luffy had a confused look on his face. Seeing this, everyone in the straw hats fell silent. I didn't dwell on Luffy's problem anymore. After all, if Luffy could be obedient, it wouldn't be him. Ike told Alabasta, Crocodile, and the missions given by Sengoku. After learning about the upcoming itinerary, everyone in the straw hats was a little confused. After all, Shichibukai is really far away from the East Daxia Sea. But when Ike said that Hawkeye was one of the Shichibukai, Zoro suddenly became willing to fight. Sanji and Luffy's expressions also became serious. Usopp was horrified, thinking of Hawkeye's battle with Zoro. In Usopp's view, Zoro is already as strong as a monster, but even if Zoro faces Hawkeye, he still has no power to fight back. Oh, so, Vivi is the princess of Alabasta, so she is very rich. After listening to Ike's story, Nami's eyes suddenly turned into Bailey. Seeing this, Vivi shook her head and said, although our Alabasta land area is large, most of it is desert, so our Alabasta is actually not very rich. To be precise, we should be very poor. Oh, hearing that Alabasta was very poor, Nami gave up the idea of trying to make money. After all, the country is about to get cold, so it would be a bit unethical to still make money. Different from the original Nami, the current Nami recognizes her identity as a private marine. Naturally, if there is an opportunity to make a lot of money, she will also become a pirate. Nami is not too worried about this trip to Alabasta. After all, there is a regular Marine Fleet Admiral behind it. And as long as you sneak into Alabasta quietly, and then find some evidence and hand it over to the Sengoku Fleet Admiral, then you will have nothing to do with the Straw Hats. Advertisement. Just when Nami had this thought, two strange creatures came out of nowhere and stood on the roof. These are the two mascots of Baroque Walker, one is a sea otter and the other is a vulture. Although they are two animals, they have human intelligence, and they also have code names. They are the direct subordinates of the boss Crocodile. Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday. Mr. 13 held a paintbrush and a drawing board, and in just a few seconds, he drew the portraits of everyone present in the straw hats. Vivi's expression changed when she saw this. If these portraits fell into Crocodile's hands, the difficulty of the task would instantly increase 100 times. Just when they finished drawing the portrait and were about to escape, Ike made a decisive move and threw the toy lake from his hand, knocking Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday out of the sky. Vivi was relieved to see Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday were beaten down. These two guys specialize in snitching. If they go back, the information about the straw hats and Vivi will definitely be sent to Crocodile. By then, it will be a little difficult to return to Alabasta safely. Ike did not kill these two creatures. Ike planned to capture them and keep them as pets. After all, such intelligent animals are rare. Moreover, it is an animal that has been trained and has detection and intelligence capabilities. Ike plans to give his camera to Mr. 13. No matter who fights, it will be responsible for recording the entire process. Then Ike can save these precious videos. Taking out two large iron cages, Ike locked them up. Ike, what should we do with these two guys? Zoro pointed at Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine who were already tied up and asked, should we kill them? In fact, Zoro is also trying to scare these two guys, and attack those who have no strength to restrain them. This goes against Zoro's principles. Although the Straw Hats know that Zoro is a joke, Mr. 5 and Valentine don't know. Everyone. Don't kill us, we are still useful. We can join you. Mr. 5 was already in tears at this time, he really didn't want to die. Who would want a booger like you? Ike said speechlessly. Then he thought for a moment and said, put it on the boat. Just leave it to Smoker and the others to deal with it then. Hearing what Ike said, Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ike suddenly thought of something, by the way. Zoro, this Valentine's Day has the ability to change her own weight. You can use her as a dumbbell. Advertisement. Ike's words also made Zoro's eyes light up. The dumbbells he uses now are not heavy enough. It would be nice to have dumbbells that can be adjusted freely, but they are a little too soft and may be uncomfortable to lift. Forget it. Although this woman's abilities are easy to use, but she's too weak. Ike didn't expect that Tang Suoda would be quite sympathetic to her. Dot 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 dot. After discussing everything, everyone planned to leave here on the Golden Melee. At this moment, Vivi's guard Captain Ikaram came to everyone and said, Princess Vivi, I won't go with you. I want to go back to Alabasta alone and inform His Majesty the King of everything we investigated. After hearing what Ikaram said, Ike refused Vivi directly without waiting for her to speak. Forget it, now we are not sure whether Baroque Works sent a killer. It is too dangerous for you to go to Alabasta alone. Ike knew that if Ikaram set off alone, he would explode on the spot. Although he didn't die and was saved by Robin, there was no need for a good man like Ikaram to suffer that kind of fate. After hearing what Ike said, Ikaram thought about it for a moment and then agreed. Dot 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 dot. Just like that, 4 more people and 2 animals were added to the Straw Hats. They are Princess Vivi, Ikaram, Mr. 5, Mr. Valentine's Day, Mr. 13, Mr. Valentine's Day. It has to be said that after suddenly adding 4 people, the Golden Merle was somewhat insufficient. So, Ike directly locked Mr. 5, Mr. Valentine, Mr. 13 and Mr. Valentine into his cozy cabin. Every move of the 4 gangsters after they were locked up in the cozy hut was under Ike's control, and there was no possibility of escaping from there. Dot 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 dot. Just as the ship of the Golden Mary had just left the port of Whiskey Peak Town, an explosion sounded not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the explosion and saw that the ship that Ikaram had prepared exploded on the spot. Seeing this scene, Ikaram also turned pale. If Ike hadn't stopped him, Ikaram would have turned into a wreckage in the explosion. Thinking of this, Ikaram came to Ike and bowed deeply and said, Thank you very much, Mr. Ike, for your life-saving grace. Ike smiled and waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. Chapter 55 Departure to the Small Garden of the Ancient Island. Just as the Golden Melee was about to leave the tributary of Whiskey Peak and enter the Grand Line, a somewhat sexy voice sounded from the deck of the 2nd floor of the Melee. It's great to escape from a senior agent. Oh, does this count as an escape? Ike asked with a smile. At this time, everyone also noticed a woman who suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor deck. The woman was wearing a sexy cowboy outfit and a purple cowboy hat, with her legs crossed and one hand on her cheek, always looking at everyone present with a faint smile on her face. The person who came was none other than Nico Robin. Seeing this woman who suddenly appeared, everyone was ready to fight. Robin glanced at everyone present, then used his devil fruit ability to knock the weapons out of everyone's hands, and finally looked at Ike, who was the first to notice him. You are the only one on this boat who has no ill intentions towards me. Can I ask why? Nico Robin, who has been on the run since he was a child, is very sensitive to the malice of people around him. After all, he still has a bounty of 79 million Baileys on him. If he didn't have this ability, he would have been arrested long ago. In exchange for a bounty. It was also because of this that she was a little curious as to why Ike had no ill intentions towards her. Hearing Nico Robin's question, Ike smiled and said, Of course it's because you don't have any ill intentions, so I don't have any ill intentions either. When Nico Robin heard this, her smile became even brighter, and she immediately took out a permanent pointer and said, This is a permanent pointer that allows you to bypass the next island garden. After saying that, Robin threw the permanent pointer to Ike, and Ike took it and handed it directly to Luffy, because Luffy was the captain of this ship. Luffy and others already knew through Vivi and Ikaram's explanations that the woman in front of them was Crocodile's partner. Similarly, the reason why Vivi was able to investigate that the person behind Baroque Works was Crocodile was inextricably related to the woman in front of her. Vivi guessed that every move she made was part of this woman's calculations. It was probably the woman who told Crocodile that his identity was exposed. Vivi didn't understand what Nico Robin wanted to do, so she felt unspeakably uncomfortable facing this woman. After Luffy knew that the woman in front of him was his enemy, he crushed the permanent pointer to pieces without hesitation. And said, You don't have to decide the course of this ship. Ike was not surprised by Luffy's behavior. Advertisement. There was a theatrical version of the original work, in which Luffy obtained a permanent pointer to Rafteru. At that time, Luffy still did not choose this permanent pointer that would directly allow him to become One Piece. Although Luffy is moving towards his goal, this process of running towards his goal is what makes him happiest. Dot 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 dot. Seeing Luffy's behavior, Nico Robin smiled and planned to leave. Originally, Ike planned to stop Robin directly. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel that it is a bit unreliable. If Ike really forces Robin to keep him, can Robin really join the Straw Hats? In the original book, Robin did join the Straw Hats just to have a temporary place to stay at the beginning, and he actually had no sense of belonging to the Straw Hats. After the Sky Island chapter, Robin began to gradually integrate into the Straw Hats, and even in the later Justice Island chapter, they chose to give up their lives and freedom in order to prevent CP from harming Luffy. So, Ike felt that when faced with the problem of companions getting on the ship, it would be better to keep the original plot. Dot 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 dot. Just after Nico Robin left here on the giant turtle, Zoro came to Ike and asked curiously, Why didn't you take action to keep her? Ike smiled when he heard this and said, My chivalry does not allow me to take action against the lady. Zoro. Zoro looked at Ike speechlessly and thought to himself, Do you think you are a perverted cook? I see you didn't have any chivalry when you beat up Mr. Valentine. Zoro knew that Ike didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask any more questions. The next step is to decide the route of the Golden Merly. There is a permanent pointer directly to Alabasta in Ikarem's hands. But, Luffy at this time wanted to go to the next island according to the record pointer, which was the small garden mentioned by Robin. As for the reason, of course, it was because the name Little Garden interested Luffy. Originally, Ikarem wanted to refuse, after all, now the entire Alabasta is in dire straits. Advertisement. But before he could speak, Princess Vivi stopped him in advance. Vivi is a very smart girl, especially when it comes to handling interpersonal relationships. On this ship, although Luffy seems unreliable, all the crew members are led by him. Luffy wants to go to the small garden. Even if the crew says they don't want to go because it's dangerous, they won't object strongly. Ikarem, the situation in Alabasta is not as bad as imagined. At least, my father is still there and the ministers are still there. The most important thing for us now is to ensure our own safety. Only when we are safe can we have the opportunity to contact Marine and overthrow Crocodile's conspiracy. As for Vivi, Ikarem just thought about it for a moment and figured it out. At the same time, he also found that his princess had more and more potential as a king, and her overall view was much better than that of his minister. In this way, the Golden Merly set off and headed to the small garden in the direction pointed by the record pointer. After the Golden Merly entered the route and sailed normally, Ike took out the bronze reward compound bow that he had drawn previously. Ike planned to practice his bow and arrow skills. After all, he still had a spiritual bow, a powerful weapon, and it would be a waste if he couldn't shoot accurately. After taking out the compound bow, Ike took out a round drifting kayak, placed a target on it, and finally tied it to the stern of the Mary. Usopp, Luffy, Vivi and Ikarem, who had nothing to do, came over curiously when they saw Ike's actions. Seeing the curious looks of the four people, Ike smiled, shook the compound bow in his hand and said, "Let me show you what it means to pierce the Yong with 100 steps." After saying this, Ike took out an arrow and put it on the string of the compound bow and made a standard bow drawing posture. It was the first time for everyone present to see such a strange-looking bow and arrow, and they all wanted to see how powerful such a bow and arrow was. The target is about 20 meters away from Ike. If it is on flat land, 20 meters is not difficult for a person who can play bow and arrow. But at this time at sea, with the low buff blessing of waves, if you want this, it's not that simple anymore. Ike aimed for a long time, and at the moment when the bullseye was stable, Ike let go of the bowstring with his right hand. Just hearing a swish sound, the arrow passed the target without hesitation. Ike was very embarrassed to see this. It's only 20 meters and it misses the target. If it's 100 meters or 200 meters, wouldn't it be even more completely wrong? Ike knows that in the world of pirates, snipers can shoot enemies at a distance of several thousand meters or even tens of thousands of meters. Just when Ike was embarrassed, Vivi stepped forward and smiled and said, "I have practiced archery in the palace for many years, so let me try it." Chapter 56 Usopp's Archery Talent. Hearing this, Ike handed the compound bow to Vivi. After Vivi took the compound bow, she pulled the bowstring a few times before skillfully bending the bow and setting an arrow. She released the bowstring without much aim. Unlike Ike, Vivi hit the target easily. Although it wasn't the bullseye, it was still pretty impressive. Seeing this, Luffy also had fun. Luffy's situation is the same as Ike's, with the same miss. As a sniper, Usopp naturally gave it a try. Ike also wants to see if Usopp is only good at slingshots. After Usopp took the compound bow, he first pulled it, then tried to aim it, then took out the arrows, strung the bow and started aiming at the target 20 meters away. When Usopp's bow was strung, his whole temperament changed. Unlike slingshots, bows and arrows have been used as weapons for killing people since ancient times. The temperament of Usopp who uses bows and arrows will naturally change from that of Usopp who uses slingshots. Just when Usopp was aiming, the sea wind suddenly became stronger, and with the change of the sea wind, the waves suddenly surged. Seeing this scene, Ike knew that Usopp must have missed his shot. The current waves would even submerge the target, so how could he possibly hit it? But in this harsh environment, Usopp actually chose to loosen the bow string and shoot the bow and arrow. Just hearing a swish sound, the arrow penetrated the waves and hit the bullseye. Ike was also amazed when he saw this. Luffy stepped forward and patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, "As expected of our sniper, he is so powerful." Usopp didn't expect that he could actually hit the target. He was stunned for a moment, and then boasted, "Ha ha ha ha. I am the sniper king Usopp. Let alone the 50-meter target, even if it is 500 I also hit the target." Upon hearing this, Ike immediately loosened the rope tied to the target, directly changing it from 20 meters to 100 meters. Ike pointed at the target that had become 100 meters away and said, "Usopp, try again." Seeing this, Usopp wanted to give up. After all, how could he hit the target at 100 meters and with the blessing of the waves? The most important thing is that not only is the target rising and falling in the waves, but the Golden Merly is also constantly shaking. Seeing that Usopp was a little unsure, Ike took out a bamboo dragonfly and said, "Usopp, you don't need to hit the bullseye, but as long as you can hit the target, I will give you this bamboo dragonfly." Advertisement. Usopp's eyes lit up when he saw the bamboo dragonfly. Luffy had used the bamboo dragonfly before, and the way it flew freely made Usopp envious. The most important thing was that after Luffy finished using the bamboo dragonfly, Ike took it back. There is no other reason than that the bamboo dragonfly in Luffy's hands might cause everyone to get lost. Why is it not Luffy who is lost, but the other friends? That's because in Luffy's mind, it's impossible for him to get lost. He can't find his companions. It's only possible that his unreliable companions have gotten lost. After seeing the bamboo dragonfly, Usopp also wanted to try it. Anyway, if you miss, you won't suffer any loss. At most, your lie will be exposed. This time Usopp seriously pulled down the goggles on his head, and then began to draw the bow and take aim seriously. At this moment, Sanji, Zoro, and Nami also came over. Seeing Usopp's serious look, everyone remained silent and even suppressed their breathing. Usopp also entered a state of concentration, and all he could see was the target 100 meters away. He was calculating the ups and downs of the waves. When the waves rose and fell, he loosened his bowstring and the arrow flew out of the air. At this time, everyone set their sights in the direction of the target. Ike took out a telescope. When he saw the arrow stuck in the center of the target, Ike shouted in his heart, Usopp is God tier. It was also because of this arrow that Ike made a painful but reasonable decision. Others also saw Usopp hitting the target, and immediately began to praise Usopp's sniping ability. At this moment, Ike came to the boat again and lengthened the rope a little longer. This time, it was lengthened from 100 meters to 500 meters. This is something Usopp boasted about before. Seeing this, Usopp asked in disbelief, speaking of Ike, do you still want me to shoot a 500-meter target? Advertisement. Although Usopp has good eyesight, 500 meters is still just a small black spot to him. Besides, the range of a compound bow is not as far as 500 meters. After hearing Usopp's words, Ike took off the cross bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Usopp and said, you shoot with this. Usopp took the bracelet and was a little curious. This thing is just a bracelet. Could it be turned into a bow and arrow? As if he saw Usopp's thoughts, Ike said to Usopp, put it on your hand, and then imagine that you have a bow in your hand. Usopp knew that Ike could take out some magical items, so he followed Ike's instructions and began to imagine a bow and arrow in his hand. Just when Usopp had this thought, a gorgeous longbow emitting blue light appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Usopp also had a look of surprise on his face. At this moment, Ike's voice came again. This longbow is called a spiritual bow. It can condense arrows and increase the power of the original arrows. Its range is very long. As for how far, it depends on how the person who uses it controls it. At this moment, Nami recognized the longbow in Usopp's hand. Isn't this the same bow that Ike used to flatten half of the mountain with one arrow last time? After hearing Nami's words, everyone looked over. When Nami saw this, she reminded Eric of the last time he helped the 1,000-year dragon. Eric took out his bow and arrow and accidentally flattened the mountain in the distance because he missed the shot. This can be regarded as Ike's dark history. After all, it can shoot Miz directly at a distance of less than 10 meters. It can only be said that Ike is really not suitable for long-range weapons such as bows and arrows. Usopp's eyes also lit up when he heard that the bow and arrow in his hand had such power. Usopp's personality has been relatively negative since he was a child. Although it can't be seen on the surface, he is full of drama in his heart. It is precisely because of this that Perona's negative spirit is useless to him. With the blessing of such an artifact, Usopp also wanted to try whether he could hit a wave target 500 meters away. Chapter 57 The Power of One Arrow. Usopp held the spiritual bow in his hand, his eyes fixed on the target that was undulating in the waves 500 meters away. From such a distance, could Usopp hit it? Although Nami knew that Usopp's sniping ability was weak, but it was still too much to stand on a boat and attack a target 500 meters away. Zoro did not speak, but made a shish gesture, indicating to Nami to stop talking and watch quietly. Ike also looked at Usopp quietly, and then he turned on Sharingan and looked at the target 500 meters away. After turning on Sharingan, the target is very clear, but no matter how clear it is useless. Being able to see it and being able to hit it are two different concepts. Ike decided that if Usopp could really hit a target 500 meters away, then, let him use the spiritual bow. Ike has given up on his bow and arrow skills. After all, he can miss the target from 20 meters away. It can only be said that Ike himself has no talent for archery. Not only at 20 meters, but when it was less than 10 meters before, Ike could shoot crookedly with a spiritual bow. It can only be said that bows and arrows are really not suitable for him. At the same time, Usopp once again entered a state of concentration. He put on his goggles and began to adjust the focal length of the goggles so that he could see farther. When he felt that he could see the farthest, he pulled the spiritual bow. Just as Usopp pulled the spiritual bow, he felt that his physical strength was constantly being drained by the spiritual bow in his hand. Because it was the first time to use the spiritual bow, Usopp was not sure how much energy he could gather to shoot an arrow as far as 500 meters, so he poured 90% of his energy into it without hesitation. Go in. Usopp is not a physical monster. His 90% physical strength may not even be as strong as Luffy or Ike's 10% physical strength. But even so, the spiritual bow still emitted unparalleled blue light, and a transparent arrow also appeared on the bowstring. After taking aim, Usopp held his breath for a moment, stared at the target, and finally let go of the hand holding the bowstring. The moment the arrow was shot, everyone present heard a sonic explosion, and several people's hair was blown back. After the sonic boom, what everyone saw was the parted sea. At the same time, the target 500 meters away was directly penetrated by arrows, and then the ropes connecting the target rubber boat to the melee were broken. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect that Usopp's arrow would be so powerful. Advertisement. Usopp was also shocked by the power of the spiritual bow in his hand. Just when Usopp wanted to blow again, his legs weakened and he fell to the ground. Hungry. I'm so hungry, Usopp said to Sanji while holding his stomach. Seeing this, Sanji said, wait a moment, and rushed into the kitchen to cook. Sanji, I want to eat too. Luffy also shouted at Sanji's back. It'll be ready soon. Sanji responded and started cooking. He could see that Usopp was exhausted just after shooting that arrow, so he wanted to make some food that could quickly replenish his energy. Vivi looked at the slowly calming sea and said, the power of this bow and arrow is more powerful than a cannon. Ikaram also echoed, yes. It's just, the price paid for shooting the arrow seems a bit high. At this moment, Ike helped Usopp up and let him lean against the side of the boat, saying, Usopp's control of the spiritual bow is not very good. As long as he can control the spiritual bow perfectly, it won't be like this. Quote. At this moment, Nami, who was holding the telescope, suddenly exclaimed. The arrow Usopp shot hit a pirate ship several thousand meters away. Hearing Nami's words, Ike was also stunned, and then he received a system prompt that he had earned hundreds of justice points. After seeing the system prompt, Ike only knew that Usopp's arrow just destroyed a pirate ship. Others were also very surprised. After all, it was a pirate ship thousands of meters away, and it was destroyed by Usopp's arrow. Usopp also opened his mouth wide, and finally looked at the cross bracelet on his wrist, and finally gave it back to Ike with some reluctance. Usopp knew that such an awesome artifact was wasted on him. After all, he just fired one arrow and it was instantly gone. If it were given to physical monsters like Ike or Luffy, it would be no problem to shoot many arrows. Seeing Usopp hand over the spiritual bow, Ike shook his head and said, you can use this. Usopp was also stunned when he heard this. If you want to use it well, you must exercise well to increase your physical strength. In addition, you must learn to control the power of the spiritual bow. Before you can use your physical strength wantonly, you can choose to use physical arrows. This will consume less physical energy. Hearing what Ike said, Usopp knew that he really wanted to give this artifact to himself. Looking at the spiritual bow in his hand, Usopp nodded solemnly and said, don't worry, Ike, I will train hard and live up to it. Advertisement. At this moment, Zoro touched his chin and looked at Usopp and said, do you want to exercise with me? Usopp. Well, I'd better exercise by myself. Usopp knows that Zoro exercises with several tons of barbells every day. He is simply a barbell monster. Usopp believes that he will never be able to bear it. At this moment, he suddenly took out a solar-powered treadmill and said to Usopp, Zoro's exercise method is too abnormal. This treadmill is perfect for you. Seeing the treadmill, Usopp looked at Ike gratefully. And Ike wants to say that after you use this treadmill, you may not be grateful to me. Sanji's food was prepared very quickly, and it happened to be lunchtime. Everyone came to the kitchen and started eating. Usopp also increased his eating speed and even started competing with Luffy for food. While everyone was eating, the Kodak ran out of the poke ball on Nami's waist again. Seeing this, Sanji also prepared a set meal specially for Kodak Duck. After all, the Kodak is a Pokemon and naturally eats different food than humans. Sanji also spent several days researching on the Kodak meal. The appearance of the Kodak immediately made Princess Vivi's Kuro duck excited. After all, they are both ducks, and they felt like they were seeing the same species. After the meal, Ike entered the cozy hut with the food that Sanji had prepared in advance. He has not forgotten that there are still a few unlucky guys imprisoned in the cozy little house. After arriving at the cozy hut, Ike saw the booger men Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine playing game consoles, while Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday were watching from the side, shouting excitedly from time to time. The games in Warm House were purchased by Ike before. The games are all small games, such as Super Mario, Contra, etc. These games are common to Ike, but people who come into contact with them for the first time can get deeply involved in them. Seeing Ike enter the cozy hut, the two people who were playing the game immediately stopped what they were doing. They both also knew that they were prisoners, and playing games so blatantly was a bit too arrogant and disrespectful to the kidnappers. Seeing this, Ike didn't say anything. After putting down the food, he signaled to the others that they could continue, and he left the cozy hut directly. Although the environment of the cozy cabin is good, Ike still likes the noisy and cheerful atmosphere on the Mary. Chapter 58 Negative buffs Sky Dragon Slayer Magic. On the deck of the Mary, Usopp was put on the leaky cauldron treadmill. At this time, he was already a little tired and exhausted. He finally understood why this treadmill was called the Burning Cauldron, because it was impossible to stop before the set time was over, and he could not even get out of the cage, so he could only choose to run inside. Usopp, who was sweating profusely, said feebly to Ike sitting beside him, I'm about to die. Ike. Let me out. There's still half an hour left, just hold on a little longer. Ike said without raising his head. Usopp felt that his legs were no longer his own. Because he didn't know the function of the Burning Cauldron treadmill, he directly set a 5-hour package for himself. This could be regarded as a trap for himself. Luffy was looking at Usopp with envy from outside the leaky cauldron treadmill. Luffy also wanted to play, but Ike refused to let him go. For no other reason than this treadmill was not too strong for Luffy. Luffy is the one who can step on the water dispenser on the Mary. The leaky cauldron treadmill will probably be scrapped before he can use it for long. Ignoring Usopp, Ike began to sort out some of the bronze-level items he had drawn before, such as some scraps, and threw them directly into the sea. I didn't take out Ike who was needed for the time being. I planned to take it out again when I needed it. What is now in front of Ike is a set of shurikens. There are 50 shurikens in this set. When I think of shuriken, Ike thinks of Uchiha Itachi's handsome shuriken manipulation technique. Uchiha Itachi has a Sharingan, and he also has a Sharingan, so Ike wants to see if he can practice it and come up with a cool skill like shuriken manipulation. Taking out a shuriken, Ike flicked his hand and shot towards the mast. Ike's position is 4 or 5 meters away from the mast. Ike is very confident that this shuriken can be easily nailed to the mast. But what Ike didn't expect was that at a distance of 5 meters, the shuriken shot strangely missed, and passed over the mast and hit Zoro who was sleeping. Zoro heard the sound of breaking through the air, subconsciously raised his hand and said a word, only to hear a ding sound, and the shuriken fell on the deck. I said, Ike, are you going to murder? Advertisement. Hearing this, Ike smiled sheepishly, then took out a bottle of motai from the system space and handed it over. Sorry. Mistake. Taking the motai, Zoro opened the lid and smelled it, secretly saying, good wine. Since getting the wine gourd, Zoro rarely drinks ready-made wine. His favorite thing is to pour various liquids into the wine gourd and then taste the wine poured out of the wine gourd. Just like pouring juice into a wine gourd, what comes out is fruit wine. Pour seawater in, and what comes out is bitter wine. Pour the milk in and a milky white milk wine will appear. But the smell of the motai in my hand is more fragrant than any wine brewed by the wine gourd. Seeing that Zoro was already immersed in the smell of motai, Ike continued to play with the shuriken. This time, he no longer threw the shuriken so casually, but activated the Sharingan and was fully prepared. When I was shooting arrows before, Ike also turned on Sharingan. If he missed the target on the waves, it could only be regarded as his lack of skills. But now on the boat, and the distance was only 5 meters, Ike really didn't believe that he could still miss the target. Of course, the missed shot just now doesn't count. Ike looked unconfidently to see if there was anyone behind the mast. After finding that there was no one, Ike took out 2 shurikens and started practicing. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots. 10 shurikens were fired in succession, 9 of which missed the target, and the last one was nailed to the edge of the mast, which was also far away from the center point. Something's wrong. Definitely something's wrong. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Ike doesn't believe that he will miss the mast at this distance. He definitely has some kind of negative buff. Thinking of this, Ike opened the system screen and began to check his abilities and items. Soon, he discovered something was wrong, and that was the Sky Dragon slaying magic he had mastered. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, Gold. After use, you can use Sky Dragon Slayer magic. Note: the conditions for using dragon slaying magic have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Because the entry is not long enough, the note is followed by an ellipsis. Advertisement. Ike pointed at the ellipses and finally saw the whole annotation clearly. Note: the conditions for using dragon slaying magic have been modified based on the system of the One Piece world. The negative buff that stuns transportation vehicles has been removed based on the host's own situation. It has been modified so that thrown objects have a 99.9% chance of not shooting. Hitting the target. The thrown objects include firearms, bows and other long-range anti-personnel weapons. After reading this comment, Ike felt bad. He originally thought that the reason why he would not get the negative buff of seasickness after using the dragon crystal was because the ability he possessed was Sky Dragon slaying magic. After all, in the original work of Fairy Tail, Wendy didn't get dizzy when using transportation. Although her hips still stretched in the later stages, at least she was very stable in the early stage. Now it seems that it's not that I don't get dizzy on transportation, but the negative buff was changed to throwing idiots due to my own reasons. Thinking of this, Ike looked at the shuriken that was still placed beside him, and sighed helplessly. So, I can't play with guns anymore, right? Ike also got a Desert Eagle pistol before. Firearms are a man's romance. But now Ike no longer has this romance. At this moment, there was a sound of the cage opening. Ike looked back and found that Usopp had finally completed his 5-hour run and walked out of the leaky cauldron treadmill. I finally. Just when Usopp walked out of the cage holding the treadmill, Ike, who was feeling very unhappy, kicked him out and kicked Usopp into the cage again, and then gave him another 2 hours of running time. In Ike's words, Usopp's training is not enough, 2 hours is his reward. Since he has lost a romance, Ike must make up for it with Usopp. Ike, don't do this. If you keep running, I will run to death. Hearing this, Ike took out the candy box from his pocket, and then threw the candy he had prepared at Usopp. This candy can quickly restore your physical strength. You can fight for another 5 hours after eating it. Usopp was relieved when he heard this. He knew how magical the candies in Ike's candy box were. But, just when Usopp was about to receive the candy, the jelly bean jumped over the leaky cauldron treadmill and fell into the sea. Ike, oops, I forgot, I'm still not allowed to throw things. Chapter 59 Arriving at the small garden. Meet Smoker. After sailing for several days, Ike, standing on the deck of the Golden Mary, finally saw the next island, Small Garden. It was called a small garden, but, from 1,000 meters away, Ike could already see the towering trees growing everywhere on the island, and beast roars could be heard from time to time on the island. Next to Ike is Usopp, who is obviously stronger than before. Usopp has been trained hard by Ike these days. His activities in the past few days have been to stay in the leaky cauldron treadmill, or to eat meat like crazy. The rest of the time is spent sleeping and practicing archery and mastering the spiritual bow. Daily activities can be said to be very regular. Ike also admires Usopp very much. After just a few days of exercise, Usopp's physique has improved significantly. I don't know if everyone in the One Piece world is like this, or if Usopp is gifted. Seeing Ike deep in thought, Usopp thought that he was trying to fix himself again. Thinking of the painful experiences in the past few days, Usopp immediately stayed away from Ike's sight. Ike is indeed thinking of ways to continue training Usopp, but recently he hasn't found any items that can help Usopp train. But I did get some martial arts secrets such as the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, the 9 swords of Dugu, and the Lingbo Weebu. Ike plans to hand it over to his Straw Hat friends after he has learned it. After all, the friends of the Straw Hats don't understand Huxia culture, so it would be difficult to rely on reading books to learn. The most important thing is, these secret books are all in Huxia. The Golden Merly finally entered a tributary of the small garden. After lowering the anchor, everyone in the Straw Hats planned to explore the small garden individually. The originally timid Usopp may have gained a little more courage due to the training he had experienced in the past few days, coupled with the spiritual bow he carried in his hand, and did not say that he had a disease that prevented him from going to the island. Finally, a group of Luffy, Vivi, Usopp, and Karu went on an expedition, while Zoro and Sanji were responsible for hunting. Ike, Nami, Ikarim and Kodak stayed on the Golden Mary to watch the ship. Now the small garden is not dangerous to the Straw Hats, and the 2 strongest giants are not bad guys. As for Mr. 3 and Mr. Golden Week in the original work, they should not appear. In the original work, they will appear because of Croc the mission given by Dar. Now Crocodile is probably still a little unclear about where Mr. 5, Mr. Valentine, Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday have gone. For intelligence, he can only rely on Nico Robin who is out in the field. But how could Nico Robin completely listen to him, so Ike estimated that Mr. 3 did not receive the killing mission. Other side. At the same time that the Straw Hats arrived at the little garden, a marine warship also appeared in the waters near the little garden. Smoker was holding 2 cigars in his mouth and thinking deeply. Colonel Smoker. The island ahead is the small garden. Advertisement. A marine soldier saluted Smoker and said. I know. Smoker took 2 puffs of smoke and said, Straw Hat Boy, Ike, we are going to meet again. At this moment, Dasky, who had always been standing behind Smoker, asked curiously, Colonel Smoker, is there really any private marine? HMPH. Since Sengoku Fleet Admiral has said it himself, just listen. Smoker said calmly. Hearing Smoker's words, Dasky was speechless. Although they didn't get along for too long, he knew that his boss was a super problem child in Marine, and it would be crazy to listen to his boss. Unless, he also admits in his heart the so-called private Marine. However, Tashi is quite happy about the fact that the Straw Hats are a private Marine, because if they were a private Marine, the famous sword in Zoro's hand would not cry because of his identity, and he would not have to think of other ideas. Taking the knife back from Zoro's hand. Before, Sengoku Fleet Admiral had personally called Smoker and informed Smoker about the private Marine and the wrong wanted order, as well as the route chosen by the Straw Hats. Smoker did not agree with the so-called private Marine. He did not believe that a group of bastards with skull and crossbones flags could do anything righteous. But when he received the information from Donghai, he also fell silent. Shieldstown captured Colonel Monka, who was causing trouble. Orange Town solved the Buggy Pirates and brought peace to the entire Orange Town. Unfortunately, Buggy was left to rescue the Buggy Pirates in the end. Silib Village eliminated the Black Cat Pirates and Beiji Crow, saved the residents of the island, and handed over all the captured pirates alive to Marine. Kokosia Village solved the Dragon Pirates, which had been entrenched in the East Daxia Sea for many years and enslaved mankind, and was eliminated by the Straw Hats. It was also because of this incident that the Straw Hats were stabbed in the back by a Marine scum mouse colonel and became a bounty prisoner. In addition, outside of Rog Town, Ike also defeated no less than 5 small and medium-sized pirate groups. Even if this record is obtained by the Marine headquarters, it can be regarded as a model worker level Marine. Smoker was shocked when he learned about all these things. There are only a few famous pirate groups in the East Daxia Sea, and now they are all destroyed by the Straw Hats. In fact, Smoker plans to personally take action against these famous pirate groups, especially the Dragon Pirates. But because the Dragon Pirates are subordinates of Shichibukai Jinbei, the world government completely turns a blind eye to their evil deeds, but Smoker doesn't care whether Shichibukai is Shichibukai or not. He himself is Marine's problem child. It was also because of disobeying military orders that he was brought to the East Daxia Sea, a place where no one can shit. But before Smoker could take action, the Straw Hats had already dealt with them. Advertisement. After reading all the information about the Straw Hats, Smoker can confirm that the Straw Hats are indeed private Marines flying the Skull and Crossbones flag. And everything he did was in line with his wishes, whether it was defeating the Scum Marine or cleaning up the Scum Pirates. In short, our goal this time is to investigate Crocodile in the name of hunting down the Straw Hats, and to protect Princess Alabasta of the Straw Hats. After saying this, Smoker smiled. Doing Shichibukai or something like that is something he has wanted to do for a long time. Smoker is a Marine, and he is the kind of Marine who is merciless when facing pirates. Naturally, he does not agree with the so-called Shichibukai system. This system is simply nonsense. The world government actually allows a group of pirates to carry out plunder reasonably and legally. No matter what they think, they are stepping on Marine's face. If Crocodile is really caught this time, Smoker can arrest him personally. The crime of trying to control the member countries of the world government can definitely disqualify Crocodile from Shichibukai. Because, if this matter spreads, the world government will not be able to stop it. After all, the so much heavenly gold paid by the franchise countries every year is not in vain. If this matter is known to other franchise countries, the sky gold will probably shrink in the second year. Just as Smoker was deep in thought, he finally saw the golden Merly docked in Little Garden. At the same time, Nami, Ike, and Ikaram also saw the Marine warship, as well as the tall Smoker who had just stood up in front of the warship. Ike waved to Smoker, and Smoker stared at Ike expressionlessly. The Golden Melly and the Marine warship soon got close to each other, and Smoker also jumped onto the Golden Melly with Dusky. Hey, Smoker, thank you for chasing us for so long. Ike smiled and said hello. Smoker, Dasky. Ike's words hit a sore spot for Smoker and Dusky. This journey has indeed been very hard. Smoker's first thought was to lead people to chase the Straw Hat Kid, but he forgot who he was letting. Those are all local Marines from the East Daxia Sea Marine branch, who have never experienced the wind and waves of the Grand Line. After breaking through the windless zone and entering the Grand Line, many Marine soldiers were already weak. If it weren't for the Marines' excessive hips, Smoker would have joined the Straw Hats long ago. Chapter 60 Brocky. Naturally, Smoker didn't come to see the Straw Hats to reminisce about old times. He came to inquire about information about Baroque Works and Crocodile. After learning Smoker's intention, Ike asked him to find Ikarim. After all, Ikarim has been lurking in Baroque Works for a long time and knows the staffing there very well. In addition, Ikarim also told Smoker about the information about Crocodile and his guess about Crocodile's intentions. Although I got some information from Sengoku, but Ikarim, the person who experienced it personally, told it in more detail. After listening to Ikarim's story, Smoker looked at Ike and said, "What are your plans next? How do you want us to cooperate?" Hearing Smoker's question, Ike rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's enter Alabasta first, and then try to see if we can stop the rebels. If we can't stop them, we'll go directly to the Rain Land, which is Crocodile Base Camp, then you can follow our footsteps and make a big fuss." When he heard that there was going to be a big fuss at Shichibukai's base camp, Smoker, who was expressionless and fierce, smiled. This was just what he wanted. Suddenly, there was a sound of heavy footsteps, and everyone turned around and saw a huge dinosaur staring at the people on the two boats. Seeing the dinosaur, Nami's expression also changed, and then he exclaimed, This is actually the ancient island." Smoker, who is well informed, has heard about the ancient island, but this is the first time he has seen it. There are many ancient islands in the Grand Line, especially in the second half of the journey, but there are basically none on the route. This small garden is a special case. If the island is not on the shipping route, it is easy to create an ancient island, because without humans, the island will not develop unless the animals on the island have a unique civilization. Seeing the dinosaur looking at him and the others and drooling, Smoker frowned and planned to kill it and use it as military rations. But before Smoker could take action, a huge axe with a cold look cut off the dinosaur's head. At the same time, a huge figure walked out of the dense woods. It was a giant who was more than 20 meters tall. He held a cold axe in one hand and a huge buckler in the other. Ooh-ha-ha-ha-ha. A burst of huge laughter rang out, and the giant looked at the warship and the people on the Melly and said, "I am Bragi, the strongest soldier in Elbaf." Woo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Advertisement. Seeing this giant, the Marine soldiers on the Marine warship were scared to death. These Marine soldiers were basically locals from the East Daxia Sea. They had never seen such a creature before. Not only these marine soldiers, but also Nami, Ikaram, and Dasky looked at Brgy, who stretched his head and looked over with frightened expressions. And I don't know if it was infected by the Kodak duck. Now Nami is so nervous and frightened that she will cover her head with her hands. Especially when there is a duck standing next to him, it is a bit funny. When Dasky saw Nami covering the sides of her head with her hands, she also imitated it and looked a little cute. The most calm people present were Ike and Smoker. Ike is really calm because he knows the original character Brgy. Maybe it's because there are no people in the small garden all year round, but both Brgy and Dongli are very hospitable. And Ike saw that this giant looked like the pictogram of Zhongfei in the Three Kingdoms. It would have been more like it if he was holding a spear instead of an axe. If you think about it carefully, the image of another giant Dongli also looks a bit like the rumored Guan Eri. As for Smoker, although he was calm on the surface, he was very surprised on the inside. Because Elbaf is a name unique to the New World, and giants are a race unique to the New World. It's already weird to appear in the first half of the Grand Line. What's more important is that the giant in front of him is the red ghost Brgy, whose head is worth 100 million belly. And that reward was nearly 100 years ago. The 100 million Baileys 100 years ago was different from now. If you get it now, it would be hundreds of millions or even billions. If Smoker hadn't accidentally seen this giant's information, he really wouldn't have known how awesome the giant in front of him was. 100 years ago, the giant pirate group Brgy the Red Ghost dominated the entire Grand Line. Because the entire pirate group was a giant, no one dared to provoke them. Even the world government only issued a wanted order for them and then allowed them to love them. Do whatever you want. At this time, Smoker was a little confused. How could Brgy, the Red Ghost and one of the two captains of the giant pirates who once dominated the Grand Line, be here? Just when Smoker was confused, Ike was already chatting with Brgy. Advertisement. Uncle Brgy, I think a spear would be more suitable for you. Yuahahaha. Hearing Ike's words, Brgy laughed again and said, I used to use a spear, but I had some grudges with a guy, and I felt that using a spear was too much to bully him, so I used a spear. Use an axe instead. Ike. Hearing what Brgy said, Ike was sure that the prototype of the Brgy in front of him was Zhongfei in the Three Kingdoms. At this moment, Brgy licked his lips and said, do you have any wine here? I haven't had a drink in a long time. Hearing this, Ike smiled, and then took out several large wine barrels and wine jars from the system space. These wine barrels are all the wine that was drawn before, fruit wine, white wine, red wine, and even the sacred wine brewed by Asan Kingdom. Asan wine is made from cow urine, Ganges water and wine-making materials. Brgy was very excited to see Ike bring out so many drinks. Thank you so much, little guy. Come on, I'll treat you to my special roasted dinosaur meat. After saying that, Brgy inserted the axe back into his waist, then took off his cloak behind him and pocketed the wine that Ike had taken out. He carried the dinosaur that he had beheaded before with his other hand and walked towards the depths of the forest. Boy, follow me. There are many dinosaurs in the forest which are quite dangerous. After hearing what Brocky said, Ike followed without hesitation, and Smoker followed after a little consideration. Seeing that Ike and Smoker were following, Nami, Dasky, and Ikaram naturally followed suit. Compared with staying on the boat, they felt safer following Ike and Smoker. Of course, before leaving, Dushi ordered the marine soldiers to take good care of the ship. As for letting the marine soldiers follow, don't be kidding, these are ordinary marine soldiers, and they are marine soldiers from the East Daxia Sea branch who have not experienced much wind and waves. Just entering the Grand Line has already taken a lot of courage from them. If it is too risky, they should wait until the soldiers from the marine headquarters are replenished. At present, these sailors can only do the chores of sailing. P.S. The score has come out, 6.8. This is the first time I have experienced such a low score. I don't know if it will improve tomorrow. To motivate me to write, dear readers, please give me a 5-star review. I am here to beg for help. Advertisement Chapter 61 Smoker's Embarrassment, The Battle Between Giants. Following Brgy towards his residence, Ike saw many ancient creatures such as dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers. However, after these creatures saw Brgy, they stopped moving forward. They were obviously afraid of Brgy. After experiencing the initial fear, Nami and Dasky also curiously looked at the environment of the ancient island. Everyone soon arrived at Brgy's residence. Brgy's house has a weird shape, like a giant beast lying on the ground. Everyone, this is my temporary residence. Sit down wherever you want, and I'll make a fire to barbecue. Hearing Brgy's words, Ike was not polite. He just found an open space, took out a few chairs and sat down. After sitting down, Smoker took a puff of his cigar and said, Ike, don't forget our mission. In Smoker's opinion, there is no need to waste time in the small garden. As for the giant in front of him, it is not something he can deal with. The most important thing now is to solve Alabasta's matter. Why does Smoker have to be so serious? Although the task is very important, you can't just think about it. Hearing what Ike said, Dasky also echoed, yes. During the mission, it's okay to study some things that interest you. The thing that Dasky was interested in was naturally famous swords. Although Dasky does not have any famous swords, she has never slackened in her research on famous swords. She collects information on various famous swords every day, and then writes a booklet. For example, which famous sword is in whose hand, or which famous sword can be taken back. The reason why Dasky wants to become stronger is not only to execute justice, but also to take back the famous swords that fall into the hands of evil people. It is also because of this that Smoker is very unhappy with this knife fanatic. Except for things other than knives, Dasky is very confused. If it weren't for Dusky's talent in swordsmanship and her affinity, Smoker would have kicked her away long ago. Smoker just glanced at Dasky, who pushed up his glasses in embarrassment and turned his head away. Seeing this scene, Ike laughed and said, "Sister Dasky, are you interested in joining our private marine? We are very happy here. The fleet admiral of our private marine is not as serious as Smoker." Smoker. Advertisement. No. Dasky shook his head and replied seriously, "I can't leave Colonel Smoker. If Colonel Smoker goes on duty by himself, he will be regarded as a pirate by the civilians and even scare the children. I feel so pitiful for Colonel Smoker." Smoker. Smoker was speechless. He exposed himself like this. He was really his good subordinate. But what Dasky said is also true. Smoker has a serious face, holding a cigar in his mouth every day with a straight face. He is also a maverick and does not like to wear marine uniforms. If he does not follow a few marine soldiers behind him, he will really be regarded as a pirate. If there are handcuffs on Smoker's hands and a few marine soldiers behind him, then he is definitely a captured pirate. When he first came to Rogue Town to take up his post, Smoker really scared a lot of children into tears. Every time, he relied on Dasky's affinity to solve the problem, or, anonymous complaint letters filled the entire marine branch. Mailbox. Ike laughed out loud when he heard Dasky's story. Although I knew that Smoker made children cry in the original novel, I didn't expect it to happen more than once. Listening to the laughter of Ike and Nami, Smoker blushed a little and turned his head away. Smoker turned his head and happened to see Buggy, who was lighting a fire to barbecue. In order to change the subject, he came to Buggy and asked, "Mr. Buggy, if I'm not mistaken, you should be one of the two captains of the former giant soldier pirates, right? Why are you here?" Buggy was stunned by Smoker's words, and then he laughed and said, I didn't expect that a young marine like you would actually know my name. What, are you going to capture me to get the reward?" When Smoker heard this, he shook his head slightly and said, "I don't think I can catch you, and, you haven't been seen for 100 years, and the world government thinks you are dead." "You Buggy laughed a few times and said, "I have lived here for 100 years. The reason why I stay here is because I have a dispute with my friends. In Elbaf, if someone has a dispute and wants to resolve it, they can only rely on fighting. The winner will be the right one." Hearing this, Smoker asked again, "So, it's Blue Ogre Tori who is having the dispute with you?" That's right, it seems like you know us quite well. At the same time, Luffy, Vivi and Usopp also met another giant, Blue Ogre Tori. Advertisement. Tori, like Buggy, is also extremely hospitable. Seeing Luffy playing with many long-necked dinosaurs, he became slightly interested in this young and energetic boy, and then invited Luffy and the three of them to have a party. The duck came to his place. Luffy is the kind of person who can chat with anyone, and he naturally has a great time chatting with Tori, a hospitable giant. Until the volcano in the small garden suddenly erupted, Tori, who was chatting happily with Luffy, suddenly became serious. The same goes for Buggy on the other side. The two giants picked up the weapons beside them and walked towards the battlefield. Soon, the news of the two giants fighting spread throughout the small garden. Just in the distance where the two giants were fighting, two people were observing with telescopes. "Mr. 3, do you really have a way to deal with these two giants?" Mr. Golden Week asked curiously. Mr. 3 touched his chin and considered for a moment and said, "It would be really difficult if I only relied on myself. These two giants are too powerful. If you want to seriously hurt them, you can only destroy them from within." In the original work, Mr. 3 cooperated with Mr. 5 to seriously injure the giant Tori. And it was despicable to put a bomb in the drink. Although Mr. 3 also carries bombs, those bombs are very big. Unlike Mr. 5, you only need to take off a piece of booger. So, it is absolutely impossible to use bombs to deal with the giants. As for using candles to control two giants, that is even more impossible, because the preparation time is too long. So, Mr. 3 is ready to give up on capturing the two giants for the time being, and will bring a few more senior agents together to attack them next time. Mr. 3 prides himself on being an intelligent person and will definitely not do anything he is unsure of. Although he gave up the two giants, Mr. 3 found a new goal. "We don't need to deal with these two giants now, I already have a new goal." After saying this, Mr. 3 turned the telescope lens to look at Luffy, who was looking excited. "A head worth 30 million. Monkey D. Luffy." Chapter 62. Mr. 3 jumped on the street as soon as he appeared on the stage, and Ike wanted to be beaten by the giant. The purpose of Mr. 3's visit to the small garden this time was for the two giants. He thought that the two giants from 100 years ago should be old and easy to deal with by now. But what he didn't know was that the lifespan of a giant was 3 times that of ordinary humans. A giant who was more than 100 years old and nearly 200 years old is equivalent to a middle-aged person. I thought this mission was going to fail, but I didn't expect to see the 30 million Straw Hat Boy. Mr. 3 is very confident that he can take down the Straw Hat Boy. It can be seen from the wanted poster that the Straw Hat Boy is definitely one of the weak ones, and his IQ is not too high, so it is easy to capture him. Seeing Mr. 3's confident look, Mr. Golden Week yawned. Just when she wanted to complain about her partner, a long knife with cold light was placed on her neck. Mr. 3, who was holding a telescope, was very puzzled as to why he hadn't venomously complained about himself during the Golden Week. When Mr. 3 turned around, he saw a green algae head staring at him, and Mr. Golden Week had fainted on the ground. You, who are you? Mr. 3 asked, looking at Zoro with wide eyes. Zoro did not reply, but used the knife at an extremely fast speed to stun Mr. 3 who was about to attack with the back of the knife. As for why Zoro is here. Because he made a bet with Sanji before, betting on who could hunt the bigger prey. Naturally, with the strength of the two of them, they quickly caught the prey, and they were all adult dinosaurs that were large enough. The prey they caught were about the same size, so they decided to continue the competition, and then Zoro started looking for bigger prey. Lost Zoro searched for a while but couldn't find a bigger prey than before, but he heard Mr. 3's words about catching Luffy. Then he knocked out Mr. Golden Week and Mr. 3 without hesitation. His eyes returned to the battlefield between the two giants. The battle between the two giants can be said to be very spectacular. Every collision between them can cause a violent impact, blowing the surrounding trees around. Moreover, there is no so-called mercy in the fight between the two. It is really deadly with swords and punches. Vivi, who was watching the battle, was very confused when she saw this scene. Advertisement. What kind of grudges can keep these two warriors fighting for 100 years? If the two giants heard Vivi's question, they would definitely answer, what grudge? I have forgotten it a long time ago. Usopp and Luffy looked excited when they saw the two giants fighting. This is the warrior I long for. I want to be Mr. Tori's disciple. Usopp shouted with excitement. Giant. He is so handsome. Luffy thinks that the giant is very handsome, and he also wants to become a giant. It would be better if he could fight with the giant. Smoker on the other side was also shocked by the battle between the two giants. In the first half of the Grand Line, there was no concept of domineering, but as an elite trained by Marine headquarters, Smoker naturally knew that domineering existed, and he had also experienced the feeling of being beaten by domineering. So, he could clearly feel that the two giants used their domineering energy when fighting. Hockey plus Titan, that punch hit him. Smoker felt a little chill in his heart just thinking about it. No wonder the world government 100 years ago allowed the giant pirates to do so. Dongli and Buggy are also worthy of being the strongest fighters of Elbaf. Just when everyone was shocked by the battle with the two giants, the two finally completed the final blow. The two giants smashed their shields into each other's faces, and finally fell to the ground at the same time. Before falling to the ground, the two shouted out the battle at the same time. 73,466 battles, 73,466 draws. After the draw this time, Buggy asked Dong Li to wait while he returned home and brought a few barrels of wine to Dong Li. Yuahahaha. Dong Li, my luck is better than yours. I have met a lot of interesting people. Guhahahaha. After taking the wine barrel, Dong Li also laughed heartily. What a coincidence, I also met a very interesting person here. The two looked at each other and smiled, and finally went home to entertain their guests. Advertisement. Next it's meat time. After everyone had eaten and drank, Ike asked Buggy, Uncle Buggy, do you know how to use hockey? Hearing this, Buggy looked at Ike curiously and said, I can indeed use domineering. What's the matter, little guy? That's great. I wonder if Uncle Buggy can fight with me. I want to see how painful it is to hit someone with domineering power. Nami was also surprised when she heard Ike's words. I say, Ike, you don't want your life. Didn't you see the battle just now? If you were hammered, you would be turned into a pulp. Yuahahaha. What a funny little guy. Buggy smiled and said, I won't fight with you. As long as we, the soldiers of Elbaf, fight, we will use our full strength. You are my guest, so I can't take action against you. Smoker also turned to look at Ike. Hey, Ike, we still have a mission. Don't seek death. Ike scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed indeed. In fact, Ike just wanted to experience what it felt like to be beaten by domineering. Besides that, he also wanted to try to see if he could learn the domineering training method from the two giants here. He was not talented enough, but if it would also be nice to be able to let Luffy, Zoro and the others master hockey in advance. However, he also knew that fighting against the giants was indeed a bit too much given his current strength, so he also thought of a good way. Ike took out a shrinking flashlight and shined it at Buggy. Just when Buggy was still a little confused, he discovered that the things around him started to get bigger. No. To be precise, he was getting smaller. Soon, Buggy became about the same size as an ordinary human being, about 1.9 meters tall. Although he became smaller, among ordinary people, Buggy was still considered tall and strong. Buggy was very surprised at his current changes. After the surprise came the surprise. He first looked at the barbecue he had placed on the stone table. Without saying a word, he jumped on the barbecue and started to eat. Then he came to the wine table. Next to the barrel, he stuck his head into the barrel and took a deep drink. It's so happy. It's really so happy. Ike didn't expect that Buggy wanted to do the same thing as Luffy when he became smaller, eat a big meal first. Boy, can I change back? Buggy asked curiously after eating and drinking. Don't worry, you can change back. Hearing Ike's answer, Buggy was relieved. After all, fighting Don Lee in this body would be too risky. Suddenly, the volcano erupted again. This also heralded the beginning of the battle between Don Lee and Buggy again. Buggy looked at Ike and said, change me back. I'm going to fight. Hearing this, Ike rolled his eyes and said, Uncle Buggy, you have been fighting for so many years and you still haven't decided the winner. Why don't you change the way you fight? For example, how about I make Uncle Don Lee smaller too? Buggy. Chapter 63 The Domineering Power of Giants. The volcano erupted again. Don Lee took his weapon and shield and came to the place where he fought before. But what makes Don Lee a little strange is that he didn't see Buggy. Just when Don Lee was wondering why Buggy was late, a voice sounded from under him. Don Lee, look here, Don Lee. Don Lee looked down with some confusion and saw a miniature version of Buggy waving towards him. Behind Buggy are several ordinary humans, namely Ike, Nami, Smoker, Dusky and Ikaram, who has a slightly lower presence. Don Lee also looked surprised when he saw that Buggy had become about the same size as an ordinary human being. Don Lee, let's change our fighting style today. While speaking, Buggy signaled to Ike that he could take action. Seeing this, Ike smiled and then took out a shrinking flashlight and shined it at Don Lee. Just as the light of the zoom flashlight shone on Don Lee felt that the things around him were gradually getting bigger. To be precise, his body began to get smaller, and he stopped when he finally became about the same size as an ordinary human being. Seeing that Don Lee had also become smaller, Buggy smiled and said, come on. Let's fight like this. Upon hearing this, Don Lee looked at his body curiously, then looked at Buggy and said, I thought of a good idea, that is. Before Don Lee could finish his words, Buggy laughed. Yuahahaha. Don Lee, do you want to eat meat and drink alcohol? I think so too, so, let's resolve the battle as soon as possible. After the battle is resolved, let's fight for wine. Don Lee also smiled when he heard this, and then got into a fighting position. Other side, Luffy and Usopp, who originally wanted to watch another giant battle, looked puzzled. Where's Uncle Don Lee? Usopp asked curiously. Advertisement. Luffy was also curious, but he belonged to the action group. Since he was curious, he went over and took a look. Without waiting for Vivi to stop him, Luffy rushed straight towards the place where Tori disappeared before. When Luffy arrived here, he saw Tori and Buggy engaged in a fierce battle. I don't know if it's because the two giants have become smaller, but their fighting rhythm has become faster, and their shooting speed is much faster than before. Seeing Luffy coming, Ike waved his hand towards him. Seeing two small giants fighting, Usopp also knew what was going on. The only one who could do this was the shrinking flashlight in Ike's hand. Just like that, Luffy and Ike came together. Seeing the smoker, Luffy jumped back a small step, and then raised his fists, as if he was planning to take action. Seeing this, Ike quickly stopped and said, Smoker is one of our own now, and the previous battle was just a misunderstanding. Smoker didn't speak, but nodded to indicate that Ike was right. At this moment, the battle between Don Lee and Buggy also came to an end. Because the two of them are now about 2 meters tall, the action of the battle is not as shocking as it was originally, but the level of excitement has gone up several levels. At this time, both of them were panting and staring at each other. Don Lee, it's time for the final blow. That's right, give it your all. Buggy. As soon as they finished speaking, their fists were covered with 2 colors of armed domineering, cyan and red. In the end, his fists collided together, creating a wave of air that uprooted the surrounding trees, and in the blink of an eye, a large open space was cleared. Naturally, after this most powerful blow, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time, and it was another draw battle. When Ike saw the two of them using their weapon-colored haki, his pupils shrank. The two giants had always used haki in the previous battles, but their haki should be colorless like Whitebeard. In fact, many sea fans have done research on domineering, and they have divided domineering into many colors. For example, Luffy in Gear 4 shines red, and Virgo Pika shines purple. During the war on the top, many people said that Whitebeard always used haki. In fact, this is wrong. If he didn't use haki, how could he hit Akainu? Whitebeard always used haki. Maybe he was too fond of haki. Because of his proficiency, he has cultivated his domineering color to the point of being colorless. From the surface, it is impossible to tell that he uses armed color. Advertisement. It's like he's using haki all the time. In addition, the same goes for Rayleigh. When Rayleigh was explaining and demonstrating armed color haki to Luffy, there was no color coverage on her arms. From Echo's point of view, the two giants in front of him are probably very powerful in their mastery of armed color haki. As for the original work, why does it look so bad? Probably because of the plot. After all, this is the first half of the Grand Line. If there are too many bugs or too powerful beings, it would be unreasonable, so Oda directly banned the two of them. In addition to the two giants, those who have been banned include Enel and Shichibukai, who flew into space. Oda is just a comic artist, and he knows how to hammer One Piece. If he knows more about One Piece, how can he have me as a time traveler? Do you understand? ... After watching the battle between the two giants after they were shrunk, Luffy's eyes brightened even more. There is no other reason than that the special effects are too dazzling, especially the final blow. At this time, Smoker finally understood why the two captains of the giant soldier pirates were called Red Oni and Blue Ogre. Buggy and Dongli just lay on the ground for a while and then stood up again. After standing up, the two looked at each other in confusion at first, and then laughed heartily. Yuahahaha. Dongli, I haven't beaten him so happily in a long time. Guhahaha. Yes, it's a pity, it's a tie again. After hearing what the two said, Ike stepped forward with some confusion and asked, huh? Didn't you guys have a good time beating me before? Hearing Ike's question, Buggy explained. You also know that this island is too small for us Elbaf warriors. If we had fought like that at our original size, this island would probably be destroyed. Hearing this, Ike took a moment to look at the open space created by the battle between the two miniature giants. If enlarged to the same proportion, the final blow of the two men could indeed sink this small garden. Haha. That's why this place is called a small garden. For the soldiers of Elbaf, it is indeed a garden. Just as Ike finished speaking, Luffy rushed over in a hurry. Uncle Dongli, fight with me. Chapter 64 Dongli. So domineering here is called love. Uncle Dongli, fight with me. Everyone present was shocked when they heard Luffy's words. After all, I had just seen the terrifying scene of two giants fighting, and Luffy actually dared to come forward and start a fight. Hee. Ike also smiled and said, Uncle Buggy, you should fight with me too. Dongli and Buggy looked at each other. They could feel that the two boys in front of them were not very strong. If they got the second half of the Grand Line, they would not even be considered cannon fodder. This is indeed the case. After all, many of the cannon fodder in the later period are those who master domineering. Do you really want to fight us? We will not show mercy. Tori said to Ike and Luffy after inserting the weapon on the ground. Yeah, Luffy nodded wildly. When he just saw the two giants fighting, Luffy was already excited. Now that the giants have become smaller, Luffy naturally wants to challenge them. Ike said nothing and nodded, but his men kept pouring out jelly beans. Luffy's vitality is strong, so it's probably okay to be beaten by a giant, but Ike will be choked. Therefore, he wanted to pour out a life-saving jelly bean while Luffy challenged Tori first. After pouring out the first candy, Ike felt a little embarrassed because there was no one around to help him eat the candy. When I met Hawkeye before, in order to save Zoro, Ike captured the sword master as a strong man, but this time everyone around him as a partner. Suddenly, Ike slapped his forehead and thought of a booger man in his cozy little house. Thinking of this, Ike directly dragged the booger man out of the cozy cabin. Just when Ike was about to put the jelly bean with smell of shit written on it into the booger man's mouth, Zoro pulled Mr. Three's hair with one hand and walked over with Mr. Golden Week in the other. Seeing Zoro, Ike said curiously, huh, Zoro, you can actually find the organization you were promising. Zoro, idiot, there is so much movement here, how could I not find it? As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro threw the two men in his hands to the ground and said, I met these on the road. They seem to be trying to catch Luffy. At this time, Mr. Three was still in a coma, but Mr. Golden Week had already woken up. When Golden Week saw so many people looking at him, tears streamed down his face. Then he pointed at Zoro and cried, this weirdo is going to sell me. Hearing Golden Week's words, everyone looked at Zoro with strange eyes. Advertisement. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Zoro quickly denied, I heard you guys talking about catching Luffy and then I'll knock you out. Although everyone present believed Zoro's explanation, it was not false that the little loli was crying so miserably. Especially the kind-hearted Dasky. She first stepped forward and stroked Golden Week's head, then pointed at Zoro and said angrily, I didn't expect that you are not a pirate, you are actually a human trafficker. Zoro. Being accused by Dushi, who looked exactly like Kuina, Zoro suddenly stuttered and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Vivi and Ikaram stepped forward and took a closer look at Mr. Three and Mr. Golden Week, and finally Vivi said with certainty. Don't blame Zoro, these two are senior agents of Baroque Walker, Mr. Three and Mr. Golden Week. Hearing that it was an agent of Baroque Walker, Dashi, who knew about his mission, was also stunned for a moment, and then bowed to Zoro in embarrassment and began to apologize. Zoro didn't say anything when he saw this, but Dasky's next words made Zoro's face darken. Mr. Zoro, although you are not a human trafficker, you should try to be gentler to girls, especially Lolita like this, otherwise you will be like Colonel Smoker, unpopular with girls. Zoro, Smoker, who was gunning for no reason, felt that he should replace his adjutant. With the arrival of Mr. Three, Ike's rhythm of pouring out jelly beans has become faster. At the same time, the battle between Luffy and Tori also begins. In the battle with Luffy, Tori did not use weapons, but fought Luffy with bare hands. Luffy relied on his strength and rushed towards Tori without any care. Currently, Luffy doesn't know the existence of Haki. So far, the only person who can hurt him is his grandfather Garp. Why Garp can hurt Luffy is of course because his fists are filled with love for his grandson. That's what Garp said, and that's what Luffy heard. The result is tragic. Advertisement. Tori's fist collided with Luffy's rubber fist. As a result, Tori didn't move at all, but Luffy flew backwards and fell to the ground. When Luffy got up, he began to blow his fists desperately, hoping to relieve the pain. After feeling that the pain in his fist was less, Luffy said to Tori in disbelief, "Uncle Tori, could it be that your fist is also full of love for me?" Dongli, Ike, Smoker, Buggy. Ike was speechless, but he could also guess why Luffy said that. There is no other reason. When Garp beat Luffy, his fists were filled with Haki, and it was the kind of colorless Haki that showed no Haki, just like the one used by Tori now. Dongli was confused. Dongli doesn't deny that he has a crush on the young man in front of him, but it doesn't reach the level of love. Idiot. That's not called love, that's called domineering. Hearing Smoker's words, Dongli also suddenly realized, so that's it. In the first half of the Grand Line, domineering was called love. Thinking of this, Tori raised his fist and smiled at Luffy and said, "Luffy boy, that's right, my fist is filled with deep love for you. Come on." Ike, Smoker. Hearing Dongli's words, Ike and Smoker were speechless. Tori's words made Luffy flinch a little. The world is vast, and the only thing that can make Luffy flinch is his grandfather's iron fist of love. Bai Jing. Bei Zig Ye Ye Ig Taekwon Zo Lanami Duo Nian. Ta Mei Shang Dao Yan Qian De Ju Ren Da Shu Jing Ran Yi Ui Taekwon. Luffy patted his cheek with both hands, and then said to himself, "I have gone to sea. I am now a man on my own. My goal is the freest One Piece and the Marine King. I am no longer afraid the iron fist of love." After muttering for a while, Luffy rushed forward again. Needless to say, the result was that Dongli beat Luffy with his loving iron fist. Chapter 65 Ike vs Buggy. Buggy wants to add special effects to himself. Okay, boy, it's our turn. Seeing that the battle between Tori and Luffy was over, Buggy looked at Ike. Ike is still feeding Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 jelly beans. Keep farting. Avoid water. Become a fish. Out-of-body experience. Ike fed the 2 jelly beans with various abilities, which also tortured Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 quite a lot. I don't know if they were too unlucky, but many of the jelly beans Ike shook this time had negative buff abilities. It's not as effective as the jelly beans that the sword masters ate before. At least they had some positive abilities like flying to the sky and escaping to the ground before. After feeding them more than 20 pills in a row, Ike finally got the ideal ability, super fast recovery. This ability is simple and clear. After eating it, you can quickly recover from injuries. The price for smoking this jelly bean is Mr. 5 turns into a chocolate-flavored poop, and most importantly, it is also waterproof. As for Mr. 3, his whole body turned green, and the hair on his head was extremely lush. The originally thin hair on his head turned into a very thick hair. Ignoring them, Ike put the quick recovery jelly beans into his mouth. The effect of the candy lasts for 15 minutes. Within these 15 minutes, Ike can recover quickly. The previous battle between Luffy and Tori lasted less than 5 minutes. The most important thing is that there was still time for the two of them to talk.
In other words, 15 minutes of ability blessing is enough. Okay. Uncle Buggy, I'm ready. At this moment, Ike suddenly reminded, "Uncle Buggy, I have the ability to recover quickly in the next 15 minutes, so you don't have to be too merciful, just make sure I don't die."
Upon hearing this, Buggy, like Dongli, put all his weapons aside and immediately took a fighting stance. Okay, boy, I'll let you experience what love is. Ike, obviously, Buggy, like Dongli, also confuses domineering with love. Luffy frowned when he heard Buggy's words, so Uncle Buggy also loves Iron Fist. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Luffy shouted to Ike, "Ike, be careful. The iron fist of love is very painful." Ike ignored Luffy, but assumed the posture of flowing rock-breaking fist, opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan eyes, and began to observe Buggy's every move. Seeing that Ike didn't take action, Buggy smiled and then rushed over first. "Boy, since you don't move, I'll do it first." At the same time as he finished speaking, Buggy's figure had already arrived in front of Ike. Ike's eyes Sharingan kept turning, Buggy's figure slowed down in his field of vision, and Ike could see Buggy's every move clearly. After seeing Buggy's movements clearly, Ike wanted to dodge, but when he dodged, he found that Buggy was too fast and had no time to dodge. As a last resort, Ike could only raise his arms to resist. But while blocking, he still used blessing magic to strengthen his arms. Ike's arm collided with Buggy's fist, making a crisp sound of bone breaking, and then Ike flew out. Buggy's punch directly broke Ike's arm. If Ike hadn't used protective magic to strengthen his arm in the end, it would probably have been a fracture instead of a crack. With the fast recovering jelly beans, Ike's arm recovered in the blink of an eye, and then flew thousands of miles behind him to help stabilize his figure. Buggy didn't expect that Ike could fly. Buggy thought that his punch just now was enough to end the fight. He didn't use all his strength in that punch, but according to his calculations, at least the bones were broken, so there was no need to continue fighting. But what Buggy didn't expect was that Ike was fine and could fly. Ike spread his arms in midair, and white magic circles gradually appeared. Blessed by the galloping wind. Blessed by the power of steel wrists. Blessed by the power of armor. Blessed by the power of destroying dragons. Various buffs are blessed on Ike, making his body emit colorful light. In addition, the imperial robe he wore was even more eye-catching, especially the words, "In the name of the people," written on the back of the imperial robe, which swayed in the wind after he stood up. The friends of the Straw Hats were very surprised to see such a cool Ike. Advertisement. Especially Luffy and Usopp, their eyes have turned into star eyes, for no other reason than Ike is so handsome with his whole body shining. So handsome. I want it too. Luffy raised his hands and shouted. Dongli hugged his arms and smiled and said, "You are very powerful, young man, but, if you want to win against Buggy, it is useless to just rely on your beauty." What Smoker was thinking about was whether he could beat Ike in this state. Haha, I'm a Logia. If I don't have domineering power, I'm invincible. Just when he had this thought, his eyes caught sight of Luffy, who was raising his hands in cheers. Thinking that Luffy, who was not domineering, beat him up, he secretly retracted his previous words. Looking at Ike's dazzling look, he might be able to catch Logia. His eyes returned to Ike. After all the available blessing magic was applied to his body, Ike released the thousands of miles flying behind him and fell back to the ground. Come on, Uncle Buggy, it's the second round. Buggy looked at Ike, who was covered in magic light at this time, and was a little distracted. The battles of Elbaf's warriors are all simple and unpretentious, and there is never any bells and whistles. Even Elbaf's gun is not as gorgeous as Ike's dazzling look. Boy, if I beat you, can you teach me your moves? Hearing Buggy's words, Ike was also stunned. Only then did Ike realize that Buggy also wanted special effects. After all, any man will be attracted by cool special effects, even giants. But, the special effects he owns are all magic, so naturally he can't teach them to Buggy, but, it's just a matter of adding some special effects to the plain fighting, and it's very simple for Ike to do it. Okay, as long as you win, I will get you a special effect. Ike knew he couldn't beat Buggy, so the special effects were completely wasted. After getting Ike's answer, Buggy became more excited about this battle. He is already imagining that he returns to Elbaf with a glow all over his body and is admired by many female giants. And he looks ashamed in front of himself. Just as Buggy was dreaming, Ike had already rushed in front of him and hit him in the face with a fist. Ike's punch is not only mixed with various buffs, but also blessed by the punching technique of the flowing water breaking rock fist. Ike punched with all his strength, but it only made Buggy lean back slightly. After regaining consciousness, Buggy stretched out his hand to grab Ike's fist. Seeing this, Ike took a sharp breath, and then spit out a close-range dragon roar. With the push of the dragon's breath, Ike dodged Buggy's hand. By the way, they distanced themselves. Chapter 66. The pressure of the marrow cleansing pill shows up again, a bonfire party in the small garden. After just a brief confrontation, Ike knew how big the strength gap between himself and Buggy was. Ike has already suffered from Buggy's fist before, and has a certain understanding of the power of so-called domineering. How to put it? It may be due to the rules of the world. In this One Piece world, hockey is stronger than the magic system you use and the telekinesis ability that Luffy has used before. Of course, this may also be because I still have Luffy to Kai. He has not yet fully developed dragon-slaying magic. As for Luffy, he has never thought about developing his Nen ability. Usually, when using Nen in battle, he basically just comes up with it, or it is instinctive. However, since experiencing the battle with Smoker, the Logia fruit user, Luffy will subconsciously use Nen every time he fights. Just when Ike was about to admit defeat, Buggy rushed towards Ike at an extremely fast speed. FK. Ike cursed secretly and then started to dodge. But maybe because Buggy's attack last time was not very effective, he also showed some strength this time. After just a few rounds, Ike couldn't hold on any longer. Ike, who just heard boom, was hit in the chest by Buggy's small Elbaf gun, and flew backwards, breaking several big trees before stopping. This attack directly caused Ike to be seriously injured. However, there are still nearly 4 minutes left before the jelly beans take effect, so Ike is not panicking at all. After he got up from the ground, he raised his hand and shouted, "Uncle Buggy, I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat." Buggy had no intention of continuing to fight. When he heard Ike admit defeat, he stepped forward and checked Ike's injuries with a smile. He was relieved to find that Ike's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Boy Ike, don't forget." Before Buggy could finish what he said, Ike interrupted with a smile, "Don't worry. It's just special effects. I'll give you and Uncle Dongli a complete set in a minute." In fact, Buggy really wanted to say, "as long as I make one myself." But thinking that this was also Ike's kindness, he didn't say it. "It's a pity that I can't show off my power in front of Dongli." After the battle, Ike did not get up immediately because he suddenly felt a warm current emerging from his lower abdomen and flowing to his limbs. Advertisement. Of course, it's definitely not that Ike peed his pants, but that the pill he took before has not been completely digested. To be precise, most of the medicinal power of the elixir is stored in Ike's body. Because of the previous battle and the serious injury, the medicine's power was activated, and Ike's body was strengthened again. It's like a broken bone becomes stronger. Ike was beaten almost to death, but after recovering, his body became stronger. This has a Saiyan-like characteristic. It's just that this characteristic disappeared after the marrow cleansing pill was completely absorbed. Just when Ike felt that his body was being strengthened again, his body had completely recovered as before. If it weren't for the fact that the clothes on his body were all in tatters from the battle just now, it would be impossible to tell that he had been ravaged by battle. Naturally, the imperial robe produced by the system is not damaged. After the two battles, everyone gathered at Buggy's territory and started preparing for the bonfire party. The Straw Hats are even more familiar with banquets and the like. Sanji was in charge of all kinds of food, Zoro cut down trees in the forest and built a campfire, and the two giants went out to help hunt. Ike once again brought out a large amount of drinks, enough for everyone present to drink. Smoker on his side brought all the soldiers from his marine warship over. After all, if there was a chance to have S*X for free, he would definitely bring his younger brother with him. Just like that, a carnival in the primitive jungle began. With Sanji's cooking, the original simple barbecue became more delicious, which made Tori and Buggy, two giants who only eat barbecue without seasonings all year round, very satisfied. Dongli and Buggy have not been happy for 100 years. Not only because I met interesting friends like the Straw Hats, but also because I experienced the pleasure of eating as much as I could after becoming smaller. Although Ike told them that after they change back to their original form, they will still eat the same amount of food as they did before, and it will not become bigger because their body size becomes larger. But even so, the two giants still felt very happy. Advertisement. While everyone was reveling, Ike accidentally noticed Nami frowning and touching his thigh. Ike looked closely and saw a red envelope on Nami's leg, as if she had been bitten by some kind of insect. Seeing this scene, Ike frowned. He knew. Nami had a disaster in the small garden, that is, she was bitten by some ancient poisonous insect here, causing a high fever. If it weren't for the witch doctor from the Drum Kingdom, if Kuleha says it, Nami will definitely die. It was also because of this journey that I met my new partner Chopper. It seems, Nami was bitten by the poisonous insect. Thinking of this, Ike silently looked at Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 who had recovered and were eating barbecue in silence without speaking. As for Mr. Valentine's Day and Mr. Golden Week, they were already dancing around the bonfire with a kind of marine. In fact, although the four of them are villains, they cannot be said to be bad people. They can only be said to have different positions. Before Crocodile was arrested, they were all bounty hunters, and their main job was to hunt down pirates in exchange for bounties. But things were different after Crocodile was arrested. They became fellow pirates and naturally became pirates. In the title page of One Piece, there is also a plot about Golden Week going to the deep sea prison to rescue his companions. In addition, Mr. Xiao Fengfeng is a friend recognized by Luffy. In the battle on the top, Xiao Fengfeng can be said to have risked his life to help his friend Luffy. Although I know that they are not extremely vicious villains, but for the sake of the lives of my partners, I still have to aggrieve Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 again. The two of them, who were trying to reduce their presence, suddenly shivered, and then saw Ike walking towards them holding a candy box. Seeing this scene, Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 hugged each other directly. Brother, what are you going to do again? The number 3 on Mr. 3's head suddenly dropped. Haha, I'd better ask you for some help. As soon as he finished speaking, Ike didn't wait for the two of them to respond. He opened Mr. 5's mouth and stuffed a jelly bean with diabetes insipidus written on it into his mouth. Chapter 67 Special Effects. In the small garden. The bonfire party is over, now it's the superpower party. This matter has many Marines having 15-minute superpowers or negative buffs. Some Marines fly freely in the sky of the small garden, while others turn into animals. Others, like the previous Mr. 5, turned into a pile of flying objects. There are also many negative buffs such as hair turning green, diabetes insipidus, loss of vision, etc. Originally, Ike only wanted to use Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 to refresh the jelly beans, and then refresh the jelly beans that could cure Nami's disease as soon as possible. Perhaps out of curiosity about jelly beans, there was a death-seeking Marine who wanted to try it out. What happened next was out of control, and all the Marine soldiers lined up to eat Ike's jelly beans. Even Smoker took one. What Smoker eats is the ability to turn into a knife. Naturally, he cannot control this transformation into a knife, and he must wait 15 minutes before he can change back. This made Dasky, as an adjutant, very excited. After all, this was the sword that his commander had turned into. Dasky also named this knife Famous Knife Smoker. Taking advantage of these 15 minutes, Smoker was unable to resist or speak, so Dasky went directly to test the knife. After all, she can't resist the famous sword. In this way, after refreshing hundreds of jelly beans, Ike finally found jelly beans that could be used by Nami. Open black lens bracket treat all diseases close black lens bracket. Ike feels that the refreshment of jelly beans really depends on luck. Ike's luck was really good the previous 2 times. At this time, dozens of refreshes have refreshed the abilities that are useful to him. This time, it was hundreds of times. Fortunately, the Marine brothers helped. It would be too much to rely on Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 alone. After successfully shaking out the medicine, Ike looked at Dongli and Buggy. The two giants have now become the same as before. Due to their original size, they are now eating a lot to replenish their physical strength. Advertisement. Seeing Ike looking over, Buggy wiped the oil stains on his hands and said, "Boy Ike, you promised me." Before Buggy could finish speaking, Ike took out two round spheres. The sphere is metallic in color and is about the size of a basketball. It looks inconspicuous at first glance, but the function of this thing is very impressive. The function is 3D special effects. As long as a sensor belt is worn on the body, the metal ball will always be suspended above the user's head. If you want special effects, just shout. Naturally, the two giants couldn't wear this induction belt, so they could only wear it as a ring on their fingers. Next, Ike taught the two giants how to use 3D projection. The technological content of 3D projection is very high, and the two giants quickly learned the fool-like operation. Moreover, the effect range of the 3D projection equipment has a radius of 100 meters, and the special effects are enough to envelope the two giants. After learning how to use it, Dongli was the first to turn on one of the special effects. This special effect is that a huge stone door appears in front of him. When Dongli walks forward, the stone door bursts into pieces, and then green flames spurt out from the door. Finally, Dongli strides out of the door. This cool appearance immediately made Luffy jump up with excitement, and then hung it around Ike's neck to express that he also wanted to add special effects. Currently there are only two 3D projection devices. After drawing this thing, Ike originally planned to use it to show off, and the various special effects inside were also show-off special effects. But since he promised to give special effects to Buggy, Ike will definitely not break his promise. This thing is only a bronze-level item. It shouldn't be difficult to get it again. There may be better ones. After taking Luffy away from him, he said speechlessly, "That's just two. I'll give you one as a gift next time." Luffy was very disappointed when he heard that there were only two of them. At this moment, Buggy also turned on the special effects. His special effect was that two huge stone dragons tens of meters high appeared in front of him, and then orange-red flames suddenly began to burn. Then the stone dragons turned into real flying dragons. When the flying dragons separated on both sides, Buggy came out from behind. When Buggy walked out, volcanoes began to erupt around him, which was very spectacular. Both Buggy and Dongli are very satisfied with the 3D projector given by Ike. They can maximize their performance when fighting in the future. Advertisement. After completing the special effects for the two, Ike once again took out the shrinking flashlight and shined it on the two giants. After the two became smaller again, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and handed it over. Two giant uncles, this is the letter of appointment for our private marine. Although it is not a formal marine, it is more free. As long as you sign here, you will be a private marine from now on. Regarding Ike's words, the two giants looked at each other, and then signed their names without hesitation. The two of them are very confident in their own strength, and there is no possibility of being cheated. Moreover, they also have a good impression of the Straw Hats. Just after the two of them signed, Luffy asked with some confusion, "Are we going to take the uncles with us to the sea? I'm very happy that the uncles have become companions. But our Mary seems to be too small. Or should we always use a shrinking flashlight?" Hearing Luffy's words, Ike shook his head and said, "Who said that becoming a private marine means you have to join our ship? As for using a shrinking flashlight, it's even worse. The shrinking flashlight has a time limit, and we can't let two uncles live in a shrunken form forever. In fact, the most important thing is that the two giants will not leave here until the winner is decided, unless something happens to their Elbaf." Thinking of this, Ike looked at Smoker and Dasky again and said with a smile, "How about you sign it too? If you sign, you will also be a member of the private marine." Hearing Ike's words, Smoker frowned a little, but Dushichi looked very interested. Anyway, it was just a signature. For Dusky, it was like playing house. He couldn't sign and then become a private marine. She is no longer an orthodox marine. Seeing that Smoker didn't reply, Ike continued, "If one day you defect to marine, our private marine is also a way out." Hearing what Ike said, Smoker was really moved. It's no joke that Smoker is called the problem child of marine. He has real justice in his heart. If one day he becomes dissatisfied with world government's behavior, Smoker might actually leave marine. Thinking of this, Smoker stepped forward and signed his name on the private marine appointment letter. After putting down his pen, Smoker looked at Ike and said, "I hope that private marines will always be private marines. If you do evil, I will catch you with my own hands." Smoker's tone was very cold and tough, but when he heard the discussions of several people behind Ike, his face suddenly turned red. "Nami. Is he called a Tsunere? Usopp. That's right, you've obviously signed it, and you still say such things. Sanji. Girls are cuter when they are arrogant. Luffy. What can Tsunere eat?" Chapter 68. The island-eating monster appears, and the overlord is killed instantly. Time comes the next day. The Straw Hats went on another hunt. After hunting down a few dinosaurs as food reserves, everyone planned to leave the small garden. If the magnetic force is recorded in the small garden according to the recording pointer, if you want the recording pointer to lead to the next island, it will have to be recorded in the small garden for at least 100 years. It is precisely because of such harsh recording conditions that the little garden has become an ancient island. But Ike and the others don't need to record the pointer, because Ikerum has a permanent pointer directly to Alabasta. After returning to the Golden Mary, Ike handed over Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Mr. Valentine, and Mr. Golden Thursday to Smoker. But while handing it over to Smoker, Ike still begged for the four of them. After all, Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 have helped him. Smoker, on the other hand, stated that they would not be imprisoned in Impel Down. After all, they were not real pirates, and they still had the opportunity to change their ways and even join the Marine. As soon as this news came out, the four of them were very excited. As long as they didn't enter Impel Down, they could go anywhere. And expressed willingness to join the Private Marine. That's right, it's Private Marine. They all have good abilities. Marines are definitely rushing to join Marine's team, but why not join? Or because of the issue of freedom. As an agent in Baroque Works, you just pay bounties and do some tasks every day, and other activities are basically free. But it's different if you become a Marine. There are too many restrictions. In this way, although the four people did not sign the appointment letter, they still became non-staff members of the Private Marine and became Smoker's subordinates. The reason why they were not allowed to sign was because there was no room on the letter of appointment. In fact, there are not many places to sign on the letter of appointment. There are only 2 or 3 places left, and Ike is still thinking of asking Chopper, Robin, Frankie and others to sign. It looks like Mr. Sengoku or Mr. Garp will have to ask for a larger letter of appointment another day. In this way, the Marine warship and the Golden Melly left the small garden one after the other. Just as the 2 ships walked out of the tributary, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared not far from the opposite side, and then, a goldfish bigger than the island emerged from the sea. Advertisement. This is not a Poseidon, but its size is comparable to that of a giant Poseidon. It can eat an entire island in one bite. The Golden Merly is no bigger than a warship but one of its teeth. Seeing this scene, all the Marine soldiers looked frightened, and even Smoker felt numb. After all, how on earth are you going to do something this big? This is also the first time for the Straw Hats to experience such a huge monster. At this moment, 2 dazzling lights suddenly appeared at the edge of the small garden. What appeared with the 2 dazzling lights were naturally Tori and Reggie, who had added special effects. Ha, it's actually an island-eating monster. I haven't seen it for a long time. Dongli looked at the island-eating monster in the distance and said with a smile. Yuahahaha. Brigitte also laughed wildly and said, yeah, I haven't seen it for a long time. I still remember that we landed on an island with no hair. Later I found out that it turned out to be the poop of this island-eating monster. It's time we gave our friends a ride. Dong Li raised his sword and shouted to the 2 ships in the distance, everyone, listen up, you just need to move forward. This island-eating monster is left to us. After hearing Tori's words, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy and others who were about to take action were suddenly stunned. As for how the 3 of them plan to defeat this huge goldfish, they don't know, but they can't just surrender. But now that they heard the words of the 2 giants, several people were relieved. They had already seen how powerful the giants were, and they believed that they could solve this goldfish that was as big as an island. Not only Luffy and others believed it, but Smoker on Marine's side also breathed a sigh of relief. The Golden Melee, which was originally walking behind, began to obey Dongli's words and rushed straight towards the mouth of the island-eating monster, and soon rushed into the mouth of the giant goldfish. Even so, Luffy and Usopp were still shouting, go straight ahead. In fact, Usopp was a little confused at this time, because, the giant goldfish eating the island, how could he be familiar with this scene, but because he was too scared, he really couldn't think about it for a while. I heard it somewhere. As for the Marine warship, it was already paralyzed at this time, because no Marine soldier could see the huge island-eating monster in front of him without weakening his legs. If you want to make a ship sail, it's not possible to just rely on Smoker and Dasky. So, Smoker could only watch quietly and see how the 2 giants were going to deal with this huge island-eating monster. Advertisement. Far away, the 2 giants first turned on the special effects, and various dazzling lights began to surround them. Dongli appeared in the night sky, and the light of the moon in the night sky shone on his body. As for Brigitte, behind him is the sun, and the sun's rays shine on him. After the special effects were turned on, the 2 of them raised their weapons at the same time. Yuahahaha. After this blow, it looks like I'm going to use my spear again. Brigitte glanced at the giant axe in his hand and said, I also want to change my long sword. After the words fell, the 2 of them took action at the same time. A stream of cyan and red light came together, forming an impact with a diameter of over 100 meters, like a laser cannon. And this is Elbaf's strongest gun. Move name open black lens bracket hegemony close black lens bracket. But this blow directly penetrated the belly of the giant goldfish, and the sea level behind the giant goldfish was also divided into 2. The scene can be said to be extremely spectacular. As for the golden melee in the belly of the fish, it did not suffer any damage at all, but a strong wind swept the golden melee and flew into the distance. Everyone in the Straw Hats was shocked when they saw the true power of the two giants. Is this the power of Elbaf's strongest warrior? Usopp's admiration for Elbaf is already overwhelming. And what Luffy thought was, I must go to Elbaf, the hometown of the giants, to see. Ike came to the deck behind the Mary and looked at the two giants. In fact, what he originally thought was to learn domineering from the two giants here, but Vivi was very urgent over there, and Smoker was constantly urging him, so Ike had to give up this idea. In fact, even if you can't learn it here, at worst, you can take the entire Straw Hats to the Marine headquarters for an inspection and study. With Garp's relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the Marine headquarters to study. Chapter 69 The awareness of each becoming stronger. The Golden Merly rode the wind and waves caused by hegemony and flew for several nautical miles before stopping. After the Golden Merly stopped, everyone in the Straw Hats felt relieved. Giant. It's so powerful. I want to become a giant too. Having said this, Luffy's eyes lit up slightly as if he had thought of something, and he said to Ike. Give me the Nen ability training manual, I want to learn the rest. After meeting a truly strong man, Luffy felt that if he didn't continue to become stronger, he might not be able to protect his friends. And at the banquet, Luffy also learned from Tori and Brigi that in the New World during the second half of the Grand Line, there were many beings more powerful than them. To be precise, without such strong strength, it would be impossible to survive on the sea of the New World, let alone find the big secret treasure and become the Marine King One Piece or something like that. So Luffy needs to become stronger and have the power to protect his companions. In fact, Luffy had the same idea as Ike. After seeing the power of the giant, he wanted to learn the Iron Fist of Love Haki. But he thought of Princess Vivi on the ship and gave up the idea. Vivi is now his companion, and his companion's country is in crisis, and he must not sit idly by and ignore it. Precisely because of this, he set his goal on developing telekinesis abilities. Ike also saw what Luffy was thinking, and immediately handed over the Nen ability training manual to Luffy without hesitation. The manual is all about the basics of Nen ability training. The development of Nen ability still depends on Luffy's own imagination and courage. Ike believes that in the original work, Luffy was able to develop gears 2, 3, and 4 based on the characteristics of his fruit. Developing his telekinesis ability shouldn't be a problem with his fighting talent. In fact, not only Luffy, but others also felt the pressure after experiencing the baptism of the strength of the two giants in the small garden. In order to become a warrior like Master Tori and Master Brigi, Usopp took the initiative to get into the leaky cauldron treadmill. Zoro placed Kuina on his lap, trying to enter the state of Sword Zen mentioned by Echo. Sword Zen is a training method in Shinigami. This training method allows the Zanpakuto to communicate with the holder's mind, thereby exerting stronger power. Zoro wants to enter Sword Zen, firstly because he wants to see Kuina's soul again, and secondly, he wants to further develop the power of his Zanpakuto. Sanji, who rarely practiced other than that, also started his practice. He put on the violent suit that Ike gave him and began to adapt to the increase that this suit had on him. As for Ike, he started the lottery. Advertisement. Ike's talent is not very strong. If he practices like Zoro or Luffy, he may not be able to catch up with their progress until his death. This is also thanks to the blessing of the marrow cleansing pill. Without the marrow cleansing pill, Ike can be said to be worse than Vivi's duck in the Straw Hats. It can only be said that compared to the people on Earth, the physical fitness of people in the One Piece world is too abnormal. Even an ordinary cannon fodder on Earth is probably a martial arts master. So, he can only rely on lottery draws to improve his strength. At the same time, Alabasta, Rainland, in Crocodile's base camp. Crocodile put down the phone receiver in his hand and said in an indifferent tone, Mr. 3 has also lost contact with Golden Week. Seeing that Crocodile didn't look ugly, Nico Robin teased. Did they betray you? Huh, just a few trash. In fact, Crocodile doesn't care much about Mr. 5 and Mr. 3. Mr. 3 is not as good as Mr. 4 in terms of hard power, let alone Mr. 5. If you give him such an awesome devil fruit, what will be the result? He will only develop it. Throw boogers. What really made Crocodile feel heartbroken was Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday. Because they are not humans, but they have the same intelligence as humans, they are deeply trusted by Crocodile. No longer thinking about the 3 groups of missing men, there are more troublesome things at the moment. Nico Robin, what happened to the matter you were asked to investigate? When Nico Robin heard this, she immediately put away her smile and said, it is indeed the Revolutionary Army, the real Revolutionary Army, they are coming to Alabasta. Nico Robin's information made Crocodile deep in thought. The Revolutionary Army in Alabasta is a group of ignorant people, formed under the bewitchment and conspiracy of Baroque Works, with the goal of overthrowing the Nefertari royal family's rule over the entire Alabasta. The real Revolutionary Army is different. Their target is all the people in the world who are oppressed by the world government or local powers. Crocodile didn't know much about the strength of the Revolutionary Army. After all, there was no conflict of interest between the two, but an organization that could be taken seriously by the world government was definitely not a weak organization. If it was too weak, the world government would have asked Marine to destroy it long ago. After thinking everything through, Crocodile planned to talk to the Revolutionary Army in person, at least, not to let the other party ruin his plan. His eyes returned to the Straw Hats. Advertisement. Ike was sitting on the deck and seemed to be in a good mood. This time, he conducted 2 consecutive 10-draw silver draws and really got a lot of good things. Obtain. Gravity bracelet. Get. Virtual helmet set, silver level item. After wearing it, you can enter the digital world and fight with people in the virtual world. Obtain. Calabash Brothers Erwa Seed, silver level item. After eating it, you can get clairvoyance. The use is limited to physical strength. The stronger the physical strength, the farther you can see and the longer the duration. Obtain. 8 legendary kitchen utensils, silver level items. From the Huxia Little Master, the 8 kitchen utensils are Yongling Knife, Zhuanlong Pot, Demon Saint Bronze, Garuda Knife, Ganlang Pot, Close Black Lens Bracket Open Black Lens Bracket Lingzhenku Close Black Lens Bracket Open Black Lens Bracket Yulong Pot. Currently, among the items drawn, these 4 silver level items are all items that can help the Straw Hats become stronger. Needless to say, the gravity bracelet is a powerful tool for training. Virtual helmet suits can enhance combat experience, after all, just doing it behind closed doors won't work. Erwa's seeds can be used by Usopp, he is a shooter after all. With the ability of clairvoyance, he will be stronger. As for the last 8 legendary kitchen utensils, they are naturally given to Sanji, the only chef on the ship. The 8 pieces of kitchen utensils are also introduced the most. Each piece of kitchen utensils has its own function. However, the 8 pieces of kitchen utensils are silver level items, which means. In fact, the effect of this set of kitchen utensils is not as good as imagined. But it is definitely much better than ordinary kitchen utensils. What really makes Ike happy is that he drew Foundation Building Spiritual Liquid this time. It's the Foundation Building Spiritual Liquid used by Xiaohuahuo in fighting against the sky. Unfortunately, it's only for one person, so Ike can only use it himself. Ike first took out a gravity bracelet and put it on his hand, adjusting the gravity slightly. With double the gravity, Ike felt a little pressure coming from everywhere in his body. Although there was pressure, it was not too obvious, and then Ike increased the gravity to 4 times. Under 4 times gravity, Ike still didn't feel much pressure. For normal humans, walking with 4 times gravity is already very difficult. After feeling that 4 times was easy to accept, Ike directly increased the gravity to 10 times. Under the tenfold gravity, Ike felt that it was a little difficult to move his body. The most important thing was the pressure from his internal organs and bones. Chapter 70 Nami is seriously ill and the jelly beans are ineffective. Just when Ike handed the gravity bracelet to Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy, Vivi's exclamation was heard from the cabin. Nami, what's wrong with you? Hearing Vivi's exclamation, Ike and Sanji immediately rushed to the cabin, and then saw Nami fainted on the ground, her face red and breathing heavily. Ike knew that Nami was ill. Sanji was also very anxious when he saw Nami who was sick. Nami, how could Nami get sick? Sanji said that the food he usually makes for Nami and Vivi is the most exquisite and fresh. As for the food that is not too fresh, he gives it to other people. He will never be careless when it comes to food. After Vivi helped Nami onto the bed, she took her temperature and then said in a worried tone, "We must find a doctor as soon as possible. Nami's temperature is already 40 degrees. If she continues, her life may be in danger." Ike also didn't expect that Nami's onset of illness would be so sudden. Just when Ike took out the jelly bean that could cure all diseases, Nami woke up and handed a newspaper to Vivi. The information in the newspaper is about the current situation of Alabasta. The Alabasta rebels have begun to gather and are expected to attack the royal capital soon. After Vivi saw the information in the newspaper, her hand holding the newspaper turned white, and she began to struggle internally. If you go to an island with a doctor, then Nami is likely to be in danger. If you don't go to an island with a doctor, then, over there at Alabasta. Seeing the entangled Vivi, Ike did not take out the jelly beans immediately, and just watched Vivi's choice quietly. Not only Ike is looking at Vivi, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Ikaram are also looking at Vivi. If Ikaram were asked to make a choice, he would definitely choose to rush to Alabasta as soon as possible, but he couldn't say this, and could only see how Princess Vivi chose. At this moment, Nami looked at Vivi and said weakly, "Vivi. I'm fine, it's just a fever, I can handle it." After hearing what Nami said, Vivi finally made a choice. After this period of getting along, Vivi fell in love with the Straw Hats, so she couldn't sacrifice her friends for herself. Nami, stop talking. While speaking, Vivi put down the newspaper in her hand, showed a smile and said, "Let's find an island with a doctor as soon as possible, because if we want to reach Alabasta as soon as possible, we need Nami." Luffy also smiled when he heard this, of course. Nami is the most reliable and fastest. Advertisement. Ike was also relieved, Vivi was still the Vivi in the original work. Others also expressed appreciation for Vivi's choice. At this moment, Ike secretly came to Nami and stuffed the jelly bean that could cure all diseases into Nami's mouth. In Ike's opinion, Nami's illness should be cured as long as she eats jelly beans. But, after taking the temperature again, he found that Nami's body temperature was still around 39 degrees. Although it was 1 degree lower than before, she still had a fever. However, Nami's condition is much better than before. After discovering that Nami was not recovering from her illness, Ike thought about it for a moment and figured out what was going on. The ability of the jelly beans is to cure diseases, but is Nami sick? He started to have a fever after being bitten by some kind of bug. She was probably infected with something like a virus. According to Tangdu's judgment, this might not be considered a disease. Damn, is this jelly bean's ability so absolute? Can't he be a little more accommodating? A little embarrassed, Ike did not tell the specific effect of the jelly beans in his hand. When Nami asked, he just said, "It can relieve your pain." Nami felt it and found that her body was indeed not that uncomfortable. It looks like I'm going to the Drum Kingdom to find a doctor. Ike thought to himself. Ike's original plan was to quickly rush to Alabasta after curing Nami. If he was fast enough, he might be able to directly solve the rebel problem. In this way, Alabasta doesn't have to die so many people, and after saving Alabasta, he will also gain more justice points. As for Chopper, Ike's idea is to go back and take Chopper with him after solving Alabasta's matter. With Chopper's character, he can be well integrated into the Straw Hats even if there is no story about fighting side by side with Luffy. The next voyage has no clear direction, and the target is an inhabited island. Soon, the Golden Melee entered a snowy sea area. Seeing this, Ike knew that he was not far from Drum Island. Guys, I see the island. It's just to the north. Advertisement. At this moment, Usopp, who was at the observation deck looking for islands with his clairvoyance, shouted below. After deciding to find the island, Ike gave the Irwa seeds to Usopp and 8 pieces of kitchen utensils to Sanji. Sanji is still studying kitchen utensils in the kitchen. He plans to use these magical kitchen utensils to cook a warm meal for Nami. After gaining Irwa's clairvoyance ability, Usopp also became the most awesome lookout. It's just that, the ability of clairvoyance still relies on physical strength. If you want to see far away, your physical strength must keep up. At this time, Usopp had been unable to keep up with his physical strength because he had turned on his clairvoyance for too long. After knowing where the island was, Zoro controlled the rudder and let the ship sail north. Just as the Golden Melee was about to hit the hull, a huge submarine floated up from the sea. Immediately, a group of soldiers emerged from the submarine, led by a short and fat man. This man is Valpo, the unqualified king of the Drum Kingdom. Valpo, who arrived on the Golden Melee, sounded very condescending. "Hey, little pirates, you." Before Valpo could finish his words, Ike rushed in front of him and blew him up into the sky with the roar of the dragon. Before he could finish blowing it into the sky, Ike took out Lake Toya, and then his arms shook and he flew thousands of miles away. Before Valpo could fall from the sky, Ike rushed towards him. There was a hurricane winding around Lake Toya, and he slapped Valpo in the face without saying a word. This blow directly caused Valpo to disappear into the sea level. Ike's blow just now was so powerful and heavy that it could definitely break his skull. If Valpo didn't have the physique like Usopp to survive even if his skull was broken, it would probably be impossible. Ike knew that this guy would eat anything, and he didn't want this foodie to harm the Golden Melee. And, if we don't solve it completely, it will cause trouble in the future. When Valpo's men saw that their king had been kicked out, they stopped pretending and returned to the submarine one by one to look for Valpo. This farce had no impact on the Straw Hats' itinerary. Not long after sailing, they saw Drum Island. Chapter 71 Arriving at Drum Island, Dalton's Memories. The Golden Melee entered the tributary of Drum Island. But before they could reach the port, they were stopped by the residents of Sugu Island on both sides. "Pirates, leave as soon as possible, we do not welcome you on Drum Island." The leader, a strong man, said in a cold tone to the Straw Hats on the deck. "Uncle, you have misunderstood, we are not pirates." Just then Vivi stood up. After being together for so long, she naturally knew the nature of the Straw Hats. When Vivi first heard about the private marine flying the skull and crossbones flag, she was a little surprised. However, it was precisely because of the skull and crossbones flag that many people misunderstood it, so Vivi stood up from the beginning and stated that she and others were not pirates. Naturally, the residents of the Drum Island above would not believe Vivi's words. In their view, pirates are synonymous with despicable and evil. The main reason is that they have just been invaded by the Blackbeard pirates, and King Valpo escaped with all the troops. "Since you're not a pirate, why do you hang the skull and crossbones flag?" The speaker was an ordinary resident of Drum Island holding a long gun. Ever since the appearance of the Golden Melee, these armed civilians have been pointing guns at the Straw Hat members on the ship. Perhaps because his hands were shaking due to excessive fear, while the man was speaking, he accidentally fired a shot at Vivi's position. After the shooting, the man was also a little panicked. They were just civilians, and their goal was just to push back the pirates who invaded the Drum Island, but they never thought of shooting to anger them. And the next scene made the residents of Sugu Island present even more frightened. Ike's arms trembled, and 10,000 miles flying appeared, directly slapping away the flying bullets. "We are just here to see the doctor. We don't need to go to the island. We just need to call the doctor here to treat our friends." Ike's words made the surrounding residents of Sigu Island look at each other, and finally everyone looked at the strong man leading the way. The strong man's name is Dalton, and he was once the captain of the guard of the King of Drum Island. When King Valpo decided to abandon his people and leave Drum Island, he became the backbone of the entire Drum Island. At this time, Dalton's eyes always stayed on Princess Vivi's face. When he heard Ike's words, he pondered for a moment and said, "There is only one doctor left in our Drum Kingdom. If you want to see her for medical treatment, you need to pay a big price to pay." Ike knew that Dalton was talking about Kuleha, Chopper's master. And Ike guessed that Kuleha was actually the ship's doctor of the Rocks Pirates. First of all, she was probably once a pirate, which can be seen from her personality. The second is that he understands Diesel very well. Advertisement. The last thing is strength. He is over 140 years old, but his body is still very strong, and his age is consistent with that of a strong man in Rocks era. It was precisely because of this speculation that Ike did not rush directly into Drum Island. It would not be a good idea if this eccentric old woman were angered and the Straw Hats were wiped out. Mr. Dalton, you just need to tell us the doctor's location, and we will find it ourselves. Dalton did not refuse after hearing this, but for the safety of the islanders, he still planned to let the Straw Hats stay on his ship. But before he could speak, he was startled by a figure that was more familiar to him. That person is none other than Ikaram. Ikaram is the captain of the King's Guard like him, but he is from the Drum Kingdom, while Ikaram is from Alabasta. Both of them had attended the King's meeting with their king, so they naturally knew each other. At this time, he also remembered who Vivi was. Vivi is the daughter of King Cobra of Alabasta. She is a very well-behaved and obedient girl who has a great perspective on the overall situation. During the King's meeting, Cobra had a conflict with Valpo. Because of this, Valpo slapped Princess Vivi who was passing by. Princess Vivi knew that if she screamed in pain or even cried out, it might lead to hostility between the two countries, so she could only smile and say, "I'm sorry, my face blocked your hand." Just this sentence prevented a conflict between countries, but after everyone left, Vivi couldn't stop crying because Valpo's slap was really merciless and extremely hard. Thinking of the past, Dalton's eyes towards Vivi became much gentler, and at the same time he believed that the person in front of him was not a pirate. After all, one is a royal princess and the other is the captain of the royal guard, how could she become a pirate? After taking a deep look at Vivi and Ikaram, Dalton said to the Straw Hats below, "Come to town with me. I will help you find the doctor." Many townspeople were surprised when they heard Dalton's words. "Mr. Dalton, they are pirates." "Yeah, let them." Before the townspeople could finish speaking, Dalton interrupted, "Just leave them to me. Don't worry." Seeing what Dalton said, these townspeople also put away their weapons. Advertisement. In this way, under the leadership of Dalton, the Straw Hats entered the Drum Kingdom. It is said to be a kingdom, but in fact it is only the size of a town, and the population is not very large. On the way, Ikaram found Dalton and started talking to him. Dalton recognized Ikaram, and Ikaram naturally recognized Dalton. After arriving at Dalton's house, Dalton began to tell about the location of the witch doctor. "The doctor you are looking for lives in the castle on Sagu Mountain in the distance." After hearing Dalton's words, everyone looked out the window. Sagu Mountain is not only very high, but most importantly, it is very steep. The mountain wall and the ground are basically at an angle of 90 degrees. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to climb up. Dalton naturally knew this, so he continued, "I will ask someone to help you pay attention to whether the doctor comes down the mountain. After she comes down, you can take the patient to find her immediately. No need, we can just take Nami up the mountain to find a doctor." Ike said with a smile. Dalton frowned when he heard this and said, "It's difficult to climb Sagu Mountain, and there are snow rabbits on the way, Labang, who are a group of very ferocious rabbits. Thank you for your kindness. Nami may not be able to wait that long, so we'd better take the initiative to find the doctor." While talking, Ike opened the door of the cozy hut and immediately put Nami into the cozy hut. As long as Ike goes up the mountain and carries Nami out of the cozy hut, it will be fine. "Hey, Ike, I want to go with you too." At this moment, Sanji stood up and said, "Nami definitely needs enough nutrition, and it will be a lot easier with me as a chef." "Well, then Sanji, come with me." After hearing this, Luffy said that he wanted to go too. The reason was very simple. He wanted to go to Sagu Mountain to have a look, and meet the witch doctor. Seeing three men coming together, Vivi couldn't sit still. "I'll follow you too. You guys are so bad at taking care of others." Usopp glanced at Ikaram, and then said, "Well, or I can go too." In the end, except for Zoro, Karu Duck, Kodak Duck, who was watching the boat, and Ikaram, who was chatting happily with Dalton, the rest of the people decided to go to Sagu Mountain together. Chapter 72 Encountering the Badgers of the Black Group on the road. Ike brought Luffy, Sanji, Usopp and Vivi into the cozy cabin. He only needs one person to fly to Sagu Mountain. Ike put on the ultra-thin and ultra-warm cotton coat he got in the lottery and flew to Sagu Mountain. The cold wind in the air on Drum Island was nothing to Ike. He just added a wind barrier around him and it was all solved. Just when Ike was still 1,000 meters away from Sugu Mountain, a sound of breaking through the air that was different from the cold wind suddenly came from below. When Ike looked down, he realized that it was a bare tree trunk flying straight towards him. Seeing this, Ike controlled the storm in the wind barriers to block the tree. After blocking the tree trunk, Ike looked in the direction in which the tree trunk was flying, and saw a strong man with a bare upper body and muscles all over his body looking up at him. The strong man wearing a wrestler's mask, with long purple hair and a gold belt around his waist. Ike recognized this image at first sight. He was Gizes, the helmsman of the Blackbeard Pirates. Badgers. Should I wipe it? Why is this guy here? Although he knew that this guy would be his enemy in the future. Ike didn't intend to tangle with him here now, because Nami was still critically ill. It would have been less dangerous to send her to the doctor a second earlier. Just when Ike was about to leave, Gizes Badges looked at Ike with bared teeth, then chopped the trees with his knife, and threw the tree in his hand towards Ike again. Ike Wanli flew with his wings spread out and easily bounced away these trees, and then planned to fly towards Sugu Mountain. When Gizes Badges saw the person in midair, he actually wanted to run. He wanted to catch up with him, but, in this white snow, it was basically impossible to catch up with a flying target. Seeing this, Gizes Badges had no choice but to give up. As for why Gizes Badges is here, the reason is simple: he stayed to exercise. Gizes Badges is known as the world champion. Not only is he very militant, he is also very hardworking in his own training. After arriving at the Drum Kingdom with Blackbeard and others some time ago, he stayed and decided to practice here for a while. A training project like this one that involves confronting nature is a test of willpower, and awakening domineering willpower is also a very important step. That's right, the current Gizes Badges is not domineering. He learned this after becoming Blackbeard's subordinate. And Blackbeard didn't make him his subordinate because of his strength. After all, he was recruited from all over the world. How strong can he be? The real reason is that Gizes Badges and his team are extremely talented. Blackbeard himself is not well known. People who are strong and famous will not join Blackbeard, and Blackbeard who is not strong will not look down on him. Advertisement. It is also because of this that Blackbeard decided to find some talented players to be his companions. If they are not strong enough, he can train them. In fact, this routine is somewhat similar to that of the Straw Hats. All the partners recruited by Luffy were not very strong at the beginning, and they gradually became stronger after battles and adventures. It would be easier for Blackbeard to make his partners stronger. After all, he already possesses domineering power, so it is not difficult to find a few talented instructors. Because he wanted to master hockey as soon as possible, Gizes Badges began to practice hard in various extreme environments. After Ike flew away, Gizes Badges no longer stayed where he was. He had a feeling that he would meet the same person again. Other side, Ike flew to the top of Sugu Mountain at extremely fast speed. There is a huge castle here. When Ike walked into the castle, he found that there was no one here. As no one home. Just as Ike finished speaking, a sudden voice sounded behind him. Breaking into a void is bad behavior. When Ike heard this voice, he immediately looked back and saw an old woman holding a wine bottle and wearing a very sexy and fashionable dress standing behind him. Old. Beautiful. That. I didn't mean to break in. Kuleha didn't care about the word old. When she heard the beauty's name, her favorability towards the handsome young man Ike immediately increased. Young man has good eyesight. As she spoke, Kuleha pushed her sunglasses to her forehead and said with a smile, "Tell me. What are you doing to come to me?" Miss Kuleha, my partner is sick, I hope you can treat her." While talking, Ike opened the cozy hut, and then Luffy and Usopp rushed out, making a fuss. Seeing this, Kuleha frowned. "Are you going to treat one of them's brains?" Ike. Advertisement. That. Isn't. At this moment, Sanji came out carrying the unconscious Nami on his back. Seeing this, Ike pointed at Nami and said, "It's her." After hearing the conversation between Ike and Kurha, Luffy pointed at Kurha and said to Ike, "Ike, is this old woman a doctor?" Without waiting for Ike to answer, Kureha kicked Luffy away. "I am still a young and beautiful person in my 130s. What a rude boy." Seeing Kuleha kicking Luffy away, Vivi and Sanji finally understood why this doctor was called a witch. Kurha asked Sanji to put Nami on the bed, and then gently pressed her fingers on Nami's forehead. It's already 43 degrees. Vivi's face turned pale when she heard Nami's temperature rising again. Sanji started to burst into tears. He also knew the concept of 42 degrees. If it were an animal like Luffy and Zoro, 42 degrees might not be a problem, but Nami is a weak woman. To be precise, Luffy, Zoro and even Sanji themselves really don't know what illness is. Just when the two were about to beg Kurha to save Nami, Kurha shouted behind her, "Chopper, come here and help." Hearing this, everyone followed Kuleha's gaze and saw a petite creature looking over here with half of its body exposed. It wears a red hat, a blue nose, and a pair of antlers. If the antlers were removed, he would look like a tanuki. Yes, he is Chopper, the next partner of the Straw Hats. "Is this a tanuki?" Sanji said curiously. "Hole, I'm a reindeer." Chopper was very angry to defend himself. At this moment, Kurha's voice came again, "If you don't want this little girl to die, please get out. And, Chopper, don't be stunned, come here and help." After hearing what Kuleha said, Ike planned to leave the ward with the Straw Hats. But as the captain, Luffy naturally had to be more polite. After all, his friends had to rely on others for medical treatment. Luffy came to Kurha and bowed deeply. Old lady, Nami, please. Before Luffy could finish his words, Kuleha kicked Luffy out of the ward. Chapter 73 Chopper. Sigishan Castle. Luffy and Usopp were having a snowball fight, while Sanji was in the kitchen making refreshing dishes for Nami. Only Ike and Vivi were waiting outside the ward. Nami, she, will be okay. Vivi said with a worried tone. Don't worry, Dr. Kuleha should be one of the best in the medical field in the world. She can definitely solve Nami's problem. Just as Ike finished speaking, Kuleha, who was carrying a bottle of wine, opened the door to the ward and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have quite a lot of confidence in me. Behind Kuleha was Chopper, who was carefully leaving here. Seeing Kurha come out, Vivi immediately stood up and asked, Ms. Kurha, may I ask, how is Nami's condition? Kuleha looked at Vivi and asked, I would like to ask you, how did you infect this little girl with cassia fever? Poisonous insects like cassia should have been extinct more than 100 years ago. Vivi was stunned when she heard that Nami was bitten by an extinct poisonous insect, and then thought of the ancient island. After all, it is an ancient island, and there are even dinosaurs. It is not an exaggeration to say that poisonous insects that have been extinct in the outside world will appear there. Then, can the cassia fever poison be cured? Kurha took a sip of wine and said, of course it's solved. Fortunately, I still have some of Cassia's heat poison serum here. Vivi also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that it had been resolved. Thank you very much, Miss Kuleha. Kuleha smiled like a witch and pointed her index finger on Vivi's forehead. Little girl, don't be too happy. I haven't said the cost of treating that little girl yet. Cost. At this time, Vivi remembered that the Kuleha in front of her was a being known as the Witch Doctor. Without waiting for Vivi and Ike to ask, Kuleha said directly, you must be pirates. I want all the treasures on your ship. Vivi looked at Ike, and Ike agreed without any consideration. Ike is the vice captain of the Straw Hats, and he knows very well how much treasure his gang has, which is none at all. The Straw Hats can be said to be very poor, and the financial power is in Nami's hands. The most important thing is that Nami doesn't have much money in his hands. A big eater like Luffy on the ship can put the entire Straw Hats' finances under strain. Advertisement. In fact, what Ike didn't say is that he is the richest person on the ship now, because during the usual lottery, he draws a lot of bronze-level items, including gold nuggets, gems, etc., and selling them will definitely make a huge sum of money. Of course, Ike will also use his treasure to pay Kurha. After all, he helped the Straw Hats raise Chopper, a genius doctor. Don't worry, the treasures on our ship will satisfy you. Kuleha was a little surprised when she heard what Ike said. She originally thought that these little pirates would resist. After all, every piece of treasure a pirate has is obtained with great hardships. Whether relying on robbery or venturing into various dangerous ruins, pirates dance on the tip of a knife in order to obtain treasure. Kurha liked to see the expressions on people's faces when they lost important things. Kurha was really surprised to see Ike care so little about the treasure. Haha, he is such an interesting little pirate. Just when Kurha turned around and wanted to leave, a commotion came from the end of the corridor. Several people turned their heads and saw Chopper running away in front, while Luffy and Usopp were trying hard behind. The sun chased. Little raccoon cat, don't run away. I told you, I'm a reindeer. I don't care if you are a civet cat or a reindeer, become my companion and go on adventures with me on the sea. Idiot human, who will go to sea with you? Just like that, Chopper ran to the door of the ward, and then hid behind Kurha, with only half of his head exposed, looking at Luffy and Usopp who were rushing over with vigilance. Doctor, old lady. After seeing Kuleha, Luffy braked suddenly and stopped in front of her. Kuleha was speechless when she heard the title, Doctor's Granny. This is already the third time, but the kid in front of me has such a short memory. Kurha ignored Luffy, but looked at Ike and said, leave your pirate ship behind, and I'll help this kid heal his brain. Ike, old lady, is Nami okay? It's no problem anymore. While talking, Kurha kicked Luffy into the wall. Advertisement. Luffy, on the other hand, pulled his head out of the wall as if nothing was wrong. What he cared about most was Nami's condition. Now that he knew Nami was fine, he just wanted to find a doctor. Old lady, come join my pirate group and go on adventures with me on the sea. Just when Kurha decisively refused, Ike stood up and said to Luffy, Luffy, instead of looking for Miss Kurha, you might as well find the reindeer over there. That reindeer is Miss Kurha's close disciple. He has absolutely no medical skills, and he's also a reindeer that can talk and shape-shift. Don't you think it's interesting? Really, Luffy was very surprised. He didn't expect such an interesting reindeer to be a doctor. Immediately, his eyes suddenly turned to Chopper who was running away quietly. Reindeer, don't run, become my partner. Wait for me, Luffy. At the same time, Usopp also chased after him. After the three people left, the place became quiet again. Kuleha glanced at the empty wine bottle and said, boy, are you planning to abduct my little reindeer? Haha, this is not a kidnapping. leaving here and going to sea is Chopper's final destination. While speaking, Ike reached out and a bottle of 1982 Lafite appeared in his hand. After handing Lafite to Kuleha, Ike continued, is there any reason to stop a man from running to the sea? Kuleha took the red wine, and then flicked her fingers, and the mouth of the red wine bottle flew out. After taking a sip of red wine, Kuleha looked at the place where Luffy and the other three disappeared, and murmured, yeah. Is there any reason to stop you from going to sea, Chopper? ... At the same time, Luffy and Usopp finally caught Chopper. In anger, Chopper transformed directly into a strong man and gave them both a heavy blow. Foolish human, I will not be your partner. After seeing the transformed Chopper, Luffy became even more interested in recruiting Chopper into the group. Okay, I know. As long as I defeat you, you will become my partner. Luffy said, minding his own business. Seeing that Luffy and he were not on the same channel at all, Chopper was a little helpless. Chapter 74 The Fate of a Good Man, The Lost Zoro. Sugu Mountain. Chopper and Luffy looked at each other, while Usopp looked on. Chopper planned to use his strength to keep this rice cake-like boy away from him. Because of his early experiences, Chopper distrusts humans other than Kuleha and Harulik. As for the word partner, it is extremely heavy for him. At first, Chopper was ostracized by the reindeer herd because he had a blue nose. Later, after eating the Renren fruit and becoming a commoner, he was regarded as a monster by the group and was even kicked out of the reindeer herd. So, Chopper is longing for a partner, but he doesn't dare to face it. ... What Luffy wants is that as long as he defeats the deer boy in front of him, he can get him on the ship and become his partner. Reindeer, are you ready? Luffy asked with a smile. Chopper didn't say a word, but directly turned into a human form. Seeing this, Luffy rushed towards Chopper. Rubber, pistol. A rubber pistol hit Chopper's face. Seeing this, Chopper also raised his fist and collided with Luffy's fist. There was nothing fancy about the fight between the two, it was just a matter of fists and punches. ... Just when Luffy was fighting Chopper, a big event happened on Drum Island. Valpo's ship returned to Drum Island. However, Valpo was already dead, and this time it was his two men, Jess and Chromamon, who led Valpo's king's army back. The two have always been Valpo's confidants, and when they found Valpo's body, they were heartbroken. This time they brought the king's army back here for two purposes. One was to return Valpo's body to his hometown, and the other was to suppress the Drum Kingdom and then become kings themselves. As for Dalton, they didn't care at all. Dalton's weaknesses were too obvious and it was too easy to deal with him. Advertisement. As long as the target of attack is the people of the Drum Kingdom, then Dalton will be a shoo-in no matter what he does. ... At this time, Jace and Chromamon were standing in front of Dalton, a user with the cow fruit ability who had transformed into a cow warrior. Dalton, we just want His Majesty Valpo's body to return to his hometown. Do you want to stop us? Knowing that Valpo was dead, Dalton also had mixed feelings in his heart. Valpo's father, the previous king of the Drum Kingdom, was kind to Dalton. This is also true. Although Valpo is very ignorant and has done many ridiculous things, Dalton is trying his best to help him make up for his mistakes. It wasn't until Valpo faced the danger of annihilation and led his army to abandon the citizens of the Drum Kingdom that Dalton was completely disappointed in him. Now that he knew that Valpo was dead, he was both happy and a little confused about how to face the old king. ... Just leave Valpo's body to me, and I will bury him in the royal mausoleum. While speaking, Dalton looked at the king's army behind Jace and Chromamon. King's army, now that Valpo is dead, it's time for you to return to the Drum Kingdom. Your relatives and friends are here, and I can forget about the things you escaped with Valpo before. Hearing Dalton's words, Jess sneered and said, Dalton, I think you are mistaken. We and the king's army are indeed going back to the Drum Kingdom. As for your opinions and your so-called forgetfulness, they have nothing to do with us. Also, in the name of the current ruler of the Drum Kingdom, I expel you Dalton from the Drum Kingdom. While talking, Jace took out a document with the seal of the Drum Kingdom, and what was written on it was a document asking Jace and Chromamon to work together to govern the Drum Kingdom. Jace's words immediately made Dalton frown. After seeing the contents of the document, he also knew the true intentions of the two people in front of him. Sending corpses is false, but wanting to seize the entire Drum Kingdom is true. Dalton, did I let you succeed? As he spoke, Dalton, who had already transformed into a human form, suddenly transformed back into a human cow form, intending to subdue the two men in front of him. Advertisement. Just when Dalton was about to take action, there was suddenly the sound of chaotic footsteps behind him. Looking back, he saw a group of residents of Drum Island rushing towards this direction with various weapons. After learning that Valpo had brought people back, these residents stopped them. To them, Valpo was a complete tyrant. They would rather die than continue to accept Valpo's rule. Dalton, do you know why you have never been able to defeat us? Seeing the residents of Drum Island rushing over, Jace bent his bow and arrow, and said coldly to Dalton, because you are a good person. As soon as he finished speaking, several arrows with a sound of breaking through the air were shot at the ordinary residents who rushed over. When Dalton saw this, he stood in front of these people without saying a word. The broken hand shot down the first wave of arrows, but the second wave of arrows hit Dalton's body with 2 arrows. Seeing this, Jace took advantage of the victory and pursued him, and shot several more arrows at various parts of Dalton's body, knocking him to the ground and unable to move. Dalton, this is what happens to good people. Jess was very proud. At this time, he had already thought of the scene where he was sitting on the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Seeing this, the civilians protected by Dalton blocked Dalton's body as if they were desperate for their lives. HMPH. Jess snorted coldly and then ordered to the king's army behind him, take down all these unruly people. Naturally, these feeble-minded king's soldiers did not dare to disobey Jess's orders. They did not dare to deal with Dalton, but they were extremely tough when dealing with these civilians. Just when the civilians and the king's army were about to take action, a trembling figure walked towards this side leading a duck. The visitor was naked from the waist up, barefoot, and only wearing a pair of thin trousers. The one he was holding was the duck who was always covering his head. The person who came was none other than Zoro, who was supposed to stay on the Mary to watch the ship. After Zoro came to Drum Island, he also ignited the spirit of exercise and went straight to a wave of winter swimming. And the duck being led by him is naturally the Kodak duck. After the Kodak duck and the Karu duck discovered that Zoro was missing, the Karu duck thought Zoro was drowning, so he jumped directly into the sea, while the Kodak duck came to the Drum Island and soon found the lost Zoro. Kodak duck is also very afraid of the cold, so he wanted to take Zoro to find the Melee, but Zoro said confidently, "Don't worry Kodak duck, I will hold you and I will definitely take you back to the Melee soon. Get warm." Then they both got lost together. Chapter 75. Find the psychological shadow area of the duck. Seeing the sudden appearance of Zoro and Kodak, both the king's army and the civilians of Drum Island were a little stunned. After all, have they ever seen a duck walking around with its upper body naked on a snowy day in freezing temperatures? Zoro looked around and found that the clothes of the king's army looked familiar. They were the same group of people who attacked the Mary. Zoro's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the cotton clothes they were wearing. Advertisement. Because he remembered that these people were the ones who had attacked the Golden Merle before, and the leader of this group was beaten away by Ike. Since we are enemies, it's okay to steal clothes. After muttering something, Zoro took action decisively without waiting for the king's army to speak. He grabbed a pair of cotton-padded clothes and put them on himself. Then he patted the warm cotton-padded clothes and said with a smile, "It's really warm." Okay. Seeing that Zoro had cotton-padded clothes, Kodakaya said he wanted one too. At this time, the surrounding king's army had raised their weapons and surrounded Zoro. "A-hole, who are you? Do you know the consequences of attacking us?" "The consequence?" Zoro smiled and said, "The consequence is that you will lose another set of cotton-padded clothes." After saying that, Zoro took action again and grabbed a set of cotton-padded clothes for Kodakaya. Naturally, humans can't wear cotton-padded clothes as large as a duck, but they can still be worn on the body. Covered with a warm cotton coat, Kodakaya felt much more comfortable. The civilians on Drum Island looked overjoyed when they saw that Zoro had just taken care of a large group of King's troops with just a casual move. At this time, they also recognized Zoro's identity. He was the pirate they had seen at the port. Because the other party was a pirate, these civilians did not dare to ask for help, but, looking at the current situation, even if they did not speak, the pirates and the king's army would start fighting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, these townspeople directly helped Dalton, who was seriously injured, to a safe place. After seeing Zoro's strength, these soft-headed king's soldiers retreated one after another, not daring to take action again. Advertisement. Seeing this, Jess and Chromamon looked at each other and remembered the identity of the green algae head in front of them. "Damn, Jace, what should we do? These pirates seem to be very powerful," Chromamon said in a deep voice as he looked at Zoro, who was looking at him with disdain. Jace naturally knew that the pirates in front of him were powerful, and that there were even more powerful pirates, the one who instantly killed their boss Valpo. He knew that he and the soft-headed king's army behind him were definitely no match, especially without Valpo. "Down. Chromariman, you drag him here, and I'll go back to the ship and attack him with cannons." After giving instructions, Jace turned around and ran towards the main port of Sugu Kingdom not far away. At this time, Valpo's ship, which can dive briefly, is docked in the main port. Seeing Jace turn around and run away, Chromamon naturally would not stay here to face the powerful pirates. He shouted, "Hold on," to the king's army behind him and ran away with Jace. This group of king's troops naturally chose to flee after hearing this. As for Zoro, he quietly watched the group of people escape without stopping them. "Kodak, let's go, I'll take you to find the boat." Zoro glanced at Kodak, and then walked towards the opposite place where the Mary was docked. Kodakaya was a little helpless when he saw this. K-da. The duck is holding Zoro's clothes in its mouth, and the meaning is very obvious. Don't lead the way, let me lead you. Zoro naturally didn't want to believe that his ability to lead the way would be inferior to that of a duck. So without saying a word, he picked up the struggling Kodak and walked toward the point of no return. At this moment, a burst of gunfire sounded. Zoro heard the sound and looked around, and saw dozens of spherical cannonballs flying towards this direction with a sound of breaking through the air. Seeing this scene, Zoro ran away without saying a word. Suddenly, he felt that his body could not move. Not only that, the shells flying over were also floating in the air. At this time, Crocodile used his telekinesis ability. The reachable duck has very unstable control over its own abilities, and can only be used in dangerous situations. The duck didn't feel in danger because of those cannonballs. With his reaction speed, he hadn't noticed yet. It was Zoro who felt in danger. If he continued to let Zoro lead him, he felt like he would die in the snow. Advertisement. Just when Kodak was controlling Zoro and the cannonballs in midair, two of the cannonballs accidentally collided together. The two shells collided and detonated directly. The explosion sound and fire light frightened Kodakai again, and then his telekinesis began to explode with geometric multiples of power. Kodak Duck immediately discovered the ship attacking him, and immediately, a huge force of telekinesis acted on the ship. I saw that the super large ship with the hippopotamus bow directly broke away from the sea and floated up. The king's army, Jace and Chromamon who were still in the ship were also a little confused. What's going on? Why did our ship fly? You asked me who I asked. Mom, I don't want to die yet. No, we need to get off the boat. ... Zoro also didn't expect this duck to be so fierce. But this was just the beginning. After the ship completely rose into the air, an even greater force began to crush the ship. After a while, cracks appeared on the surface of the ship. Many king's troops have already run out of the ship, but even if they leave the ship, they can still only float in midair and cannot move under the control of the duck. Please let go of those king's troops. At this moment, Dalton's voice sounded behind Zoro. It may be that the attack target of the reachable duck is completely placed on the ship, so Zoro is now able to take action. Zoro looked back and saw Dalton, who had only been briefly bandaged, standing behind him and Kodak with the support of several civilians. This gentleman, I am Dalton, we should have met. Please let these king's troops go. Dalton was very disappointed with the king's army, but he also knew that this was not all the fault of the king's army. The main reason was because of the rulers of the king's army, namely Dalton and his two men. As the saying goes, if a soldier is timid, the rest will be timid. Without a good leader, his soldiers will become more and more rubbish. Dalton believes that with his leadership, the king's army can definitely change for the better. Chapter 76 The angry Kodak and Badgers come to the door. Seeing that Zoro was still a little indifferent, Dalton thought he had forgotten him, and then he heard again, well, your companions, Luffy and Ike, have already taken the sick girl to the doctor. In fact, it's not that Zoro didn't think about Dalton, but he was just thinking about how to stop the duck. On the ship, Nami usually takes care of Kodak. The most important thing is that no one has ever seen Kodak getting angry. Thinking of this, Zoro looked at Dalton, shrugged and said, as you can see, it wasn't me who really took action, it was him. After finishing speaking, Zoro pointed at the duck, and then continued, I don't know if I can stop him from going crazy. I can only give it a try. Advertisement. Hearing this, Dalton nodded and said, then please. ... At this time, Zoro came to the duck, whose eyes were glowing blue, and put a hand on its head. Is it okay to reach the duck? When Zoro touched his head, the light in Kodakai's eyes suddenly faded, and then, the ship in midair also crashed down. Just after the light in the duck's eyes completely disappeared, it tilted its head and fainted. Seeing this, Zoro quickly hugged Kodak who was about to fall in the snow, and then wrapped him in a cotton coat. At this time, Dalton also came over. After taking a deep look at Kodak, he bowed to Zoro and said, thank you. Zoro waved his hand and said, no thanks, just take me to a warm place to rest. Zoro has now given up on finding his way back to the Golden Melly. Especially now, when Kodakaya is unconscious due to excessive use of his abilities, Zoro has given up on his belief that he is not a road idiot and compromised for the sake of his partners. The site returns to Sugu Mountain. The battle between Luffy and Chopper also basically decided the winner. Chopper used the blue wave ball and performed 7 transformations. But even so, Chopper is still no match for Luffy. After Luffy saw Chopper's 7th transformation, he became even more determined to let him on the ship, and no one could stop him. Advertisement. While Chopper was fighting with Luffy, Ike, Kurha, Vivi, and even Sanji also came here to watch the battle. Kurha didn't say anything when he learned about the gambling fight. He always kept his eyes on Luffy and the straw hat he was wearing. How's it going? Ms. Kurha, my captain, Monkey D. Luffy, is pretty good. Apart from his poor brain, he is the best captain in the world. When Kuleha heard this, her eyes narrowed. In fact, Ike said this specifically. In the original work, when Kuleha got the Luffy bounty forest and saw the name Luffy Monkey D, Luffy said, is he still alive? D's will. From this sentence, it can be seen that Kuleha is not simple, and she also understands D very well. And everyone who possesses D will be able to stir up huge storms and waves on the sea. Chopper will definitely not go wrong by following Luffy. Just as Ike thought, after learning Luffy's full name, she had no objection to Chopper joining the Straw Hats. Moreover, Kurha has a very good eye for judging people. After all, she is an old monster who has lived for more than 100 years. She has a very good impression of Luffy and Ike. She is definitely a good person who cares about her companions. She entrusted Chopper to they didn't worry her about anything. ... Chopper lost, but he still didn't agree to join the Straw Hats. Although he disagreed with his mouth, he was shaken in his heart. But thinking that if he left, Aunt Doriel would have to live here alone, he gave up his plan to go to sea. Chopper has long planned to go to sea. This is not only his dream, but also the dream given to him by Cerulean. Although he wanted to go to sea, that was only after he had successfully sent away his doctor, Dolly. But what makes Chopper very troubled is that Dr. Dory has always been full of energy in these years, and there is no sign of leaving. If Kuleha knew what Chopper was thinking, she would definitely kick him in. By the way, he said, I am a young and beautiful girl who is only over 130 years old. I won't leave even if you leave. ... Luffy's intuition is very accurate, he can sense Chopper's yearning for adventure at sea. Ha ha ha, Chopper, if you don't come with me, then I will tie you up with a rope and take you away. Just as Luffy finished speaking, a big hand grabbed the edge of the peak of Sugu Mountain, and then he jumped up to Sugu Mountain with all his strength. The movement here quickly attracted everyone present. Advertisement. When Ike saw the people climbing Sugu Mountain, his pupils shrank. At the same time, the visitor also saw Ike. Wahahaha, I finally found you, Birdman. The person who came was none other than Badgers, who had a relationship with Ike at the foot of Sugu Mountain. After Badgers saw that the direction Ike was flying towards was Sugu Mountain, he wanted to climb up the mountain and take a look at the scenery here. At this time, Badgers was already wearing a cotton coat. Even with his physique, he could not stay naked for a long time in such a severe cold. ... Ah, Ike, do you know this person? Luffy asked curiously, pointing at Badgers. It's not acquaintance, just meeting, Ike replied. But Badgers didn't care about that much. His purpose of climbing Sugu Mountain was to find the Birdman who escaped from him before. Now that I have found it, I naturally plan to take action regardless of the circumstances. Seeing this, Ike motioned for Usopp, Vivi and Kuleha to step back, while he took out Lake Toya and prepared to fight. Luffy, who was originally planning to take action, saw Ike preparing to take action, so he stopped and pulled Chow Chow aside. ... Oh, boy, do you want to challenge me, the world champion, to a duel? I advise you to let these people go together. Badger's original purpose was to do as many people as there were here. He didn't care that there were civet cats, women, old ladies. Ike really wanted to say, if you have the guts, go find trouble with the old lady. Why bother with me, a young man? But that's true, it's a bit out of character. It just so happens that he also wants to test his own strength. After 2 years at the head of the war, Badgers is not weak and has become one of Blackbeard's most trusted lieutenants. However, compared to other 4 Emperor's deputies, Badgers is indeed a bit stretched. Although it was 2 years later, Ike did not dare to underestimate Badgers in front of him. After all, this was the subordinate that Blackbeard recruited after leaving the White Group. Badgers may not be very good in the New World, but he is definitely considered a top player in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 77 Ike vs. Badgers, Mutual Training. Badger's fighting style was very wild. Facing Ike, he had no intention of defending. He just rushed forward with only one goal, which was to kill the thin boy in front of him. For Badgers, who is 3.5 meters tall, Ike is indeed considered thin in front of him. When facing Badgers, Ike did not intend to fight him head-on, but instead used ingenuity to defeat him. After turning on Sharingan, Ike could clearly see Badger's wide opening and closing movements. Badgers is very fast, but Ike is even faster, and with the assistance of Sharingan, Ike can easily dodge his fists with his dexterous body, and while dodging, he can also hit Badgers at the same time. 2 punches to the side. A fist punch with the technique of flowing water rock breaking fist can easily break rocks, but the blow to Badgers only caused his body to tremble, and then he counterattacked. Ike dodged again and attacked at the same time. This time, his fist was wrapped with a hurricane. The hurricane stabbed Badgers in the lower back like a drill, giving him a kidney shot. A-hole, you hurt me. As he spoke, Badgers turned around and slapped Ike on the head. Hearing Badgers say, you hurt me, in this wild voice made Ike stunned for a moment, and he almost hit his head with his slap. Oh no. How could you say such cruel words? Badgers ignored Ike's words, turned around and continued to try to attack. But after a few attacks, Badgers gave up because he really couldn't catch Ike. Moreover, Ike's counterattacks are getting heavier and heavier every time, but this kind of fighting is just what he wants. Just as Ike was waiting for Badgers to continue attacking, he saw Badgers closing his eyes and no longer taking the initiative to attack. At first, Ike thought he had some conspiracy, and stood there for a while. After realizing that he didn't seem to be making any moves, he started to actively attack. Ike naturally cherished the opportunity to fight against a strong man like Badgers. The reason why Badgers feels that Ike's power on him is getting stronger and stronger is that Ike is gradually strengthening his own strength. The purpose is to know to what extent his power can be used against Badgers with a perverted physique, so that he can enhance his control over power. After all, there is still undigested medicinal power in the body, and Ike's power will become stronger every time he absorbs some medicinal power. Therefore, he must be able to control the increased power before absorbing the medicinal power next time. Seeing Badger standing there with his eyes closed as if he had given up resistance, Ike took the initiative to attack. The flowing water and rock-breaking fists kept hitting various parts of Badger's body. The pain made Badger's expression become very ferocious, and blood even flowed from the corners of his mouth. But even so, he still did not choose to open his eyes, but just he closed his eyes like this and tried to avoid Ike's attack. Advertisement. At first, Ike hit Badger's vitals with every punch. But after dozens of punches, Badger's was able to make Ike's fist hit a more defensive position through tiny movements. At this time, Ike realized Badger's purpose. Damn it, he is using himself to cultivate the hockey of knowledge and knowledge. In addition to Ike, Kuleha, who was watching the battle, also discovered Badger's purpose. Haha, the young people these days are really wild. Naturally, Ike would not give Badger's a chance to practice. Ike, who originally planned to continue fighting with physical skills, decisively chose to use magic. Gusts of wind stirred up in front of Ike, and then a magic array appeared at the feet of Badger's. Badger suddenly felt the crisis. Just when he was about to leave the place, a huge tornado appeared out of thin air. Tenryu's tooth-breaking Namikaze. This move is an upgraded version of Tianlong's Namikaze. Tenryu's wave wind creates a tornado that blows up the enemy. The tooth-shattering Namikaze added a sickle-like wind blade to the tornado. After being blown up by the tornado, Badger's let out a shrill scream, and slowly the originally white tornado began to appear red. After the tornado dissipated, Badger's fell to the ground and turned into a bloody gourd. Fortunately, Badger's was also rough-skinned and thick-bodied. Although he looked quite miserable, the injuries on his body were all superficial injuries, and most of the damage from the wind blade was blocked by his steel-like muscles. Badger's, covered in blood and with his clothes completely torn into strips, stood up from the ground. At this time, Badger's eyes were red. He had never been so miserable since his debut. The anger in his heart could not be relieved without killing a few people. Thinking of this, Badger's looked at the other people present. He first looked at Luffy. As for Chopper next to Luffy, Badger's directly ignored him. Luffy and Usopp are both young and look very energetic, but they look like Ike and are as hard to catch as a loach. In fact, if Badger's really comes to Luffy, Luffy will never fight like Ike, he will definitely fight Badger's with fists. Advertisement. After giving up on Luffy, Badger's looked at the old man and woman with a long nose on the other side, and then a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Boy, since I can't catch you, I'll stab the people around you. What should I do with you? Thinking of this, Badger's decisively rushed towards Vivi, Kurha and Usopp. To be precise, he targeted Kurha, who was the easiest to bully. Seeing this, Ike decisively stopped him, and the dragon's roar blew out, intending to blow Badger's away. Naturally, Badger's would not be blown away so easily. He thrust his hands into the earth beneath the ground and forcefully took down the dragon's breath. After the dragon's breath passed, Badger's pulled out his hand and rushed towards Vivi and Kurha again. Damn it, I want Luffy, Zoro and Sanji to fight you too. Looks like it's not going to work anymore. For Ike, Badger's is a very good sparring partner. The Straw Hats have the strength to suppress him, and he is also rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and he has also mastered some armed domineering. He is perfect as a sparring partner. But now, he actually wants to kill Kuleha, the big boss who hides his secret. Ha ha ha, old woman, go to hell. As he spoke, Buggy's punched Kuleha in the face. Seeing this, Kuleha just stretched out a hand to block Badger's attack. Who do you think is the old woman? While speaking, Kuleha grabbed Badger's fist and moved it forward. Taking advantage of his instability, she hit Badger on the chin with her palm. The heavy blow to the chin directly affected his brain. But with this slap, Badger's body immediately softened. However, Kurha's attack was not over yet. Just when Badger's huge body was about to fall forward, Kurha raised her foot and kicked him into the air, and then hit Badger's with several consecutive kicks. Everywhere in the body. Ike didn't know how heavy Kuleha's feet were. He just heard the sound of bones breaking from all over Badger's body. After kicking several times in succession, Kuleha turned around and kicked Badger's huge body directly away. After kicking her away, Kuleha said unhappily, I'm just a young and beautiful girl in her 130s. You kid is so rude. Of course, Bahas could no longer hear Kuleha's scolding. Seeing that Kurha had just defeated the enemy that Ike couldn't defeat for a while with just a few kicks, Luffy, Vivi Usopp, and even Chopper's eyes widened. Especially Chopper. Although he knew that his Dr. Dory was very strong, he didn't expect that he was so strong. Chopper was sure that he would definitely not be a match for that strong man if he took action, but his own Dr. Dory kicked him away with 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. Chapter 78 Consultation Fees. After Badger's was knocked back, Ike and Luffy began to discuss Chopper's problem. Chopper, come and go to sea with us. Ike stretched out a hand and smiled kindly. When Chopper heard this, he did not speak, but looked at Dr. Dory. Seeing this, Ike smiled and said, Ms. Kuleha has already agreed. You come with us to go on an adventure at sea. When Chopper heard this, he was a little happy in his heart, but he still hesitated to express his concerns. Well, Dr. Dory is getting old, and I still have to take care of her. What I want to do is wait until Dr. Dory dies before going to sea. Hearing this, Ike secretly said, Chopper is really a filial son. He will die in front of your Dr. Dory. Thinking of this, Ike glanced at Kurha, and saw that Kurha was not angry, but had a gentle smile on her face. Kuleha has regarded Chopper as her own child, and it is only natural that the child should die for her. But Kuleha believes that she can live for another few decades. Seeing that Kuleha didn't care at all about what Chopper said about her death, Ike let go. Don't worry, Chauba, when your Dr. Dory dies, we will come back with you to make arrangements for her. Before he could say the word future, Ike felt a strong wind coming from his waist. When he tried to dodge, it was already too late. He had already been kicked off Sugu Mountain by Kuleha. Although there were some minor embarrassments during the process, Chopper finally boarded the Straw Hat's ship. It's just that the kick Ike got hurt. Fortunately, Kurha's kick wasn't very powerful. If Ike had been kicked like badgers, Ike could only do shouting, the kidneys are dripping from my forehead. At the same time, Nami's fever in the ward has subsided, she has woken up, and is drinking Sanji's special soup. Sanji, how many days have I been unconscious? Nami asked worriedly. Almost 2 days. Advertisement. Sanji replied. When he heard that he had been unconscious for 2 days, Nami immediately stood up from the bed. It's been 2 days. No. We have to leave here quickly, Vivi's country is still waiting for us. Well, Nami, I think you should just take a rest. Sanji doesn't want to sail immediately. Nami has just recovered from her fever and needs to recuperate. Most importantly, there is no ship's doctor on the ship. At this moment, the door to the ward was opened from the outside, and immediately, Ike, Luffy, Vivi, and Usopp walked in. After coming in, Ike, who was holding his waist, smiled and said, Don't worry, Sanji, it's no problem, we have found a doctor to be our partner. Sanji was stunned when he heard this, and then asked curiously, did that old woman agree to get on the boat? Just as Sanji finished speaking, an afterimage appeared beside him and kicked him into the wall. The person who suddenly appeared was Kuleha. Kuleha didn't look at Sanji, but pointed her finger at Nami's forehead. 38 degrees 5. It looks like there's nothing wrong with it. Kurha's words made Nami look happy. Then, can I leave? According to Kuleha's rules, there are only 2 results for patients who come to him. Either, they are cured and then pay and leave, or, they die. However, Ike and Luffy had already put Chopper on the ship before, so this rule was meaningless. After all, Chopper was the disciple who inherited half of her medical skills. Pay the money and leave. Kurha said calmly. When he heard that he had to pay, Nami's expression suddenly became serious. How much does it cost exactly? As I said before, all the treasures on your ship. Ah, all the treasures, are you trying to rob them? Nami looked shocked. After the shock, Nami came to his senses again, and then showed a sly smile. Oh. All the treasures. But there is no treasure on our ship. Does that mean we don't have to pay? Advertisement. Kuleha did not speak when she heard this, but looked at Ike. Ike suddenly trembled when he was stared at, and then extracted a lot of treasures from the system space without saying a word. There are gems, gold, and even fist-sized diamonds. These treasures are all bronze-level items drawn by Ike. Since they have never been extracted, they have been kept in the system space. Nami, who was originally proud that she didn't have to pay because there was no treasure on the ship, was stunned when she saw Ike taking out so many treasures without saying a word, and then hugged the pile of treasures with a speed that was not like recovering from a serious illness. Idiot Ike, how could you take out all my treasures? Ike, Nami, these are the consultation fees promised to Ms. Kuleha. It was agreed upon before. No, Nami was still guarding the treasures piled on the ground like a calf, and then he picked through them and picked out 2 pieces of gold and handed them to Kuleha. This money is enough. My life is just that. It's worth so much. Kuleha. The greed for money of the little girl in front of her also opened Kuleha's eyes. Taking the gold nugget from Nami's hand, Kuleha said nonchalantly, yes, the consultation fees are fine. But, you have to stay here for 10 more days for follow-up treatment. Don't forget this is my territory. As she spoke, Kuleha looked at Nami playfully, and you are my patient. Just 2 sentences immediately stunned Nami. If there was nothing urgent, with these treasures, he could survive here for 10 months, let alone 10 days. But, Vivi is still anxious now. If she is really detained for not paying the consultation fee, Nami feels very sorry for Vivi. As for using strong tactics, Nami would never do that. What's the difference between doing that and being a pirate? After struggling for a moment, Nami chose to compromise, and finally looked at Ike with a vicious look. It probably means, take the treasure if you take it out, but why do you have to take out so much? Ike smiled and didn't say anything. What could he say? He still has a lot of these yellow and white things in his system space, and more will be released in the future. Ike can now speak Mr. Ma's classic sayings easily. I'm not interested in money. Chapter 79 Sakura Farewell. A group of civilians from Drum Island took Zoro Ikarim, the still unconscious Kodak, and the seriously injured Dalton on a cable car to Drum Mountain. Zoro came here because he had been in a coma since Kodak went crazy, so he wanted to see Ike to see what was going on. As for Dalton, he died because he was shot by more than a dozen arrows without treatment. Currently, the only doctors on Drum Island who are still able to move are Kuleha and Chopper. The doctor who originally belonged to Valpo, 20, was all injured due to the burst of telekinesis of Kodak Duck, and was unable to operate on Dalton. Only then did the civilians of Sugu Island carry him to Sugu Mountain to find Kurha. Zoro was very happy to see that Nami was awake. The only thing that puzzled him was that Nami looked sad for some reason, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Huh, what's wrong with Zoro? Ike asked curiously. Ike, come and see what's going on with Kodak. Zoro handed the duck out and told what happened before. The Straw Hat members present were surprised to learn that Kodak had used his ability to float a huge ship. The duck looks so stupid, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Usopp looked incredulous. Usopp suddenly felt that his status on the ship was reduced by 1 again. But, judging from the way it's comatose, the cost of overusing its abilities is high, right? At this time, Nami also came over and said. Kodak ducked into a coma, and Nami was also very worried. Compared to his companions, the treasure he had lost before was nothing. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Ike. After all, it was Ike who conjured up the duck. Ike should know the situation about the duck best. Does Ike really know? Of course it was unclear. He was not a Pokemon breeder, but in order to reassure his companions, he could only make a small expression and said, "Don't worry. Kodak is using his ability too hard. Just take a nap and you'll be fine." Hearing what Ike said, everyone in the Straw Hats was relieved. After the problem of reaching the duck was resolved, Luffy and Usopp pulled Chopper over and said, "He is Chopper and will be our companion from now on." Zoro was also stunned when he saw Chopper, thinking that there were 2 ducks on the boat, and now there was an extra tanuki. If there were a few more animals in the future, the Straw Hats could become a zoo. Although he thought so, Zoro naturally showed kindness to his new partners. Advertisement. Hello Chopper, I'm Zoro. Hello. I'm Chopper. Chopper said nervously. While the Straw Hats were chatting here, Kuleha had already completed the operation on Dalton. After performing the operation on Dalton, Kuleha grabbed a few strong men and went to the castle warehouse to push out several cannons. Kuleha is preparing to give Chopper a grand cherry blossom farewell party. This is not only what she wants to give to Chopper, but also what Chopper's father, Cerulean, wants to give to Chopper and the entire Drum Island. After everything was ready, Kuleha distributed the cannonballs filled with pink cherry blossom paint to everyone, and then bursts of cannons rang out on Sugu Mountain. Hearing the sound of cannons, the members of the Straw Hats subconsciously looked at the location of the castle and found that the cannonballs were fired into the sky. They were all a little confused. Although the rest of the Straw Hats were confused, Ike already knew what was going on. Just when Luffy and others were about to go to the castle to see what happened, they were stopped by Ike. "Don't go, just wait here. This is a gift from Kuleha and Cerulean to Chopper, just watch it here." At this moment, everyone also noticed that the white snowflakes that originally fell turned pink. The most important thing is not the snowflakes, but the sky above Sugu Mountain turned pink. If you look at it from a distance, Sugu Mountain looks like the trunks of several cherry blossom trees, and the sky that has turned pink is the cherry blossoms in full bloom. It is true that you can see the full bloom of the cherry blossom trees from a distance, but you can also see the beauty of the falling cherry blossoms from close up. Seeing such beautiful scenery, Ike took out his camera, and it was also a Polaroid. "Everyone, let's take a photo together." While talking, Ike brought out Mr. 13, the monkey-like otter, who had been locked up in a cozy hut without any education, and asked him to help take pictures. Mr. 13 has a very high IQ. Ike just taught him a little bit and he learned to take pictures and said it was much easier than sketching. Next, everyone took advantage of the beautiful scenery to take some photos. In order to prevent Chopper and Kurha from regretting, Ike also found Kurha who was hiding, and asked her and Chopper to hold up the hope. Lulu's pirate flag. I took a lot of photos under the cherry blossoms and snow. After taking the photo and handing the photo to Kuleha, it was time to say goodbye. Although Kurha was very harsh and said, "This is considered as sending this troublesome reindeer away." But looking at the tears in her eyes, everyone knew that her relationship with Chopper was really deep. Advertisement. Seeing Kuleha's tears, the kind-hearted Chopper almost gave up boarding the ship, wanting to stay and take care of Dr. Dory before leaving. However, Kuleha also knew Chopper's character, so without saying a word, she picked up various weapons around her and threw them over. D, do I need you to take care of me? Get out of here and leave me alone. In this way, everyone finally boarded the Golden Melee and left the Drum Island, chased by Kuleha. When the boat left Sugu Island, everyone saw the panoramic view of Sugu Mountain. There are several huge cherry blossom trees, Sugu Mountain is the trunk, and the pink sky is the blooming cherry blossoms, and cherry blossoms are constantly falling from the trees. Although this is not a real cherry blossom tree, such a beautiful scenery is much more shocking than the real cherry blossom tree. After finishing the close-up photos, Ike took out his camera and started taking long-range photos. Polaroid photography was very convenient, and he took a lot of photos in a short time. Just because I wanted to welcome my new partner Chopper, Ike also took a lot of photos at the party. It's like the first time Chopper inserted chopsticks into his nostrils, the first time Chopper was praised by the Straw Hats, and the first time he turned into noodles and writhed in embarrassment. Ike took all these memorable photos and stored them in a photo album. While everyone was having a banquet taking advantage of the beautiful cherry blossoms, Vivi was a little depressed because her Kuru duck turned into a frozen Kuru duck. Kulu duck, why did you fall into the ice sea? The Kuru duck is a landlubber, and it lives in the desert. Compared to the Kodak duck, it is more afraid of cold and water, but who would have thought that it would fall into the water and freeze into ice today? If not for everyone, when we come back in time, the Karu duck will turn into a real ice sculpture. Seeing the embarrassed Karu duck, Zoro laughed and said, "Look. It was this stupid duck that accidentally fell into the sea." Hearing Zoro's ridicule, the Karu duck suddenly screamed, "Quack quack," excitedly. At this moment, Chopper, the translator, came to the Karu duck and translated. It said that a man named Zoro and the Karu duck disappeared in the sea. He was afraid that they would drown, so he wanted to go down to find them. And then I drowned too. After listening to Chopper's translation, everyone immediately focused their attention on Zoro, which made Zoro a little embarrassed. I'm going to check on the situation of Kodak, you continue. Just as Zoro turned around, Kodak staggered out of the cabin. Ka da ke da. Hearing this, Chauba translated again. The duck says it's hungry. Ike didn't expect that Chopper was so awesome that he could even translate the language of Pokemon. Could it be that what he ate was not the Renren fruit but actually the translation fruit? Chapter 80 Ace and Sabo. The day after the Straw Hats left Drum Island. A single-person boat with flames stopped on the shore of Magneto Island. Come to wear a coat, naked chest, and a denim hat on his head. The person who just landed on Drum Island is none other than Luffy's brother Ace. He is also the son of One Piece, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the grandson of Garp. Immediately, I felt that Garp was much older. Ace, who had just entered the Drum Island, planned to go to the island for a tyrant meal, and inquired about whether Luffy had come to this island by the way. Just as Ace was walking towards the town, a tall, staggering figure walked towards him. This man was in tatters and was walking with a limp. He was obviously seriously injured. The man who came was none other than Badger's. Due to Badger's heavier body, Kuleha did not kick him out of the Drum Island, but just kicked him to the edge of the Drum Island. However, because Kuleha's attack caused serious damage to him, Badger's also lay on the ground for a long time before he recovered. Seeing the strange young man coming towards him, Badger's, who was in a state of anger, wanted to find someone to vent to, and the first person he saw was Ace, who became his target. Just as the two were facing each other, Badger's punched Ace in the face without any warning. Ace frowned when he saw this, but instead of dodging, he elementalized his body. The elemental Ace made Badger's punch miss, and also caused his body to stumble as he was exhausted. Damn it, he's actually a Logia fruit user. Just when Badger's was about to try to punch him again with his weapon-colored hockey that had not been awakened for a long time, Ace had already taken action. After all, the opponent made the first move, and Ace took action without any scruples, sending Badger's flying with a fire punch. This fire fist burned all the cloth-like clothes on Badger's body, as well as all the hair on his body, and he eventually fell into the sea without knowing his life or death. What a baffling person. Advertisement. Ace couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Ace didn't know what Blackbeard's men looked like. If he had known, he wouldn't have beaten them away so easily. Alabasta. Carterla is also the Alabasta Revolutionary Army camp. Sabo, who was about to be appointed Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army by the Revolutionary Army cadres, and his Parkella were in a corner of Catlia, talking quietly while observing the Alabasta Revolutionary Army. Sob, I remember, don't we have the commander of the Grand Line Army? Why do we need to come to the Grand Line to investigate the Alabasta Revolution? Kella asked curiously. The Grand Line and the New World belong to different worlds. The Grand Line is a paradise for my girlfriend New World. It is difficult to start a revolution here. The most important thing for the Revolutionary Army in Paradise is not to start a revolution but to recruit talents. Naturally, countries like Alabasta that initiate revolutions on their own are quite rare in the first half of the Grand Line, so the Revolutionary Army will naturally come to investigate. Hearing Kurla's question, Sabo smiled and said, "You are talking about little Eva. He has some other things to do, so please ask me to help investigate." Just as Sabo finished speaking, a passerby came to him and handed a note to Sabo. Sabo frowned and took the note, and saw that the note said, "Meet Catalya in the Eastern Desert, Crocodile." After seeing the content of this note, Sabo showed a smile and secretly said, "The things here really have something to do with you. Crocodile." After several days of investigation, Sob already has a general understanding of Alabasta's revolution. The reason why there is a revolution here is indeed because many people cannot survive, and the reason is because there is no rain due to drought. This is not the strangest thing. The strangest thing is, the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, which is also the residence of the royal family, has abundant rainfall, and the rainfall is more abundant than in previous years. It has almost caught up with the rainfall in the oasis. It is precisely because of this that many people feel strange. After the strangeness passed, someone discovered that the king was using dancing powder secretly. Advertisement. Dancing powder is a prop used for precipitation, but, after using dancing powder, it will absorb rain clouds from other surrounding areas and cause drought in other areas. Because of this, many people began to speculate that King Cobra of Alabasta secretly used dancing powder to steal all the rainwater from other cities around Albana. After these speculations, under the instigation of thoughtful people, the Resistance Army was born. Then the Resistance Army gradually grew and evolved into the current Revolutionary Army. Moreover, most of the members of the Revolutionary Army are young and energetic people. They will only believe what they see and think, and will not investigate the authenticity of this matter at all. Ideographic comma. After Sob's investigation, it was found that this revolution was completely planned. First of all, Cobra is a good king. You can find out the facts from the mouths of the older people in Alabasta. Moreover, there is indeed no one who is too old in the Revolutionary Army. All those who participated in the revolution are young people, because the old people have no idea. I don't believe a king would do something immoral like that. The second is the problem of dancing powder. Every time someone discovers that the king uses dancing powder, it is actually a coincidence. It happens that the king's army is transporting supplies. It happens that the supply bag leaks, and the dancing powder leaks out. It happens that someone sees it, and it happens that the news spreads. It's open. Among those who have the ability and strength to plan everything in Alabasta, Sabo can only think of one person, Shichibukai Crocodile. Now Crocodile has handed over a note and wants to meet him, which makes Sabo more sure of his guess. Kara, who also read the note, looked at Sabo and asked, "Are you going?" Sabo nodded and said, "Go. Of course, I want to see Crocodile's true purpose." "Oh, by the way, Kara, please leave Alabasta first. The investigation of the things here is almost complete. I will write a report when I go back. We will not interfere with the things here." After receiving the order, Kurla nodded and planned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he was stopped by Sabo again. "Wait, Kara, after you leave, you should use the anonymous phone bug to call Marine and inform Marine of the situation here." In fact, Sabo wanted to stop the Alabasta rebellion. After all, the king here was indeed a wise king, and the previous Alabasta was indeed a country with peace and prosperity. But, he can't do anything with his own strength, and besides, this is still on the Grand Line. The most he can do is notify Marine and let Marine solve the mess caused by the world government. That's right. If all of this is really caused by Crocodile, then the blame for everything must be shouldered by the world government, who is responsible for the Shichibukai policy.
3 Chapter 81 Sabo vs. Crocodile in the Alabasta Desert.
Crocodile and Sabo finally meet. One of the two is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the other is a rising star of the Revolutionary Army who is about to become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. One of them is active in the Grand Line, and the other is in the New World. Basically, there will be no intersection. That's why, after meeting, the two just looked at each other, and no one spoke first. A few minutes later, Crocodile, who was still a little uneasy, couldn't hold his breath anymore. The so-called uneasiness is not because of Sob in front of him, but because of the Revolutionary Army behind Sob. Revolutionary Army, tell us your purpose of coming to Alabasta. In fact, Crocodile had only one purpose for finding Sabo this time, and that was to find a way to get the Revolutionary Army to leave Alabasta. Next, Crocodile will seize the country of Alabasta. Of course, this is just a superficial plan. The real plan is to obtain Pluton, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. If this matter is known to the Revolutionary Army, it will definitely be a big trouble. At that time, the Revolutionary Army will pounce on him like a shark smelling blood. In fact, it is not only the Revolutionary Army, but also the world government. Pluton is too sensitive for the whole world. Hearing Crocodile's words, Sabo smiled and said, "We heard that there is a revolution here, so we came to take a look." Hearing this, Crocodile took a sip from the cigar on his lips, and then said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I was responsible for the revolution here. I advise you not to interfere in the affairs here."
After finishing speaking, Crocodile stared at Sabo in front of him. He had already made a plan. There is only one last step left in his plan, so there must be no mistakes. If the Revolutionary Army in front of him still does not intend to leave. If so, he would immediately get rid of the person in front of him. Sabo didn't expect that Crocodile would admit it directly. After thinking about it for a while, he guessed what Crocodile was thinking. Speaking of irrelevant purposes and hiding the true purpose? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sabo smiled and said, "Okay, our Revolutionary Army will not interfere in matters here, but..." When Sabo said, "but," Crocodile impatiently took action directly. Since he said "but," it meant that he had no intention of leaving Alabasta, which allowed Crocodile to take action decisively. He turned his right hand into sand and swung it out, and then several sand blades flew towards Sabo. This was Crocodile's signature skill, Desert Sword. Sabo didn't expect that before he had finished speaking, Crocodile would take action. He didn't speak martial ethics at all. Then he pulled out the water pipe on his back at an extremely fast speed and directly scattered the flying Desert Sword. Crocodile showed disdain when he saw Sabo's weapon. "Is your Revolutionary Army so poor? You, a rising star of the Revolutionary Army, are given such weapons." As he spoke, Crocodile's lower body turned into sand, his upper body flew towards Sabo, and he swung out the golden hook of his left hand. Although the Revolutionary Army is poor, it is natural that they want to get some high-end weapons, but Sabo doesn't know why. He has a special liking for water pipes. Haha. Our Revolutionary Army is indeed quite poor. What? Does Crocodile want to help? The water pipe covered with armed domineering collided with Crocodile's golden hook, causing a burst of sand and dust. Seeing this, Crocodile waved his free right hand again, controlling the surrounding sand and dust to form countless small desert swords again. At this distance, it is basically impossible to avoid the desert sword. Sabo also discovered this, and he also knew that it was not wise to fight Crocodile, a Logia Shasha fruit user, in the desert. Sabo used force to force Crocodile in front of him back, and then raised his right hand high, with the index and middle fingers together, the ring finger and the little finger together, plus the thumb. Sabo's right hand formed a dragon claw posture. Armed domineering covered the dragon's claws, and finally slammed into the ground. Dragon's breath. This blow directly set off a large wave of sand, instantly scattering countless desert swords around it. After seeing Sabo's operation, Crocodile sneered disdainfully. You actually created waves of sand in front of me, you are so naive. While speaking, Crocodile also slapped the sand on the ground with one hand. He began to control the sand in the desert to become soft, hoping to create quicksand to swallow Sabo, who stepped on the sand. Advertisement. Sabo noticed the change in the sand under his feet, and before he was swallowed by the sand, he stepped on the moonwalk and left the place. Sabo in midair no longer defended blindly this time. This time he rushed directly towards Crocodile. He used the dragon's claw again and aimed at Crocodile. Feeling the domineering force on Sabo's hand, Crocodile covered his golden hook with domineering force and faced him. In the original work, when fighting Luffy, Crocodile didn't use his haki at all, for no other reason than it was unnecessary. Against the rubberman Luffy, who doesn't know how to be domineering, Crocodile's attack method will be more profitable than domineering. Whether it's dehydrating Luffy and turning him into a human being, or using a golden hook weapon, or even the final poison. If you use haki to punch Luffy and the damage is 1, then other methods can even reach 10, so there is no need to use haki to deal with Luffy. But dealing with Sob is different. Sob himself is a master of domineering, and it is simply unrealistic to use playful methods to deal with Sob. Sabo's dragon's claw grabbed Crocodile's golden hook, and the sound of cack 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 kept ringing. Cracks began to appear on Crocodile's domineering golden hook, and he was about to be killed by the dragon. The claws were completely scratched into pieces. Seeing this, Crocodile knew that in terms of domineering strength, he was not as good as the young Sabo in front of him. As a last resort, he directly took off the prosthetic golden hook on his left hand, and then his body turned into sand, trying to launch a sneak attack. As long as his hand can touch Sabo, he can instantly absorb the water in Sabo's body. Although it cannot be absorbed into the body, it can also reduce the opponent's physical strength. Sabo also guessed what Crocodile was thinking, but he had no intention of continuing to fight Crocodile. This was a desert, and it was basically impossible to defeat Crocodile. If he wanted to escape, he only needed to physically blend into the desert. Since it is a fruitless battle, Sabo will not waste time and energy to continue to struggle with Crocodile here. Anyway, the purpose of meeting Crocodile this time has been achieved. Sabo already knows that Crocodile's real purpose is not the country of Alabasta, but a deeper purpose. Now that we know it, the next step is to stay here and continue investigating. Thinking of this, Sabo stepped on the moonwalk again and reached the air. Just when he was about to leave, he saw a somewhat familiar figure with his peripheral vision. That's Nico Robin. Chapter 82. Robin's thoughts. The purpose of Nico Robin coming here is very simple, just to see the excitement. He wanted to know who would win the fight between the Revolutionary Army cadres and Crocodile. Robin already had a premonition that it was time for him to change his boss again. If he didn't change his boss as soon as possible, his death would be almost upon completion of Crocodile's plan. The reason why Crocodile accepted Robin as his subordinate was naturally not out of kindness. Who is Nico Robin? She is a person who can interpret the text of history, and she is an existence designated by the world government to be eliminated. Crocodile also took a fancy to Nico Robin's ability to interpret historical texts. Only with Nico Robin could he find the legendary Pluton. And is Robin really looking for Pluton for Crocodile? Of course not. He also wants to use Crocodile to find the real historical text and explore the blank 100 years of history. The two make use of each other. When the two saw the historical text of Alabasta, that's when they parted ways. If the historical text of Alabasta really records the location of Pluton, Robin will never tell Crocodile. Naturally. This also indicates that the angry Crocodile will directly kill Robin. Although Robin regrets his death, he has no nostalgia. After all, she is no longer in this world. Relatives, friends and partners, no one will shed tears over her death. If the historical text of Alabasta is the historical text that truly records the 100 years of blank history, Robin will die without regrets. This is the historical truth that O'Hara has studied for countless years. She can see it at the last moment. I died without regrets. Naturally, all this is based on normal development, but now there is an accident, that is, the Revolutionary Army. If the Revolutionary Army can kill Crocodile now, then she can find a way to change the boss. For example, joining the Revolutionary Army is a good choice. Sabo saw Nico Robin in the distance and wanted to take her away. Nicole Robin is the person named and arrested by the world government, and the Revolutionary Army is against the world government. In addition, Nicole Robin is the only survivor of O'Hara, and the only person who can interpret the truth of history. The Revolutionary Army naturally, it is necessary to protect it. The Revolutionary Army also wants to know, what is the historical truth that the world government is trying so hard to hide? However, Now that Crocodile is here, he can't take Nico Robin completely away immediately, he can only leave here temporarily. Crocodile, who was melting into the sand below, saw that Sabo was about to leave. Without saying a word, he directly created a sandstorm to stop Sabo. But after Desert Storm took shape, Sob had already disappeared. Advertisement after Sabo left, Crocodile appeared again in the desert. Just here, a huge banana crocodile came to Crocodile, and sitting on the crocodile's back was Nico Robin. Why didn't Mr. Crocodile keep that revolutionary army behind? Crocodile, who was already angry, became even more angry when he heard Nico Robin's words. Nicole Robin, send the photo of Sabo just now to all the Baroque Works members in Alabasta, tell them. As long as they kill Sabo, they can directly become senior agents. Even if he can't be killed, we can't let him move around Alabasta easily. After hearing Crocodile's words, Robin knew that this negotiation was a battle to be precise, and Crocodile suffered a loss. You can suffer a loss at home in the desert, but if you play at a non-home court, wouldn't Crocodile lose directly? Thinking of this, Nico Robin also had a new idea, that is, to contact Sabo, the Revolutionary Army, and then reveal some information. When it comes to betraying the boss, Nico Robin can be said to be very familiar with it. At the same time, on board the Golden Merly. After Zoro got the gravity bracelet, he exercised more passionately. Usopp began to use the spiritual bow to practice the control of the spiritual bow. As for the burning cauldron treadmill, the current users are Nami and Vivi. The reason why this happened was because Ike drew something good again, and it was something they both could use. They are the Star River, a weapon from Fairy Tale Lucy, and his 7-element staff. Although the River of Stars is just a long whip, it is very powerful and can communicate with the holder's mind. As long as there is enough physical strength, it can even be extended indefinitely. The 7-element staff can control the 7 elements: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, darkness, and light. Naturally, the condition for using the 7-element staff is still physical strength. Physical strength is converted into magic power and then the magic is released. As for the magic used, it all depends on the user's imagination. After all, magic itself is a power full of imagination, so the upper limit of the 7-element staff can be said to be very high. Advertisement Ike was very lucky this time. He conducted 4 gold single draws this time and got these 2 pieces of equipment that are more suitable for the 2 of them. The River of Stars is a silver level item, while the 7-element staff is a gold level item. In order for them to use these 2 types of equipment, Usopp took the initiative to give up the burning cauldron treadmill. Usopp said, I am very heartbroken. Watching 2 girls being put on a treadmill would be even more satisfying. No, it's heartbreaking. Now Luffy is very leisurely. The reason for this is that he already has a clue about the development of telekinesis ability. It is the so-called balance of work and rest, so he is teaching Chopper, who has just gone to sea, to fish. As for Ike, he is also practicing a balance between work and rest. He placed Fat House Happy Water on one side and many snacks on the other. Ike just enjoyed the sea breeze, played PSP, and ate and drank. In the previous 4 gold draws, in addition to the River of Stars and the 7-element staff, Ike also drew a power-enhancing elixir and a comprehension-enhancing elixir. Ike took both pills. After taking the strength-enhancing elixir, Ike's strength directly increased by 1/10. Even though 1/10 is not much, it is 1/10 of Ike's ultimate strength, and it can be directly improved without doing anything. As for the Pill of Understanding, Ike also took it directly. After taking it, he started to try to cultivate his mind again, and then he awakened his mind through the Pill of Understanding. In fact, he wants to awaken Hockey more than Nien, but he still has too little understanding of Hockey, and he can't awaken without understanding. But Nien is different. After all, I have an authentic Nien ability training manual in my hand. Just when Ike was about to fight the boss, the Golden Merly suddenly rushed into a thick fog. Moreover, the thick fog was filled with the smell of sulfur, which was very choking. Feeling the thick fog that choked his nose, Ike had to pause the game, and then came to the back of the Mary and let out a roar of the Sky Dragon. A wave of nitrogen accelerated the Golden Mary to leave the dense fog area as soon as possible. Huh? Who are you? Just after the Golden Mary left the dense fog area, Chopper and Luffy looked at the person caught by their fishhook in confusion. The man was wearing a swan suit and heavy makeup on his face. Just one glance could leave a deep impression on people. Chapter 83 What a Flower of Friendship. Ike recognized this person the first time he saw him. He was none other than Mr. Tu Von Clay and Xiao Von Feng. Although Xiao Feng Feng is *********, everything he does is very manly. Just when Ike was looking at Xiao Feng Feng, the fishing line suddenly broke and Xiao Feng Feng also fell into the sea. Save the slave family. The slave family doesn't know how to drink water. Little Feng Feng kept struggling in the water. When Ike saw this, he appeared flying thousands of miles behind and jumped directly into the sea to fish him out. Xiao Feng Feng, who was covered in water and a little embarrassed, was sitting on his knees on the deck of the Golden Merly. At this time, most people on the boat were looking at him. Luffy, how did you catch someone when you were fishing? Zoro walked over and asked curiously. I don't know either. After passing through the thick fog, this person hung on my fishhook. Having said this, Luffy looked at Feng Clay and asked, who are you? After hearing Luffy's words, Feng Clay stood up from the ground and said very gratefully, thank you very much for saving me. I am a devil fruit user. If no one saves me, I may drown in the sea. While speaking, Feng Clay also blew a kiss towards Ike. Ike turned his head away speechlessly. Although he liked the role of Xiao Feng Feng very much, the ladyboy blowing kisses and so on were really too much. Oh, are you a devil fruit user? What is your ability? Luffy asked with a curious look on his face. My slave. While talking, Xiao Feng Feng came to Luffy and slapped Luffy on the face. Xiao Feng Feng's palm was not a light one, and it knocked Luffy staggering. Seeing this scene, Zoro, Usopp, even Nami and Vivi became vigilant. At this moment, a very familiar voice sounded. Wait, 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 wait. When he finally heard the sound and looked around, he saw that the original S********** had turned into Luffy. Luffy also looked at Xiao Feng Feng's face in surprise, while Xiao Feng Feng stared at Luffy's face and spun around in circles. Advertisement. After spinning in circles for a while, Xiao Feng Feng returned to his own appearance, and then touched the faces of the people opposite him one by one with his own hands. Soon, a face-changing performance began, directly conquering Chopper, Luffy, and Usopp. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stood in a row, watching Xiao Feng Feng's performance in a very cheerful atmosphere. After the performance, the four people formed a deep friendship and danced happily like friends for many years. Vivi and Ikaram, who were watching Xiao Feng Feng's performance on the second floor of the deck, changed their expressions because they had just seen the face of the king of Alabasta, Vivi's father Cobra. Seeing Feng Clay's ability and her father's face, Vivi quickly thought of some bad things, such as doing bad things in front of her father and then framing her. Just when Vivi was stunned, Feng Clay's swan boat docked next to the Golden Melee. Feng Clay stood on the edge of the boat with his back to Luffy and the others. Everyone, although my time with you was very short, it's time to say goodbye. What a pity. But I believe our friendship will allow us to meet again. After hearing Xiao Feng Feng's words, Usopp, Chopper and Luffy, who had just formed friendship with him, were very reluctant to leave. Don't leave so quickly, Usopp said reluctantly. After hearing Usopp's words, Feng Clay's shoulders, which were facing away from everyone, also shuddered a little. He was also very reluctant to part with this short-lived friendship. Don't be sad. Meetings and partings are inevitable during the journey. While speaking, Feng Clay turned around and continued with tears in his eyes, but, don't forget our friendship. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Clay wanted to jump on the opposite boat. But before he could take off, a big hand pressed on his shoulder. It was Ike who took action. Although Xiao Feng Feng is a very good person, but, he is now a senior agent of Baroque Works, and is the enemy of the Straw Hats. There's absolutely nothing wrong with controlling him first. Just at this time, Vivi came back to her senses and pointed at Feng Clay and shouted, I remember, he is Baroque Works' senior agent Mr. 2. It is rumored that Mr. 2 is a tall male dancer wearing a swan costume with Feng Clay written on the back. Vivi's words left everyone speechless. After all, Feng Clay had been playing on the boat for more than 10 minutes, and even formed a friendship with Luffy and others, but she just remembered now. Feng Clay didn't care much about his shoulder being grabbed by Ike. Instead, he was called out by his codename Mr. 2, which made him a little concerned. Advertisement? Huh? Do you know me? Have you heard my stories? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Ike grabbed Feng Clay's shoulder and pulled him back to the deck of the Mary. Seeing this, Feng Clay's men on the Swan on the opposite side raised their weapons one after another, and the cannons on the ship were also aimed at the Mary. What are you doing? Release Mr. 2 Mr. Feng Clay immediately. Seeing this, Ike shouted to Zoro. The people on the boat opposite Zoro are left to you, just make them lose their combat effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Zoro jumped onto the Swan without saying a word. At this time, Feng Clay also realized that the pirates on this ship turned out to be their Baroque Works enemies. Oh, no. Feng Clay knelt on the ground and screamed, Obviously we have forged a deep friendship, Fate. Why are you playing with the slave family like this? After hearing Feng Clay's words, Luffy and Chopper Usopp also lamented the injustice of God. Xiao Feng Feng. X3, Little Straw Hat, Little Raccoon Cat, Little Long Nose. Just as the four of them looked at each other affectionately, Nami suddenly activated Nami's Haki and appeared behind Luffy and the others. Just hearing the four punches of dwang 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 dwang, big bumps appeared on the heads of Feng Clay and Luffy. What an idiot. After pouting, Nami said to Ike, this person who can transform is too troublesome for us, so we must control him. Ike, tie him up. When he heard that he was going to be tied up, Feng Clay was not happy. He decided to resist because Xiao Ling was still waiting for him at Alabasta. He was a senior agent of the company and could never miss work. Thinking of this, Feng Clay put on the posture of boxing. Everyone. The flower of friendship will never wither, but the slave family still has responsibilities and must not. Before Feng Clay could finish his words, the monkey charm suddenly appeared in Ike's hand and immediately turned Feng Clay into a real swan. After doing all this, Ike smiled and said, the flower of friendship will never wither, so you can continue to play with Luffy and the others like this. Von Clay. Just like that, after 2 ducks and a reindeer, there was a big white goose on board the Golden Melee. Chapter 84 Lost another agent. In Crocodile's office. Crocodile slammed the table and roared, what did you say? Mr. 2 has also lost contact. Yes, I have been using the phone bug to contact Mr. 2 since half a day ago, but I have never been able to contact him.
Nico Robin said expressionlessly. Damn, what the hell is going on? First Mr. 5, then Mr. 3, and now even Mr. 2 has lost contact. President, it will be difficult to ignite the last fire without Mr. 2. Nicole Robin addresses the key issues. Mr. 2 is indeed crucial to Crocodile's plan because he is a person with the ability to imitate the fruit. Now that Alabasta's revolutionary army has been completely assembled, as long as the leader Kosha gives an order, the entire revolutionary army can attack Albana. But at this time, Kosha has not completely despaired of the Alabasta royal family and still has reason in his heart, so he still needs one last fire to ignite the anger in his heart. At this time, Mr. 2 needs to pretend to be King Cobra to do something that can ignite the anger of the revolutionary army. But now that Mr. 2 is gone, it will be a bit troublesome to easily ignite the revolutionary army's anger and get them to send troops immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Crocodile ordered to Nico Robin, send a few people to pretend to be the king's army and kill the families of several revolutionary army cadres. If killing 1 or 2 is not enough, then kill more. After hearing Crocodile's order, Robin frowned and asked, if I do this, it will make Kosa suspicious, right? HMPH. So what if you have doubts? There is a saying that the butt determines the head. His family members were killed by the king's army. Even if he doesn't want to fight, his men will force him to fight. Nico Robin nodded, and then took out the phone bug in front of Crocodile and began to instruct the million elders to do this task. After Nico Robin sent the mission, Crocodile said again, contact Mr. 1 and Mr. 4 immediately and ask them to rush to the rainy land immediately. Crocodile was really afraid that the remaining 2 groups of his men would also disappear. He now suspected that the disappearance of his men was probably a secret move by the revolutionary army. So he must call his men back immediately. The overall direction of the plan remains unchanged. The target is Pluton. After obtaining Pluton's hiding place, Crocodile will immediately leave Alabasta. At that time, the revolutionary army, world government, he can ignore it. Advertisement. As the saying goes, with Pluton in hand, I have the world. Offshore waters of Alabasta. The Golden Merly and Mr. 2's swan boat finally entered the waters of Alabasta. At this time, it can be said that the situation on board the Golden Merly is like chickens and dogs, and geese running around. Although Xiao Fengfeng turned into a big white goose, he still had a great time playing with Luffy and the others. In the end, Luffy and the others said that they also wanted to become a big white goose. Then, in order for the flower of their friendship to bloom, Ike turned Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper into big white geese. Not only the 3 of them, but also a dozen of Xiao Fengfeng's men were turned into big white geese. This group of big white geese had a great time playing on Xiao Fengfeng's swan boat, but the sound of the group of big white geese made Zoro, who likes to sleep on the deck, very unhappy. Hey, Ike, can you change them back? It's too noisy. Zoro said impatiently. We're already at Alabasta. They won't be able to disturb you when we get off the boat. Ike said after taking off his headphones. At this moment, Vivi came to the deck and said, everyone, please pull the ship over for a moment and let Ikarim get off the ship to tell my father the news about me. Just when Ikarim got off the boat, Ike lent him a bamboo dragonfly and told him how to use it. After seeing off Ikarim, the Golden Melly continued to move forward. When the Golden Merly stopped again, it had already arrived at the port of Rapeseed Flower City, a port city in Alabasta. The main purpose of coming here is to purchase supplies to enter the desert, and the second is to find out information about the revolutionary army. Seeing that everyone was ready, Nami ordered everyone, let's not act without authorization. We will return to the ship immediately after obtaining information and purchasing supplies. When Nami finished speaking, Zoro pointed to the distance and said, I think you should have said it too late. A few guys have already ran away. Everyone looked in the direction Zoro pointed, and saw a big goose with fat limbs running in the distance, with its 200-year-old wings opening and closing as it ran. Advertisement. These 4 geese are all very distinctive. One goose wears a small straw hat, one goose wears a red hat, one has a brown turban on its head, and the last one has long eyelashes. Yes, these 4 geese are Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and Xiao Fengfeng. Just now, the ship had just arrived at Rapeseed Port, and Xiao Fengfeng wanted to get off the ship. Xiao Fengfeng wanted to go to the organization and ask the organization to approve a leave note. Originally, he wanted to leave quietly. With the help of the goose's figure, it was easy to escape, but unexpectedly, he was discovered by Luffy and the others. When Luffy learned that Xiao Fengfeng was going back to his original unit to take leave, he decisively agreed and said he would go too. The reason is also very strange. His friend turned into a goose, and it is too dangerous to act alone. Luffy's idea was right, but he forgot that he was also hungry and could easily be caught making goose stew in an iron pot. Seeing that Luffy wanted to run, Chopper and Usopp naturally followed suit. Just like that, the 4 geese got off the boat early while everyone was not paying attention, and their target was the Spider-Man Cafe. This cafe is also the gathering point for senior Baroque Walker agents. It's too dangerous for the 4 of them to act alone. Who is going to catch them? Nami glanced at Sanji, Ike, and Zoro. When his eyes stopped at Zoro, Nami shook his head slightly, and finally looked at Ike and Sanji. Hey, Nami, what do you mean by shaking your head? Tell me clearly. Ah, don't you know why? Nami said matter-of-factly, of course I'm afraid that if you go to find them, you'll get lost. Zoro, stop looking down on people. Leave them to me. After saying this, Zoro jumped off the boat decisively and ran in one direction. Wait, Zoro. Before he could run a few steps, he was stopped by Ike. Zoro turned around in confusion and saw Ike silently pointing in the direction where Luffy and the four left before and said, "You ran in the wrong direction." Zoro. Chapter 85 Act individually. In the end, in order to prove that he was not a road idiot, Zoro resolutely went out to find Luffy and the other four. Zoro also knew very well about his attribute of being a road idiot, but just because he knew that he was a road idiot, he wanted to prove that he was not a road idiot. So Ike did not stop him, but asked Karu, a local duck, to return the favor. Kodak, who had a passion for finding the road side by side with Zoro, followed Zoro. In this way, Zoro took 2 ducks to find 4 geese. After Zoro left, Ike and others walked towards Rapeseed Flower Town. Rapeseed Town, because it is a port city, is not in decline because it does not rain all year round in Alabasta. Instead, it is because it is close to the ocean and there is no shortage of water and food, making it more prosperous. Because Crocodile knew very little about the Straw Hats and Vivi, there was no need for Vivi and the Straw Hats to hide it. Everyone just went shopping and purchased supplies. At the same time, Smoker's marine warship also arrived at the port of Rapeseed Town. Colonel Smoker, are we going to enter our Blossom Town too? After Dasky saw the Golden Mary, he knew that the Straw Hats must have entered Rapeseed Town. Go. We also need to purchase supplies, and then we have to cross the desert and enter the rainy land of Crocodile. After finishing his words, Smoker looked at the soldiers behind him and said, "We are going to cross the desert next. Everyone, cheer up." After hearing Smoker's words, most of the soldiers responded feebly. We can't blame them. They are just ordinary soldiers in the East Daxia Sea. It's good to be able to sail on the Grand Route for so long. Now they not only have to sail on the Grand Route, but they also have to cross the desert. Smoker saw some soldiers with sick faces, frowned and said, "Those who are not feeling well can stay on the ship." What Smoker said later made those soldiers who were not very physically fit heave a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they also lost the opportunity to enter the Marine headquarters as soldiers or even officers. Not all of the people Smoker brought out this time were useless, there were also some who were in good physical condition. Smoker decided to take these people with him when he returned to Marine headquarters. Advertisement. Smoker believes that after dealing with Crocodile this time, he will definitely be able to return to Marine headquarters, and these people he likes will be his team when he returns to Marine headquarters. Naturally, those with poor physical fitness have already been eliminated by him. Just like that, Smoker landed with Dushi and more than 20 Marine soldiers. His eyes returned to Ike. With Vivi, a local who has lived in the desert since childhood, purchasing supplies and gathering information was quickly completed. Not far from Rapeseed Flower Town is the base of the Revolutionary Army, so it is very easy to find out the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army. Currently, only a small part of the Revolutionary Army is stationed in Katlia, and most of the troops have rushed to Juba, and the troops stationed in Juba are the main force of the Revolutionary Army in attacking the capital. If you want to stop the Revolutionary Army next, you must rush to Juba as soon as possible. After listening to Vivi tell the information she knew about the Revolutionary Army, Ike frowned. If we wait for Zoro and the others to find Luffy, we don't know how long it will take to find them, so I think we should go to Yuba first. At least try to see if we can stop the Revolutionary Army from attacking the capital of the kingdom with our mouth escape. Attack. Ike really wants to help Alabasta and wants to help Vivi as a partner. And even without Vivi's relationship, there is still the Justice Marine system. If he can save more people, he can get more justice points. He knew that although Luffy defeated Crocodile in the end and the Straw Hats defeated the entire Baroque Walker, the war did not stop it, and the number of casualties in this war was definitely not a small number. What about Zoro and the others? Vivi said worriedly. Don't worry. At this moment, Nami patted Vivi on the shoulder and said, "Don't you know Zoro, Luffy and the others? They are very strong. Besides, there is a local duck like Karu here, they don't problem." Sanji also lit a cigarette and said, "Although that B***** D in green algae head is an idiot, he is indeed reliable. Vivi, you don't have to worry about them. The most important thing now is to solve the problem of rebellion in your country." Vivi nodded solemnly when she heard this. Seeing Vivi nodding, Ike directly opened the door to enter the cozy hut. Advertisement. In this case, let's not cross any desert, and just fly over. Haha. It's really convenient. As they spoke, Sanji and Nami planned to enter the cozy hut, but Vivi stopped and did not enter immediately. Instead, she asked, "Ike, do you know how to get there?" Bah. Ike. Although Ike is not as crazy as Zoro, but he is really a bit blind in this unfamiliar place. Seeing Ike's embarrassed look, Vivi also knew what was going on. "Ike, take me and fly with you. I will show you the way." Okay, Ike responded and hugged Vivi in a princess hug. Sanji, who had not yet entered the cozy hut, saw this scene and gritted his teeth in jealousy. Now Vivi is wearing the dancer costume he bought. Vivi in the princess hug dancer costume. Sanji's blood boiled just thinking about it, but Ike did it directly. Seeing Sanji standing at the door and refusing to go in, looking at him with gnashing teeth, Ike looked speechless and immediately kicked him into the cozy cabin. After kicking Sanji into the cozy hut, Ike soared into the sky with Vivi in his arms and flew towards Yuba. At the same time, in the desert, 4 geese are walking in the desert. With Xiao Feng Feng leading the way, CJ quickly found the Spider-Man Cafe. In order to facilitate the mission, the location of the Spider-Man Cafe was also near the rapeseed flowers. Seeing the Spider-Man Cafe, Xiao Feng Feng rushed in without saying a word, accompanied by a quacking sound while rushing in. Just when he was about to rush into the Spider-Man Cafe, the bald man Mr. 1, the sexy lady Mr. Finger, the short and fat ant Mr. Christmas, and the tall fat man Mr. 4 walked out of the cafe one by one. They received the notice and had to rush to the rainy land immediately to meet the boss, Mr. Zero, whom they had never seen before. At this time, a big white goose rushed over. Mr. 1 frowned and then kicked it. Although Xiao Feng Feng turned into a goose, he was still nimble and could easily avoid it. Chapter 86 4 Geese. Quack, little one, what are you doing? Seeing that the big goose not only escaped his attack, but also kept squawking at him, Mr. 1, who had a serious face, couldn't help but feel a little curious. At this moment, Mr. 4, who was drooling, came over and said, Goose, goose, it's delicious. Without saying a word, Mr. Christmas slapped Mr. 4 on the head. Idiot, B*****************, D, you only know how to eat. We are going to see the boss. Mr. also twisted his waist with his fingers and walked towards the transportation in front of the store. As he walked, he said, it's just a few geese. When this mission is over, we can kill a few Alabasta specialty running ducks to eat. Quote. Mr. 1 always felt that this goose gave him a sense of familiarity, but he also knew the priorities of the matter. The most important thing now was to see Mr. Zero. Thinking of this, he stopped looking at the goose and turned around to leave. Seeing his former partner leaving and turning into a goose, Xiao Feng Feng burst into tears. Woo. We obviously have a deep friendship, why didn't you recognize me? Usopp had said before that now that Xiao Feng Feng has turned into a goose, his partners should not be able to recognize him. But Xiao Feng Feng vowed, don't worry. My partner will definitely recognize me. In fact, if Mr. Two Fingers and Mr. Christmas were not in a hurry to leave, Mr. 1 might have actually recognized him when he was fighting with Xiao Feng Feng who turned into a goose. Unfortunately, there is no if. Seeing Xiao Feng Feng looking so sad, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp stepped forward to comfort him. Seeing his 3 friends comforting him, Xiao Feng Feng immediately cheered up. I believe that the flower of companionship will not wither. Let's catch up. Just like that, the 4 geese ran towards the rainy ground. On the other side, led by Run Kue, Zoro is still lost. It's not that I got lost, but that I didn't find the 4 geese. As a last resort, he could only go to Rapeseed Flower Town to find other partners. Advertisement. The 4 geese are very strong in physical strength and speed. They followed Mr. 1 and the others in the vehicle and had no intention of falling behind. Just when the 4 geese were chasing after each other vigorously, he suddenly saw a figure that was somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar. The man was wearing a top hat, carrying a water pipe on his back, and holding a phone bug in his hand, as if he was making a phone call. After seeing this person, Luffy shuddered. He felt that this person was very important to him, so he turned a corner and ran towards the figure regardless of the 3 geese running behind him. Xiao Feng Feng. Huh. Why did the little straw hat suddenly turn a corner? Usopp. Is there any delicious food over there? Chopper. Probably not. I didn't smell any food nearby. When Xiao Feng Feng saw the road and ran in the opposite direction, he was a little confused, but maybe because he was also a big goose, he chose Luffy's side. Follow the little straw hat. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Feng Feng took the lead and rushed towards the direction where Luffy was running. Luffy quickly rushed to the feet of the man holding the phone bug. At the same time, he also heard the conversation between the man and the phone bug. That's the thing. Crocodile's purpose should not be simple. So I want to stay here and continue to investigate. After hearing Sabo's words, the phone bug thought for a moment and said in a low tone, come back Sabo. I received intelligence here that Marine has targeted Alabasta. It's too dangerous for you to stay there alone. If the intelligence is correct, a Marine force called the Private Marine has already entered Alabasta. This team is very mysterious. It may be created by Marine or world government. If you don't know the details of the enemy, you should not stay in such a dangerous place. Sob also frowned when he heard the new term Private Marine. But, what should we do here in Alabasta? Don't worry, we have people in Marine, and someone will handle Alabasta's information. The most important thing for you now is to return to headquarters and be promoted to Chief of Staff. When Sabo heard this, he could only sigh and said, okay. I'll go back right now. While Sabo was talking to the phone bug, Luffy was already stunned. What did he hear? Sabo. The person in front of him turned out to be Sabo. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Luffy stared at Sabo's face. Sabo's face had a scar caused by burns, but the blonde hair and the top hat with goggles immediately reminded him of his second brother Sabo. Sabo and Ace are Luffy's sworn brothers. Although the three of them are not related by blood, they grew up together and are closer than real brothers. Sabo's death also made Luffy sad for a long time. Now that he saw Sabo alive, his tears suddenly flowed out, and he immediately threw himself at Sabo. Sabo was also a little confused when he saw a goose pounce on him with its wings tightly hugging his legs. Sabo knew that the animals in Alabasta were very spiritual, but this goose was too emotional. Especially since this goose was wearing a small straw hat, he couldn't help but have a good impression of this goose. Although he didn't know why, he just liked this little straw hat. Thinking of this, Sabo took out some dry food from his arms and handed it to Luffy. Are you hungry? Eat. Seeing this, Luffy wanted to continue hugging Sabo and cry, but he would not give up if he had something to eat. After eating the dry food in one bite, Luffy continued to hold Sabo's thigh. At this moment, the remaining 3 geese also ran over. Seeing 4 geese, Sob was speechless. Why are there so many geese in this desert? Usopp, Chopper, and Xiaofeng were also a little confused when they saw Luffy crying with a strange man in his arms. Hey, Luffy, what's wrong with you? Usopp stepped forward and asked curiously. He is my brother. Hearing Luffy say that this man turned out to be his brother, the 3 geese all looked at each other. In the end, the 3 geese followed Luffy's example and hugged Sabo to prevent him from leaving. The 3 of them just hugged Sabo while listening to Luffy tell his story with Sabo. When he talked about Sabo going to sea for freedom, but being bombarded to death, Xiaofeng, who had the most delicate feelings, also started crying, and then Chopper and Usopp also started crying one after another. After seeing 4 geese squawking at his feet, they all started crying, and Sabo was even more confused. Is this a bad situation? What did I do to these geese? Are they going to hug me and cry? Chapter 87. 3 brothers gather together. Sabo looked at the 4 geese hugging his lap and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Sob took out the phone again and dialed. Hey, I probably won't be able to go back to the headquarters for the time being. The person on the other side of the phone was stunned when he heard Sabo's words. Huh, is Crocodile stalking you? Sabo heard this, glanced at the 4 geese, and then said, it's not Crocodile, it's 4 geese. After hearing the 4 geese, the phone bug was silent for a few seconds, and then roared, Sob, are you kidding me? It's not a joke, it's really 4 geese. They are holding my lap and crying. I don't know what's going on. Having said this, Sabo showed a smile and said, so, I won't go back for the time being. As for my appointment, it can be carried out even if I am not here. In fact, Sabo's idea is very simple, that is, he wants to stay in Alabasta to investigate what Crocodile is going to do. As for the 4 geese, it was his excuse, even though this excuse was nonsense. The person on the other end of the phone who heard Sabo's lame excuse knew that he really didn't want to come back. Okay, you can stay in Alabasta, but, if Marine really attacks Crocodile, you must evacuate immediately. Hey, Master Long, thank you. After thanking him, Sob hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Sob looked at the 4 geese again. At this time, the 4 geese had let go of his thighs, but it seemed that they did not intend to give up following him. Hey, what are you doing following me? Are you hungry? After hearing Sabo's words, Luffy wanted to speak human words, but, he was a big goose now and could only scream, quack, quack, quack. Seeing that he couldn't communicate, Sabo was helpless, and then walked towards Flower Town. He hadn't eaten for a day. He was a man of iron, rice and steel, and he had to be full before doing anything. As he walked towards the rapeseed flowers, the 4 geese followed him one by one. Seeing this, Sabo didn't say anything and just let the 4 geese follow him. Advertisement. At the same time, under the leadership of Karu Duck, Zoro Duck and Karu Duck, 1 person and 2 ducks, also came to Rapeseed Flower City. Where did Ike and the others go? Zoro thought in confusion. After arriving at Rapeseed Flowers, he began to look for traces of Ike and the others, but unfortunately, he couldn't find them after searching for a while. Sigh. Did they get lost? Didn't they find the Rapeseed Flowers? How can they get lost in such an obvious town? What an idiot. After saying this, Zoro felt a little hungry, so he looked around and quickly found a restaurant. After entering the restaurant, Zoro's eyes were immediately attracted by a figure from behind. It was a young man with his upper body naked, and behind him was a tattoo of the world's strongest man, the symbol of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, the young man's face was smacked into the rice in front of him, with one hand raised, and the fork in his hand was still stuck with a piece of half-bitten meat. A lot of melon-eating people were watching around him, especially the boss, who was extremely nervous when he saw someone eating in his shop and getting cold after eating. This young man couldn't have eaten a desert strawberry. It could also be something like a desert watermelon. People who don't understand the desert may encounter unexpected dangers when entering the desert. Listening to everyone's discussion, Zoro looked at the back with curiosity. After all, it was strange that a man with the symbol of the strongest man could die like this. Just when everyone was discussing what to do next, the man suddenly sat up. Seeing this, Everyone retreated one after another, thinking that this was a fake corpse. After the man got up, he wiped his face with the skirt of the woman next to him, and said helplessly, "Oh, why did I fall asleep again?" The person who fell asleep while eating was none other than Ace. Hearing Ace's words, the people around him were stunned for a moment, and then turned into big-faced monsters. "A-hole, who can fall asleep while eating? We thought you were dead." Advertisement. Zoro was speechless when he saw this. He felt hungry in his belly. Zoro ignored Ace and found a table. He ordered a lot of food and ate it with the Kodak duck and Karu duck. After the onlookers found out that Ace was okay, they dispersed, and Ace continued to eat the food in front of him. Just then, a man led 4 geese into the restaurant. The visitor was none other than Sob, who also found a table and let 4 geese sit on the table. The shop owner was very confused. Just now there was a man eating with 2 ducks, and now there is another man eating with 4 geese. At this time, Zoro, who was facing Sabo's table, also noticed the 4 geese. Zoro was also happy to see the 4 geese. "Luffy, finally found you." As he spoke, Zoro took out the monkey charm that Ike gave him before leaving. Perhaps because he was too surprised, he just took the monkey charm out of his pocket, and when his hand slipped, it fell into Karu Duck's pocket. He was indeed surprised. After all, his mission was to find Luffy without getting lost, bring Luffy back, and see what those bastards said about him. When they heard Luffy's name, Ace and Sabo were both stunned. Luffy is Ace's younger brother, and he came to Alabasta this time hoping to meet Luffy. Sabo felt that Luffy's name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Just when Ace turned around, he thought he could see Luffy but saw someone who shocked him even more, Sob. After seeing Sabo's face, Ace was stunned on the spot. At this moment, the door of the restaurant was opened again, and Smoker walked in with Dasky. The reason why he came here was because he heard that Zoro had entered this restaurant, and he followed Zoro here. The main purpose is to exchange information with the Straw Hats, and to stage a scene, such as the Alabasta chase. It is best to chase them all the way to the rainy ground, and then smash, loot and burn Crocodile's base camp. Even if Crocodile cannot be completely captured this time, we can still collect some interest, right? But after entering the restaurant, Smoker frowned. The people in this restaurant are all big shots. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorig's disciple Long, is also the rising star of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. In front of them, Zoro is really a nobody. Chapter 88 Smoker. As long as you have anything to do with the Straw Hats, things will become inexplicable. Seeing Marine, Ace didn't pay attention at all. His mind was now on Sabo. After ignoring Smoker, he came to Sabo who was staring at Smoker and hugged him. He said with snot and tears, "Sob. I didn't expect you to be alive." Being hugged by Ace, and seeing Ace's nose bursting into tears, Sabo always felt a familiar illusion. Isn't this a replica of the big goose hugging his lap and crying? It's just that he was held by the goose before, but now he's held by Ace, a human. Luffy was very happy to see his 2 brothers gathered together. He immediately thought of the days when the 3 of them had fun and adventures together when they were children. Thinking of this, Luffy's goose also flapped its wings and jumped on the 2 people's heads. Feeling the weight on his head, Sabo came back to his senses, and then pushed Ace away and said, "Sorry. I am indeed Sabo, but I really don't know you. Have you admitted the wrong person?" After Sob was bombarded as a child, he lost the memory of his childhood and his identity. He only remembered that his name was Sob. Hearing Sabo's words, Ace was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I won't admit my mistake. We are brothers. How could I admit my mistake?" Sabo heard this and knew that Ace in front of him should know his identity, so he also had plans to communicate with Ace. But now is not the time to talk, because there is a smoker at the door of the store, holding 10 hands and looking at this side eagerly, planning to take action at any time. Ace also knows that now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Ace looked at Smoker and said, "Marine, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't fight you. Can you let me go?" "Ha. First I'm Marine and you are a pirate. Do you want me to let you go?" As he spoke, one of Smoker's hands turned into smoke. Seeing this, Ace looked at the melon-eating crowd around him, then turned one hand into flames and said, "We are both Logia, you should know the extent of the battle between the 2 of us, right?" At this time, Smoker also noticed the ordinary melon-eating people around him, and then gave up using his ability, planning to fight hand to take down the 2 people in front of him. In fact, Smoker is not confident in taking down the 2 of them, but as a righteous Marine, when he sees the pirates, he can never let them go without doing anything. At least, he can also collect some information about the Revolutionary Army's new star and Whitebeard. The information from the captain of the 2nd Division is enough. Seeing the tense situation on both sides, Zoro, who is also a melon eater, planned to take away his 4 geese. Zoro's actions naturally attracted the attention of the 3 people. Seeing this, Zoro smiled awkwardly and said, "You go on, I'll take our goose away." Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro just wanted to lead the 4 geese away. Chopper, Usopp, and Xiaofeng had already wanted to run away when they saw the atmosphere was not right, so they were naturally led away easily. But Luffy was different. There were 2 people present who were his brothers. Even if he didn't participate in the battle, he still had to stand behind his 2 brothers. Zoro naturally didn't know what Luffy was thinking, and he couldn't understand what Luffy was yelling. Thinking of this, Zoro was also afraid that Smoker would accidentally hurt Luffy, so he winked at Smoker. It means, be careful not to hurt the goose. But, Smoker got it wrong. He thought. Zoro asked him to catch the goose. Then Smoker began to think, why did Zoro let him catch the goose? What is the meaning of catching a goose? There is only one reason, and that is that this goose has a lot to do with Crocodile. Now there are two choices in front of him, one is to catch the goose and deal with Crocodile, and the other is to fight Sabo and Ace. Naturally, this battle will definitely be fruitless. He has no confidence in defeating these two strong men. Thinking of this, Smoker had a plan in mind. Smoker nodded to Zoro, indicating that he understood. Zoro was relieved to see Smoker understand. After all, he didn't know that Luffy still had some fighting strength after turning into a goose. It would be bad if he was accidentally injured by Smoker or something. But what Smoker did next made Zoro's eyes widen with disbelief on his face. Smoker's entire body became elemental, and he immediately rushed towards the big white goose standing next to Ace and Sabo. Ace and Sabo thought Smoker was going to take action, so they attacked Smoker at the same time. Both of them are domineering, so they can naturally hit Smoker, but Smoker did carry 2 attacks, endured the pain and grabbed Luffy's neck, and then turned into smoke and flew back. Seeing that Smoker's operation was just to catch a goose, Ace and Sabo were stunned. Zoro was even more speechless. Advertisement. I told you not to hurt Luffy, why the hell are you trying to catch him? Hey, Smoker. That guy is Luffy. Be careful. As a last resort, Zoro could only tell the identity of the big white goose. When they heard that the big white goose was Luffy, Smoker and Ace were stunned, and then they all focused on the big white goose, or to be precise, the small straw hat on the big white goose's head. At this moment, Luffy's body fell, his neck stretched and thinned like rubber, and he broke away from Smoker's hand holding his neck. Smoker and Ace were stunned when they saw Luffy's unique rubber ability. Is this really Luffy? Is this really Straw Hat? Quack quack. After Luffy broke free from Smoker's hand, he screamed at him, expressing his displeasure at being grabbed by his neck. Zoro was a little surprised to see the development of the matter, and then he stepped forward and picked up Luffy the goose, turned around and ran away with the 3 geese and 2 ducks. Zoro's idea is very simple, you fight yourselves, is there anything wrong with me taking my goose away? Ace saw his brother being taken away and chased him decisively. Sabo saw Ace chase him. He wanted to know his past from Ace, so he caught up with Ace. Smoker was speechless. He always had the feeling that as long as he got involved with the Straw Hats, things would develop inexplicably. However, he still did not forget his mission, which was to pretend to capture the Straw Hats, and then go directly into the Rainland to investigate Crocodile. Several waves of people chased them all the way to the desert outside Rapeseed Town. Zoro stopped with one hand on Luffy's neck and the other on his waist. Then he pointed at Ace and asked, "You, why are you chasing me?" "Marine, it's in the back." Ace was also panting a little, pointing at Luffy who was rolling his eyes while being held tightly by Zoro and said, "Put Luffy down." At this moment, Smoker also caught up. Dasky and a group of Marine soldiers who had been following Smoker had all fallen behind, and now only the panting Smoker was left. In this way, the 4 of them met again, and this was no longer a downtown area, so even if they fought with all their strength, they would have no scruples. Seeing the tense expressions of Sabo, Ace, and Smoker, Zoro finally took the time to take out the monkey charm that fell into the Karu duck bag, and then transformed Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and Xiao Feng Feng back. Chapter 89 Luffy going to see his second-generation tourism. When Luffy realized that he had transformed back, he was stunned for a moment, and then without saying a word, he rushed towards Sabo, hugging his head and crying bitterly. "Sob. It's great that you are still alive." Sabo didn't struggle when Luffy pounced on him. Instead, a smile appeared on his lips. He didn't know why, but no matter what, he just couldn't refuse Luffy in front of him and Ace beside him. Ace also smiled when he saw Luffy, recalling all the adventures he had with Sabo Luffy when he was a child. Zoro was a little confused when he saw Luffy crying on a strange man. Seeing his confused look, Usopp told Luffy about the 2 brothers of Sabo Ace. Zoro was also confused when he learned that Ace and Sabo were Luffy's brothers. He just heard from Smoker that one of the 2 young men in front of him was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other was a rising star of the Revolutionary Army. Although he didn't know much about the Revolutionary Army, looking at Smoker's solemn look, he knew that the Revolutionary Army was a big force. In addition, Zoro also knows Luffy's grandfather is a legendary figure, Marine's hero Garp. Suddenly, Zoro thought of something Ike once said. What kind of pirate is Luffy? He's just a super 2nd generation sailing on an adventure. It will be more convenient to call himself a private marine when going out in the future. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zoro finally understood why Ike said that Luffy was a super 2nd generation. In fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg that Zoro knows. After all, Luffy's background is much more than that. The guide is the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. His father is the dragon recognized by the world government as the most evil person. He still has a Nika fruit that has not yet awakened, and he is still a man who has inherited the true will of D. All kinds of backgrounds, as long as they come up with one, can make an ordinary person soar into the sky. If you want to become a Marine, with the care of Garp and Sengoku, becoming a future general is a matter of course. If you want to become the Revolutionary Army, with his care from Laozi, you can be regarded as one person lower than tens of thousands of people in the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, Luffy has great potential, and the Revolutionary Army will do their best to cultivate him. Advertisement. Let alone want to become a pirate, several forces will take care of it. It is estimated that if Garp and Sengoku were not behind, a little pirate like Luffy would have been captured long ago. It can also be seen from the war on top. Except for Akainu, all Marines are merciful to Luffy, and even Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku takes the lead in showing mercy. While Zoro was deep in thought, he suddenly heard crying. He turned around and saw Xiao Feng Feng holding a pink handkerchief and wiping his tears. The brother I thought was dead appeared in front of me. This scene of brothers meeting again is really touching. Perhaps because they were infected by Xiao Feng Feng, Usopp and Chopper also started crying one after another. This made Smoker, who was standing not far away, very embarrassed. Luffy and his group were his own, but Luffy was brothers with the two criminals. This made him a little embarrassed. If it were him in the past, no matter whether he was good or bad, he would definitely go up and have a fight. But things are different now. After getting along with the Straw Hats, Smoker's temperament has changed a bit. He even had the idea of joining the Straw Hats, so he also signed the private Marine appointment letter, just in case one day, Marine if he really did something that exceeded his bottom line, there is still a place where he can continue to maintain justice. Smoker is very aware of the corruption and darkness of Marine and the world government, but he cannot withdraw. If Marine, who has a truly righteous heart like him, also withdraws, then, it will be a real disservice to the entire world. Be responsible. After thinking for a while, Smoker put his 10 hands behind his back, then came and sat down next to Zoro. Seeing this, Zoro took out his wine gourd and took a sip before passing it to Smoker. Smoker was not polite and didn't mind that it was Zoro's wine gourd. After taking the wine gourd, he took a swig. What are your plans next? Smoker asked after returning the flask. You have to ask the captain. Zoro focused his attention on Luffy, who had just gotten off Sabo. Haha, I think you should find a way to contact your deputy captain. Smoker's words also made Zoro nod. Luffy was indeed a bit unreliable in some things. To be precise, he did things without considering the consequences. Advertisement. We can't contact you at the moment. After saying this, Zoro asked with some confusion, aren't you going to arrest those two people? Smoker shook his head and said, the biggest target now is Crocodile. Provoking Ace and Sabo is not a good choice. At this moment, Usopp wiped away his tears and sat next to the two people and said, Luffy's two brothers seem to be very strong. Why can't we cooperate with them? Usopp's words made Smoker think deeply, and then he began to consider the possibility of cooperating with the two criminals. After thinking for a while, Smoker said solemnly, cooperation is not impossible, but, we cannot let their identities be exposed. Just as Smoker finished speaking, a sunny voice rang out. We agree to cooperate and not reveal our identities. Several people looked up and saw the three brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo walking towards them after finishing their conversation. Although Sabo had not recovered his memory at this time, he still recognized the fact that Luffy and Ace were his brothers. At this moment, Luffy came to his friends and introduced them to his two brothers. Ace, Sabo, he is Zoro, the swordsman on our ship. And he is Usopp, the sniper on our ship. This reindeer-like Tanuki is our ship's doctor. And this ladyboy is my good friend, Xiao Feng Feng. After listening to Luffy's introduction, Ace and Sabo also greeted everyone one by one and said that Luffy's partners are all very interesting people. The next step is to discuss cooperation. In fact, the Straw Hats also had Smoker's plan at the beginning, which was for the Straw Hats to enter the rainy area, and then Smoker would pretend to chase him. The two parties would rush in to cause chaos and looting, and take advantage of the chaos to find ways to investigate Crocodile's criminal evidence. Naturally, the investigation project is definitely not Crocodile's robbery as a Shichibukai. After all, as a Shichibukai, all kinds of robbery and murder are legal. What really needs to be investigated is whether Crocodile is responsible for what happened to Alabasta. There doesn't need to be much evidence, just a few pieces of evidence. As long as there is a little bit of evidence, the Warring States Fleet Admiral can continue to enlarge the evidence, and then lay a lot of groundless charges on Crocodile. In this way, you can successfully take down Shichibukai, a thorn in Marine's side. Chapter 90 Transformation, Dragon Attribute Mewtwo, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Strange Power. The plan is very good and has been discussed in advance. But, now that Ike is gone, if Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper were causing trouble alone, the noise might not be big enough, but now that Sabo Ace is added, it will be different. After Sabo listened to Smoker's plan, he agreed without saying a word. After all, he also wanted to investigate Crocodile's true purpose of doing all this. Seeing that both brothers were involved, Ace, who originally planned to continue on the journey to pursue Blackbeard, also gave up such an idea and decided to stay and fight side by side with Luffy Sabo again. After the two agreed to the plan, the next step was how to hide their identities. Or wear a mask, Smoker said, rubbing his chin. Wearing a mask can't hide the power of my fruit. Ace said distressedly. At this moment, Luffy suddenly knocked his hand and shouted, I know. After hearing Luffy's words, everyone turned to look at him. Luffy then looked at Zoro. Did Ike give you the charm? When he heard the word, talisman, Zoro also slapped his forehead and took out the charm. Seeing Talisman, Smoker, Ace, and Sabo were all stunned. You used this thing to turn Luffy into a goose. So, do you plan to turn us into geese too? Sabo asked curiously. Ace refused without waiting for Zoro to answer. No, after turning into a goose, your combat effectiveness is reduced too much. Hearing Ace's words, Usopp smiled and said, it doesn't necessarily change. We turned into a dragon last time. After turning into a dragon, we can easily dismantle a pirate ship. Originally, Usopp wanted to dismantle the warship, but when he saw Smoker, it turned into a pirate ship. Ace and Sabo were somewhat interested when they heard that it could turn into a legendary creature like a dragon. Even Smoker became curious. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a magical item. No, he had seen it once, and that was when Ike took out the jelly beans and turned him into a sword, and was played with by that B**************** D Dusky for 15 minutes. And was named Smoker. Is this something Ike made again? Advertisement. Smoker thought to himself. While Smoker was deep in thought, Sabo and Ace were already discussing what to change. Sabo wanted to turn into a dragon, while Ace wanted to turn into a flying animal. When he was in the white team, he was envious when he saw Marco, the captain of the team, flying around every day. It would be great if he could fly freely too. Just when Zoro decided to turn the two of them into the animals he wanted, the duck suddenly came to him and pecked Zoro's hand holding the charm with its beak. This sudden change made Zoro loosen his grip and the charm fell to the ground. Seeing this, Kodak held the charm in his mouth and pointed it at Sabo and Ace. All go. Kodakaya, what are you doing? Just when Zoro wanted to stop it, 2 rays of light had already shot at Sabo and Ace. When everyone looked at the two of them again, Ace had turned into a fire-breathing dragon with a fire on his tail, an orange-red body and huge wings. And Sabo became a Mewtwo with dragon-like characteristics in his body, a dragon-type Mewtwo. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, mainly because Sabo and Ace turned into 2 animals that no one had ever seen before. If Ike were here, he would definitely recognize him. That orange dragon-shaped creature about 2 meters long is the Charizard in Pokemon. And the one who is about 1.7 meters tall and stands like a human is the evolved form of Mewtwo, the dragon-type Mewtwo. After Mewtwo became a dragon, he changed drastically. He grew a pair of small wings, his limbs turned into sharp claws, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his head. The whole dream became very strong and domineering. Side leakage. The 2 people who turned into Pokemon also have their own unique characteristics. For example, Sabo, who turned into Dragon Mewtwo, still has scars on his eyes. Ace, who turned into a fire-breathing dragon, wore his hat with a crying smiley face on his head. It has to be said that the Kodak duck summoned by Ike should be a Kodak duck that has seen the world, or he will not be able to transform Dragon Breath Mewtwo. One rule of the monkey charm is that the non-human animal you want to transform must be something you have seen before. Seeing the 2 people who had successfully transformed, Luffy's first reaction was that they were super handsome, much more handsome than the dragon and goose he had transformed before. Yeah, I want to change too. I want to change too. Luffy decisively said that he would transform into a very handsome animal. Advertisement. Seeing this, Zoro looked at the knowledgeable Smoker and said, Smoker, have you seen this kind of animal? Smoker took a puff of his cigar and said, never seen it. Hearing this, Zoro set his sights on the duck. Ike had told him about the rules of the monkey charm, so he also knew that these 2 animals should have been seen by the duck. Just then, Kodakaya used the monkey charm again, turning Luffy into a monster with a height of 1.8 meters and 4 hands. This is the strange power of Pokemon. Naturally, the strange power is not as handsome as Charizard and Dragon Mewtwo, but Luffy still feels great. He waved his 4 fists and fired a set of double rubber machine guns. He was immediately satisfied with the animal he had transformed into. Just like the transformed goose, the 3 of them were unable to speak after transforming into Pokemon, but Sabo, who transformed into Mewtwo, could communicate at a spiritual level. It's just, if you want to use Pokemon's abilities, you need physical strength, which is actually similar to devil fruits. For example, it is more convenient for Ace to transform into a fire-breathing dragon. Ace himself is a user with the burning fruit ability. After transforming into a fire-breathing dragon, his physical fitness is strengthened or his abilities are also improved. The same is true for Luffy, the rubber man plus 4 hands, coupled with the improvement of physical strength. After seeing Ace and Sabo successfully hide their identities, the plan will begin. At the same time, the 8 people who rushed to Yuba were already with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Kosha. Naturally, Ike, Nami and Sanji were not involved in the mouth-driving Kosa, so Vivi could only rely on herself in this matter. I wonder how Zoro and Luffy are doing. Nami said worriedly, I knew one of the 3 of us should have left one person there waiting for them. Don't worry, Ms. Nami, that B asterisk 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 D green algae head may be a roadie, but doesn't he still have Kodak and Karu duck? After saying this, Sanji looked at Ike, only to see Ike in a daze. As for why Ike was in a daze, it was because, when he had nothing to do, he wanted to do a wave of single draw miracles. He came up with a wave of golden single draws and drew an item called the Justice Character card Edogawa Konan. After use, Edogawa Konan can be summoned. What he was struggling with was whether or not to summon this Shinigami Elementary School student. After all, he was so famous. Chapter 91 Shinigami Elementary School student arrives, murder case appears. In the end, Ike summoned Konan. Although Konan is a Shinigami Elementary School student, his Shinigami buff has no effect on the people around him. As long as he becomes a member of the Straw Hats, the Shinigami buff will not have any impact on the people around him. After thinking clearly, Ike decisively summoned Konan. When Konan appeared behind Ike, both Nami and Sanji were a little stunned. Hey, who is this kid? Nami asked curiously. Just like Kodak, he was also summoned from another world by me. Just as Ike finished speaking, Konan also opened his eyes. Is this the world after death? Konan murmured. Hearing Konan's words, Ike was also stunned. After all, Konan is the Shinigami Elementary School student who brought death, but he is a being who will never die no matter how he tries to die. How could he say that he is dead? Konan looked around and saw two men and one woman staring at him. Ike asked, Edogawa Konan, right? Congratulations on successfully traveling to another world. Konan was stunned when he heard that he had traveled through time. Before, Konan was investigating the clues of the man in black, and he already had a clue. Just when he was about to get the fingerprints of the man in black, he was discovered by Jin. As a last resort, he could only hide in a locker. But Jin opened the lockers one by one. The sound of opening the lockers sounded again and again, which put great pressure on Konan. He even felt that it was difficult to breathe. In the end, he fainted due to lack of oxygen. When he woke up again, he was already here. As for the fact that he has traveled through time, Konan naturally does not believe it. He believes in science. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Just when Konan wanted to check his surroundings and look for clues about his location, a somewhat shrill scream sounded. Advertisement. This familiar scream immediately made Konan tremble, and then he ran towards the location of the scream without saying a word. Ike was speechless for a while when he saw this scene. I wonder, could there have been a murder just after Konan arrived? Thinking of this, Ike also followed Konan's footsteps and ran towards the location of the scream. Nami and Sanji looked at each other and chased after him. Konan rushed into a temporary tent of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, not only Konan, but also several Revolutionary Army soldiers rushed in because they heard the screams. In the tent, a woman was looking at a corpse on the ground with a wide-eyed look on her face. There were obvious strangulation marks on the neck of the corpse, and there were traces of struggling feet on the ground. It was obvious that this was a murder. At this moment, Ike also walked into the tent. After seeing the body, he put his hand on Konan's head and said, Konan, you are really awesome. There was a murder just after you came here. Hearing Ike's teasing, Konan immediately thought of Officer Magyar, who regarded himself and Uncle Mori as the gods of plague, and then retorted, this is just a murder case calling me. Just as Konan finished speaking, Nami, Sanji, Kusha, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Vivi, who was trying to escape from Kusha, also arrived one after another. The not-so-big tent was quickly filled with people, which made Konan frown, because with so many people there, many clues would be destroyed. Kosha also found that there were too many people in the tent, and immediately cleared out some ordinary soldiers, leaving only a few high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army. One of the top executives was named Kuro, and the dead man was his eldest brother Q's. Seeing the death of his eldest brother, Kuro wanted to rush over with tears in his eyes, but was stopped by Konan. Don't come here. Seeing a little kid blocking him, Kulu was angry and wanted to push him away, but Ike grabbed his wrist. Don't worry, don't you want to know who the murderer is? After hearing what Ike said, Kuro shouted angrily, who else could the murderer be? It must be those bastards from the king's army. Advertisement. Ike was also shocked by this senseless speech, and then he looked at the other senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Except for Kosha, these top leaders of the Revolutionary Army secretly nodded in agreement when they heard Kuru's words. Ike was even more speechless when he saw this. He could only say that it was not unreasonable for Crocodile to play tricks on this group of fake revolutionary troops. They had no brains at all in their actions and did not choose to think. Only Kosha is thinking about who will be the beneficiary of this murder. If coupled with the truth about the rebellion that Vivi just told him, then, the beneficiary must be the person who planned everything behind the scenes. That is Crocodile. But, Kosha still can't believe it. After all, Crocodile is known as a hero in the entire Alabasta. The surrounding top leaders of the Revolutionary Army looked at Kusha at the same time. Kusha pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then looked at Ike and Konan who was inspecting the body. At this moment, Vivi whispered from the side, Kosa, believe me, my partner will give justice to the deceased. Vivi naturally saw that this murder was just to ignite the anger of the Revolutionary Army. If she wanted to solve it, she could only find a way to find the real culprit. Hearing this, Kosha nodded, and then said to his companions in the revolutionary army behind him, I won't let Qs die in vain. At this moment, Kulu shouted, Kusha, this is obviously the work of the king's army. We should now gather our forces to attack the royal capital immediately, to avenge my brother Qs. As soon as Kuzi finished speaking, a flash of light flashed on Conan's glasses, who was examining the corpse. He then stood up and pointed his anesthesia watch at Ike. When Ike saw this, he immediately ran away with a thought in his heart. Hey, what is that kid doing? When Conan heard this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, well, I'm somewhat used to it. Although Conan was examining the corpse to understand the case, he was also checking the surrounding situation. After Conan's analysis, he was indeed no longer in Japan. To be precise, he might not be on Earth anymore. And just now, some simple information about the world appeared in his mind. Although this situation is very unscientific, it is a fact that he has to believe. It is precisely because of this that Conan has no intention of continuing to pretend to be a primary school student, because that is meaningless. Conan put away the anesthesia watch and immediately said, I already understand the general situation of this deliberate murder. After hearing Conan's words, everyone turned their attention to him. But in Ike's mind, he remembered the BGM when Conan solved the case. Chapter 92 The Revolutionary Army's Continuous Murders. This murder is not complicated, and there is evidence pointing to the murderer. Conan pushed up his glasses and said, Who is the murderer? Kusha asked in a deep voice. Conan did not immediately name the murderer, but first explained the murderer's modus operandi and evidence. The person who killed the deceased was not a stranger, but an acquaintance who committed the crime, and this acquaintance should have a deep relationship with the deceased. As he spoke, Conan pointed to the broken bowl and some leftovers on the ground, as well as the food left in the deceased's mouth and said, the deceased was facing away from the murderer and was still eating. If he wasn't familiar with the person to a certain extent, he wouldn't have done it. I'll talk to people while eating. The murderer also took advantage of the deceased to eat and strangled his neck with a rope, causing him to suffocate to death. Hearing that an acquaintance had committed the crime, several senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army frowned. So, there are spies from the King's army among us. Damn it, the King's army is so despicable. They don't dare to fight us head-on, but they use such despicable methods. ... While several people were discussing, Q stood up again. Yes, the King's army is despicable, so we should immediately gather our forces to fight for Q's, our family, and the entire Alabasta, and win the King's army. All. After hearing what Kulu said, other senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army also agreed. This time, Kuro forced Kusha to send troops out of Alabasta's righteousness, which made Kusha feel more and more that something was not good. Finally, Kusha pressed his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. After everyone calmed down, Kosha asked Conan, Child, you haven't said who the murderer is yet. Now Kosha has completely placed his hope on Conan, hoping that Conan can really find the murderer. As long as it is proven that the murderer is not the King's army, the war can continue to drag on, waiting for him to investigate whether what Bibi said is true. Conan nodded and said, okay. Conan also discovered that something might not be good because he heard about the gathering of troops. How could he, as a just person, let a murder case trigger a war? So Conan didn't intend to continue to show off, and directly pointed out the key evidence, which was some flesh and blood in the nails of the deceased. Advertisement. This was taken from the murderer's arm when the deceased was struggling. Fortunately, the rope used by the murderer was very short. If it had been longer, he wouldn't have been scratched. Now as long as you find someone with scratches on their arms, you can determine who the murderer is. After hearing this, Kosha immediately issued an order to find the person with scratches on his arms, but before that, he still asked the senior officials to roll up their sleeves to prove their innocence. Kusha was the first to roll up his sleeves and set an example, and other senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army also rolled up their sleeves. When he arrived at Kuro, he refused to lift up his sleeves because, as Kyu's younger brother, how could he kill his elder brother? Regarding Kuru's refusal to lift up his sleeves, Kosha suddenly felt a shiver in his heart. It was Kulu who had been moving everyone to send troops just now. Thinking of this, Kosha ignored Kulu's objections, rushed forward and controlled him, and then lifted up his sleeves. As a result, he saw that there were indeed several bloody scratches on his arms. It turns out it was you who killed Q's. When Kuro heard this, he wanted to quibble, and then he pointed at Conan. Chief, do you want to believe a little kid who doesn't have all his hair? Kosa, take off his clothes and see if he has any tattoos or anything like that. At this moment, Ike reminded Kosha. After hearing what Ike said, Kosha ordered his men to control Kuro, and then he personally took off Kuro's clothes. As a result, he saw the Baroque Walker logo tattooed on Kuro's shoulder. Seeing this sign, Kosha immediately believed what Bibi had said to him before. All the conspiracies in Alabasta are really caused by this company called Baroque Walker. And the boss behind this Baroque Walker company is none other than Alabasta's hero, 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Just after Kosha thought everything clearly, another scream rang out from another tent. Then there was another deliberate murder. Conan showed his talents again. Because of the lessons learned from the past, no one had any objections to Conan's case this time. In the next half day, more than a dozen murder cases occurred throughout the Revolutionary Army camp. Conan was able to solve the case and find the murderer every time, and each murderer had the mark of Baroque Walker on his body. Advertisement. Obviously, all of this led to the mastermind behind Baroque Walker. At this time, it was time for Princess Vivi to come forward. Princess Vivi brought together all the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army. These high-level officials basically have family members or friends who have been brutally murdered, and the murderers are naturally people from Baroque Walker. If it weren't for Conan's existence, they would definitely take the initiative to put the blame on the King's army and King Cobra. With these multiple murders and the opportunity to catch the murderer, these top leaders of the Revolutionary Army were finally willing to listen to Vivi. Immediately, Vivi told everything she knew about Baroque Walker. After learning that all the conspiracies were caused by Baroque Walker's desire to steal Alabasta, these simple-minded, stupid, top leaders of the Revolutionary Army suddenly became angry, and then one by one they pointed the finger at Baroque Walker. At the same time, Crocodile also received news from the Revolutionary Army camp. He was also a little angry when he learned that his plan was foiled by a child of several years old. Damn, don't let me catch you, your name is Conan, right? When I catch you, I will definitely turn you into a man in the desert. Just as Crocodile finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded in the casino in Udi. Crocodile Split contacted the person in charge of the casino to inquire about the situation. Boss, it's not good, there are some monsters causing damage in our casino. Behind are a group of Marines. Marines are catching these monsters, and there are also a few pirates. When Crocodile heard this, his hand holding the phone's microphone suddenly squeezed the phone into pieces. Crocodile had never been so angry. The plan at the Revolutionary Army camp failed because of Conan, and now my home base has even been invaded. Just at this time, two groups, Mr. 1 and Mr. 4, also arrived. Seeing that only these 4 people were left in his relatively talented team, Crocodile was a little helpless. Until now, he still doesn't know what the remaining members of his team are. Where have these subordinates gone? Crocodile had completely given up his original plan. He planned to let his 4 remaining men fight those who invaded the Rainland. Instead, he took Nico Robin directly to Cobra and forced him to lead him. He entered the mausoleum of the Alabasta royal family, and as soon as he got the location of Pluton, he left here immediately. Chapter 93 The Mask of Justice Marine. Alabasta Rainland. Because Rainland is Crocodile's home base, it is considered a first-tier city in the entire Alabasta, and it is the most prosperous one. Many wealthy people in Alabasta will choose to settle in this gold-splitting city. But such a prosperous city today ushered in the largest chaotic scene in history. On the street leading to the casino, Ace Charizard and Monster Luffy were running wildly. Ace would spray flames behind him from time to time, and the target was Smoker, who was chasing them. Monster, don't run away. Smoker was very embarrassed as he read out the lines he had discussed before. At this moment, Kylie Luffy turned to look at Smoker, his eyes shining with anticipation. Smoker also knew that now that things had come to this, he had to die. Smoker pointed at the 2 troublesome scratching hands and shouted, "My mask of justice, Marine Smoker, will be here today to destroy you 2 monsters that destroy the peace of the sea." Roar. Hearing Smoker's words, Charizard Ace sprayed several more flames from his mouth. This time the target was not Smoker, but several houses around Smoker. Ace and Luffy now appear as villains, so naturally they have to do things that only villains would do. The entire house was blown up in an instant, but Ace only attacked these houses after he confirmed that no one was there through his knowledge and hockey. Next, Luffy, as a monster, engages in a battle called Tokusatsu with the masked Marine wearing a mask. This kind of fighting, like a child playing house, made Smoker's embarrassed feet almost dig out of the 3 rooms and 1 living room. As for why it happened like this, that's because Smoker was completely playing pretending games with Luffy. Previously, after deciding on the plan, Luffy, who had been deep in thought, expressed that he had an idea, and then through Chopper's translation, Luffy expressed his thoughts. Before, when Ike was bored, he took Luffy and the others to watch TV, and the content of the TV was Kamen Rider. At first sight, Luffy fell in love with the super handsome Kamen Rider, and in those days, Luffy, Chopper and the others made various Kamen Riders. Advertisement. This time he had the opportunity to play a Kamen Rider pretending game in front of hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands of people, and Luffy naturally didn't want to miss it. After learning about Luffy's idea, Chopper and Usopp were also very excited, but they lost their interest after learning that it was Smoker who played the role of Kamen Rider and not them. Although capturing Luffy is indeed an act, Smoker, as a hardcore Marine, would never agree to playing some kind of Kamen Rider to play with Luffy. After Smoker refused, Luffy's 2 brothers stood up. Since the younger brothers wanted to play, how could they let Smoker disturb their interest? In this way, Smoker became a Kamen Rider, Luffy Ace became a monster, and began to show what real tokusatsu fighting is on the street. Many Baroque Walker members also saw what was going on here and said, "That's it. Can you also enter the little monster? And Marine mask, do you think that wearing a mask can't tell that this guy is Smoker? Haha. It turns out that Colonel Smoker is so good. I can beat him with just 1 fist. Ha ha ha. I can FK me too." Listening to the ridicule of the people around him, Smoker became even more speechless, so he wanted to speed up the pace of the exercise, and was deliberately punched away by Luffy. Then he deliberately let the two go and continued towards the casino. Naturally, many members of Baroque Works tried to stop them, but Charizard Ace forced them back with just a few puffs of fire. 10 minutes later, the three of them chased all the way to the casino. Because of the commotion caused by the three people, the casino was deserted. Even the original staff were so frightened that Ace was breathing fire everywhere that he left the casino. Roar. A roar sounded in the casino, and then a pillar of fiery fire spewed out from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon Ace, aiming directly at Smoker. Seeing this, Smoker leaned back, transformed his body into elements, and looked like he was invincible. Although Smoker escaped, the entire casino suffered. Weird Luffy also wants to continue a battle between monsters and masked marines with Smoker. Smoker was already speechless at the slow movements. He was shouting in his mind, why hasn't that B********** D from Baroque Works arrived yet? Their movements were originally intended to attract attention, so that another group of people could investigate Crocodile's criminal evidence. Advertisement. While Smoker was praying, a group of Baroque Works finally rushed into the casino. More than 100 Baroque Works million elders armed with various weapons surrounded the three people, led by Baroque Works senior agents, Mr. Four and Mr. Christmas. Mr. Christmas already knows that his boss is Crocodile, one of the famous 7 warlords of the sea, so he can tell the truth when facing Marine. And she just heard that the battle between these monsters and Marine is like playing house with a child, and she can easily handle it with her partner Mr. Four. Colonel Smoker, this is Shichibukai's territory. Have you crossed the line? When Smoker heard what the short-legged ant said, a smile appeared on his lips, and then he pointed at the fire-breathing dragon Ace and the strange Luffy and said, I came here to chase these two monsters, and Marine will do the damage to you when the time comes. Compensation. Smoker's words left Christmas speechless. There is no other reason. She already knows that she is Shichibukai's subordinate, which means that her current identity has changed from a bounty hunter to a pirate. Although Shichibukai is an officially recognized pirate, but, who has ever seen a pirate's house being smashed and then asking Marine to pay compensation? What's more, Smoker also had a reason to destroy this place, those two monsters. Colonel Smoker, leave these two monsters to us. Don't worry about it. When Smoker heard the words of Christmas, he finally knew what relief meant. Okay. They leave it to you. After saying that, Smoker left the dilapidated casino directly, planning to join Sabo and the others. After Smoker quit the casino, Christmas breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, listen to my orders and take down these two monsters. Mr. Christmas gave the order directly to the more than 100 million elders behind him. After hearing the order, one by one, the million elders, led by Mr. Four and Christmas, rushed towards Charizard Ace and Monster Luffy. These millions of elders were all thinking about promotion and salary increase, and the fighting ability of Luffy and Smoker just now was really novice. They all rushed towards Ace and Luffy very excitedly. Moreover, neither Charizard nor Wei Li are big in size. At this size, they are not as big as the sea cats in Alabasta Sea area. Can this be called a monster? Chapter 94 Evidence obtained. Seeing these Baroque Works cannon fodder rushing over, Luffy and Ace knew it was time to show their true abilities. After all, the masked marines were gone. Charizard Ace flew into the air, and then his body became elemental. The elemental fire-breathing dragon was like a walking natural disaster. It just flew around in the crowd, and many million elders were ignited, and then howled and looked for water everywhere. When fighting these enemies, Ace and Luffy are not so scrupulous, and it is more fun to smash them. Luffy, who has 4 hands, even developed a rubber gun with 2 directions to hit randomly, sweeping away half of the enemies in an instant. In less than 10 minutes, the entire casino was reduced to nothing but an empty frame by the two of them. At the same time, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper, led by Mewtwo Sabo, arrived at the building behind the casino. Xiao Feng Feng, who didn't want to get involved, was turned into a goose again, and then was guarded by Karu Duck and Kodak Duck. Since most of the guards here were passed by Luffy and Ace, Sabo and the others sneaked in very smoothly, and soon they rushed into Crocodile's office. Crocodile's office is very large, and there are many giant banana crocodiles below. After everyone entered the office, their eyes were focused on the 2 figures in the office. One was a bald man with a cold expression, and the other was a graceful woman with an afro. At this time, the 2 of them were throwing documents into the brazier in front of them. These were all confidential information of Baroque Works, including the information of Baroque Works senior agents, as well as the mission backup of the senior agents' missions. In addition, there was thick smoke and fire in the warehouse beside them. Seeing this scene, Sabo knew that these 2 people were helping Crocodile destroy evidence. After Mr. One saw the visitor, he threw the last document in his hand into the fire and then walked up to several people. Mr. also twisted his waist with his fingers and stood next to Mr. One. Haha. Were you the ones who ruined the boss's plan? Advertisement. Mr. looked at the people in front of him with interest. Mewtwo Sabo said to Zoro and the others through telekinesis, you deal with these 2 people, and I will search for evidence that has not been processed. As soon as he finished speaking, Mewtwo Sabo rushed towards the burning warehouse. Mr. One saw this and did not stop him, because the key evidence had been burned by them. And those evidences are clearly dancing fans with the Alabasta royal logo on them. The presence of these dancing fans is enough to prove that Alabasta's drought was orchestrated by Baroque Walker. Naturally, this evidence is not irrefutable, but now it is Marine's senior management who wants to bring down Crocodile. As long as there is any evidence that Crocodile has captured Alabasta, it will be infinitely amplified by Marine's senior management, and then it will be its arrest. Mewtwo Sabo's telekinesis burst out, extinguishing all the flames burning in front of him. Not only the flames, but also the smoke and dust were suppressed by his telekinesis and sank, revealing bags of burned dancing powder. However, these burnt dancing powder is actually just the surface layer, and the dancing powder underneath is not damaged at all. I can only say, although Mr. One has strong execution ability, his common sense is somewhat lacking. If he had rearranged the dancing powder and then lit it in the middle, the dancing powder would have been burnt out long ago. In Crocodile's office, the sound of gold and iron clashing continued, and the battle between Mr. One and Zoro could be said to have started without warning. Zoro had a feeling that he could only improve his swordsmanship by defeating the man in front of him. Swordsman. Mr. One's hands turned into blades and he took Zoro's attack and said coldly, "Swordsman, you can't defeat me. Unless you can cut through steel." Zoro forced Mr. One back with both arms and said, "Is it steel? Then I'll cut it off for you to watch." After saying this, Zoro put the bandana tied on his arms on his head. Seeing Mr. One's battle, Mr. twisted his waist with his fingers and moved away from the core of the battle. He believed that his partner could defeat the swordsman in front of him, so she set her sights on the remaining Usopp and Chopper. Advertisement. When his eyes fell on the two of them, his fingers began to deform and turned into 5 sharp thorns, which then easily pierced the marble wall. When Chopper and Usopp saw this scene, they simultaneously imagined the scene of themselves being pierced by thorns, and then they both swallowed and spit. Chopper, come on, I'll cover you," Usopp said with a trembling voice. Although Usopp has indeed become stronger after training, his timid character remains unchanged. Hearing this, Chopper stood behind Usopp. "Usopp, come on, I'll cover you." Usopp shook his head and stood behind Chopper again. "I'm a sniper, and I'm responsible for covering." Then Chopper retreated behind Usopp and said, "I am the ship's doctor. If you are injured, I can treat you." Usopp heard this and stood behind Chopper again. In this way, Usopp and Chopper kept pushing each other forward while they stood behind. Slowly, the distance between the two of them and Mr. S fingers became farther and farther, and they were about to leave Crocodile's office. Seeing this with both hands, Mr. rushed directly towards the man and the deer who were playing tricks without saying a word. When Usopp and Chopper saw Mr. pointing towards them with both hands, they turned around and ran away without saying a word. After running a few steps, they bumped into Smoker. "Oh, Masked Marine, someone is chasing us." Seeing Smoker, Chopper's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately jumped up and hugged Smoker's head without letting go. When Smoker heard the name Masked Marine, he was a little speechless, and then took off Chopper. Mr. stopped when he saw Smoker with both hands, and then smiled and said, "Colonel Marine, what do you want from our Baroque Walker?" "Oh, I came here after the Straw Hat Pirates. I wonder where your boss Crocodile went." Just as Smoker finished speaking, Sabo's voice sounded in his mind. "The evidence is there." Chapter 95 Zoro Upgrade. After hearing Sabo say that he had obtained evidence that Crocodile had seized the country, Smoker smiled and then hit Mr. with a white fist on both of his fingers. Next, Smoker will have no scruples in any of his actions. He can press Crocodile's head and crush this Shichibukai who doesn't treat Marine as a dish. If Ike knew what Smoker was thinking, he would definitely be speechless, because in Ike's opinion, after the two met, the person who was pushed to the ground and flattened would definitely be Smoker. In the original novel, Smoker has never defeated Luffy except using the Logia fruit in Loga Town. Especially 2 years later, he was tortured in all kinds of ways. Beaten by Luo, beaten by G-Wire, beaten by Brother Ming. Smoker can't beat anyone, but he can beat Luffy, and Luffy can beat everyone, but he can't beat Smoker. The main reason is that Luffy will choose to run away when he sees Smoker. This can be regarded as the fate of the two. But, no matter how good Smoker is, he can easily deal with small characters like Mr. Two Fingers. Her fingers also felt the change in Smoker's eyes. Without saying a word, thorns and spikes appeared in various parts of her body, and then she rushed towards Smoker. But, how could Two Fingers without domination defeat Smoker who is Logia? After Smoker transformed into an elemental form to dodge the attack, he threw a white fist and knelt down with both fingers. He held his stomach in severe pain with both hands and said in a low tone, "Colonel Smoker, you should know that I am from Shichibukai Crocodile. If you attack me, you will break the rules." Upon hearing this, Smoker sneered and said, "Don't worry, you and Crocodile will definitely meet in the deep sea great prison." As soon as she finished speaking, Smoker smashed her neck with 10 fingers and 2 fingers. Without any mercy, she was knocked unconscious. After finishing dealing with both fingers, several people simultaneously focused their attention on the battle between Mr. One and Zoro. The battle between the two didn't last long, but at this time Zoro was already covered in wounds, but Mr. One was still calm and didn't have a single stab wound on his body. Although the various stab wounds on Zoro's body were very horrific, the amount of bleeding was not as large as expected. Seeing this, Usopp decisively called out his spiritual bow to support Zoro. But before Usopp could open his spiritual bow, Zoro's deep voice interrupted him. Advertisement. No one takes action. He is mine. After saying that, Zoro put away third-generation Kidetsu and Wado Ikimonji, leaving only Kuina. Perhaps because of seeing Zoro's injury, Kuina's blade kept trembling. Zoro held the trembling Kuina and smiled and said, "Kuina, watch. I will cut open his steel body." Hearing Zoro's words, the trembling Kuina stopped trembling. Mr. One on the opposite side stared expressionlessly at Zoro, who was talking to his knife in front of him. "Did you lose too much blood and have hallucinations? Then let me take you on the last journey." Zoro ignored Mr. One's words and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, the surrounding environment suddenly became extremely quiet, and then, a figure appeared in front of him, and that was Kuina. "Zoro, you feel it too. What my father said is the breath of all things." When Zoro heard this, a smile appeared on his lips, of course. In the original work, Zoro may have been dying due to excessive blood loss, and then he felt the breath of all things. Now, although Zoro still has many wounds on his body, he doesn't bleed much. The reason is that Kuina is using his own power to help Zoro stop the bleeding. But even if he didn't enter that critical moment, Zoro still felt the breath of all things. At this moment, Mr. One also rushed towards Zoro. Listening to Mr. One's steel-like breathing, Zoro slowly put Kuina back into the scabbard, and then made a gesture to draw the sword and strike. "Draw your sword to kill. I've just seen it." Mr. One didn't notice any change between Zoro now and before, so he still rushed towards him without any scruples, and slashed Zoro's neck with the blades of both hands without hesitation. He planned to use this blow to send Zoro away directly. Just when his hand was about to fall on Zoro, Zoro suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Mr. One, making a gesture of sheathing the knife. One sword style, lion song. Hearing Zoro call out the name of the move, Mr. One slowly turned around and whispered, after cutting off the steel, "What else do you want to cut off?" "Diamonds." As soon as he finished speaking, a cut mark that was as deep as the bone appeared on Mr. One's chest. Blood spurted out from the wound as if for free, and he collapsed on the ground. Advertisement. Smoker witnessed a swordsman's transformation battle, and he was very happy for his friend Zoro. "I just don't know when Dasky will be able to join the ranks of Iron Swordsmen." Just when Smoker was slandering him, Zoro, who had been standing there posing, collapsed on the ground, and the wound that was not bleeding at first began to bleed. Seeing this, Chopper had a look of horror on his face. "Zoro. Doctor, where's the doctor?" By the way, I am the doctor." After saying this, Chopper began to check Zoro's injuries and bandage them. The enemies here are taken care of, and Smoker plans to continue chasing Crocodile. At the same time, Kusha, who had already determined who his enemy was, finally brought all the revolutionary troops to Udi. They planned to attack the Rainlands and completely eradicate the Baroque Works Company in Alabasta. Behind the revolutionary army, Ike, Sanji, Nami, Vivi and Conan were sitting together. "So, I am really no longer in my own world. Then, can I still go back? Back to my world?" Conan already knew that he had come to a cruel world where the strong was respected. This world is naturally extremely dangerous for ordinary people like him. What Conan doesn't know is that in Ike's opinion, this Conan is the most dangerous existence. Ike is considering whether to find a way to let the Sengoku Fleet Admiral operate and send Conan to Mariehoya. Since I summoned you, there is a chance I can send you back. Ike knows that since he can summon people or animals from another world, it means that another world also exists. He just doesn't know how to get there. Whether the gold level lottery can allow him to break through the limitations of dimensions and travel through time to another world. Conan naturally heard the uncertainty in Ike's words, but since he had traveled through time, he could only let nature take its course, but he didn't know if there were any cases in this world for him to solve. Chapter 96 Historical Text. Vivi, Sanji and Nami were all a little confused listening to the conversation between the two. So what was another world? What was traveling through time? But what is certain is that this boy named Conan will also be his companion in the future. Perhaps because he was still a little uncomfortable seeing Conan, Nami stepped forward and touched his head to express comfort. Seeing this, Ike was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of a person he hated very much, Momonosuke. Thinking of this, Ike immediately said to Nami and Vivi, "Nami, Vivi, you don't need to comfort him. Even though he is a child, in fact, he is about the same age as you. You must not have the same age as you. The idea of taking a shower with him or something like that." Sanji didn't know what he was thinking when he heard Ike's words, and his nosebleed flowed out of his nostrils. After casually wiping away the nosebleed, Sanji pulled Ike aside and whispered, "Ike, is there anything that makes me turn into a child? Please." Although Sanji's voice was not loud, Nami still heard it. Then Nami's domineering energy burst out and punched Sanji away. "Idiot, even if it's a child, I won't take a bath with him." After Conan heard Ike's words, he also thought of the scene of himself and Shaolin taking a bath together, and drops of blood flowed from his nostrils. Vivi smiled cheerfully when she saw this scene. At this time, the big stone in Vivi's heart has been removed. The problem of the Revolutionary Army has been solved. The next step is to completely solve the Baroque Walker, and all the crises in Alabasta will be completely resolved. While Ike and the others were fighting, a sandstorm hit the Revolutionary Army head-on. The sandstorm knocked tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers off their backs, and soon less than half of the Revolutionary Army was buried in the yellow sand. When Ike, who was flying in the air, saw such a strange sandstorm, he immediately thought of Crocodile. However, Ike did not immediately go looking for Crocodile, but used wind barriers to calm down the sandstorm below. A sandstorm is actually just yellow sand blown up by the wind. As long as the wind goes away, the sandstorm will dissipate. After the sandstorm dissipated, Ike began to look for Crocodile, but he couldn't find any trace of him after searching for a while. In fact, this sandstorm was just caused by Crocodile passing by. This also showed the gap between the strong and ordinary people. In the world of pirates, the army simply cannot compete with the truly strong. Advertisement. Just when Ike was about to land, he saw a stream of light flying past. Wrapped in that stream of light was a strange creature. The creature was somewhat familiar to Ike, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After touching his chin and thinking for a long time, Ike finally thought, nah, is this Mewtwo? Or a dragon-type Mewtwo? What the hell, could it be that? There are other time travelers in the pirate world. Thinking of this, Ike flew in the direction of Cheomong. Mewtwo is naturally Sabo. After Sabo investigated the evidence of Crocodile's crime, he chased him out of the rainy land. Although he had already investigated the evidence Smoker wanted, he still didn't know Crocodile's true purpose. However, Sabo felt that Mewtwo's ability was really easy to use, and the speed of telekinetic flight was also very fast. This made him feel that it would be good even if he didn't return to his original appearance. The only drawback might be the ability to use it. It consumes too much energy. Just then, Ike caught up with Sabo. Hey, are you Mewtwo? Just as Ike finished speaking, Sabo's voice sounded in his mind. No, I am Sabo. Sob. Ike was even more confused when he heard that the other party called himself Sabo. He didn't remember the existence of Sabo in the Alabasta chapter. But if you think about it carefully, it is not an exaggeration to say that Sabo has been to Alabasta. After all, there is a revolution here, and it is normal for the real Revolutionary Army to come to investigate. As for why it is not included in the original work. Of course, the perspective of the original work is basically on the Straw Hats. Are you Luffy's companion? Sabo's voice sounded again. When Luffy was chatting with Sabo and Ace before, he described the appearance of his companions. Although the description was very abstract, Sabo still guessed Ace's identity. I am Luffy's companion. So, have you met Luffy? Advertisement. Well, Sabo nodded and said, now is not the time to talk. I have to arrest Crocodile first. Just when Ike wanted to ask why Sabo turned into Mewtwo, Sabo accelerated and flew towards the royal capital. He sensed that Crocodile was now in the royal capital. At this time, several people were already lying in the square above the royal capital, including Ikaram, the captain of the kingdom guard, Bell in the form of a bird fruit and a falcon, Gaka in the form of a canine fruit and a jackal, and several people from the bird claw force. These Alabasta's most powerful warriors all lay on the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead, while Cobra, the king of Alabasta Kingdom, was in a state of embarrassment as he was nailed to the wall by 2 long nails and could not move. Crocodile stepped on Bell's head with 1 foot and said to Cobra, King Cobra, take me to read this historical article, or all of your men will die. Oh, by the way, the so-called Revolutionary Army can be considered your people, right? I have helped you solve most of the problems on the way here. You should thank me. After all, they are causing trouble in your country. Revolution. Cobra knew that the Revolutionary Army had at least tens of thousands of people, which meant that Crocodile had just wiped out tens of thousands of his people. How could this make Cobra not angry? But what can anger do? Even he, the king, is now a prisoner at the mercy of others. Cobra looked at Bell and others who were still being bullied on his chest, and he was very conflicted in his heart. If Crocodile just wanted to read the history essay, Cobra wouldn't care, because he wouldn't understand it even if he was shown it. But the problem now is, Crocodile is standing next to Nico Robin, who can understand the text of history. Cobra knew what was recorded in the historical text. It was the location of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Just when Cobra was struggling, a somewhat impatient Crocodile waved his hand, and the desert sword cut off the head of one of the bird claw members. Why don't you tell me yet? While speaking, Crocodile raised his hand again and fired another desert sword, cutting off the head of the second member of the bird claw force. Seeing his cronies die one by one, Cobra finally couldn't stand it any longer. Don't kill me, I tell you. The historical text is in the tomb of the Nefertiti royal family. I can take you there right now. Crocodile, who originally planned to continue taking action, heard Cobra's words and smiled. I wish I had just said no. After saying that, Crocodile waved his hand, and the head of the last member of the bird claw force was chopped off. Chapter 97 Fighting Crocodile's Sabo again. Seeing all the bird claw troops beheaded by Crocodile, Cobra felt heartbroken beyond words. These are all his ministers. Although they did not believe him before because of the dancing fans, but After discovering that the king himself was in danger, they still rushed to Crocodile regardless of their own safety. Seeing Cobra with tears in his eyes, Nico Robin was silent for a moment and then pulled out the nails stuck in his body. Just when Crocodile was about to take Cobra and Nico Robin to the royal mausoleum of Alabasta, a force of telekinesis suddenly appeared and shattered half of Crocodile's body. Crocodile turned around and saw an inhuman creature with 2 horns, a long tail and golden armor standing in midair looking down at him. This inhuman creature is none other than Mewtwo Sabo. Crocodile looked at Sabo and said in a deep voice, "Are you the one who attacked my rain land?" After hearing this, Sabo did not answer Crocodile's question, but looked towards Nico Robin and Cobra. Seeing the monster in front of him ignoring him so much, Crocodile suddenly became angry. Crocodile raised his only hand, and then the sandstorm began to gather in his hand. When the sandstorm gathered to a certain extent, he waved his hand gently, and a huge sandstorm that gradually grew in size was directed towards Mewtwo. Sabo rolled over. Just when Mewtwo Sabo wanted to use his telekinesis to disperse the sandstorm, the gradually growing sandstorm suddenly disappeared. As the tornado dissipated, Ike also appeared in midair. "You go and take King Cobra to a safe place, and Crocodile will be left to me." Sabo's voice sounded in the mind of Ike who had just appeared. In Sabo's opinion, neither Luffy nor his companions have mastered Haki. Facing those with Logia fruit abilities, without Haki it is impossible. And Ike didn't refuse after hearing Sabo's words. As the old saying goes, the soldiers are driven without fighting. What it means is that you don't have to fight, you can force others to fight. Well, that's it. After nodding, Ike rushed towards Cobra and Nico Robin below, and then took the 2 of them one by one and flew towards the rainy ground. When Crocodile saw this, without saying a word, several huge desert swords struck in the direction of Ike. Advertisement. His plan has completely failed, so he must not lose Cobra and Nico Robin. "Crocodile, your opponent is me." Sabo's voice rang in Crocodile's mind, and then his figure stood in front of several desert swords. His hands were covered with armor, and he directly crushed the desert sword in front of him into sand, while the remaining desert swords were it was all blown away by him with a flick of his tail covered in armed color. After shattering the desert sword, Mewtwo Sabo rushed towards Crocodile wrapped in telepathy. The previous battle between Sabo and Crocodile took place in the desert. Crocodile was unable to defeat Sabo, but because the venue was in the desert, it was basically impossible for Sabo to defeat Crocodile. But it's different now. The venue is above the palace, there is no desert here, and Sabo's strength has improved a lot because of his transformation into Mewtwo. There is no suspense in defeating Crocodile. Seeing Sabo, who was wrapped in telekinesis, rushing toward him, Crocodile rolled around on the ground in a panic to avoid it. Before, Sabo used telekinesis to scatter his body. Although it did not cause any harm to his body, it had a certain impact on his spirit. He did not want to be mentally shocked again. After dodging Sabo's attack, Crocodile pressed one hand on the ground. Soon, the palace square began to collapse with him as the center, and in the end it even began to turn into desert. Crocodile can also feel that he is no match for the monster in front of him, so he has to create an environment favorable to him to defeat the opponent. Sabo also saw Crocodile's thoughts, and naturally he would not go as he wished. Sabo, who was originally standing on the same spot, stepped on the ground with his feet at an extremely fast speed, and then instantly disappeared from the place with the reaction force of the continuous stepping on the ground. The technique used by Sabo at this time was one of the 6 marine styles of shaving. Although flying with telekinesis is very convenient, it consumes a lot of physical strength, and the speed and burst in short distances are not as good as Sabo's ability to hone for many years. Sabo, who suddenly disappeared, reappeared behind Crocodile, and grabbed his neck with a domineering dragon claw covered in an armed color. Feeling the sense of danger coming from his side, Crocodile waved his hand, and the ground that had been transformed into desert was directly controlled by him and blocked to his side. Crocodile also knew that pure sand could not block Sabo's attack, so he pressed his hand on the sand wall and strengthened the hardness of the sand wall with his domineering force. But this was not enough. Crocodile controlled the sand under his feet and started to attack Sabo. He planned to control him first. As long as he could touch the opponent and then absorb the moisture from the opponent, Crocodile would win. The idea is great, but the reality is really cruel. The sand wall covered with armed domineering was easily penetrated by Sabo, and then the dragon claws grabbed his neck. Advertisement. Crocodile was not frightened at all when his neck was strangled. Even if his life was in the hands of others, he would still fight back. Since you have become a pirate, you have the consciousness to die in battle. But before Crocodile could risk his life, Mewtwo Sabo directly used petrification to freeze him in place, unable to move. Just after Crocodile was under control, a group of Alabasta soldiers rushed into the palace square with a dozen marines. The leader, Marine, is none other than Smoker's lieutenant, Dusky. After Smoker found out that Sabo had disappeared, he knew that he must be the first to chase Crocodile, so he used a phone bug to contact Dasky and asked her to come to the palace to protect King Cobra of Alabasta, who was targeted by Crocodile. Smoker guessed that the most likely possibility for Crocodile to leave the Rainland was to find Cobra. After all, the purpose of his plan for so long was to get Alabasta. If the plan failed, he would also choose to make a last-ditch effort. When Dasky saw Mewtwo Sabo and the immobile Crocodile, he immediately pulled out the long knife from his waist. The marine soldiers behind him also raised their guns. As for Alabasta's soldiers, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. After all, in addition to the strongest bird claw troops lying on the ground, there were also Alabasta's two patron saints, Bel the Falcon and Yaka the Jackal, and finally, the Ikaram, the captain of the king's army. After these soldiers holding spears came to their senses, they also raised their weapons and aimed them at Mewtwo, Sabo and Crocodile. Seeing this, Sabo did not make any move, but the voice sounded in the minds of everyone present. I'm not an enemy. Crocodile is already under my control, but I still need to use seastone handcuffs to catch him. Hearing Sabo's voice in his mind, Dusky did not relax his vigilance, but asked in a deep voice, where is King Cobra? He's safe now. As soon as he finished speaking, Mewtwo Sabo was surrounded by telekinesis, and then he flew up. The marine soldiers and Alabasta soldiers, who had always been very nervous, saw Mewtwo Sabo's actions and pulled the triggers one after another. Naturally, these ordinary bullets had no effect on Mewtwo Sabo. Ignoring these people, Sabo turned around and chased in the direction where Ike flew away before. It was impossible to know Crocodile's true purpose from Crocodile's mouth, so he was going to find Cobra and Nico Robin to learn Crocodile's purpose from their mouths. Chapter 98 Ancient Weapon Pluton. While Sabo was fighting Crocodile, Ike had already led Cobra and Nico Robin across the Sundora River and arrived at the outskirts of the Rainland. The reason why he brought Cobra and the two back to the Rainland was naturally so that he could meet his daughter Vivi and his daughter. At this time, the Revolutionary Army was still outside Udi and did not attack Udi. Mainly because there were many civilians fleeing in the Rainland, and Kusha didn't know what was going on, so he could only send some people to investigate the situation in the Rainland first. After Ike, Cobra and Robin appeared in front of Vivi and the others. Vivi looked at her father in disbelief. Ike, why did you bring my father here? While talking, Vivi saw the bloody wound that still remained on Cobra's shoulder. Father, you are injured. Cobra smiled happily when he saw his daughter Vivi. On the way to the rainy land, Ike had already told him that he was Vivi's partner. Cobra didn't believe it at first, thinking that the flying young man in front of him wanted to get news about Pluton just like Crocodile. But now that he has really seen his daughter, he finally believes in Ike. As for Nico Robin, he did not feel scared because he was caught by Ike. Instead, he looked at Ike with interest. In her opinion, the Straw Hats, a small pirate group, pose no threat to Crocodile at all. The reason why she had been paying attention to the Straw Hats and Vivi before was because she wanted to see what Princess Vivi and the Straw Hats who protected her could do when they were being hunted. Now it seems, Vivi is really lucky to have met the Straw Hats when she was in the most danger and needed her companions. Nico Robin was also thinking, if she had met companions like the Straw Hats, she wouldn't have had to live a life of being hunted down everywhere since she was a child. She thought of what Zoro said to herself when she left her hometown of O'Hara. Advertisement. Even if you are alone now, you will definitely meet a companion one day. The sea is infinite, and one day, a companion will definitely appear to protect you. What are you thinking about? At this moment, Ike came to Nico Robin and asked with a smile. Haha. Nico Robin smiled and said, I was wondering, what are you going to do with me, Crocodile's deputy? After hearing Nico Robin's words, Cobra, who was talking to his daughter, came over. Nico Robin, I know, the world needs to know the truth, but I don't want you to release the disaster either. Everyone present was confused when Cobra said it. Only Nico Robin and Ike, who understood the plot, knew what was going on. What Cobra means is probably, you want to explore the truth of that 100-year blank through the historical text. I don't want to stop it, but, he doesn't want the historical text recording Pluton to appear in the world, because Pluton can bring to the world disaster. Just as Cobra finished speaking, a voice sounded in his and Nico Robin's minds. Will it bring disaster? It depends on who has the power to bring disaster. Mewtwo Sabo's figure appeared in midair. Sabo thought that his speed was very fast, but he didn't expect that Ike's speed was not slow either. He had just arrived here when he heard Cobra's words. Through Cobra's words, Sabo guessed Crocodile's true purpose. What can be the thing that can bring disaster to the world? It can only be a powerful weapon. What kind of weapon can be released by someone like Nico Robin who can understand the text of history? It can only be one of the three ancient weapons. In fact, there are also people in the Revolutionary Army who are looking for the whereabouts of the ancient weapon and Nico Robin. If the three ancient weapons can really be found, then, the Revolutionary Army's revolutionary cause will definitely be taken to a higher level. After hearing Mewtwo Sabo's words, Cobra and Nico Robin looked into the air at the same time as if they had telepathy. Seeing this, others also followed their gazes and then saw Mewtwo Sabo slowly descending. Mewtwo Sabo gave a noble salute to Cobra. I am the Revolutionary Army Sabo. Advertisement. At this time, Sabo's voice sounded in everyone's mind. Nico Robin was also surprised when he learned that the monster on the opposite side that could block Rockdar was the Sabo he had seen before. As everyone knows, Sabo did not stop Crocodile, but completely defeated him. After hearing Sabo's words, Cobra took a few steps back, pointed at Sabo and said, are you the real Revolutionary Army? Yeah, Sabo nodded and said, I think the person you said will bring disaster to the world should be the ancient weapon, right? Cobra heard this, took a deep breath, and then nodded heavily. Yes, it is the evil battleship Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, but I am not sure what is recorded in this historical article. Is it the location of Pluton? It's just a word of mouth passed down by the ancestors, saying that at a critical moment, the news of Pluton can be communicated to the people who need it. He knew that now that the Revolutionary Army knew about the ancient weapon here, they would definitely try their best to get it, so he told what he knew. Moreover, even if he didn't say anything, there was Nico Robin standing next to him who knew the whole story. Nico Robin was from Crocodile and knew Crocodile's true purpose very well. Cobra couldn't hide it at all. Live, so I can only nod in recognition. Cobra's only prayer now is that the Revolutionary Army will not hurt innocent people or the ordinary people of Alabasta. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else about this. Our Revolutionary Army won't bother you, Alabasta. As if he saw what Cobra was thinking, Sabo said comfortingly. What Sabo said is true. It is too early for the Revolutionary Army to get the ancient weapon Pluton now. The ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the rule of the world government, but the current Revolutionary Army simply does not have the strength or ability to do it, even with Pluton. At present, the most important thing for the Revolutionary Army is to grow and develop. Only when they are qualified to compete with the world government can they bring out Pluton. This will be a big help. If Pluton is made public to the world in advance, the Revolutionary Army will become the leader of the world. Targeted. Sabo wants to take Nico Robin under his command. By then, not only Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, but even the Uranus Poseidon Revolutionary Army will be able to try to get involved. What followed was basically a conversation between Sabo and Cobra alone. Although he didn't hear what Sabo said, I could guess some from Cobra's words. As for whether you are interested in Pluton, to be honest, you are somewhat interested. Ike really wants to see what the legendary Pluton looks like. After all, Pluton's main gun has the power to cover an island with one shot. This power is as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Seeing that the two had finished talking, Ike came to Sabo, frowned and asked, Sob, why did you become Mewtwo? Chapter 99 inches. The Straw Hats will fight against hundreds of thousands of people in the future. Usopp, God tier said it. What do you think of this body? It was made out of a stone by the duck called Kodak Duck. Sabo directly told Ike what happened before. After listening to Sabo's story, Ike was also stunned for a moment. He had thought that there were other time travelers in the pirate world, maybe those who were in the Revolutionary Army and had systems, or how could Sabo be turned into a dream-level Pokemon like Mewtwo, and a dragon-type Mewtwo? But who would have thought that it was Kodakaya who prescribed cheat to him? If I remember correctly, if you want to turn a person into the animal you want, you must have seen that animal. It seems that the Kodak I summoned is still a Kodak that has seen the world. I was completely deceived by the way he covered his head and stared blankly. After learning the truth about Sabo turning into Mewtwo, Ike asked again, is your amnesia cured? Sabo was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then asked, how do you know I have amnesia? Not yet. Sabo's tone was a little helpless, but he quickly came to his senses. How do you know I have amnesia? Hearing Sabo's question, Ike smiled and said, I am an expert in treating amnesia. Don't worry, after the Alabasta incident is over, I will help you treat your amnesia. Of course, Ike's words are purely deceptive. He just knows how to cure Sabo's amnesia. All he needs to do is let his spirit experience a powerful stimulus, such as, let Ace die, or let Luffy die. The ability in jelly beans such as fake death and fake death can be easily done. While we were chatting here, Kosha came over. When Kosha saw Cobra, he was stunned for a moment, and then knelt down in front of him without saying a word. There is no other reason. Cobra is the leader of Alabasta's Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for Vivi who told him the truth, he would have become Alabasta's biggest sinner. If Alabasta is really controlled by a pirate, what will happen? You don't have to think about it. Kosha was the one Cobra watched growing up, and Cobra, who also knew the truth, didn't complain much about Kosha. Advertisement. Cobra stepped forward and helped Kosha up. Everything is over, from now on. Alabasta will still be handed over to you young people. In order to prevent Kosha from continuing to blame himself at this time, Vivi asked curiously, what is happening in the Rainy Land now? Why haven't the rebels attacked there yet? When Kosha heard this, he also remembered his purpose of coming here. Vivi, you said these friends of yours are very powerful, right? Kosha asked in a deep voice. Vivi glanced at Ike, Sanji, Nami and Conan, nodded firmly and said, yes. My partners are all strong. That's good. There are 2 monsters in the rain, and a few pirates are causing damage everywhere. I want to ask your partners to help. Just as Kosha finished speaking, Sabo's voice sounded in Kosha's mind. Are the 2 monsters you're talking about an orange-winged dragon with flames on its tail, and an inhuman creature with 4 arms? Although he didn't know why Sabo's voice sounded in his mind, Kosha still replied, yes, just as you said. Kosha followed the feeling and looked, and then he realized that the person communicating with his soul was also an inhuman monster. Don't worry. The ones in the city are not monsters, they are Ace and Sabo. The pirates you are talking about should be Marine Smoker and Luffy's companions. At the same time, in the rain, how many Baroque walkers are there here? Humanoid Chopper said helplessly. In fact, it stands to reason that since the evidence of Crocodile has been found, they can withdraw. But, who would have thought that after Ace and Luffy eliminated more than 100 million elders, hundreds more million elders and hundreds of billion elders came. Although they are all minions, they are troublesome to clean up. Most importantly, they can easily injure civilians. Advertisement. In the end, Luffy, who was still careless, came up with a good idea. That is, he and Ace really pretended to be villain monsters and started wreaking havoc, driving out the ordinary residents of the city. The rest were naturally the people in Baroque Walker who targeted them. The fact is just as Luffy thought, when he and Ace entered the destruction mode, the civilians fled in all directions, leaving only many people with Baroque Walker tattoos. Naturally, there are also many who fish in troubled waters and escape with the civilians, but these are a minority. In the hearts of the members of Baroque Walker, the boss's order is everything. If they do not complete it, they are likely to be eliminated, especially the small ones like the Million Elder or the Billion Elder. After the civilians had almost escaped, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, and Smoker, who had been bandaged, also took action one after another to clean up Baroque Walker's minions. After hearing what Chopper said, Usopp, who had given up pulling the spiritual bow due to lack of physical strength and instead used a slingshot, grinned and said, "Chopper, you are still too young." The great warrior Usopp has seen hundreds of thousands of people. Existence. When Chopper heard this, little stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. How much is 100,000 people? Now that Chopper has only met a few thousand people, he feels a little overwhelmed. 100,000 was a number he could not imagine, but the great warrior Usopp had experienced such a scene, which really shocked Chopper. At this moment, Zoro came behind Chopper and directly exposed Usopp's lies. Don't listen to his bragging. We will fight dozens or hundreds of pirates at most. How can there be 100,000 people? Ah, Chopper looked surprised. So Usopp was lying to me. Smoker, who fired a white punch, was speechless when he heard the conversation between the three Straw Hats. He always thought that the average IQ of the Straw Hats was lowered by Luffy alone, but now he found that he was wrong. This can't be Luffy's fault alone. Seeing that Zoro had exposed himself, Usopp immediately retorted, "Iko said that I have the power to turn lies into truth. Maybe one day in the future we will really fight against 100,000 people at once." HMPH. Do you know what the concept of 100,000 soldiers is? Even if the Marine headquarters wants to raise 100,000 elite soldiers now, it cannot be completed within 10 or 20 days. If you want to have a battle scale of 100,000, it must at least be a fight between the Marine headquarters and a certain emperor. The one who can say this is naturally Smoker. Smoker said, 100,000 people, hee. Chapter 100 Xiao Fengfeng was finally recognized and burst into tears. The cries of killing in the city became smaller and smaller, and the remaining members of Baroque Walker's party were almost wiped out by Luffy and the others. At this moment, the revolutionary army led by Kosha finally came in. Kosha was relieved to know that the monsters and pirates in the city were all his own. After all, from the information he gathered, he learned that the battle in the city was very fierce, but the houses destroyed by those two monsters accounted for 1/3 of the entire Rainland. In fact, we can't blame Luffy and Ace. Mainly because many civilians in the Rainland are too crazy to eat melons and watch the fun. Because people often make trouble in the rain, but most of them are killed by Crocodile himself like a show. In the eyes of these civilians, today will be like usual. The hero Crocodile arrives and takes care of all the monsters and pirates, and then returns to the building in the center of the Rainland with flowers and applause. But this time, there is no Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile has been handcuffed with seastone handcuffs and is being detained by Dusky and the Marines. It was precisely because of various reasons that Luffy and Ace carried out large-scale destruction and scared away the civilians who were watching the fun. After Ace and Luffy saw the rebels led by Kosa, as well as Mewtwo Sabo and Ike flying above Kosa, they knew that the battle was over. After a large number of rebels entered the city, things became much simpler. Under the leadership of Kosha, they detained all the Baroque Walker minions who were lying on the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead. As a cadre, Mr. 1 and Mr. had both fingers, and Mr. 4 and Mr. Christmas were naturally under his personal custody. Soon, Luffy met up with Ike and other companions. Seeing Luffy's current appearance, Sanji and Nami both looked surprised. Seeing the surprised expressions of Nami and Sanji, Luffy also made various poses with his four thick arms, looking very proud of himself. Okay. Don't show off. Where's the duck? Hearing Ike's words, Usopp stepped forward and said, Kulu Duck and Little Feng Feng are now in a desert tavern outside the Rainland. Well, let's go find them first. We need to change Luffy and the others back first. In this way, everyone except Cobra Vivi came to the tavern outside the Rainland. Advertisement. Because this tavern is outside the Rainland, what happened in the Rainland has little impact here. On the contrary, many people from the city ran out, making the place more lively. As soon as he entered the tavern, Ike saw a big goose dancing gracefully on the stage of the tavern, with a group of drinkers below applauding and cheering for him. The big goose performing on stage is naturally Xiao Feng Feng. It's boring here, so he just goes on stage and dances. Seeing Ike, Usopp and the others entering the tavern, Xiao Feng Feng immediately rushed over. At the same time, Mr. One and Mr. Shaw, who were pressed by Smoker, all looked at the goose. This goose looks familiar. Mr. pointed his fingers at Mr. One, who was pale and had a blood-soaked bandage on his chest. Before Mr. One could speak, Mr. Four drooled, "Goose. I want to eat it. I want to eat goose stewed in an iron pot." "You idiot, we are all prisoners, and you still want to eat." Although Mr. Christmas was arrested, his arrogance remained unabated and he bullied his partner without mercy. "This big goose. We saw it before at the entrance of the Spider-Man cafe." The taciturn Mr. One finally spoke his first words since he was arrested. After Xiao Fengfeng rushed over, he also noticed 4 former partners. "Quack, quack, quack, why were you arrested? Quack, quack, quack. Have you seen Xiao Ling? What does he look like? Quack, quack, I can't believe that Zoro is actually Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. ... Listening to Big Goose and Little Feng Feng constantly barking in front of the 4 of them, Mr. One frowned and then asked tentatively, "You? Mr. 2? Seeing that Mr. One recognized him, Xiao Feng Feng burst into tears and was so moved. "Quack, quack, you finally recognized me, Xiao One." Mr. One. Looking at the expression on this Big Goose's face, Mr. One can be sure that he is the transvestite Mr. 2 he knows. Advertisement. It's just, he doesn't understand why a good person turns into a goose. At this moment, Kodak came to Ike and handed him the monkey charm. Looking at the Kodak, Elkin showed a smile on his lips and said, "I didn't expect it. Kodak, it seems that you have seen a lot of things in the world. You have even seen a mythical beast like Cheomung, and it's so. A mutant dragon type." After hearing what Ike said, the duck covered his head and ran towards Nami and started acting cute. Seeing this, Ike said nothing more. "Anyway, Kodak is one of our own. The stronger it is, the stronger the Straw Hats will be. ... After getting the monkey charm, Ike transformed Sabo, Ace, Luffy, and Xiao Fengfeng back. Mr. One and the other 4 people were stunned for a moment when they saw this wave of changes, and then looked at Ike and the monkey charm in his hand with solemn expressions. "Smoker, it's troublesome for you to keep them in custody like this. How about I help you turn them into geese?" Ike held up the monkey charm and said with a smile. Smoker glanced at the 4 Mr. One people. Although he could suppress these 4 people who were not domineering by himself, there was a more labor-saving way, so why bother doing it himself? "Okay, let's turn them into rabbits." "Oh, so Smoker likes fluffy rabbits." While talking, Ike turned the 4 people into 4 rabbits, and then Smoker found a larger cage in the tavern and locked them up. Luffy, who returned to his human form, began to introduce his 2 brothers to his friends. At the same time, he was also introducing his companions to his 2 brothers. "This is my deputy Captain Ike. Ike is super strong and can come up with many magical props." In the end, Luffy formally introduced Ike to his 2 brothers. Ace smiled and greeted Ike, while Sabo politely extended a hand. "I have already experienced Ike's magic." In Sabo's opinion, not to mention other magical props, the monkey charm alone is already an absolutely strategic prop. If their revolutionary army gets it, tasks such as sneaking into raids will be done with twice the result, not to mention that he has experienced Cheomung's power. Of course, as Luffy's brother, he would definitely not covet the things belonging to his brother's companions. Chapter 101 The Call of the Warring States period. The incident in the Rain Land is completely over, and Crocodile's Baroque Walkers have also been completely eradicated. All the Baroque Walker billionaires and million elders have been captured by the Alabasta rebel army, and they are waiting to be dealt with by King Cobra of Alabasta. As for the more dangerous senior agents of Baroque Walker, they were taken into custody by Smoker. What is certain at present is that Mr. 3, Mr. Golden Week, Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day have agreed to join Marine. As for Mr. 1, Mr. 2 Fingers, Mr. 4 and Mr. Christmas Smoker have not yet started to instigate rebellion. Originally, based on Smoker's character, these former pirates should have been imprisoned in Impel Down. But Ike gave him a new idea, that is, incorporation. If Smoker wants to return to Marine headquarters, he must not only improve his own strength, but also have a group of capable and potential subordinates. In the original book, even 2 years later, Smoker's only effective subordinate is Dusky. The problem is that Dusky's strength is not enough after 2 years. As for the other Marine soldiers of the G5 branch who were like pirates, Ike's evaluation was just 2 words, haha. Therefore, if senior agents like Baroque Walker are brought under his command, Smoker's strength and power will be improved. If something happens to him in the future and he can no longer stay at Marine, then, all his subordinates will become members of the private Marine. The most important thing is that there is no psychological burden at all on recruiting Smoker, a senior agent from Baroque Walker. There is no other reason. Before they knew that their boss Mr. O was the boss of Baroque Walker, these senior agents had no idea that their true identity was actually a pirate. From the beginning to the end, they considered themselves bounty hunters. ... What did you say? You have captured Crocodile. In the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral office. Sengoku was also surprised when he learned from the phone bug that Smoker had captured Crocodile. Have you found evidence that Crocodile stole the country? Sengoku asked in a serious tone. Advertisement. Hearing Sengoku's question, the phone bug holding 2 cigars in his mouth took a puff of cigarette and said very relaxedly, "Don't worry. I found it. There is evidence that Crocodile used dancing powder without authorization, and that Crocodile controlled it. Evidence that members of the Baroque Works instigated war in Alabasta. There are both witnesses and physical evidence." Smoker's report made Warring States knock on the table and said with a smile, "Not bad. Smoker, I saw you right, you did a good job." Just as Sengoku finished speaking, he heard Garp eating senbei beside him laughing and saying, "PFF ha ha ha. Sengoku, didn't you say before that Smoker was unreliable and wanted to let Tina, who was at the same time as him, come over? Do you want to keep an eye on it?" Warring States period. Smoker naturally heard what Garp said, but, what could he do? He could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Ahem. Sengoku coughed awkwardly and said, "Smoker. Next, you and Tina escort Crocodile back to Marine headquarters for trial." "I can do it by myself," Smoker said unhappily. "Ahem. Mainly because Tina has arrived in Alabasta now." Smoker. "Anyway, you all must be careful. You must bring Crocodile back to the Marine headquarters and deal with the first Shichibukai. This is just the beginning. There will be a second one and a third one. My goal is to directly abolish it. Shichibukai this system." Warring States' words were very firm. "Well, don't worry. Okay. Wait a minute." Sengoku, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly thought of something and continued, "Bring a few straw hats to the Marine headquarters, and I'll give them brand new ones. Letter of appointment from Private Marine." "Brand new. What do you mean?" Smoker was a little curious. Before, Garp just randomly gave them the name Private Marine. Although it was stamped with the seal of Marine headquarters, that was only his Lieutenant General level seal. "I plan to give them a more formal Private Marine appointment letter." After hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's explanation, Smoker was also surprised. If you have received random certification from Garp before, then, at most it can be regarded as a private army under Garp. Everything you do is basically done in the name of Garp. But it would be completely different if the appointment letter was issued personally by Fleet Admiral of the Warring States period. This would be equivalent to a new system for the entire Marine. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Smoker quickly guessed what the Warring States Fleet Admiral was thinking. It was indeed a bit ridiculous for the Private Marine to be brought out by Garp, but Sengoku thought of the benefits of the Private Marine. Private Marines are not regular Marines. They can have their own principles of justice and will not be constrained by the world government. In recent years, there have been many Marines who couldn't stand the world government. Some people have taken it lightly and returned to their hometowns, while others have simply become pirates or revolutionary soldiers. These are all Marines with a true heart of justice. It is also because these people withdrew from the Marine team that more and more scum gradually appeared in Marine. The Marine headquarters may not have them, but Seahai, our new world. Scum Marine is everywhere. If there is a new system, that is, a private Marine, then those Marines who have a righteous heart and do not want to be restrained by the world government will have a new place to belong. I know, I will take the captain and deputy captain of the Straw Hats to the Marine headquarters. After knowing Fleet Admiral's idea, Smoker smiled, because Fleet Admiral's idea coincided with his. Other side. After the incident in the Rain Land was completely over, everyone returned to Albana, the capital of Alabasta. The first thing King Cobra did when he returned to Albana was to check on the injuries of his cronies, Ikaram, Bell, and Gaka. Fortunately, although all 3 people were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. As for Vivi, she entered the living room of the palace with the Straw Hats, Ace and Sob Mr. 2. Smoker, along with Mr. 1 and 4 others, found Dasky and other sailors who were guarding Crocodile in Alabasta prison. Although Crocodile's hands and feet were chained with sea-floor stone handcuffs, Dasky still did not dare to let down his guard. Chapter 102 Nico Robin's Choice. In the living room of Alabasta Palace. The Straw Hats are still going about their daily lives of joy. For the Straw Hats, they don't care how serious the occasion is. The soldiers guarding here were a little surprised when they saw this group of people who were not polite. After all, which prince, noble or even king of other countries came here and was not polite? The most important thing is not those people who are disrespectful of etiquette, but Princess Vivi, who actually laughs heartily with those people, without any regard for her status as a princess. Ace, Sabo, Robin, and Mr. 2 are not members of the Straw Hats, but Mr. 2 instantly integrated into the happy group of Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp. In addition, there is Conan, who was summoned by Ike and was destined to be a member of the Straw Hats. Luffy was naturally very happy about the addition of his new partner, and then tried to draw Conan into their happy group. Conan said, "I am already an adult and will not play children's games with you." Ace was discussing with Ike, Zoro, Sanji and others about Luffy taking over the pit. As for Sabo, he is trying to persuade Nico Robin to join the Revolutionary Army. Although Ike is chatting with Ace, he will also pay attention to Sabo and Nico Robin. Ike could tell that Nico Robin was a little wary of joining a formal and large force like the Revolutionary Army. In Crocodile's hands, she was a pawn being used, not to mention the Revolutionary Army. Although she wanted to study that blank century of history, she also didn't want to ruin lives because of her knowledge. Nico Robin has only heard of the Revolutionary Army, but doesn't know anything about it. He is now more interested in the Straw Hats than joining the Revolutionary Army. There is no other reason. The Straw Hats can help a princess they have never met fight against 7 warlords of the sea. This is definitely not something that anyone with a brain can do. So, whether it's a use or a short stay, the Straw Hats are definitely the best choice. The most important thing is, the background of the captain of the Straw Hats is too strong. One of his 2 brothers is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other is a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. As long as he says he wants to join the Straw Hats and Luffy agrees, Sabo, as his older brother, probably won't embarrass himself. Sabo naturally didn't know what Robin was thinking at this time. Nicole Robin, I know that the world government is searching for you. Don't worry, our Revolutionary Army will definitely protect you. Robin showed a smile and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Sabo, I've been depressed here in Crocodile for too long, so I want to live a more comfortable life. Advertisement. After saying this, Robin glanced at Luffy. At this time, Luffy was teaching Conan how to insert chopsticks into his nose and mouth. And Conan said, only a ghost can do it, right? Facts have proved that he finally did it. Seeing this, Sabo also knew what Nico Robin was thinking, but after thinking about it carefully, it was not unacceptable for Nico Robin to be on the side of the Straw Hat Revolutionary Army, but it would feel better. The Revolutionary Army has a large number of people, so there will definitely be spies from the world government. If the world government finds out that Nico Robin is in the Revolutionary Army, it may be the beginning of a full-scale war. Of course, all this must be discussed with the leader dragon before making a decision. After staying in the living room for more than an hour, everyone entered the royal dining room under the leadership of Cobra. But before reaching the royal dining room, a somewhat shrill scream sounded from the kitchen not far away. Although he was small, Conan, who was very familiar with this kind of screaming, rushed into the kitchen first, and immediately saw a man lying on the ground with his hands on his chest and his face turned blue. When Ike, who entered from behind, saw this, he knew, it must be Conan who killed him again. The victim was a kitchen helper who was usually kind-hearted. No one believed that he was killed. It was probably caused by accidentally eating some kind of poisonous food. After analysis, Conan discovered that the death of this helper was definitely a homicide. After Conan analyzed the case and searched for evidence, Conan finally found the murderer. The murderer was a fellow helper and a friend of the deceased. The motive for the murder was that the murderer thought that the deceased had cheated on him, so he had murderous intentions. Finally, the murderer's wife came out and revealed that the deceased was actually hosting a birthday party for the murderer and did not want to tell the murderer, so she conspired with the murderer's wife many times. After knowing the truth of the matter, the murderer knelt down and cried bitterly. Then Conan stood in a corner and watched everything with an expressionless face. Seeing everything in his eyes, Ike suddenly felt. Why has One Piece's painting style changed? Advertisement. Naturally, such an episode will definitely not affect the nature of Luffy's party. The most important thing is that he also discovered the difference between Conan. The expression on his face and his confident tone when he was analyzing the case made Luffy feel that his new partner was very different. Luffy became even more excited when he heard Conan say that he was a detective and explained what a detective does. Welcome Conan to join us. We have a detective partner. Conan will become the king of detectives.
Luffy and the others began to find various reasons to cheer. Conan also smiled when he saw this. At this moment, Smoker and Dusky, who were belatedly arriving, also came to the banquet hall. Behind them was a beautiful woman with pink hair and wearing the cloak of justice. The person who followed Smoker was none other than Major General Tina of Marine Headquarters. When Tina saw the bustling banquet hall, her brows that were originally relaxed suddenly wrinkled.
Smoker. Tina doesn't like it here. It's too noisy. Hearing Tina's words, Smoker smiled and said, just get used to it. Don't forget, our mission this time is not only to escort Crocodile, but also to bring at least 2 captains and lieutenants of the private marine Straw Hats. Captain. Tina also knew the goal of this mission, but she was really not used to such joyful occasions, but thinking about the mission, he still sat next to Smoker. Seeing Smoker coming, Luffy smiled and handed over 3 glasses of wine. Smoke man, you're finally here. I told you, my name is Smoker. Black lines appeared on Smoker's forehead. Oh, I know Yan man, Smoker. After hearing the conversation between the two, Dasky laughed out loud. When Tina saw this, she glared at her. Dasky used to be her subordinate, but now that she is with Smoker, she is so disrespectful. It seems, Dasi Chi will be transferred back, or she will be led astray. Chapter 103 Departure Marine Headquarters. Ike also noticed the pink-haired beauty Marine Tina. Because Tina had a close relationship with Smoker in the original work, Ike was quite impressed by her. At this time, Tina was sitting here very warily. She originally thought that this place was just a noisy banquet. But, after her observation, he saw 2 people who shouldn't be sitting with Marine. Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, and Fire Fist Ace, the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. After seeing these 2 people, Tina glanced at Smoker who was eating and drinking without any scruples and watching Luffy's performance. Hey, Smoker, shouldn't you say something? When Smoker heard this, he also glanced at Ace and Sabo and said, now is not the time to care about them, don't forget our mission. Mission? Are you the kind of person who cares about missions? Tina said speechlessly. Tina knew Smoker very well, and he would not refuse to take action just because a pirate was dangling in front of her on a mission. People, they will always change. If you keep looking at me with the same old eyes, it means you have not made any progress. Tina. Tina is very unhappy when you say that. You have indeed changed into Smoker and become even more of an idiot. You can actually sit at the same dining table with such a noisy group of people. After finishing her words, Tina raised her red wine glass and took an elegant sip. Just at this time, she noticed Ike looking at her. Seeing this, Ike smiled at her, while Tina turned her head and looked at Smoker again and asked, who is the captain and deputy captain of the Straw Hats? Smoker did not speak when he heard this, but pointed at Luffy who was already standing on the table and Ike who was looking at them. After hearing this, Tina walked towards Ike, then stretched out a hand and introduced herself, I am Major General Tina of the Marine Headquarters. Are you Luffy, the captain of the private Marine Straw Hats? Hearing this, Ike waved his hand and then pointed at Luffy, I am the deputy captain Ike, and he is Luffy. Tina was speechless when she saw Luffy being carried by Little Chopper and with Conan on his head. Advertisement. She really wanted to say, is this idiot the captain? Are you kidding me? As if he saw Tina's thoughts, Ike smiled and said, Luffy is the captain, the real deal. Don't look at him as an idiot now, but he is a very reliable captain. After being speechless in her heart, Tina was also relieved. There was no other reason than that the private marine who could be appointed by Lieutenant General Garp could be a serious guy. He still remembers that every time Garp met him, he would say, hey. Is little Tina still single? Do you want me to introduce my grandson to you? My grandson is a very talented person. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the unreliable Garp, she was relieved about how unreliable these private soldiers were, but it had nothing to do with her. As long as Crocodile and the captain and deputy captain of the private marine were brought back to the marine headquarters, this time the mission was successfully completed. In a jubilant atmosphere, the Alabasta State banquet ended. The Straw Hats still looked a little unfinished, and Luffy also said that this kind of banquet can continue tomorrow. The reason for tomorrow is to welcome Conan to the Straw Hats. The reason the day after tomorrow was to celebrate the resurrection of Sob. The reason for the day after tomorrow is to celebrate Ace finding his younger brother Luffy. The reason behind is that Ace and the Sabo brothers met. In short, if the Straw Hats want to hold a banquet, they can find a lot of different reasons. Cobra, as the king of Alabasta, did not object to continuing the banquet, but the latecomer Tina objected. Luffy and Ike, my mission here is to take you back to Marine headquarters to formally grant the rights to Private Marine. Isn't the appointment letter awarded to us by Lieutenant General Garp as a Private Marine official? While talking, Ike also took out the appointment letter that was basically filled with names and positions. Tina just glanced at it and saw that the names of Smoker and Dasky were included in the appointment book. Glancing at Smoker, Tina continued, previously, the letter of appointment given to you by Lieutenant General Garp could only be regarded as his letter of appointment as a private army. The letter of appointment given to you this time is directly appointed by the Marine Fleet Admiral. Advertisement. When Ike heard this, he just thought about it for a moment and then agreed. Luffy agreed after seeing Ike, and he reluctantly agreed. The reason why he was reluctant was not because he didn't want to go to Marine headquarters to have a look, but because the banquet could not continue. In fact, Luffy is quite interested in Marine, after all. When Luffy was very young, he was taught by Garp how good Marine is and how delicious the food in Marine cafeteria is. The first thing Luffy did when he went to Marine headquarters was definitely not to find his dear grandpa, but to rush to the Marine headquarters cafeteria and have a big meal. The rest of the Straw Hats were a little surprised when they learned that their captain and deputy captain were going to the Marine headquarters. Zoro even took the initiative to follow him. He wanted to go to Marine headquarters because he wanted to test the strength of Marine headquarters swordsmen. After all, not long after Zoro defeated Mr. 1, he entered the ranks of Iron Sword Masters and wanted to find some people of the same level to PK with him to consolidate his realm and power. In addition to Zoro, Sanji also wanted to see Marine's kitchen, but, after learning that Nami didn't want to go, he gave up. The last person he wanted to go to was Conan. He really wanted to see what the official organization of this world looked like. Seeing that a friend wanted to follow him to the Marine headquarters, Luffy looked at Smoker curiously. Seeing this, Smoker nodded and said, okay, even if the entire Straw Hats go together. Nami was the first to refuse after hearing this. The reason was that he saw a lot of books about the navigation of the Grand Line in the Royal Library of Alabasta, and she wanted to add more navigation knowledge about the Grand Line here. Chopper was also interested in the medical books here, so he stopped going. In this way, the Straw Hats were temporarily divided into two groups. Nami, Chopper, Usopp, Kodak, and Sanji stayed in Alabasta. Luffy, Ike, Conan and Zoro set off to Marine headquarters together. Just when Ace and others were about to leave Alabasta, Ace was also preparing to leave. Although he was very reluctant to be separated from Sabo again, he still had something to do, and that was, to kill his companions. Teach captures the Whitebeard pirates. After learning that Ace was leaving, Ike immediately stopped him. But Ace knows that if Ace goes to trouble Teach alone, there will be no return. Chapter 104 We are different. No, Teach, I will definitely capture the Whitebeard pirates. Ace refused without hesitation and confidently stated that he could definitely defeat Teach. What Ace doesn't know is that Teach has eaten the most vicious dark fruit at this time, and Teach's strength itself is somewhat unfathomable. He can even leave scars on the face of red-haired Shanks, as you can imagine his Sidian strength. Hee. I believe in Ace. At this moment, Luffy came to persuade Ike. Ace is very strong. Ike knew that he would not be able to persuade Ace to die, so he looked around and saw Sabo standing behind Ace, planning to see him off. Hey, Ace, don't you want Sabo to regain his memory? Ace, who was about to leave, stopped immediately when he heard what Ike said. Do you think you can restore Sabo's memory? Ace asked with excitement on his face. For Ace, Sabo's memory with him and Luffy can be said to be the most precious treasure. He definitely wants Sabo to restore his memory. Sabo, didn't you tell Ace that I could help you regain your memory? Ike asked curiously. Sabo shook his head. I haven't said it yet. Knowing that Sabo hadn't told Ace and Luffy yet, Ike immediately said to Ace, if you want Sabo to recover his memory, you have to stay with the Straw Hats for the time being, because you and Luffy are needed to recover his memory. Help. After hearing what Ike said, Ace was a little entangled. On one side was his commitment to the Whitebeard pirates, and on the other side was his good brother. But after just thinking about it for a moment, Ace agreed to stay. The worst thing he could do was wait until Sabo regained his memory and go find Blackbeard. The moment his brother regained his memory, Ace thought he had to be there. Seeing that Ace agreed, Ike nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Ace agreed, Sabo knew that he would have to stay in Alabasta for the time being and could not leave. Just after Ike and the others left with Smoker, Sabo began to ask Nami and the others what happened to the private marine. Mainly because Luffy was still able to cooperate with Marine even though he was flying the pirate flag, and his relationship with Marine was handled so well, which surprised Sabo. Then Nami told the various stories and deeds of the Straw Hats becoming a private marine. After learning about the various conveniences of privately owned marine, Sob's eyes also lit up. Advertisement. What is private marine? It does not belong to the real marine, is not under the jurisdiction of the world government, and does not belong to pirates. It is a private system recognized by Marine as a non-governmental organization. Moreover, the private marine can enforce its own justice, which feels a bit like an officially recognized revolutionary army. As long as it doesn't openly defy the world government, the privately owned marine can freely roam the sea. As for what happens if you meet the world government, just don't bite him. Sabo knew that after Luffy and Ike came back, a new force of private marines would gradually rise on the sea, and it would rise with the support of marines. There are also many former marine generals in their revolutionary army, and they also know a lot about the internal situation of marine. Sabo can also guess why Marine wants to create a private marine. This can be regarded as a coincidence within a coincidence. With the existence of private marine, Marine will no longer lose a large amount of righteous power. Thinking of this, Sabo thought, the private marines and the revolutionary army must also get involved. Immediately, Sabo took out his phone and called Dragon, telling him what happened during this period, including his relationship with Luffy Ace, Ancient Weapon Pluton and Nico Robin, and Luffy's trip to Marine headquarters. Authorizing private marines, and finally the reasons for the emergence of private marines. Sob explained everything in detail. Long also didn't expect that the child he rescued and accepted as his disciple turned out to be his son's sworn brother. Wouldn't that mean that he had saved his adopted son? Maybe this is fate. The dragon on the other side of the phone couldn't help but sigh. When Long learned about the emergence of privately owned marine, he was a little bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his unreliable father would mess around like this. The most important thing is that messing around like this might create a new world structure. Long and Sabo had the same idea, they both believed that the private marines own revolutionary army needed to get involved. And the best candidate to join the first privately owned marine team has already been chosen, and that is Sob. First, Sabo and Luffy are brothers. The second is that Nico Robin decided to board Straw Hat's ship, and Sabo was there to protect Robin. In the end, Sob has to stay and treat his amnesia. After all, Sob has had amnesia for many years, and he doesn't know how long he will need to be treated. After learning about Long's idea, Sabo didn't refuse. After all, as a revolutionary, he is a revolutionary no matter where he is. Even if he joins Marine now, he is still a revolutionary at heart, for the sake of the whole world. A revolutionary who works hard for the masses. Other side, Ike and the others finally arrived on Smoker's warship. After doing this, Dasky and a group of Marines also escorted Crocodile and Mr. One onto the ship. Advertisement. In the end, Mr. One was still not recruited by Smoker, so Mr. One decided to enter Impel Down with his boss. As for the other senior Baroque Walker agents, except for Mr. 2 and Mr. 1, they all put on Marine uniforms and became members of the Marine Corps. Crocodile was also stunned when he saw Luffy. Finally, he sneered and said, haha. Straw Hat Boy, it's your honor to be caught together with me. When Luffy heard this, he pointed at himself blankly, huh? Are you talking about me? Crocodile. At this time Crocodile also realized that Luffy and the others did not have sea stone handcuffs on them at all. Hey, Smoker. Crocodile looked at Smoker coldly and asked, are you discriminating against nature? Why don't you give this Straw Hat boy sea stone handcuffs? At this moment, Mr. One on the side also added, and that swordsman. Upon hearing this, Smoker threw a lit cigar to Crocodile and said, they are different from you, they don't need handcuffs. At this moment, Luffy said to Conan on the side, let's go. Let's go inside the marine warship and take a look. After saying that, regardless of whether Conan agreed or not, Luffy pulled him and ran towards the warship. Crocodile was even more speechless when he saw this. Smoker, as if he knew what Crocodile wanted to say, waved his hand and said, you are different. When Ike heard Smoker's words, he started singing directly. We are different. Everyone has different circumstances. We are here, waiting for you here. We are different. Although you will experience different things. We all hope. We can meet again in the next life. ... Crocodile. Chapter 105 The Second Golden 10 Company. Listening to Ike's out-of-tune singing, Crocodile was very unhappy. In the end, the kind-hearted Dasky told Crocodile the truth. You are different. The Straw Hats are private marines. And they are not disrupting order, and they are still maintaining justice. When Crocodile heard this, he was stunned for a moment and said, are you kidding me? Why are you issuing a reward of 30 million when you are from Marine? Dasky. Well, I'm sorry. It's because Marine headquarters made a mistake. Just as Dasky finished speaking, Tina walked over and said, you don't have to explain so much to the pirates. Immediately, Tina directly led people to imprison Crocodile and Mr. One into the temporary prison of the warship. At the same time, in Marine headquarters, Sengoku found his old boss, the former Marine Fleet Admiral, and the current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army. What did you say? Did you let Crocodile be captured? That's right. Commander Sora, Crocodile, as a Shichibukai, attempted to steal the country. This has gone beyond the scope of the rights granted to him by the Shichibukai. Sengoku explained. He stole the country. Is there any evidence? And, which country did he steal? Sora asked in a deep voice. Shichibukai is appointed by the world government. If Shichibukai is dismissed or arrested without any reason, it will be like another slap in the face of the world government, which Sora absolutely does not want to see. Originally, Sora only had to manage Marine, but now, he is already the commander-in-chief of the entire world government army. He is looking not only at Marine's face, but also at world governments. The target of Crocodile's theft is Alabasta. As for the evidence, Smoker has collected all the evidence. Crocodile can definitely be convicted. When Kong learned that Crocodile's target of stealing the country was Alabasta, he also frowned. Alabasta is different from other countries. The royal family of Alabasta was also one of the former world nobles. Since everyone has been arrested, so be it. Advertisement. Sora waved his hand, indicating that Sengoku could go down. He planned to go to the five elders to air the matter and discuss the appointment of the next Shichibukai. Seeing that he was about to leave, Warring States quickly stopped him and handed over a plan. Seeing this, Sora took the plan and saw that it said, Private Marine Plan. Close black lens bracket. Private Marine. What is that? Sora asked curiously. Private Marines are righteous armed forces organized voluntarily by civilians. In the previous Alabasta theft incident, a private Marine team played a big role in it. They not only protected Alabasta's Princess Vivi and sent her back to Alabasta, but also successfully saved King Cobra from Crocodile. Not only that, before that, they also eliminated some scum Marines in the East Daxia Sea and eliminated several extremely vicious pirate groups. Sengoku completely copied the experience of the Straw Hats. After listening to Sengoku's story about the Straw Hats, Sora also briefly read the plan. Do you want the so-called private marine to expand its scale? Yes. The private marine plays a big role in maintaining peace and justice in the sea, but before expanding the scale, the Straw Hats can continue to test it. The most important thing is that Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats, is Garp's grandson, so there is absolutely no problem in letting him test it. Oh, Garp. That's okay. I agree with this plan. If the Straw Hats can really promote peace in the sea as you said, I also agree with the formal plan. After saying that, Kong returned the plan to Warring States. In fact, Sora doesn't care about private marine. In his opinion, it is equivalent to having an extra department in Marine. Let Marine have one more department, and one that doesn't require more budget. Naturally, Sora won't refuse. And if something happens in the middle, just destroy it directly. Seeing Kong agreed, Warring States also breathed a sigh of relief. If you have time, then the identity problem of Luffy's Straw Hats will be perfectly solved. Other side. Advertisement. After several days of sailing, the two marine warships finally arrived in the waters of the Sabayati Islands. Seeing the bubbles in the sky above the island, Ike knew that everyone was about to arrive at Marine's headquarters, Marineford. Ike was not idle during the days on the ship. In addition to practicing and exercising his telekinesis ability, he also performed a wave of golden 10 consecutive draws. This adventure in Alabasta allows Echo to perform 3 golden 10 draws at a time. After all, This time we saved a country with a population of more than 10 million, not an island with hundreds or thousands of people. The second time the gold was drawn 10 consecutive times, Ike was quite satisfied. Obtain. Devil Fruit Upgrade Scroll. Obtain. Face Pinching Artifact, a silver level item from a certain game world. It can change your own face after use. Note, it can only be used once. Remember, when pinching your face, you have to be focused on it, or it will easily turn your head into a refrigerator and washing machine. Something like a mainframe. Obtain. System Upgrade Scroll, Gold Level Items. System Upgrade Scrolls can upgrade the gold level system to diamond level. Note, you need to gather 7 to summon the dragon. Obtain. Physique Pill. Obtain. Resurrection Talisman, a gold level item, which comes from a certain fantasy plane. After use, it can resurrect the dead and repair all injuries. Note, after taking out the Resurrection Talisman, you can see the souls that have not dissipated within a radius of 20 meters. As long as the talisman is attached to the soul, it can be resurrected. Obtain. Rabbit Charm, a gold level item from the Jackie Chan Adventures plane. It has extreme speed after use. Note, when the speed reaches a certain level, time travel can be performed. Obtain. Gourmet Cells, a silver level item, which comes from prisoners of delicious food. After using it, you will have delicious cells. You only need to eat to become stronger and stronger. Note, what you eat must be delicious. Eating shit will not make you stronger. Obtain. Storage Ring, silver level item, from the Immortal Cultivation plane. As the name suggests, it is a space ring that can store objects. Note, the space size is only 10 cubic meters. Obtain. Fairy Bean. Obtain. Physique Pill. The things drawn in this lottery are basically useful, and there are even props such as the Resurrection Talisman. And through this lottery, Ike also knows how to make Nico Robin disappear from this world. It is certain that Robin will join the Straw Hats. In order to avoid future trouble, Ike has long been prepared to make Nico Robin disappear from the world. Anyway, the world of pirates is not a high-tech online world. If you change the appearance and name, no one will be able to recognize who is who. As for the unchangeable Devil Fruit abilities, this wave also got Devil Fruit upgrade coupons. As long as Robin's Blossom Fruit is upgraded, no one will be able to see it. They just don't know what the Blossom Fruit will look like after it is upgraded. Chapter 106 Marine High-Level Meeting. Seeing the bubble-filled scenery of the Sabayati Islands, Luffy wanted to get off the boat and play, but was stopped by Smoker. Our destination is Marine Headquarters. Smoker grabbed the excited Luffy. Hey, just go down and play. You won't waste much time. Luffy said with a pout. At this moment, Conan, who already had a good understanding of Luffy's character, came to him and said, Marine Headquarters is not far from here. Luffy, don't you want to rush into the canteen of Marine Headquarters and have a big meal? Luffy's stomach immediately began to growl when he heard that he was eating so much. Just as Luffy's side had just settled down, a Marine soldier came to Smoker and saluted. Report to Colonel Smoker that 2 pirate ships have been spotted in the waters ahead. Oh, there are pirates again, right? Just as the Marine soldier finished speaking, Ike walked out of the cabin. At this time, his whole body was steaming, as if he had just been in a sauna. The reason for this was that he took 2 constitution pills at one time and the potency of the medicine leaked out. Hey, what's going on with you? Zoro was also surprised when he saw Ike, who was covered in smoke. It's okay. After waving his hand, Ike looked in the direction of the 2 pirate ships. At this time, the 2 pirate ships were shooting at each other. It has to be said that the cannons in the pirate world are not very accurate. The 2 sides fired dozens of shells, but not a single shell hit the hull. They just leave it to me. As he spoke, Ike's arms shook, and 10,000 miles flying appeared, and then Ike flew towards the 2 pirate ships. This time Ike's flying speed is much faster than before, and I don't know how much, and I can only see some afterimages. The reason for this is because Ike is holding the rabbit charm in his hand. Along the way, Ike encountered a lot of pirate ships. After encountering the pirate ships, the Marines did not take action. Basically, it was all done by Ike, Zoro, and Luffy. Sometimes Smoker would also choose go to war. As a strong woman, Major General Tina naturally wanted to join the battle, but was rejected by Ike. Advertisement. The reason for rejection was that someone needed to watch the boat. In fact, Tina's name is not on the private Marine appointment book, and the pirates she defeated cannot increase the justice value of Ike. When Ike flew between the 2 pirate ships, the pirates who were still shooting at each other stopped because they also noticed Marine's arrival. But before they could point their guns at the Marine warship, Ike had already destroyed all the cannons of the 2 pirate ships with a fast version of Tianlong's wing strike. Seeing this, Tina, who was holding a telescope, took out the phone again and started calling the headquarters to send someone to take over the pirates they had just captured. After successfully solving the 2 pirate groups, the Marine warship continued sailing, and soon saw the panoramic view of Marineford. As this Marineford, it's indeed spectacular. Conan couldn't help but admired after seeing Marineford. What, Conan, do you want to stay here? Ike put a hand on Conan's head and smiled. Conan slapped Ike's hand away and said speechlessly, do you want to send me to that Mariehoya again and let murders happen there every day? It would be better to kill a few more Tianlongs. The best people. Ah, yes, yes. Conan. I said, it's the case that's calling me, it's not because of my existence that the case exists. After yelling, Conan ignored Ike and ran away. At the same time, in the high-rise conference hall of Marineford. Sitting here are all Marine senior officials, including Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Heroic Lieutenant General Garp, Chief of Staff He, Marine's 3 most powerful generals, and several headquarters lieutenant generals. Sengoku slapped the private Marine plan on the table and asked all Marine executives to make suggestions. As a fishing general who can fish whenever he can, Kizaru was the first to raise his hand to express his agreement. Another general, Aokiji, did not refuse, because the main proposer of this plan was Garp. Advertisement. There was a bit of a jam when it came to Akainu Sakazuki. What's the difference between this plan and the Shichibukai plan? Are we Marines so in trouble? Do we need help from outside? Akainu's words immediately made many hawkish lieutenant generals nod in agreement. Sakazuki, private Marines are naturally different from Shichibukai. Shichibukai are thieves, while private Marines are civilians. After explaining, Sengoku found that Akainu was still holding his arms and saying nothing, so he took out another document and handed it over. Look at these. Akainu took the file and looked through it. The main content of the document is the number of pirates killed by the private Marine trio headed by Luffy along the way from Alabasta to Marine headquarters, as well as the process of the elimination. Among them, the pirates who committed the most heinous crimes were sunk into the sea, while the others were captured and prepared to be sent to Justice Island for trial. After reading this, Akainu was also stunned. He didn't expect that the so-called private Marine would be so capable. He was even more capable than his lieutenant general. After putting down the documents, Akainu frowned and asked, in that case, why not let them officially join Marine to enforce justice? Alas, Sengoku sighed, I also want these promising young people to join Marine, but they all have difficulties in not being able to join Marine. Some people are disappointed with Marine, some are because of freedom, and... In short, Sengoku directly gave Ike and Luffy a lot of reasons. At this moment, he said softly, recently, several Marine generals want to quit Marine. This sentence immediately silenced the conference room. Then everyone looked at Sengoku. His words woke up the dreamer. The so-called private Marine was basically created for Marine himself. He just hoped that those Marines with a righteous heart would not choose to become pirates because they were disappointed with Marine's senior management. Go against your own sense of justice. I agree with this plan. In the end, Akainu agreed to the private Marine plan. Seeing this, warring states also smiled. In fact, even if Akainu or the other 2 generals Aokiji Kizaru do not agree with the plan can continue, but in order for the private Marine to develop smoothly in the warring states period, it must have the support of all senior officials. Chapter 107 Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. The port of Marine's headquarters, Marineford, is like a crescent moon, with many Marine warships moored at various ports. There are also some ships that look like Marine ships, but actually fly the skull and crossbones flag. Smoker looked surprised when he saw these ships. Could it be that there has been some big action at the headquarters recently? Why are there so many skeleton ships? Hearing Smoker's words, Tina, who had been at Marine headquarters, was speechless for a moment and then explained, that's because the Marine hero Garp hung up the skull and crossbones flag, so many Marine generals who admired him also learned to hang up the skull and crossbones flag. Smoker. Although Tina did not explain the specific situation, Smoker also guessed something. It was probably because of the skull and crossbones flag hung by the Straw Hats. In order to make excuses for the Straw Hats, Garp also hung the skull and crossbones flag. But it is true that no one has ever said that a ship flying a skull and crossbones flag must be a pirate, and a ship flying a seagull flag must be a Marine. At this moment, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who was responsible for escorting Crocodile and Mr. 1, came over. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is wearing a suit, with a general's cloak with justice written on his back behind him, and a famous sword on his waist. I don't think there is anything wrong with Lieutenant General Garp's behavior of hanging the skull and crossbones flag. Hearing the voice behind him, Smoker looked back and saw Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel walking towards the 2 of them. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. The 2 of them saluted Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel in unison. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel smiled and then continued to explain, since the warships with skull and crossbones flags appeared in the Marine Corps, the efficiency of catching pirates has improved a lot. To be precise, many pirates will take the initiative to approach warships with skull and crossbones flags. Having said this, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had a look of admiration in his eyes. Lieutenant General Garp is indeed a hero in the Marine Corps. He can think of such a way to improve the efficiency of our Marine in catching pirates. Smoker knew that the flying squirrel in front of him was a fan of Lieutenant General Garp, and he would probably say that even Garp's farts smelled good. In fact, not only Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, but also many generals in the Marine Corps are like this, or there won't be so many Marine warships with skull and crossbones flags. The main reason is that Garp is so famous that it is regarded as a flag of Marine. Many Marines choose to join Marine because of Garp. Advertisement. Oh, by the way, where are Crocodile and the private Marine that you asked to take over? Seeing that the flying squirrel finally brought the topic to the mission, Tina pointed to Ike and Luffy, who were admiring the entire Marineford, and said, "They are the captain and deputy captain of the private marine." As for Crocodile, he was brought out immediately. The flying squirrel looked in the direction Tina pointed, and he saw Ike's back at the first glance. It's not that Ike's back is so majestic and tall, but the words written behind him, "in the name of the people." Seeing these words, Flying Squirrel thought of his lost youth. Why did first become a marine in the first place? Was it to fight evil? Or was it to become famous in the sea? It's not. I'm here for ordinary people who can't fight against evil. Flying Squirrel thought about his original intention of becoming marine, and then thought about who he really is now, and he could only sigh deeply in his heart. It is not the people who change the environment, but the environment that changes the people. Since becoming a lieutenant general, Flying Squirrel has changed his mind and fights for the weak. Haha. Are those enslaved by world noble weak? Are those ordinary people who are wantonly auctioned weak? Sure enough, Sengoku Fleet Admiral's decision to establish an unfettered private marine was the right choice. After murmuring with emotion, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel came to Ike and Luffy's side. "Hello. I'm here to pick you up, Marine Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel." After hearing the Flying Squirrel's self-introduction, Echo, Luffy, Zoro and Conan also introduced themselves. "I am Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats. I am the man who wants to become the king of the Navy." Luffy wasn't stupid enough. He stopped the car just as he was about to say the words, "One Piece." If he really says it, everyone in the Marine headquarters will know. He, Luffy, wants to become one Piece's man. "I'm Ike, the vice captain of the Straw Hats. Zoro Roronoa, swordsman. I am Edogawa Conan, and I am a detective. Advertisement. The four people present were most concerned about the flying squirrel. It was none other than Zoro, because he saw the long knife on the flying squirrel's waist, and the flying squirrel was always releasing the sharp sword intention of a swordsman. Even Kuina on his waist was trembling a little. "What, swordsman, do you want to fight me?" Numerous smiles looked at Zoro and asked, "Well, please give me some advice." Flying Squirrel could see that Zoro's strength was not strong for him, but Flying Squirrel still agreed to Zoro's so-called advice. There is no other reason. Zoro is a private marine. The stronger the force of justice, the better. The Flying Squirrel really wants to give Zoro some advice. While everyone was chatting, Crocodile and Mr. One were finally escorted to the crescent square of Marineford. After seeing Crocodile, the Flying Squirrel subconsciously grasped the handle of the knife. Flying Squirrel, like most Marines, doesn't like Shichibukai. Seeing the Flying Squirrel's movements, Crocodile laughed and said, "What? Are you going to chop me down here, Lieutenant General?" Hearing Crocodile's teasing, the Flying Squirrel relaxed and then said, "Crocodile, you won't be the first Shichibukai to fall." After saying that, Flying Squirrel took the lead and walked towards Marineford, followed by Smoker, Tina and the Straw Hats, while Crocodile was escorted at the back. After entering the Marine headquarters, Flying Squirrel asked his men to escort Crocodile to the Marine headquarters prison, and he took several members of the Straw Hats directly to the Marine headquarters office area. Naturally, Flying Squirrel brought the Straw Hats to Sengoku. As soon as they arrived at the door of Zhongguo's office, everyone heard the conversation between two people. "Fleet Admiral, I feel that the teacher can be allowed to enter the private marine, and the guerrilla group he formed can be integrated into the private marine." "Are you talking about Zephyr?" "I have indeed considered it, but I think even if there is a private marine policy, he will choose to go it alone. Form a separate private marine guerrilla force." Just as Warring States finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Sengoku motioned to Aokiji sitting opposite him to discuss the matter later, and then shouted to the door, "Please come in." After saying this, Warring States handed a confidential document to his lamb and asked it to eat the documents. Chapter 108 Warring States Request. Although he spoke with Sengoku, it was also the first time for Ike to meet the Marine Fleet Admiral, who was known as the Wise General. Sengoku has the same figure as Garp. He is very muscular, he wears a seagull hat on his head and a large cloak. When he saw Ike and others brought in by the Flying Squirrel, he smiled like the uncle next door. Sengoku looked at Luffy and said, "You are Garp's grandson Luffy, right?" "Well, I'm Luffy. Hello, Uncle." Warring States. Sengoku didn't expect that when he first met Luffy, he would be a generation shorter than Garp. Garp, who was eating Sengoku Senbei, burst into laughter when he heard Luffy address his old friend. He now has an eldest nephew, Whitebeard, an eldest nephew, Roger, and now he has an eldest nephew, Warring States. Seeing Garp smiling so arrogantly, Sengoku was a little speechless, and then said to Luffy, "Your grandpa and I are good friends, you can call me Sengoku Grandpa." No longer paying attention to Luffy, for fear that Luffy would say something shocking again, Sengoku looked at Ike again. After looking at Ike for a few times, Warring States smiled with satisfaction, especially when he saw the big words, "In the name of the people," behind Ike. He was even more satisfied. "Hello, Warring States Fleet Admiral, First and Private Marine General Ike." Yes, your private marines have made a very outstanding contribution to the capture of Crocodile this time. I really saw you right. You also know the main purpose of calling you here. While he was talking, Sengoku took out a document. The document was like a book. The first few pages were the private Marine appointment letter written by Sengoku himself, the Fleet Admiral of Marine. The blank pages at the back are responsible for recording people's names. After handing over the official private Marine appointment letter to Ike, Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Ike, the private Marine has now been included in one of the top plans of the Marine headquarters. Don't let me down. Also, we will manage the privately owned Marines when they recruit people, but don't do anything too sensitive. Unless the privately owned Marines really have the power to overthrow everything." Hearing what Sengoku said, everyone present except Luffy had serious expressions on their faces. What does Sengoku mean by this? Could it be that he wants to overthrow the world after the private Marine is fully grown? Ha ha ha. Just when everyone was silent, Warring States suddenly laughed and said, "Isn't this a good joke?" Advertisement. Alas, I think you guys are too nervous, so I just made a joke. ... Ike stared into Sengoku's eyes. He didn't think what Sengoku said just now was a joke. And, are you nervous among the others? Zoro doesn't care what he is doing here at all, his purpose is to challenge others. Conan, even though he is young, his mental quality is definitely not low. As for Luffy, he was almost asleep. To say he was nervous would be nonsense. However, Ike has his own analysis of what the words of Warring States meant. First, as long as the world government doesn't know about it, or can't touch the world government's sensitive nerves, Ike can have complete autonomy in recruiting people, even if he recruits people from the Revolutionary Army. Because Warring States said, "Don't do sensitive things," but did not say not to recruit sensitive people, this means that Warring States has a way to cover up the recruitment. If it is really possible to recruit people on its own, and with Sengoku's guarantee, those Justice Marines who have quit Marine to join pirates or revolutionary dramas can also return to the ranks of justice, which is what Sengoku hopes. The second is that the Warring States period hoped that the new Marine, a privately owned Marine, could become another opportunity to break and then stand up again. As a wise general in Sengoku, he could naturally see Marines' living situation caught between justice and world government. Since Roger's death, new pirate stars have continued to emerge, but what about Marine? There are too few young people who can take the lead. Is this because powerful people want to be pirates? Of course not, it's just because Marine or world government is too disappointing. If justice is no longer just, Marine will slowly turn into a thug of world noble. This is exactly the current direction and trend of Marine. So Sengoku also wanted to find another way for Marine. The phrase, "unless the private Marine really has the power to overthrow everything," is actually a kind of hope, that is, the hope that the private Marine in the future will have the power to overthrow everything. The goal of the Warring States period is to make the world a better place. ... Naturally, this is just Ike's guess, but he believes that his guess is accurate. After handing the letter of appointment to Ike, Sengoku said to Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and Aokiji, "Flying Squirrel, Aokiji, you go out first. I have something to say to them alone." After hearing this, Flying Squirrel and Aokiji left the office without asking any questions. Advertisement. Do I need to avoid it? Garp walked over and asked, picking his nose. You don't have to. After waving to Garp, Sengoku said in a deep voice to Ike, "Ike, I hope you can do me a favor." Ike didn't expect that he sent Flying Squirrel and Aokiji away to ask for his help. "You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help." Sengoku nodded, then took out a reward order and handed it to Ike and said, "I hope you find this pirate, then pull him into your straw hats and make him a member of the private Marine." Ike was stunned when he took the reward order. The person on the reward order was wearing a black and yellow sweatshirt and a white hat with black Madara dots on his head. The logo on his chest was a smiling face. This is clearly one of the future supernovas, the captain of the Heart Pirates, Thorofalgaro, the user with the surgical fruit ability. Luo also had a lot of appearances in the original work, especially 2 years later, and he had a continuous cooperation with Luffy. ... As for the relationship between Warring States and Luo, Ike, who has read the original work, naturally knows it. In fact, there is no relationship between the two. The main relationship comes from Corazon. Corazon was the adopted son of the Warring States period, Luo's savior, and the man who changed Luo's life. So, during the Warring States period, Luo was treated like a grandson. If possible, the Warring States period would naturally hope that Luo would take the right path. Sengoku has always paid attention to Luo, just like Garp paid attention to Ace and Luffy. Luo's every move is also under the attention of the Warring States period. Although Luo is a pirate, he has never done anything harmful to the world. Although he is not as good as the Straw Hats who go around doing good things, he still has his own bottom line. It is precisely because of this that Warring States hopes that Luo can go further, preferably on the right path. Chapter 109 Marine Canteen. Looking at the reward order handed over by Warring States, Ike smiled and said, "No problem." It can be said that Ike agreed to Sengoku's request without hesitation. First of all, I also like the character Luo very much. He is not only affectionate and kind, but also very smart. Although his style of painting changed a bit later because he stayed with the Straw Hats for too long, but his smart mind can still occupy the high ground, and was not sidetracked by the Straw Hats. As for how to get Luo to join the gang, it's easy. All you need to do is agree to help him kill his lifelong enemy, Doflamingo. Of course, if you tell him directly that you and others can help kill Doflamingo, Luo won't believe it, so you have to show enough strength or potential by then. After Ike got the appointment letter of the new private marine and agreed to Sengoku's request, the main purpose of coming to Marine headquarters this time was achieved. As for the secondary purpose, it is to take Luffy to the Marine cafeteria to eat delicious food, and to let Zoro fight the Marine swordsman. After learning the purpose of Luffy and Zoro, Sengoku directly called the Flying Squirrel over, and then asked the Flying Squirrel to take Zoro to the training ground of Marine generals. Then let Aokiji, the relatively lazy general, take Luffy to the Marine cafeteria in person. Aokiji said it didn't matter, he was going to the cafeteria to eat anyway. Just when Ike was about to walk out of Sengoku's office, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around and said, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Luffy might be more able to eat you, don't you mind? Hearing this, Warring States smiled like a grandfather and said, eat as much as you can, why would I mind? Warring States knows that the stock of the canteen of their Marine headquarters is amazing. After all, they have to feed the entire headquarters generals and soldiers. How much can Luffy eat no matter how much he eats? Okay, Ike responded and left the standing office. In this way, Ike and Luffy went to the cafeteria under the leadership of Aokiji, while Zoro and Conan went to the training ground under the leadership of Flying Squirrel. Advertisement. Conan also wanted to try to see if he, a person from a different world, was suitable for becoming stronger. After all, this world is a world where the strong respects the strong. It is still necessary to become stronger. There are many experienced instructors in Marine. It is estimated that each instructor is no worse than the instructor in Hawaii. Help Conan check his qualifications. It should be fine. Soon, under the leadership of Aokiji, Ike and Luffy arrived at Marine's number 1 cafeteria. Canteen number 1 is the canteen where the generals eat. Because all the generals are monster-level beings, their appetites are naturally huge, so even the cooks who cook here and the helpers who help prepare meals are not weak physical skills strong. Anyone who is too weak cannot work in this cafeteria. Along the way, Aokiji also chatted with Luffy and Ike from time to time. The most frequently asked question was about Alabasta, and he even mentioned the name Nico Robin without hesitation. Ike knows that Aokiji is actually caring about Robin in disguise. It can be said that Robin grew up under Aokiji's watch. Aokiji knows every move Robin makes in the sea. Naturally, he also knows that Robin is working under Crocodile. Son. This time Crocodile was arrested. In Aokiji's opinion, Robin may be looking for a new boss again. Ike knew Aokiji's character, so he didn't hide anything about Nico Robin and directly told her about her joining the Straw Hats. Ever since he learned that Robin had joined the Straw Hats, Aokiji stopped talking and fell into deep thought. When he came to the cafeteria, Luffy took a plate and made a lot of food and started eating. Echo took 2 plates, one was for Luffy's second portion, but one portion was not enough for Luffy to eat, and the other portion was not for Echo to eat. Looking at the outstanding meal, Ike suddenly thought of the gourmet cells he had drawn. If you want to make your gourmet cells stronger, you must eat, and you must eat delicious things. The more delicious it is, the stronger your gourmet cells will be developed. Of course, Ike also likes food and other things, but he doesn't want to become a super big eater. And Luffy himself is a huge eater, so even if his appetite becomes bigger, it should be fine. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Ike mixed the food cells into the rice and gave it to Luffy, who finished the first meal very quickly. Luffy took the rice handed over by Ike and poured it into his mouth without ceremony. Yeah, the food here really tastes good, but it still feels a bit different than Sanji's. Luffy's voice was not quiet. Hearing Luffy actually say that his cooking skills are not as good as that of the so-called Sanji. The chefs suddenly raised their eyebrows, and then each one started to make their own special dishes, taking the initiative to let them go. In front of Luffy. HMPH. Will our food be worse than Sanji's? By the way, who is Sanji? Finally it was Ike who explained, Sanji is the cook on our ship. The chefs heard this and pointed to the dishes on the table, try what we cooked, is it? Before the chef could finish his words, he discovered something was wrong. The dishes originally placed on the table disappeared, leaving only bare plates. The last few chefs looked at Luffy, and saw that Luffy's body was losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Ike knew that the gourmet cells were at work, and now he had to keep eating while the gourmet cells were just active, or Luffy might directly enter a state of self-eating and die suddenly on the spot. Ike shouted to the chef and several staff, hurry up and serve the food, while pouring the food in front of him into Luffy's mouth. Naturally, the little food Ike had was just a drop in the bucket. But soon, the cafeteria workers who felt something was wrong began to help Luffy prepare food, while the chefs began to stir their spoons. Aokiji, who was meditating while eating not far away, and the other marine generals quickly noticed the commotion on Luffy's side. Even Smoker and Tina are among them. What happened over there? Smoker asked curiously. Tina doesn't know, and Tina isn't interested either. After saying that, Tina wiped her mouth with a pink handkerchief, then stood up and wanted to leave, while Smoker walked over curiously, and happened to see Aokiji walking towards that way, and he even said hello to Aokiji. Chapter 110 Heartbroken Warring States period. When the two of them came to the table surrounded by people, they saw the thin Luffy holding a plate full of food, then opening his mouth and pouring it into his mouth. Just after swallowing the food, Luffy's originally thin appearance returned to his original appearance. Ike also felt that Luffy was eating really fast, and the chefs couldn't keep up with the cooking speed. As a last resort, Ike had no choice but to start a silver lottery. You can get a lot of delicious food through the silver lottery, including things from the food world, and there are also some high-energy foods. The chefs were not idle either. After feeling that their own speed could not keep up with Luffy's eating speed, they directly called their colleagues from other kitchens and began to spoon Luffy alone. These chefs are completely at odds. They want to prove that they and others are definitely stronger than Sanji, as Luffy said. After the efforts of more than 20 chefs and Ike who kept drawing prizes, the newly born gourmet cells in Luffy's body were finally fed. This is only the first time that activating gourmet cells is so troublesome. This will not happen in the future, and you will only need to eat on time. It's just that, eating delicious food or large amounts of stuffing will make the food cells active, which can improve Luffy's own strength. More than 20 chefs lay on the ground, and a group of workers were even more miserable. Some even fell asleep. After watching the whole process, Smoker couldn't help but exclaimed, "Luffy, is he really a human? He's so edible. Haha, he is really an interesting captain and deputy captain of a privately owned marine." At this moment, a somewhat obscene voice sounded behind Smoker and Aokiji. The generals who heard the voice looked back and saw Marine General Kizaru wearing brown sunglasses and a yellow striped suit standing behind them. Not only did Kizaru find Luffy interesting, but Ike, who kept bringing out strange food, also found it interesting. Luffy, who was full, took a long breath and finally looked at Ike. "Ike, did you give me some strange sugar pills again? Why am I so good at eating them all of a sudden?" "Oh, I did add some spices to the food you were eating. Don't worry, it's good stuff. I'll tell you what it is when I get back." He had 100% trust in Ike. Luffy. After smiling, he stood up and wanted to find Zoro and the others. This time it was not Aokiji who led the way, but Smoker and Kizaru. Smoker wanted to go to the training ground to see how strong Zoro was, while Kizaru simply wanted to take a walk after eating. Advertisement. At the same time, Sengoku, who had just finished correcting the documents, got up and planned to go to the cafeteria to eat. At this moment, a Marine Major General found Sengoku with a look of horror on his face. "Warring States Fleet Admiral is in trouble. All the food we had stored for the past month has been used up." "Huh, could it be that Marine has been robbed?" Sengguo looked confused. "What's the concept of storing food for nearly a month? That's enough food for the entire Marine headquarters for a month. There is no general-level Marine who is not a big eater, not to mention there is a Marine from the giant race. Add in a month's worth of food for ordinary Marine soldiers, that's an extremely huge number." Sengoku actually didn't believe it was stolen. It wasn't stolen. The Major General in charge of logistics swallowed and continued, "It's because a person came into canteen number 1, and they were all eaten by that person." "Who is it? So edible." Warring States looked surprised. "I don't know who that person is. I just know that he was brought there by General Aokiji." Hearing that Aokiji had brought him there, Sengoku was stunned for a moment and knew who it was. It must be Luffy. Suddenly, Sengoku thought of what Ike said before going to the cafeteria. "Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Luffy might like you to eat, you wouldn't mind, right? And what do you answer yourself? Eat as much as you can, why would I mind?" Thinking of his words, Warring States regretted it greatly. The inventory of the entire Marine headquarters for more than half a month is like digging into his flesh with a knife. How much does this cost? In fact, Ike is also very lucky to have come to Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters has a lot of food. Although the quality is uneven, it can at least activate the gourmet cells. If it were on the Mary, it would probably end up being eaten by gourmet cells. After eating, led by Smoker and Aokiji, several people came to the training ground of Marine headquarters. Just at this time, Zoro was fighting a Marine swordsman with a sinister face. This Marine officer also appeared in the original work, and his name is Ship/T. Pen. T. Pen looks very scary, but he is a very kind and gentle person who treats his subordinates. Advertisement. The reason why T. Pen is nicknamed Ship Chopper is because of his indestructible flying chop, which can cut small and medium-sized sailboats in half with one blow. Originally, Zoro was going to challenge Lieutenant General Mole, but it was just a face-to-face encounter, and Zoro was defeated before he could master his domineering power. Immediately, Mole found T. Pen, who was about the same strength as Zoro, or slightly higher, as his opponent. The battle between T. Pen and Zoro did not end with just a face-to-face like in the original work, but it was a back-and-forth fight. It seemed that the winner could not be determined for a while. At this moment, Ike also noticed Conan, who was communicating with an instructor of Marine Major General level. "Coach, I want to become stronger." "Kid, you're too young." "Then coach, is there any chance that my physical fitness will make me strong?" Hearing Conan's question, the Major General coach stepped forward, looked at Conan carefully, and even touched Conan's body. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Your body is too soft. If you want to become a strong man, save money and buy a devil fruit that suits you." After hearing this, Ike finally jumped out. What kind of coach is this? He actually said that Conan has no qualifications. Ike has seen how powerful K. Shui's football is since he was a child, even though he is not qualified to kick a satellite down with a football. Seeing Ike coming over, Conan shook his head helplessly and said, "Ike, it looks like my physique." Before Conan could finish speaking, Ike interrupted directly and said, "You have to know that you are Conan, and you have to believe in K. Shui. Is it science? Is there really science in this weird world?" Ike looked around, and soon found a football that the Marines had played before, and handed it to Conan. "Conan, give me a kick and try your foot strength." At this moment, the Major General coach spoke again. He is too young and rugby is not suitable for him. He should run more and exercise to keep fit. Ike ignored the Major General instructor and motioned for Conan to continue. Seeing this, Conan opened his foot strength enhancing shoes and kicked the football. Immediately, everyone saw the rugby ball flying in one direction like a shooting star. The place where the rugby ball landed happened to be a Marine exercising. After hearing the whistling sound, the Marine did not choose to dodge, but raised his hands to catch the rugby. However, he did not expect that the rugby was so powerful that it bounced away from his hands that wanted to catch the ball. It hit his chest and then knocked him away with the ball and the person. Chapter 111 Iron Nugget Brother Fang Busuk. The Major General coach was also shocked when he saw Conan's incredible foot strength. When Ike saw this, he smiled as expected and said to himself, "Sure enough, as long as there is Conan, there will be K. Shui." At this moment, a roar sounded. "A-hole, who can kick this ball?" At this time, the Major General coach also reacted. He ran to Conan and asked, "Why are your feet so strong?" Hearing this, Conan pointed to the shoes on his feet and said, "These shoes have increased my foot strength." When the coach heard this, he was also stunned. Sure enough. I just said, how could a kid have such strong foot strength? At the same time, the colonel who was kicked away came over with a football and asked in a deep voice, "Who kicked this?" The one shouting was the Marine colonel who was carried away by the ball. This Marine colonel has long flowing brown hair tied into a ponytail. He is tall and has a resolute face. I'm sorry, it was my fault." Conan stood up. When he saw Conan, the colonel was also stunned. If an adult sneak attacked him with a rugby ball, he could have challenged him to a fight and beat him back, but he was a kid, which left the colonel a little confused as to what to do. That's not right. How can a little brat like you have such great foot strength? Then, the colonel focused on Ike, narrowed his eyes and said, "You should be the one who kicked me. And you used the kid as a shield." Hearing this, Ike shrugged, "If you don't believe it, just let Conan kick you again." Good. After responding, Marine threw the football at Conan's feet, signaling for him to kick it again. The reason for this is not only to know whether Conan kicked the ball just now, but also to regain face. After all, the kick that kicked him away just now was seen by many people, which was really a loss of face. When Conan heard this, he turned around and twisted the reinforced button on the side of the shoe again, and then kicked the football with great force. This time, Colonel Marine was fully prepared and even used an iron block to directly catch the football kicked by Conan. Advertisement. Seeing this, Ike knew that Marine was going to suffer a tragedy. Just as Ike expected, when the thunderous football hit the Marine, the iron block was broken instantly, and then, he flew out in an even more embarrassing state than before. This time, he not only did he get up again, but he also lost consciousness. In fact, when Ike saw him using iron blocks, he knew the result. K. Shui's football is not easy to catch, not to mention, this guy even used iron blocks to kill him. Suddenly, Ike remembered who this Colonel Marine was. Isn't this the Iron Nugget who appeared several times in the original work? Brother Iron Nugget has appeared several times, but every time he was beaten to the ground, and every time before he was beaten to the ground, he would shout, "Iron Nugget." Then, there's no more. Ike came to the Major General coach who was once again surprised by Conan's foot strength and asked, "What is this Iron guy's name?" His name is Fang Busuk, but he deserves the title of Iron Brother, because his iron block is famously hard in the Marine headquarters. When he heard Brother Iron Nugget's real name, Ike almost burst out laughing. Fang Buju, isn't that why he can't defend himself? His name is that, and he also loves iron. No wonder he never defended against anyone's fist in the original work. After Conan Busuk was kicked away, he immediately stepped forward and checked his pulse out of habit. He was relieved to find that Fang Buosuk was fine. At this moment, a tall figure covered Conan, and then a deep voice sounded. "Kid, your legs are pretty good. Are you interested in staying at the headquarters to train?" Conan looked up and found that standing in front of him was an uncle who was more than 3 meters tall and had a very resolute face. Stay at headquarters. The person standing in front of Conan at this time was none other than Akainu, one of the 3 Marine generals. In fact, Akainu had noticed Conan just now when he kicked the first goal. The second goal surprised Akainu even more. After all, Conan is still so young. At this time, Major General Marine, Coach Marine, Ike and Luffy also came over. Seeing Ike and Luffy, Akainu looked at them carefully, and finally said in a deep voice, "It's a private marine, right? It's doing well. There are not many people in the entire marine headquarters who can be praised by Akainu, but the Straw Hats did really well this time. Not only did they capture a large number of pirates, but they also helped Marine capture Crocodile." Ike didn't expect that Akainu would even praise himself and Luffy. Advertisement. Ike actually doesn't like the character Akainu too much. As for the reason, it may be because he killed Ace in the original work. Akainu has a very resolute and cold face, and seems very difficult to get along with. But when Luffy heard Akainu praising himself, he burst into laughter. Just when Akainu looked at Conan again, wanting to ask if Conan wanted to stay at Marine headquarters to train, an exclamation came from the training ground not far away. "Jeff. What's wrong with you, Jeff?" The familiar exclamation made Ike subconsciously look over there. Then he saw a Marine lying on the ground with a dark complexion. There was a puddle of vomit next to him. The ups and downs of his chest changed from violent to violent. Gradually it calms down and finally disappears. Conan also saw this scene and ran over without saying anything. He immediately felt for Jeff's pulse, then shook his head and said, "It's hopeless. Look at his face, he's poisoned." At this moment, Sengoku wearing glasses came behind Conan. Seeing Sengoku, the surrounding Marine soldiers and officers saluted. Sengoku originally planned to come here and ask Ike and Luffy to leave the Marine headquarters if they had nothing to do. After all, if Luffy stayed here any longer, they and the Marine headquarters might be in trouble. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived here, he would see a Marine officer die in front of him? At the same time, Aokiji, Akainu Smoker and others also gathered around. Seeing the lifeless Jeff, Aokiji fell into deep thought, while Akainu said angrily, "Who is it? How dare you commit murder at Marine headquarters?" Hearing Akainu's words, Aokiji shook his head calmly. It's not necessarily that he was killed, it could be food poisoning or something like that. Aokiji's words make sense. But Akainu doesn't care about that. What he values most is rules, especially since this is Marine's headquarters. If it was really food poisoning, he would definitely punish the culprit chef on the spot. While several of his men were discussing the cause of Jeff's death, Sengoku's eyes were all on Jeff and Conan squatting next to Jeff's body. At this moment, Conan, who had been observing the corpse and the vomit next to it, showed a smile. Conan gets it. Chapter 112 Another murder case. Conan comes into the eyes of the Warring States period. Seeing Conan's wise eyes and confident smile, Warring States was also stunned, and then he thought of his lost youth. This Conan kid looks a lot like me when I was a kid. In fact, War Drum also discovered some clues about Jeff's death. It can be seen from the vomit that Jeff did not die from poisoning, but from eating too much. The vomit contained crab and pineapple residue. Crabs and pineapples will indeed be poisonous if eaten together. As a wise general, Sengoku naturally knows that not only Sengoku, but also the chefs in Marine understand this truth. After all, this is the sea, and crabs cannot be eaten with anything. No one knows it better than the chef. Got it. Crabs and pineapples will indeed be poisoned, but they will not cause death. In addition, people in the pirate world are generally in good physical condition. Unless they eat a large amount of these two foods, or, there will be no poisoning. So, Jeff's poisoning was definitely not due to food. Just then, the medical soldiers arrived. The medical soldiers who arrived at the scene pulled Conan away and immediately began to examine the body. After a while, the medical soldiers came to a conclusion. It should be food poisoning caused by eating a lot of crabs and pineapples. The medical soldiers who said this were not confident enough, but they did not find out the true cause of Jeff's death. Most importantly, Jeff's death did appear to be food poisoning. After hearing what the medic said, many Marines present exclaimed, "Ah, can't crabs be eaten with pineapple? I also had pineapple pie and boiled crabs this morning. Yeah, I never heard that you can't eat crabs and pineapples together." While everyone was talking, Garp came over. At this time, Garp was holding a pineapple the size of a watermelon in one hand, and a crab leg in the other hand, which was as thick as a human leg. While eating, Garp asked, "Can't crabs be eaten with pineapple?" Conan's eyes flashed as he listened to everyone's discussion. Is this the real purpose of the murderer? After muttering something, Conan looked at the Marine who was holding Jeff in his arms before, "The murderer is indeed you." Advertisement. After figuring everything out, Conan shouted loudly, "This is a murder, not food poisoning." After hearing Conan's words, the scene suddenly became quiet. Warring States looked at Conan with a smile and said, "Kid, tell me what you think." Conan nodded and immediately began to analyze. Crab plus pineapple can indeed cause food poisoning, but, as long as you don't eat a lot, it won't be fatal. Especially for a Marine who works out all year round. Having said this, Conan looked at Garp. "Grandpa, do you feel any discomfort after eating crab and pineapple?" After hearing this, Garp took a bite of crab meat and said, "Oh. That's not the case, I just have diarrhea sometimes." Having said this, Garp threw away the crab and pineapple in his hand, and then he covered his stomach and said to Sengoku, I'm going to have diarrhea. I'm going to take a day off this afternoon." Warring States period. At this time, Sengoku finally understood why Garp ate crabs and pineapples. It was all to ask for sick leave. "I'll settle the score with you later." After giving Garp a hard look, Sengoku continued to focus on Conan. Everyone has seen. Mr. Marine only had diarrhea after eating so many crabs and pineapples. Then, how did Jeff die? Didn't the medic just say that the way he died did look like food poisoning? The person who spoke was none other than Marine, who had been supporting Jeff before. His name was Ajanshi, and he was very popular among Marines. After hearing Jian's analysis, Conan pushed up his glasses and said, "You also said that the way he died looked like food poisoning." But it wasn't. After finishing speaking, Conan pointed to the position of Jeff's neck. The real reason for his death is actually here. The people standing in the front row looked where Conan pointed and saw a small dot on Jeff's neck. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. I think someone should have stabbed his neck with a poisonous needle, which caused him to be poisoned and died. As for who can do it? Having said this, Conan stared at the analysis. Then you are the only one who hugged the dead person in the first place. Kid, you don't want to slander anyone. You said I killed someone, do you have any evidence? Advertisement. Jane was a little panicked, and everyone around her could see it. But as he said, there is really no way to convict and arrest him without evidence. Haha, I think you haven't dealt with that poisonous needle yet. Hearing what Conan said, Smoker stepped forward without saying a word and started to search him. Originally, Janjia wanted to resist, but, with Marine Admiral, Marine Fleet Admiral, and Marine Hero here, how could he possibly resist? Within 5 minutes, Smoker found several poison-quenching needles from his body. After finding the murder weapon, Conan thought that Jian would kneel down and repent like other criminals. But what everyone didn't expect was that Jian suddenly broke free from the restraints of several Marines and laughed wildly, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that my plan failed. In fact, if Sengoku or Conan were not around, this plan would have been successful, and everyone would blame the crab and pineapple for Jeff's death. Seeing that Jian could still laugh now, Warring States frowned. Something suddenly occurred to him. Are you from CP? Jian looked at Warring States in surprise, then smiled and said, as expected of the wise General Warring States, you are right, I am officially C. Before Jian could finish his words, the grumpy Akainu punched him in the face. CP, huh, you actually have the guts to act wild at Marine headquarters. Killing our own soldiers gives me a reason to kill you now. As soon as he finished speaking, black smoke began to appear on Akainu's body, and then droplets of lava dripped from his body. Brief analysis. Seeing that Akainu was about to play, he stood up quickly and explained, I killed Jeff because of him, he. What's wrong with him? Akainu asked in a deep voice. Because he is a spy. More than once, I saw him hiding a letter with intelligence on a cliff beside the headquarters. Just as Jian finished speaking, a tearful Marine soldier came out and took out a few letters. A-hole, that's what you're talking about. Aokiji stepped forward and picked up one of the letters. After reading it, he shook his head and said, it's not Marine information. After Aokiji finished speaking, Akainu no longer gave Jian a chance to explain. His arm directly turned into lava and wrapped Jian. Akainu hates people like CP who do things secretly. They even got to Marine headquarters when they were trying to get information. After killing him, Akainu took a deep look at Conan, then turned around and left. Chapter 113. The Warring States period of adopting the grandson. After Akainu left, Sengoku also took the letters and read them. After reading it, Warring States looked a little weird. This is a tragedy caused by forbidden love. Jeff fell in love with another Marine. Naturally, they are both men, and they are not in the same army. In order to ease the pain of lovesickness between the two, and to prevent others from knowing about their relationship, secretly, the two communicated through letters. The letters between the two were not only frequent, but also very secretive, which led Jian to regard Jeff as a spy who had infiltrated Marine. For the sake of credit, this CP was assassinated directly without making any report. The reason for this is actually because the intelligence department such as CP is not in harmony with Marine. The simple analysis also wants to discuss Marine through this incident. After all, after killing someone, pointing at Marine's nose and saying, lousy helped you get rid of a Marine who defected, this is also a very satisfying thing. It's a pity. This was just a misunderstanding. This shady CP ended up with no bones left. Just after Warring States put down the letter, he looked at Conan, and saw that Conan was still looking at the letters scattered on the ground one by one. Conan frowned after reading the letter. Of course, the letter was not a big problem. The main thing was that the content in it made Conan confused. Seeing this, Warring States came to Conan and put his hand on his head. Boy, what did you find again? Conan touched his chin and said thoughtfully, I just feel that the content of the letters is a bit strange. These letters are only written by Jeff to another person but not from another person to Jeff. And, there are some places where Jeff is in the letters. Information about the troops. Although there is not much information, these letters are definitely not all. Conan's voice was very low, and only Warring States standing aside could hear it clearly. After listening to Conan's analysis, Warring States also followed Conan's example and started reading letters one by one. Soon, his expression became serious, and finally he set his sights on the Marine who came over with the letter. Finally he smiled and said, leave this matter to me. Thank you, kid. Your name is Conan, right? What do you think? Are you interested in staying in Marine and becoming my grandson? Huh, Conan looked confused. Why did he start to accept grandchildren? Advertisement. In fact, Sengoku really likes Conan. Compared with powerful people, Sengoku actually prefers people with wisdom. In terms of strength, as long as you work hard or find a devil fruit that suits you, you will gradually have it. Naturally, this is also divided into talents. Those with strong talents will become stronger faster, and those with weak talents will become stronger. The stronger the speed will be slower and more effort will be required. So far, Warring States has only one son, Corazon. Unfortunately, Corazon died young, and Warring States was heartbroken for a long time. Now that I see the interaction between my old friend Garp and his grandson Iron Fist of Love Sengoku, I feel a little yearn for it. Originally, his best candidate for a grandson must be Luo, and he also regarded Luo as his grandson, but who said that he could only have one grandson. So he set his sights on the second candidate for his grandson, Conan. Conan also didn't expect that the Warring States Fleet Admiral would express the idea of accepting him as his grandson. Just when Conan was hesitating, Ike suddenly came up behind him. You still don't agree with Warring States Fleet Admiral accepting you as their grandson. This is a good thing. Conan looked back at Ike, and then heard Ike continue to say, don't you want to become stronger? Sengoku Fleet Admiral is also the world's top powerhouse. With his guidance, you can definitely become stronger. So, are you going to leave me at Marine headquarters? Ike does have this idea, mainly because it is really useless for Conan to follow the Straw Hats now, and it is also very dangerous. Conan is a person from another world, and his physique is not as abnormal as the people in this world. In the Straw Hats, Usopp is considered an ordinary person and is weak in strength, but he has the same physical fitness as the immortal Xiaoqiang. Does Conan have the same? Not to mention his skull being crushed by a hammer, even a bullet could kill Conan. Conan also knew his situation. After thinking everything through, he looked back at Warring States and bowed deeply. Grandpa Warring States, please give me your advice in the future. Haha, Warring States said with a kind smile, just call me Grandpa. At this moment, Aokiji Smoker and Kizaru walked over. Congratulations to Warring States Fleet Admiral on their new grandson. Aokiji asked sincerely. Advertisement. Haha. Kizaru smiled mischievously and said, it's such a happy day. Can I get off work early today? Warring States period. Partially no. Everyone can get off work, you stay and work overtime for me. Kizaru. Warring States Fleet Admiral, if you have anything to do, you can take Conan to the Holy Land of Mariehoya and let him see the world. Ike's sudden words made Sengoku narrow his eyes. The Warring States period was familiar with what kind of place the Holy Land Marijoa was. It was known as the most beautiful capital city, but the Warring States period knew that the decay and darkness in it were the richest in the entire world. Let a brat like Conan see the darkness there. What is Ike's intention? Although Sengoku didn't know what Ike was trying to do, Conan already knew it, so he looked at Ike with gritted teeth and whispered, it's the case that's calling me, not me that's calling the case. You be asterisk 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 D. Ike just smiled at Conan's words. At this moment, Zoro's battle over there ended. After the battle with T-Pen, Zoro fought several more marine swordsmen. Not only that, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel also personally pointed out some of Zoro's shortcomings, especially explaining some domineering skills to Zoro. Zoro can be said to have gained a lot from this trip to the marine headquarters. Just those few battles and the Flying Squirrel's guidance were enough for him to digest for a few days. Okay. Since your purpose of coming to this headquarters is over. Just leave now. Sengoku smiled at Ike and said, I feel like we can stay for a few more days. Ike said that he hadn't stayed enough yet. He finally came to the marine headquarters. He definitely wanted to see all the famous marines in the original work. When Ike said that he would stay for a few more days, Sengoku immediately declined. Ike. You are the vice captain of the private marine Straw Hats, and Luffy is the captain. It's impossible for you two to be away for a long time. Just then, Luffy ran over. At this time, Luffy was full of big bags. These were all stunned by the iron fist that misses Garp. The reason why Luffy was beaten was of course because Luffy ate up most of the food at the marine headquarters for more than half a month. Chapter 114 Conan's Happy Life and Return to Alabasta. In the end, Ike left Conan at the marine headquarters, and he took Luffy and Zoro back to Alabasta on Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel's warship. Smoker originally thought of sending San back, but when he thought that there were many senior Baroque Walker agents on his warship to deal with, he gave up. On the way back to Alabasta, Ike and Zoro once again started cleaning up the pirates they saw along the way. Flying Squirrel saw everything in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Sengoku Fleet Admiral's eyes on people are indeed very vicious. Private Marines are more active in combating pirates than us genuine Marines. Just as Ike and others were on their way back to Alabasta, the news of Shichibukai Crocodile's arrest spread to all parts of the sea. Both Marines and pirates were very happy about Crocodile's arrest. The pirates don't like Shichibukai because Shichibukai is a lackey ordered by the world government. Marine doesn't like Shichibukai even more, because pirates are pirates. Regarding Shichibukai's arrest, the one who was most shocked was the current Shichibukai. The identity of Shichibukai is still very popular, especially for Jinbei, Doflamingo, Boya Hancock. Shichibukai who have national existence behind them. Castle de Rosrosa is the headquarters of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo, who has King Darrow's Rosa, captain of the Don Quixote Pirates, Shichibukai, and is also a broker in the underground world, frowned when he learned that Crocodile was captured, and immediately used the phone bug to contact the people in the world government. Doflamingo is not only a pirate, he is also a former celestial dragon. Although the current world noble does not recognize his identity, but, after his many years of operation and hard work, he also has some of the rights he once had. Doflamingo wants to know if the world government wants to ban Shichibukai. Doflamingo is a person who never fights an unprepared battle. When he obtained the position of Shichibukai, it was because he knew in advance that world government was going to get such a popular position as Shichibukai, so he threatened world government with heavenly gold to get a Shichibukai location. If the world government really wants to ban Shichibukai, he must prepare in advance. The best preparation is to find 4 emperors to collaborate with. Advertisement. He has already chosen his partner, and that is Kaido from 4 emperors. But after the call ended, Doflamingo started laughing. Foo. Crocodile. You also want to be the king, right? Unfortunately, you're still not ruthless enough. The best way to deal with a king like Cobra is to hold on to his lifeblood, which is his people. Doflamingo recalled the scene when he returned to Delos Rosa. But after knowing everything, Doflamingo felt relieved. He had a hunch that Shichibukai would be banned sooner or later. He would continue to improve his status in the underground world before being completely banned. In this way, even if Shichibukai is gone, he is still the king below. Marine headquarters. Just after Ike and others left, Warring States called several of his friends to his home to celebrate that he had a good grandson, Conan. Conan was still a little uncomfortable at first. After all, anyone would be uncomfortable with the addition of a grandfather out of thin air. Even if he doesn't adapt, he still doesn't adapt, but Conan is still very good at dealing with people and sophistication. People like Crane, Garp, Zephyr, and even Sora all like Conan. After all, who doesn't like a sweet-mouthed and cute kid? After the ceremony to welcome Conan is over, the next step is Conan's training. Although Conan is young, he definitely needs daily exercise. Garp said, "Leave Conan to me and I will definitely train him into the best man he can be." Zephyr said, "When it comes to basic skills training, who is more qualified than me?" As for the Warring States period, he wanted to teach Conan himself. In the end, the 3 of them all set their sights on Conan, but in the end Conan chose to train with he. Just because of his words, "My subordinates are all female soldiers, so they are not suitable for me." Then, Conan relied on Crane. Advertisement. Conan said, "I didn't choose Grandma He because all her soldiers were female soldiers, but because he looks kinder." In this way, Conan lived in the Marine headquarters, eating and sleeping with many older sisters without shame. A few days later, Ike and others finally returned to Alabasta. Along the way, Echo killed a lot of pirates and gained a lot of justice points. In addition, of course, he also drew some rewards, but they were all obtained by Echo in his spare time. One of the rewards is very suitable for Conan, that is the antidote to APTX 4869, and it is a permanent antidote. After eating it, Conan can transform back into Kudo Shinichi. Ike plans to hand it over to Conan after the next meeting. After all, this is the antidote he has been thinking about for a long time. After Echo, Luffy and Zoro returned to Alabasta, the Flying Squirrel returned to Marine headquarters. Walking on the streets of the royal capital of Alabasta, this place is completely different from before. There are no longer refugees begging for water here, nor are there any mobs holding high the banner of the king's incompetence. Instead, it looks prosperous. The reason for this is that the day after Ike left, the entire Alabasta experienced heavy rain that lasted for 3 days. The rain has brought life to this country that was almost drying out, and the people are no longer irritable because of lack of water. The original revolutionary army was also disbanded. Some of them joined Alabasta's escort army under the leadership of Kosha, while the rest went back to their respective families in various places. But Ike also admired Cobra. Although the rain was indeed the key, it was also very impressive that he was able to sort out the semi-paralyzed country in such a short period of time. As everyone knows, all this is actually thanks to Princess Vivi. If Cobra had done everything by himself, it would have taken at least 1 to 2 months, but Princess Vivi only took just over a week. Chapter 115 The New Lineup of the Straw Hats. In the conference hall of Alabasta Palace. The entire Straw Hats, including Nico Robin who was about to join the Straw Hats, Xiao Feng Feng who was about to join the Straw Hats, and Luffy's 2 older brothers Ace Sabo, are sitting together. "Sob, what are you talking about? Do you want to get on my ship too?" Luffy looked at Sabo in surprise. Haha. Sabo smiled and said, "Yes. I am also very interested in private marine. Actually, it's not just me, but also your father." "My father?" Luffy looked confused when he heard Sabo mention his father. My father. Who is that? Do I still have a father?" Sabo. Sabo was speechless, not only to Luffy, but also to his master Long. Your father's name is Monkey D. Long, and he is a revolutionary. And I am Mr. Long's disciple. When I was seriously injured by World Noble's cannon, it was Mr. Long who saved me. When Sabo finished speaking, the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Only Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, Kodak, a few people looked confused. In fact, with Sabo's character, he would not easily reveal the information about the leader Ryu, but, when he talked to Ryu before, Ryu had already said that he could inform the Straw Hats of his identity. Monkey D. Dragon. Luffy was naturally unfamiliar with his father's name, and in the end it was Vivi who helped explain the dragon's identity. Luffy, Dragon is recognized by the world government as the most vicious criminal, because the main purpose of him and the revolutionary army behind him is to overthrow the world government's control of the world. I didn't expect your father to be the legendary revolutionary Long. Vivi finally said something like a sigh. Vivi remembers that Luffy's grandfather seems to be Marine hero Lieutenant General Garp. He has also gotten to know Ace in the past few days. Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Four Emperors Whitebeard Pirates. Vivi wants to know how strong Luffy's background is. Luffy, he belongs to the rich 2nd generation and is just traveling. Vivi suddenly thought of what Ike once said about Luffy. Thinking about it now, there was nothing wrong with Ike's evaluation. Advertisement. Although I'm not as good as my dad, but, he saved Sabo, I'm still very grateful to him. Luffy's final words made everyone present speechless. Then, Luffy looked at Ace again. Ace. Sabo has joined me. What do you think? Do you want to come to my ship too? Ace heard this, shook his head and said, I have already decided, I will help Whitebeard become one piece. So Luffy is sorry, not only can I not board your ship, I will also be your opponent. Regarding Ace's rejection, Luffy was not too disappointed. Instead, he laughed, although we are brothers, I am the one who wants to become one piece. Okay, let's wait and see. While speaking, Ace looked at Ike and said, Ike, when will you cure Sabo's amnesia? After hearing Ace's words, Luffy and Sabo also looked at Ike. After thinking for a moment, Ike said, we have to go to Sky Island first. The way to cure Sabo is on Sky Island. Sky Island. Luffy's eyes widened when he heard about Sky Island for the first time. As Sky Island, an island floating in the sky, Ike nodded and said, there is a man named Enel on Sky Island. He is a user with the Logia Thunder Fruit ability. As long as we find Enel and let Enel use his power to give Sabo an electric treatment, he will probably be able to restore his memory. What Ike said is naturally nonsense. The reason why he is so nonsense is mainly because he wants to keep Ace in the Straw Hats for the time being. As long as we delay time and don't let Blackbeard meet Ace, the war may not happen. With the current status of the Straw Hats, it would be a bit embarrassing if a war on the top really happened. After all, Marine is also good to the Straw Hats. Of course, eggs can't be put in one basket, and Ike is also thinking about what will happen if the war breaks out. Perhaps because of the correction power of the world, Ace was not caught, but the others in Whitebeard were. Based on Whitebeard's character, he would send troops to rescue any of his sons, not just Ace. So when the time comes, we must hold on to the progress and not let Blackbeard succeed. It is best to kill the villain boss in advance. Ace didn't think much about Ace's explanation. Okay. Then I'll go to Sky Island with you. I'll leave after Sabo's amnesia is cured. Advertisement. After successfully holding Ace back, Ike, as the vice captain, looked at Xiao Feng Feng and Nico Robin. Robin, Xiao Feng Feng, are you willing to join the Straw Hats? When Xiao Feng Feng heard this, he agreed without hesitation. We have been companions for a long time, right? Nico Robin didn't think too much about it and nodded, I'll join. After learning that Long was Luffy's father, Robin became more sure of his thoughts. Who is Luffy? It's like black and white. The underworld has the revolutionary army as its backing, the white gang has its grandfather, Marine hero Garp. The only thing that worries Robin is, if the world government finds out that he joined the Straw Hats, will the Straw Hats hand him over? Haha, why are you thinking so much? Even if I am handed over, I can't blame others. I live in the gap between betrayal and being betrayed. At this time Robin is still the archaeologist living in the darkness. Naturally, Ike didn't know what she was thinking. Originally, Ike planned to make a major transformation of Robin immediately. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it would be better to wait for Robin to integrate into the Straw Hats and make the transformation as soon as possible. In this way, several new members were added to the Straw Hat team, as well as temporary member Ace. Actually, Ike wanted to say a few words to Vivi, but, thinking that Vivi was going to stay in Alabasta, he didn't say much. Luffy, Nami, Chopper, Sanji, and Usopp will all be sad when Vivi leaves. Ike thought to himself. At this time, Vivi also noticed the expression that Ike looked at her. Ike, did I get something on my face? Hearing this, Ike waved his hands and said, nothing. Just, I wish you in advance to become a perfect queen. Ike's words made Vivi a little confused. Queen. Ike, what are you talking about? Even if you become the queen, you have to wait until we come back after the adventure. Nami said with a smile. Huh, Vivi, did she choose to go with us? Ike asked in surprise. Yes. Vivi nodded and said, yes. This is also a decision I made after thinking about it for a long time and asking for my father's permission. I want to see a broader world, so that, when I return to Alabasta, I can make Alabasta more prosperous. Chapter 116 Departure, Leaving Alabasta. Another night of partying. The day after the banquet, the Straw Hats were ready to set off. When Sabo saw the Golden Merly parked in the port with the Straw Hat skull and crossbones flag, he asked with some confusion, "Is this ship okay for us people?" The Golden Merly is indeed a small sailing ship, several times smaller than the smallest warship in the Marine Corps. The original crew was only Luffy, Ike, Nami, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Vivi, Karu Duck, and Kodak Duck. But it's different now. Ace, Sabo, Xiao Feng Feng and Robin have been added. Adding 4 people at a time is really too much for the melee. Hearing Sabo's words, Ike smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let alone us people, even if there are hundreds more, the Mary can still accommodate them." After saying that, Ike and Luffy were the first to board the ship. Luffy did not hesitate to sit in his captain's special seat, which was the sheep's head of the Mary. Ike took out a door from the space ring that he had previously ordered from Alabasta and set it on the wall of the cabin. Sabo looked at Ike's actions with a puzzled expression, but when Ike opened the door, Sabo was stunned. There is actually a room at the door, and the layout looks better than the environment in the cabin, it's just a little too pink. At this time, Ike also noticed that his cozy cabin turned pink again. Ike looked confused. He had recharged his money and obviously changed the pink color. Thinking of this, Ike entered the cozy hut and opened the TX system panel. When he saw the words "decoration expired," Ike was also confused. The decorations he bought with recharge are not permanent. Thinking of this, Ike opened the mall again, and only then did he see that everything sold in the mall has an expiration date. Advertisement. It is also simple to want permanent decoration, that is, continue to recharge, and then draw a lottery. In the lottery, you will get various furniture fragments, decorative fragments. You can unlock the same permanent decoration by gathering 100 fragments. Just as Ike gritted his teeth and looked at the TX system panel, Sob also walked into the cozy hut and said with a shocked smile, How did you do this?" After saying this, he went in and out and touched the door frame, and found that the door was an ordinary door, and this ordinary door could actually enter another space. It was simply magical. At this moment, Ace also walked in and said, "Is this your room, Ace? You are quite girly. It reminds me of Dayton." Ike thought of the scene when Luffy came here for the first time, and he had to say that these two guys were really brothers. It is estimated that if Sabo hadn't lost his memory, he would have said something like this, "Ike, I didn't expect that you, like Dayton, also have a girl's heart." Sabo frowned when he heard the familiar but unfamiliar name, Dayton. He wanted to recall the meaning of this name to him, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he thought about it. He just felt that there was a huge the figure stood in front of him. Seeing Sabo's look, Ace patted him on the shoulder and explained, "Dayton is the bandit who took care of the 3 of us and is also our adoptive mother." "Dayton, right. When I recover my memory, I'm going to see her." "Okay." Ace smiled, "The 3 of us will go back together then." Seeing that the 2 brothers had finished chatting about Dayton, Ike pointed to the cozy cabin and said, "At least 7 or 8 people can live here. In addition to the space of the Mary, a few more crew members will be no problem." Sabo nodded when he heard this and said, "That's true, but why did you say before that it would be no problem for another 100 people to come?" In fact, this is what Sob is more concerned about. Since Ike can create such a small space, can he create a larger space? Sabo has become more and more interested in Ike's various magics. He wants to know how many magical and mysterious things Ike can come up with. If you really want to have 100 people, you have to rely on this. After saying this, Ike took out the shrinking flashlight from the space ring. Advertisement. After taking out the flashlight, Ike pointed the flashlight at Ace and Sabo without explaining anything and pressed the shrink switch, shrinking them to the size of ants. Seeing this scene, Sob also knew why it was said that the Mary could fit even a few hundred people. Not just a few hundred people, but if tens of thousands of people were reduced in size, the Mary would also be able to fit it. Ike asked Sabo and Ace to go out first, while he continued to recharge, changing the pink-based room to other colors first. He didn't want to be said to have a girlish heart again. Ike took out some treasures to recharge, then changed a set of skins for the cozy house, and then left here. At the same time, on an unknown island, Teach, the black-bearded man, put down the newspaper in his hand and laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile has fallen, isn't it? It's really the right time." "Oh, Captain, are you going to be the new Shichibukai?" Lafitte, wearing a top hat and holding a civilization stick, asked with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, the position of Shichibukai is perfect for us who are short of manpower. Blackbeard has already planned to become a Shichibukai, and then find a way to enter Impel Down City to cause a scene and take out the people he had already accepted as his subordinates. It is difficult to enter Impel Castle, but if you have the identity of Shichibukai, you have room to operate, and, as long as you successfully enter the bottom floor and release the demons in hell, and want to escape from Impel Castle, then it couldn't be easier." After thinking about everything, Teach said to Lafitte, "Lafitte, please go to Marine Headquarters. I want the position of Shichibukai." Of course, as a gift for becoming Shichibukai, I will prepare one for the world government. A great gift. Upon hearing this, Lafitte bowed to Blackbeard and said, promise to complete the mission. After Lafitte left, Blackbeard looked at Poison Q again. Poison Q, how's Badger's doing? The injury is no longer a problem. Captain, are we leaving here? Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard stood up with a wild smile and said, yes, we are going to prepare chips. On the way, we have to think about what kind of chips we can prepare to be foolproof. Advertisement Chapter 117 Sheep Island. On the Merry, the Straw Hats were still very happy, especially after Xiao Feng Feng was added to the funny group. They went crazy. Nico Robin found a table and sat on a recliner to read. Zoro was on the observation deck checking the surrounding situation. Sanji was still working as a waiter between the three beauties, delivering a drink and a dessert. While everyone on the ship was doing this, Ike walked out of the cabin after completing the recharge. Everyone. From now on, the cozy cabin in the cabin will be occupied by Nami, Vivi, Robin and two ducks. After walking out of the cabin, Ike told him his arrangement. No one had any objections to Ike's proposal. Only Sanji raised his hand and shouted, I am a duck too, and I also want to live with three ladies. After hearing Sanji's words, Nami punched him away without saying a word. Hey, Nami, there's a situation ahead. At this moment, Zoro on the observation deck shouted to Nami below. After hearing this, Nami immediately looked forward, and saw a light mist on the sea ahead. There were many reefs in the mist, and there were probably many reefs under the sea. Full left rudder immediately, let's bypass this reef group. Nami began to direct everyone to control the Merry to avoid the dangerous sea ahead. Just behind this reef-lined sea is an unknown island, and the recording finger on Nami's wrist points to that island. Just as the Golden Melee left the sea and headed towards the island, a marine warship appeared behind it. Petty Officer Second Class, that should be a pirate ship in front of you, right? Why don't we attack? A Marine Petty Officer Third Class asked the top commander of the warship. That's not a pirate ship. While talking, Petty Officer Second Class took out a document recently issued by the Marine headquarters. The information in the document was about the private marine. Since they are not pirates, why should we follow them? Petty Officer Third Class asked, even more confused. Haha, didn't I tell you? I'm taking you out to sea this time to make money, not to eliminate pirates. According to reliable information, the legendary moneylender Chiani is on that island, and he has the treasures of several pirate groups in his hands. Advertisement. After listening to Petty Officer Second Class's explanation, Petty Officer Third Class asked hesitantly, this is not good. After all, we are marine, even if Chiani's treasure was obtained from loan sharking to pirates, right? Wealth for righteousness, but. Before Petty Officer Third Class could finish his words, Petty Officer Second Class interrupted directly, you also said that those are ill-gotten gains. Instead of turning them over, why not add some fuel to our brothers on this ship? Petty Officer Second Class's name is Minchi, and he is a proper marine scum. Minchi looks wretched and is greedy and lustful. The purpose of becoming a marine at the beginning was to make money. Unfortunately, he got the wrong boss. His current boss, Colonel Moya, is an upright marine and is very strict in managing his subordinates. It would be difficult for Minchi to make money from him. This time, finally got the information to make money, Minchi will never give up easily. In order to make money, he even decided to give 1/5 of the treasure to his people, so, since everyone has been given the treasure, they will naturally not bring this matter to the forefront. Petty Officer Third Class was also very confused, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided to join Minchi Petty Officer Second Class's profit-making plan. At that time, as long as the treasure is obtained and the man named Chiani is killed, no one will know that they violated marine discipline. Other side. The Straw Hats successfully landed on an unknown island. As soon as they landed, Ike and the others felt a sense of hostility. In addition, they also felt like they were being watched. Sabo and Ace, who possess the power of knowledge, already have a rough idea of the surrounding situation after landing on the island. So many sheep. At this moment, Luffy exclaimed. Hearing Luffy's voice, Sanji stepped forward and took a look, and found that there were more than a dozen sheep behind the grass, and they were all breeds Sanji had never seen before. They are really sheep. And these sheep are not big. They can be used to make roasted whole lamb with honey sauce, lamb chops, braised lamb legs. After a while, Sanji had many more ways to cook mutton in his mind. Sanji, there is one less thing you have to mention, and that is mutton skewers. Hearing this, Sanji nodded and said, these sheep look relatively lean, and mutton skewers are also fine. Sanji's words already made Luffy's mouth water all over the floor, and then he rushed towards the sheep without saying a word, wanting to catch two and roast them. But what shocked everyone was that these sheep were very disciplined and knew how to cooperate. When Luffy was careless, they were beaten by them. When the sheep saw that Luffy was hostile, they were no longer docile. They kicked up their hooves one by one and launched an attack on the Straw Hats. Pepper Star. Usopp held a slingshot and shot a shot of his homemade chili eggs, but the chili eggs did not hit any sheep in the flock. Instead, a sheep kicked it back with its hind legs and hit it directly. Luffy's face. Advertisement. Ah, so spicy. Zoro was also attacked by several sheep with strong horns. He could only set up his knife and keep wrestling with these sheep. Sanji was also besieged by a group of sheep. These sheep were so fast that Sanji's kicking skills were useless. Also in the same situation as Sanji is Xiao Feng Feng. Ike was also attacked. After seeing these sheep, Ike knew what the plot was about. If I remember correctly, there was a sheep grandfather named Chiani on this island, and these sheep belonged to him. The old man can be considered a legend. When he was young, he sought loans from vicious pirates. Lending money to pirates is extremely risky. After all, once the money is in the hands of pirates, do we still expect them to repay it? Not to mention the interest. However, Cheney relied on his ruthlessness and was able to get the money back with interest every time. He was considered a ruthless person. The Straw Hats are still fighting the flock. Naturally, with the strength of all the members of the Straw Hats, they will definitely not be able to defeat a group of sheep. The reason for this is mainly because the Straw Hats have no intention of killing the sheep. Even Luffy, who wanted to eat sheep at first, gave up because he felt the wisdom of these sheep. These sheep will also take the initiative to attack in order to protect their companions. Faced with such sheep that cherish their companions, Luffy will never eat them. Seeing the increasingly chaotic scene, Chopper immediately came to a few sheep and said, "Wait, we won't eat you, I promise you." Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. The leader bleated several times at Chopper. What? They were ordered to do so. Who ordered it? Nami turned around and asked. Without waiting for Chopper to ask questions, Ace and Sabo walked out of the jungle not far away. Behind them was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. In fact, after arriving on the island, Ace and Sabo sensed that the island had a human atmosphere. So the two of them went directly to find this only human being. It was this old man who ordered the sheep to attack the Straw Hats. Chapter 118 Cheney. This old man probably thought we were here to rob him, so he let these sheep attack us. Sabo glanced at the old man in a coat behind him and smiled. After seeing the old man, the sheep that attacked the Straw Hats stopped attacking one after another. After getting rid of the attack of the sheep, Sanji looked at the old man and said, "Don't worry, we just came to the island to replenish some food and water." Upon hearing this, Chiani pointed at the Straw Hats with an angry look. Who would believe what the pirates said? I tell you, there is no treasure on my island, and I am also poor. When Cheney said the word, treasure, Nami's eyes suddenly turned into the shape of Bailey. Is there any treasure on this island? Seeing this, Chiani denied again, no, there is no treasure here. Ike smiled and said, Mr. Cheney, you say there is no silver in this place. Why do you say it since there is no treasure? Cheney. Ike's words left Cheney speechless for a while. He felt that he had indeed said the wrong thing. Suddenly, Cheney reacted and pointed at Ike and said, You, how do you know me? The other members of the Straw Hats also looked at Ike, and they were also puzzled as to how Ike knew this old man and actually knew his name was Cheney. Ike smiled and said, I told you, I am very strong in intelligence capabilities. Cheney was very famous decades ago. His job was to lend money to pirates and earn interest. After hearing about Cheney's work, everyone looked at the frail-looking old man in surprise. Lending money to pirates, will the pirates really pay it back? Vivi asked curiously. Of course I won't pay it back. Before Ike could say anything, Channa opened his mouth and explained, there are no good pirates. I have to risk my life to get the money I borrowed every time. So no one knows better than me what kind of bastards pirates are. There is no treasure. It's up to you to kill or cut them into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheney held his neck and showed an expression of letting others take advantage of him. Oh, is that so? Sanji walked out with a smile and said, I'm a cook, I'm good at frying and frying. Zoro also pulled out the knife as a joke. When Chiani saw this, he immediately got scared and waved his hands quickly. Wait. I was joking. In panic, he turned around and ran away. Perhaps because he was running too fast, he got stuck on a tree branch, and the harder he struggled, the tighter the tree branch got stuck. At this moment, Zoro, who was expressionless and holding a long knife, came over and made a slashing gesture. Advertisement. A flash of sword light flashed, and the tree branches entangled with Chiani were chopped into pieces, and Chiani was frightened and fainted. Seeing this, Chopper quickly stepped forward to check. Old Grandpa's heartbeat stopped. When Chopper put his ear on Chani's chest, he said with a look of horror. Hearing that Chani was scared to death by Zoro, everyone looked at Zoro at the same time. You are so cruel, Zoro. It's too much. Green algae head. Listening to everyone's accusations, Zoro also looked confused. Zoro also looked surprised. He just pulled out the knife. Why was this old man so scared to death? At this moment, Ike noticed that Chani's eyelids twitched slightly while he was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Ike knew that this was just Johnny pretending to be dead. Chani, who is able to dominate the lending industry, does not lack any ability. Although Chiani was indeed ruthless, he forced many pirates to pay back their money with interest by dying together. Of course, there are still some pirates who really want money rather than their lives and won't accept his trick. Then, he will use his second trick, pretending to be dead. His unique skill deceived Chopper, who had superb medical skills, which also showed that this skill point had reached the full level. Who is Chana? He is a businessman who risked his life to lend money to pirates. How could Zoro draw his sword and scare him unconscious? This is totally a routine. Channy's idea was simple. It would be best if he pretended to be dead and these pirates abandoned his body. If the Straw Hat Pirates had good intentions and decided to save his life, they might even be able to blackmail him. Seeing Chopper asking Xiaoyang to lead the way to Channy's house, Ike stopped Chopper and said, "I'm here to see how Mr. Channy is doing." After saying this, Ike stepped forward, took out his jelly bean box, and poured out a jelly bean at will. Ike looked at Jelly Bean, but Jelly Bean had the ability to make one of his limbs disappear for 15 minutes. Seeing this, Ike stuffed it directly into Channy's mouth. When the jelly beans entered Channy's mouth, Channy suddenly couldn't feel his little Channy anymore. The symbol of man disappeared, and Channy suddenly felt like crying, but for the sake of his own safety, he still had to continue pretending to be dead. Advertisement. When Ike saw that Channy's limbs were intact, he immediately knew that he was missing some parts. After smiling, Ike took out the jelly bean again. The ability of this jelly bean was to leave the body for 15 minutes. After feeding the jelly beans into Channy's mouth, Channy's soul floated out. Unlike Bullock's soul leaving the body, Channy's soul leaving the body cannot be seen by others, but he can't do anything with his soul out of the body. Channy also looked confused after his soul left the body. Looking at his body, no, should be said to be a corpse, Channy felt like crying. Am I really dead? At this moment, Channy heard Ike sigh and say, "Oh, don't try to save me, I can't save you." After hearing this, Chopper stepped forward to check again. He also opened his eyelids and found that his pupils had begun to dilate, which meant that his body functions had begun to disappear. Zoro was also confused. He just pulled out a knife and scared an old man to death. Just when Zoro was blaming himself for his actions, the kuina on his waist trembled, and then a power belonging to another world called spiritual power emerged, part of which was poured into Zoro's body. When the spiritual power entered Zoro's body, Zoro felt his mind clear for a while, and then he saw Channy in midair who was crying without tears. Seeing Channy's soul, Zoro immediately thought of Ike's actions just now. Ike seemed to have fed Channy a jelly bean just now. Zoro knew that Ike's jelly beans had various magical effects after eating them. Thinking of this, Zoro came up behind Ike and asked in a low voice, "Did you do this?" "I saw the old man's soul." Hearing Zoro say that he could see souls, Ike instantly thought of the Zanpakuto. "I did it, don't worry, I just made his soul leave his body for 15 minutes. After explaining, Ike made a sad face. "Oh. I didn't expect. Zoro actually killed an innocent life." Zoro. Ignoring Zoro who was speechless on the side, Ike continued to say in a deep voice, "Since it is our fault, then, let us hold a funeral for this old man together." Ba 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 ba. Upon hearing that their master was dead, a group of sheep began to bleat. These sounds were very sad. YF2F. The next step is to discuss the issue of cremation or burial. Upon hearing this, Soul Chana shouted at Ike, Don't. I feel like I can still save him. Why do we have to hold a funeral?" Chapter 119. Crushing Bones and Ashes. Don't. I feel like I can still save some time. Why do we have to hold a funeral instead? As he spoke, Channy controlled the soul and wanted to drill into his body, but no matter what he did, the soul could only pass through his body. Could it be? Are you really pretending to be dead? Just when Channy was about to cry, he heard Vivi say to Ike, "Since this grandpa is a member of the Grand Line and lives on this island, let him be buried." As soon as Vivi finished speaking, Usopp curiously asked, "Why can't it be a burial at sea?" Ace nodded and said, "I think burial at sea is good, didn't Ike say that? This old man used to be a big shot. Since he dared to lend money to pirates, it shows that he is very courageous. Let him be buried at sea as a sign of respect for him." By the way, does sea burial mean throwing it directly into the sea to feed the fish? Ike asked curiously at this time. That's pretty much it, but it's a bit disrespectful to say that you feed the fish. It should be said that it's the sea creatures that give it a funeral. The knowledgeable Robin thought for a moment and continued to explain. And the customs of sea burial are different in each place. In some places, the person is cremated first and then the ashes are scattered into the sea. Soon, everyone in the Straw Hats started arguing over whether to give Chana a burial at sea, a burial, or a cremation. Some people think that burial is a good idea. After all, it seems that the old man has lived in this land for many years. Some people think that it is better to be buried at sea. After all, this is the great shipping route, and the sea is the final destination of everyone. As for the one who agreed to cremation, Ike was the only one. Channy, who was floating in the air, was also speechless for a while. I said, "Hasn't anyone considered the possibility of rescuing me?" As he spoke, Channy focused his attention on Chopper, because at this time Chopper was still thinking of ways to save him. Zoro looked at Channy floating in the air with a wicked smile on his face. "Let you pretend to be dead." I said, "I was the one who scared this old man to death, so I'd better give him some advice." Zoro stood up and said in a deep voice, "Since some people think burial at sea is better and some people think burial in the ground is better, then let's do it together. First burn it to ashes, then scatter half of it into the sea and bury the other half in the soil. After Zoro finished speaking, he saw Cheney in the air pointing at him angrily. You B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. You scared me to death, are you still proud? Also, are you trying to crush me to ashes? Advertisement. Everyone agreed to Zoro's suggestion. The next thing is simple, setting up a fire to barbecue. Ah, no. It's setting up a fire to burn people. Just as everyone was preparing to dry the wood, Ike looked at his watch and found that there were less than 3 minutes left before 15 minutes. Just when Ike was about to put Channy's body into the pyre, a team of Marines came up from the bottom of the mountain. Seeing the Straw Hats, the leader, Minchi Petty Officer 2nd Class, immediately saluted. Hello Private Marines, I am Minchi Petty Officer 2nd Class from the nearby Marine branch. The Straw Hats had long known about Marines landing on the island, but they didn't go to them because they wanted to cremate Channa. Unexpectedly, these Marines actually came to their door. But looking at Marine's polite look, everyone knew that he was not looking for trouble. I am Ike, the deputy captain of the Straw Hats. I wonder if Minchi, Petty Officer 2nd Class, wants to see us for something. Minchi, who was looking around at the scene, soon saw Chiani lying on the firewood pile. Minchi was also stunned when he saw Chiani lying peacefully on the firewood pile. Then he pointed to the firewood pile and asked Ike, I don't know. What are you doing? Oh, this old man died suddenly. We can't let his body be exposed in the wilderness, so we plan to cremate him. Minchi recognized it at a glance. It was Cheney he was looking for. But I never expected that Chiani would, actually die. What to do with his treasure? Where can I find it? Thinking of this, Minchi immediately stopped Zoro who was about to light a fire and said, Dear Private Marines. Well, this old man is a wanted criminal that our Marine has been looking for many years. I wonder, if you can hand over his body to me. Ike knew that Minky's real purpose was actually for Chiani's treasure. He probably wanted to leave the body behind and see if there were any clues to the treasure. Thinking that Marine, a greedy and lustful scumbag, was in front of him, Ike wanted to help Marine clean up the corruption problem. Okay, Ike agreed, and then said to Zoro behind him, Zoro, don't light the fire yet. At the same time, Ike opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and looked at Minchi. The moment the two looked at each other, Ike used Sharingan and used Genjutsu on him. Minchi didn't expect the idiots from the private marine to be so easy to talk to. After nodding, he came to the side of Chiani's body. At this time, Chiani's soul also returned to his body. Although his soul returned, Chiani still did not dare to get up. At the same time, Minchi stepped forward and searched briefly on Chiani, and soon found a treasure map. Minchi was overjoyed when she saw the treasure map. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, I knew there would be clues to the treasure on Chiani. Now that he has the treasure map, Chiani is naturally of no use. Alas, this Chiani is really dead. There's no point in taking him back, so let's cremate him here. Cheney originally thought that this marine would take him away, but who could have imagined that this idiot just touched himself, then looked at his hands with excitement, and finally said, continue to be cremated. Zoro, who was holding a torch, had already seen Channy's soul return to his body. The reason why he wanted to be cremated before was because Zoro wanted to scare him. He would definitely not really burn the old man to death. But what Marine did just now made Zoro confused. Minchi got the treasure map and naturally chose to leave directly. On the way back, Minchi took out the void treasure map and looked at it carefully, and found that the island in the treasure map was the island under his feet. And the location of the treasure is not too far away from him. Petty Officer 3rd Class, who was standing next to Minchi, was a little confused when he saw that his superior officer was looking at his hands with silly joy and excitement. Military. Petty Officer 2nd Class, what are you looking at? Hearing this, Minchi shook the treasure map that only he could see and said, of course it's a treasure map. Ha ha ha, Channy's treasure is finally going to be mine. Petty Officer 3rd Class. Petty Officer 3rd Class, and several of Minky's trusted soldiers behind him looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. In their opinion, their Petty Officer 2nd Class may be stupid. As for why I was stupid, it was probably because I saw that Chiani was dead and could not get Chiani's treasure. Petty Officer 3rd Class also didn't expect that their parents would be so fragile, and they would go crazy just because they couldn't get Chiani's treasure. One of the Marines asked the second in command, Petty Officer 3rd Class, Petty Officer 3rd Class, Petty Officer 2nd Class seems to be really crazy. What should we do? Petty Officer 3rd Class thought for a while and said, let's see what Petty Officer 2nd Class is going to do first. Maybe this is just temporary. After hearing this, several Marines also nodded. It wasn't until Petty Officer 2nd Class led them to follow the void treasure map and find a lot of so-called treasures that Petty Officer 3rd Class decided to knock him out and take him back. The sand sculpture actually pointed to a large pile of stones and said they were treasures, and wanted to move them back to the warship. From the perspective of Petty Officer 3rd Class, he and others have not made mistakes following Petty Officer 2nd Class, and now Petty Officer 2nd Class is definitely a fool. It's better to take someone back and be a law-abiding Marine. Let's forget about getting rich or something.